Like many protagonists hiding their true selves, besides attending school like a normal student, this young man works as a part-time assassin at night. Having pulled an all-nighter to meet his quota, Kai was exhausted, but he still had to go to school. As usual, he entered the classroom, where his classmate Midu Suji cheerfully greeted him. He's student number 35, the soccer club's ace and the class president. Kai casually greets him, pulls up his chair, and immediately falls asleep, refusing to talk further. Miduji felt a little embarrassed, and just then another female student chimed in. This is Naga, student number 22, and the most fashionable girl in class. With an air of arrogance, she tells Midu not to bother greeting someone as rude as Kai. Midu laughed it off, saying Kai was probably just too tired to react. Just then, the door bursts open, and Arashi Satsu strides in. He was the epitome of rudeness, student number 1 and the leader of a foreign crime gang in the area. Arasi enters the class, greeted by bowing underlings, and spots Kai sleeping in the back. Arasi arrived, but Kai didn't react, still snoring away. Arasi was annoyed and started cursing. Is this idiot even listening to me? Arasi reached out to grab Kai, but he seized his wrist. Kai yawns, then stares at Arasi, asking what he wants. Arasi was even more furious, yelling at Kai to release him. An unseen pressure paralyzes him, and Kai finally comes to his senses, releasing Arasi. Arasi clicked his tongue, yanked his hand back, and muttered that Kai was a weirdo. Then someone else appeared, telling Arasi to shut his mouth. But then Kanzakine, student number 8, beautiful, literary, and skilled in martial arts, the school's top beauty with a cold and distant demeanor, steps in. Arasi, looking for a new target, asks Rina what the hell she's rambling about. Suddenly someone stepped in to stop him. The serious vice prefect, deeply concerned with order. Student number 29, Hashimoto Mirai, tells Arai to stop causing trouble. Another brightly-haired youth kindly advises Mirai not to meddle, warning her that Arasi might punch her. This is Narumi Yoshida, student number 23, as shallow and frivolous as he looks. Kai, meanwhile, has already fallen back asleep. Arashi, annoyed by the attention, reluctantly pulls up a chair, propping his feet up on the desk. Everyone's here, waiting for class to start. This is Jinzo High, first year, class 2. It seemed like any other day in class, but as Kai slept, he sensed something was amiss. Beneath Midu Suji's feet, a circle of light appeared. The circle grows, engulfing the entire classroom, and the students realize what's happening, descending into chaos. Midu urges everyone to flee the classroom, but Kai knows they won't make it in time. The blue circle sucked the entire class in, and when they awoke, they were in a strange place. Kai surveys their surroundings, assessing the situation. They're in a stone building with massive pillars and only one exit. It's hard to believe, but it seems they were swallowed by a white light. The entire class has been transported somewhere, and the other students are slowly waking up. Everyone was confused, wondering who they were and where they were. Class President M tries to calm everyone down, telling them to take it easy. First, he needs to see if everyone is okay. Kai silently approves. That's a good call. Midu's helping the class stay calm. Arashi, not wanting to waste time, ordered 2 of his lackeys to follow him and investigate. Kai speaks up, stopping Arasi, as footsteps approach from behind the door. He could hear 2 people, a man and a woman, and the class began to focus on the door behind them. The door opens, revealing 2 figures as expected, an old man and a woman who cheerfully greets the class. The students were immediately captivated by the woman's beauty. Cosplay like a knight and princess from the Middle Ages. Kai, who had been watching from behind a pillar, observed the swordsman-like man, realizing he wasn't cosplaying but was genuinely strong. The white-haired woman doesn't seem too muscular, but she introduces herself. She is Leonora, Archbishop of the Holy Nation of Digaret, and the old man beside her is Gus, a knight and her bodyguard. Arasi, horns blazing, points at her and asks, "Looking for a fight?" He'd never heard of the country she mentioned, but Leonora simply smiled. She knew what everyone was thinking. Class President Midu stepped forward, asking what was going on. Leonora explained the situation. She had summoned the class to a parallel world. They are humanity's hope to defeat the Demon Lord as hero candidates of this world, though the class is still trying to make sense of what their teacher is babbling about. Gus stood beside him, glaring and warning Arasi to watch his mouth. Leonora is the saintess of this country, but Arasi couldn't care less, and he's not backing down. Arasi tells Gus to shut his mouth before he loses his temper. Gus may be old, but he's still got fire, ready to draw his sword and fight. Leonora tries to stop Gus, but the old man refuses to listen. He'll teach Arasi some manners. Arasi shows no respect for his elders, immediately attacking. Meanwhile, Kai silently observes, acknowledging Arasi's courage. He didn't hesitate to face a swordsman head-on, because Arasi was confident, having fought armed opponents before. Arasi believed that dodging the first blow and getting in close would give him the advantage, But reality proved far different, as Gus grazed his head with the sword before he could even touch him. A long cut appears on his forehead, and blood flows as Arazi freezes, sweating. He didn't see a thing. The sword just moved on its own. Gus cuts off a strand of Arazi's hair, a warning to the other students. Don't mess with the dog or you'll get licked. Leonora tells Gus to put his sword away. The threat was enough, and apologizes on his behalf. They had no intention of harming anyone. Leonora began to explain everything about this world, the reason why the students were here. She silently opened her eyes, looked at the students with disdain, and told them to be quiet first, apologizing for Gus's aggression. She began to explain, because of the Demon Lord's invasion, humanity in this world is likely to become extinct, as they said. Their country, the holy nation of Dagaris, has been constantly resisting, but they don't have the power to completely stop the invasion. The only thing left for humanity and their last hope are the students, the hero candidates. At this point, the students realized Leonora wanted them to defeat the Demon Lord. Some were less than willing, figuring reincarnation might be easier since they'd never fought before. Not to mention some of the girls were crying, begging to return to their old world, but Gus coldly pointed out that they couldn't go back, unless they defeat the Demon Lord, and the students are paralyzed with fear. Kai, who had been silently assessing the situation behind the pillar, disregards the information's validity. Perhaps Gus said that to motivate them, but these students have always lived peaceful lives. They won't suddenly start killing people. Therefore, they need experience and, above all, talent, and Arazi still hasn't learned his lesson. He turned to Leonora and Gus, unleashing a torrent of curses, calling them sons of bitches for dragging them all here, only to demand their silence and obedience. Arazi accepted it all, you four-legged beasts. Gaius glanced at Arazi, assessing that his fighting spirit was still very much intact. He could be a useful warrior or a troublemaker. He draws his sword, intending to send Arazi to the afterlife right then and there. But Leonora, in stark contrast, gently used her healing abilities to mend Arazi's face, appearing deeply remorseful for Gus's actions. Arazi's facial wound slowly heals, shocking the other students. Leonora explains that the power she used is a system. Their system. The power bestowed by their god, Dagaris, temporarily created a new phenomenon in this world, magic. A thought flashes through Kai's mind. Leonora knows about their culture. Perhaps this wasn't the first time she'd summoned people from another world. Leonora approached Midu, placing her hand on his forehead. Immediately, his hand glowed, and a sword appeared in his grasp. Leonora explained, hero candidates can harness the power of this system and awaken the innate abilities of the Divine Guard. Leonora clasped her hands together, trembling, appearing extremely pitiful. She suddenly summoned everyone here, and now the students can't return. She knows this is a selfish request. Leonora bowed her head. Please, lend me your strength. Even Midu, who had just been empowered, hesitated. No matter how much power Leonora granted them, they couldn't fight immediately. Leonora understood, assuring the students they would need training, and in the meantime, their country would take care of them. Midu accepts, rallying the rest of the class. He knew the students were scared, but to survive, they needed information and protection first, and he was sure the Guardians would be helpful in times of trouble. He figured they should listen to Leonora and Gus for now, and many students agreed with Mido. Leonora bows her head in thanks to the students, secretly smirking. She bestowed divine protectors upon each student, with class representative Hashimoto Mirai receiving a remote control protector. Arasi receives the explosive divine guardian, as do many other students in the class. Leonora looked around, asking if anyone hadn't received their divine protection yet, when Kai slowly stepped forward, raising his hand to say he hadn't. Leonora touches Kai, bestowing upon him his divine guardian, and his vision begins to shift. Leonora stood before him, her stats displayed above her head, as Kai's eyes glowed red. Leonora realized this was a rare appraisal-type divine relic. This power allows the user to see the target's information. After hearing the explanation, Kai begins to experiment on himself. Sure enough, his own stats appeared before his eyes, and Kai began to understand how this divine power worked. It's like a game status screen, but easier to understand. Suddenly, Kai spins and leaps to the side, dodging an attack. The one who attacked him was Arazi, who, confident in his explosion-type divine relic, didn't hesitate to test Kai. Arazi and the other students scorned Kai for receiving cheap gear that only made his eyes glow red, but Kai didn't care. He wondered why these students were acting so high and mighty. They didn't have enough information to know what was useful and what wasn't. After all, divine protection is just borrowed power, and who knows when it'll be taken away. Kai wasn't too worried. He has many ways to kill a person. After Leonora bestowed her divine grace upon the students, she told them to rest, as training would begin tomorrow. Later that evening, the hero candidates were shown to their private rooms, but Kai waited until late and snuck out the window. He should gather some intel before turning in, so he sneaks up on two patrolling soldiers to eavesdrop. This is the third time he's encountered soldiers. From what he's gathered, they're likely increasing security. Activating his divine sense, Kai scans the soldiers, but it seems their only skill is swordsmanship. He thought they might use mana or something to detect him, but not everyone here can use mana. After waiting for the soldiers to pass, Kai used his incredible speed to escape, having now grasped most of the castle's layout. This fortress city, surrounded by walls, is a sight to behold. Kai approaches the castle. He was curious about what was inside, but it was heavily guarded and sturdily built, making it difficult to sneak in. Kai decided that was enough for today, and he would come back another day to scout. As he turned to leave, he spotted some classmates wandering in the field, the three girls who had come to train their divine protection. Kai watches the three girls practice. His curiosity about the Lord's divine protection piqued. He decides to watch for a bit when suddenly he senses something. A rustling in the grass catches their attention, and a monster emerges. The three girls were terrified, but Kai remained silent in the bushes, never having seen a creature like this lizard before. He activates appraisal on the lycanthrope lizard, its stats far exceeding those of the three girls. The lizard inhales deeply, then roars. The three girls ran for their lives as the lizard relentlessly pursued them. Kai leaped onto a rock to further assess this aggressive, man-eating creature. It moves quickly on all fours, but only in a straight line, and it doesn't seem very intelligent. Its skin also looks tough, so he's not sure if the knife will work. Kai takes a knife from his sleeve and throws it at its skin. The lizard growled, halting in its tracks. Kai had swiftly taken cover behind a tree. It seemed the knife had some effect, even if it was just a shallow cut. The three girls continued to run for their lives, when suddenly Rena tripped on a rock and fell flat on her face. As she sat up, the monster was right behind her. The lizard raised its foot to strike, but suddenly a knife flew from nowhere and pierced its head. The lizard died instantly, and the other two girls rushed to help Rena. They didn't dare linger any longer and hurried away. Kai, hidden behind a tree, breathed a sigh of relief as they finally left. He had no reason to save them, but leaving them felt wrong. Kai approached the lizard, pulling out his knife. So, there are monsters like that roaming this world. Looks like things here won't be easy. Suddenly sensing something, Kai jumps off the lizard and looks around, sensing someone nearby. It's time to head back. Kai instantly teleports back, sensing the presence of someone lurking behind a rock. He was cloaked from head to toe. He approached the lizard and crushed its head, splattering blood on his cloak. He was disappointed to see that the hero candidates were all useless and weak, but that one guy didn't seem so bad. The man in black licked the blood splattered on his face, feeling extremely intrigued. The next day, the lizard's corpse was discovered, plunging everyone into contemplation, with one student even tearing up in fear as the mage Stead examined the body. After examining the body, she concludes that it shows signs of dark magic, likely from a mid-level demon scouting the hero's strength. Kai remained in the background, listening intently, wondering if spellcasting and magic were different. Midu asks to confirm if the monster is being controlled by a demon or something, and Seti praises his insight, explaining that powerful demons can use charms to manipulate and control weaker monsters. Seizing the opportunity, Seti launches into an explanation. First, the term monster refers to a creature transformed by mana until it becomes unusually fierce and strong. And mana is the paranormal power created by gods and demons. In other words, it's the power used by demon lords and demons, so of course demons can easily defeat humans. Gaius's head spins from all the information, and he tells Steady to stop before dragging him away. Kai realizes he can use Steady to gather more information, but the bigger problem is that something else is controlling it. So the identity of the one he sensed then was a demon. It must be powerful, as Kai barely noticed it for a moment. If it's around them right now, they might not even notice. The thought barely crossed Kai's mind when he felt an invisible pressure. Someone is watching them, and Arasi is picking a fight with Gus again. They can't return to their world without killing the Demon Lord, and he doesn't intend to stay in this cursed world for long. Kanzaki-jin agrees with Arasi. It was the first time she'd heard him speak. Midu agreed. If they wanted to return to their world, fighting monsters might be their only option. Some of the girls in the class began to cry, sobbing in fear. Kay looked at them, realizing they finally understood this wasn't just a game. Fighting is a struggle to the death, no matter the world. They'd better learn to harness their power quickly to protect themselves. Leonora reassured the students, telling them not to be afraid, that they just didn't know how to use their powers yet, and all they had to do was train. These students are chosen heroes from another world, and their growth rate is unlike the natives of this land. And so, a week passes since the students began their training, with Kai rooted in the library, studying books, turning page after page. Now he could understand every letter. It was strange how they could talk to Leonora and Gus from the start, despite not knowing the language here. Kai looks out the window at the other students training. He was told his appraisal skill wasn't suited for combat, so he was assigned to the library instead. Kai stood up, having exhausted the cultural history of this world, finding nothing about demons. He went outside to watch the students train. Just as Leonora said, the students are developing at an incredible rate. The 5 strongest among them are Narumi, Arasi, Kanzaki, Hashimoto, and Nagas. However, there's another with extraordinary growth. Midu, whose swordsmanship soon surpassed his instructor. Kai uses his observation skill to check Midu's stats. Just a week ago, they were mostly Ds and Fs. The speed of his growth is astonishing. Even though he's a genius, perhaps the Lord's protection has a direct effect on things unrelated to strength? The students leave in droves after finishing their training. They passed by Kai, pointing and laughing at him. Kai doesn't even bother to respond. These people are as brainless as ever. The others looked down on him as well, growing more and more insolent. After gaining his power, when a student reached out to grab Kai, he inexplicably fell flat on his face. Feigning ignorance, Kai asks why he fell, but the student has no idea what just happened. Arasi, embarrassed, tells him to stop fooling around because Gus is coming. Leonora and Gus arrive together, and Leonora seems pleased with the students' progress. The students are developing faster than she anticipated, so she's decided to move the plan forward. Leonora wants them to practice fighting monsters. The students broke out in a sweat as they followed Leonora and Gus into the forest. The first exercise will take place here, and because of the rough terrain, the students can't travel as one group. Gus instructed the students to form groups of 2 or 3, and they began to assemble. Nagas, Midu, and a blonde girl form a team, while Arasi teams up with his brothers. Narumi and Hashimoto team up, and as the other students form their groups, only Kanjaki and Kai remain. With no other options, the 2 were forced to team up, as no one wanted to be with Kanjaki. Perhaps they were afraid, or perhaps no one liked her. She was confident and aloof. Moreover, she was proud, and looked like she wouldn't let anyone stand in her way. After the students formed teams, Leonora excitedly announced that, as this was a special occasion, the team that eliminated the most monsters would receive a surprise gift. The first practice battle begins, and Kai and Kanjaki venture into the forest together. The arrogant Kanjaki told Kai not to get in her way. She didn't need his help, just for him not to be an obstacle. Her guardian spirit is stronger than the others, and Kai isn't looking to steal her thunder. He leaves everything to Kanjaki, who flips her hair and scoffs, muttering that Kai has no pride. Kai intended to observe Kanjaki's combat abilities first, having sensed 4 presences nearby. They were surrounding them. A goblin leaps out, blocking their path, dagger in hand, ready to strike. Kazaki uses her divine power to command the monster to lie down, and it immediately obeys. Kanjaki's divine guard is domination, an ability that can force a target to obey commands. And Kai looks around, saying there seem to be more monsters nearby. Kaki commands the goblin to drop its weapon and put its hands behind its head, but issuing just 2 commands leaves her drenched in sweat. Prolonged use of her divine power is taking its toll. Using the divine protection drains mana, and he orders her to quickly kill the goblin as more are coming. Kaki trembles at the thought, having never taken a life before. This demon even looks a little human. Kay gives a cold glare. So what if it looks human? That monster tried to attack them. These creatures are their enemies. There's no reason to forgive them. Kaki hesitated. Okay, as Kai gripped the stone in his hand. Despite her power, Kaki is still just an inexperienced student from peaceful Japan. The only question is whether she can make the right choices when faced with danger. More goblins have arrived, growling as they advance towards them with clubs. Kaki uses her divine power to command the new goblins to lie down. So what are you planning to do now? Kazaki asked, exhausted. She tells him to stop standing around and help her, but Kai seems unwilling, after she told him not to do anything earlier. Kazaki was speechless and had to take matters into her own hands, ordering the monsters to twist their own necks. The controlled goblins begin to kill themselves on the spot. Kai realizes Kazaki can issue commands like that, but the more difficult the command, the lower the chance of success. Kazaki began to feel nauseous. The reality of seeing so much death was overwhelming, and she realized she'd underestimated the task, while Kai seemed completely unfazed. These creatures attacked them, so they're the enemy. It doesn't matter if they're monsters or men. You have to kill your enemies to survive. Kazaki wondered how Kai could be so calm. You don't even have the strength. Kai approached the goblin corpses, searching for information, then asked Kanjaki, "What now?" They could continue on, or turn back if she was afraid. Kazaki shivered. She flips her hair and walks away, of course, choosing to continue, though Kai can see through Kazaki's forced bravado. But even so, her personality isn't all that bad. The two of them can fight together. Meanwhile, Narumi's group is being chased relentlessly by a monster, learning the hard way that these beasts are not to be trifled with. Narumi and Hashimoto realized running wasn't the answer, so they stopped and attacked together with their divine weapons. But their combined wind and stone attacks were like mosquito bites to the bear. It didn't even flinch. Kazaki secretly vowed to return to her old world, determined to repay the kindness of the man who raised her. She truly wanted to show him how much she'd grown and make him proud. Lost in thought, Kai asked Kanjaki if she was worried about getting lost. Kanjaki says how could they get lost going straight, but Kai disagrees. If Kanjaki thinks that way, she's underestimating this forest, and Kai's getting annoyed at her stubbornness. Just shut your mouth. What kind of person are you, so full of yourself? The two continue on when suddenly they hear a loud scream. Kazaki recognized Hashimoto's voice, and Kai wondered what they should do next. Without hesitation, Kazaki insists they help, surprising Kai with her kindness. Meanwhile, Hashimoto is badly injured by the bear and falls to the ground, telling Narumi to run and not worry about her. Narumi isn't the type to leave someone behind and refuses to abandon Hashimoto. As they argue, the bear raises its paw to attack. Just then, Kazaki arrives and uses her divine protection to command the bear to freeze, but it struggles against her control. Knowing he couldn't hold out for long, Kaki told Narumi and Hashimoto to run, with Kei tagging along behind. Just as he thought, Kanjaki's power had varying effects depending on the target, and he asked if Narumi and the other were still alive. Seeing Narumi was okay, Kai told him to carry Hashimoto and get out of there. Narumi wanted to stay and help, but Hashimoto was badly injured, so he carried her away first. Once the others were gone, Kai used his divine appraisal to examine the bear, discovering it was an armored bear with incredibly high stats, especially its defense. Its fur was tough, and Kai's attacks likely wouldn't break through. Kazaki was sweating. She couldn't hold on much longer. Kai told her she'd done enough and to run. Kazaki tried to do the same, but her legs wouldn't move. She was too exhausted, and they trembled uncontrollably. The freed bear approached, and with no other choice, Kai blindly tossed a smoke bomb at it. Taking the opportunity, he carries Kanjaki away. They hide behind a tree, and Kai tells her to be quiet so it won't hear them. It's then that Kanjak notices their surroundings, asking what that smoke was. He explains it was a smoke bomb he made while the others trained, though he's embellishing the truth. He had the equipment on him before being summoned. Since he doesn't have many, he doesn't want to waste them. These are a basic assassin's tools. Kazaki felt incredibly guilty, having led them into danger while trying to help. Kai told her not to apologize, but to thank him. Kazaki awkwardly says, "Thank you." But Kai throws cold water on her, saying if she's always so gentle, everyone will love her. Embarrassed, Kazaki snapped back at Kai, who told her to be quiet so the bear wouldn't notice them. Noticing the situation, Kazaki asked what they should do and if they should run. Kai says it's not necessary because Midu's group of 3 has arrived. Midu activates his demon-slaying sword, ready to solo the bear, and they charge into battle. He slashes, injuring the bear's arm, but its hide is too tough. Midu's slash isn't very effective, and Nagas tells her to step aside. She shot fire at the bear, which roared in agony as the flames engulfed it. Nagas is smug, thinking this game is easy, but before she could celebrate for 3 seconds, the bear quickly extinguished the flames. It's completely unharmed, even more energetic than before. Nagas cries out in alarm, but Midu tells her to stay calm. Your attack must have had some effect. The bear is moving slower now. He urged the remaining 2 to calm down and take down the bear together. The 2 girls listened, and the 3 of them coordinated their attacks. Nearby, a suspicious man in a black cloak watches, the former demon assassin, Delphus. He's been watching everything unfold, and it seems the armored bear won't be able to take down all the students. Their rapid progress and, above all, their composure are truly impressive. Delphus is highly impressed with Midu. They're far beyond their years. Though this is just a scouting mission, it's time to change plans. He'll eliminate Midu's group right here. Meanwhile, Midu and the others work together, heavily wounding the armored bear. Delphus drew his sword, ready to play dirty when he suddenly felt a cold presence behind him. He turned to see Kai holding a knife to his throat. Kai glares at Delphus, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and tells him to shut his mouth. Didn't anyone ever teach you that the biggest mistake an enemy can make is when he kills another? Delphus drops his weapon to the ground. He raises his hands in surrender, sweating profusely, unaware Kai had snuck up behind him. Delphus secretly planned his escape, but before the thought could fully form, Kai severed his legs. He fell face first to the ground as Kai held his sword to his neck, telling him not to scream, as neither of them wanted Midu's group to notice. The masked man began his interrogation, promising Delphus freedom in exchange for honest answers. But Delphus stubbornly refused to cooperate. Kai continued to negotiate, revealing that he was a shadow, a being from another world, a disturbing presence. He wondered if it was Delphus from last night, but he couldn't be sure. C glared at Delphus, threatening him, knowing they'd been watching the students for a while, and though they hid well, he used Midu's group as bait to draw them out. Delphus was stunned, never imagining that everything had been Kai's plan from the start. Kai knew he hadn't been in this world long, and his information was limited, so he demanded Delphus reveal everything he knew about demons. Delphus sneers, stubbornly refusing to speak, but Kai doesn't hesitate, slicing off both his arms. Delphus coughed up blood in agony, bitter and resentful that he'd been played by a kid like Kai. He gritted his teeth, and blood immediately began to flow from every orifice on his face. Delphus committed suicide with poison. Kai sighed, realizing they carried poison even in this situation. They really thought ahead. The Demon Lord's army is more complex than you think. Suddenly, there's a noise from the other side. It's Kanzaki. Trembling, she stared at Delphus's corpse on the ground, and Kai asked her how long she'd been watching. Kaki awkwardly tells her she's been watching since Delphus was on the ground, and Kai explains that Delphus was an assassin for the Demon Lord's army. That bear monster was his pawn from the start, and he was behind the attacks on Nagas and the others. Clearly, the Demon King's army is trying to kill the hero candidates, Kazaki realizes. She asked Kai how he could detect assassins when no one else could. Kai figured there was no reason to hide it any longer, and decided to reveal his identity to Kanjaki. His whole family are assassins, so he can sense others like him, a revelation that shocks Kanjaki. Kai explained it simply, telling her to believe it or not, but the corpse beneath the ground was real. Kai reminded Kanjaki not to tell anyone what she had just seen. The class was already shaken by Hashimoto's condition, so they couldn't afford any more chaos, and Kazaki nodded in agreement. She didn't think Kai was this nice. She never imagined he'd care about his classmates. Kai turns away, knowing his classmates are unlike him, untested in battle, and Kanjaki's dominance may prove useful. They return to the group where Hashimoto is being healed by student number 34, Honor Shiori, using Divine Protection. The Divine Protection works, and soon Hashimoto's wounds begin to disappear. Narumi is also very worried about her friend. He breathed a sigh of relief knowing Hashimoto would recover in half an hour, and Narumi praised Midu's amazing feat. Even that powerful bear was defeated. Midu doesn't take all the credit. He says it was thanks to the help of others, while still cosplaying as an invisible man in the corner. But this time, Kanzaki is staring intently at him for some reason. Just then, Leonora and Gus arrived, having observed the students battling monsters. Narumi questioned why they weren't helping, to which Gus coldly replied, "Rescuing them all the time won't make them stronger. Pushing them to the brink of death is a fundamental part of practical training." Gus tells the students that this is how they will fight from now on, and to stop complaining. Midu questions why such a strong monster appeared here. Didn't he say there were only weak monsters here? Leonora chimes in, explaining, "It could be the work of a demon assassin. Armored bears aren't supposed to live in this area. Perhaps he's on a reconnaissance mission, testing the strength of the hero candidates. If so, he could be lurking somewhere nearby right now. They need to strengthen their defenses. Leonora says they'll increase the training difficulty from now on, otherwise the students will die before they even fight." The students' morale plummets and Midu steps up to speak for them. He refuses to accept this absurdity. The students are already shaken after their first battle, and raising the difficulty is out of the question. Leonora smiled, staring at Midu, and declared he would surely die if he didn't obey her. Midu was speechless. Arasi fearlessly steps up to question her, reminding everyone that Leonora brought them here and now issues orders. What kind of attitude is that? Arasi barely gets the words out before Gus silences him. He stood in his way, glaring menacingly. These students were Leonora's pawns, never to defy her. The students were stunned, but Arasi seethed with rage, held back from attacking Gus only by Midu's restraint. Arasi questioned how Midu could remain calm, but Midu advised him to think it through. If they disobeyed, the country would become their enemy, and they wouldn't stand a chance. Gus praises Midu's impressive and quick grasp of the situation. He turns and tells the students that they are important pawns, and no harm will come to them if they cooperate. Arasi, enraged by the advice, scoffs at the idea of the country becoming their enemy. Arasi, fueled by rage, activates his divine armor and lunges at Gus, declaring he'll take on the whole country. Caught off guard, he took the full blow, and Arasi smugly thought he'd succeeded. But Gaius was unharmed. He swung his fist, striking Arasi in the face and sending him flying. Gus coldly looks down with disdain, saying that with this level of strength, he's out of his league. Leonora and Gus leave, announcing that tomorrow's training will be more difficult as Arasi's juniors help him up, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. Arasi was bitter, muttering insults about Gus's parents, unable to accept his defeat. A day after the military exercise, the students gather again, this time with monster researcher Steady leading the class. She asked if the person injured yesterday was okay, and Hashimoto raised his hand to show he was fine. She's alive thanks to Hano's healing magic, Stai remarks with satisfaction. It's wonderful to have someone with healing powers. Steady begins to explain today's training. She leads the students into a research facility where they will battle monsters. The door opens and the students file in, revealing a menagerie of monsters. They're all locked in cages, from low-level goblins to massive ogres. These monsters are all raised for Statity's research, making her institute the perfect place for training exercises. Statty is pleased with her institute, happy to collect combat data from the monsters. And so, the combat drill began, with Kai observing from afar as usual. Everyone in class was surprisingly calm, even when forced into sudden combat. He guessed yesterday's experience had a big impact, though they were probably still a little scared. On the other side, Nagas was knocked down by the giant monster, and Midu frantically urged Steady to stop it, saying it was too strong for Nagas. Steady remained unperturbed, while Leonora insisted she needed to be stricter with the students. Besides, she doesn't think that monster is too strong. Hero candidates with divine relics shouldn't lose to a monster of that level. Meanwhile, Nagas rose, her irritation fueling a fiery aura as she summoned flames to incinerate the eagle. Willpower is key in battle, and this should be easy for the students. The only thing holding the students back is their hesitation. Steady continues to explain to Midu that if the students can level up their divine guardians, they can create more variations. Kai, who had been eavesdropping, approached Midu and spoke to him. Kai suspects Midu has a new divine relic, the Kamikaze Monster Assault Divine Relic Level 1. Midu seeks Steady's approval for a test run, stepping into the arena to activate the monster-slaying sword and the Kamikaze Monster attack. The ogre, seeing the glowing sword in Midu's hand, gaped in terror as Midu decisively thrust the blade forward. The ogre fearfully raised its arms in defense. One arm was severed, and Midu landed another blow, decapitating the monster. The other students erupted in cheers, but Kai remained silent, an outsider looking in. He assessed that Midu, in her current state, would no longer struggle with the armored bear's defenses. He wondered if his own assumptions were correct, and if he could create a new guardian for himself. Kai looks around, noticing that some people have new divine guardians, including that annoying Arasi, but he doesn't want to tell him. Kai realizes they can expand their divine power, and he can't rely on old techniques. He must improve. Under the cover of night, Arasi and his comrades strategize. Arasi plans to impale Gus, then coerce Leonora into revealing how to return to their old world. Arasi's henchmen were ecstatic. They could finally leave this hellish world and never worry about being summoned again if they took out Leonora. Arasi then coaxed Narumi to join them. Narumi hesitated, unsure if they could even win. Narumi bit his lip, knowing that killing was wrong, even if it meant returning to their old world. He thought back to Hashimoto nearly dying at the hands of the armored bear. Narumi resolves to cooperate with Arasi, and the next day the students continue their training. Kai approached Midu, asking why he was training so hard, to which Midu replied that he was still too weak and needed to push himself to become stronger. Kai believed Midu could defeat half the knights in the country, but Midu felt it wasn't enough. He still couldn't beat Gus, still wasn't strong enough to protect everyone, no matter what. Kai asks Midu what he thinks of Leonora and Gus, and Midu replies that he knows they want to use the students as pawns in their war. Furthermore, he didn't think they were lying about not doing anything if the students obeyed. Kai asked Midu if he would really bet his life and fight until the Demon Lord was defeated. Midu decides he will fight alone, becoming the hero who defeats the Demon Lord. That's why he tried to compromise and ensure everyone's safety. Kai thinks Midu's scenario is beautiful, but he's not sure Leonora will agree. Midu is confident he can wield his sword and make her agree, as Leonora and Gus arrive after the students finish training. Statty eagerly ran over, wagging his tail like a dog, as Nagas wondered where Leonora and Gus had gone. Leonora casually replies, "They'll be gone for a few days. That's why she asks Steady to watch over the students in the meantime." Leonora and Gus leave after making their announcement, and Steady smirks cunningly. The two head to the carriage, and Gus asks Leonora if this decision was the right one. Leonora feigns ignorance, but Gus cuts right to the chase. He knows Arasi is plotting something, but Leonora calmly drinks her tea. She knows a rebellion is brewing against them, and she's curious what the students are planning. She didn't even consider them a threat, but Gus remained concerned. He knows the students are playing to their strengths, but they're still just hero candidates. It's a long shot, but if they try to revolt, things could get messy. Leonora isn't worried in the slightest. She's supremely confident that the students stand no chance against her. She intends to use this opportunity to establish a hierarchy, crush the rebellion, and break the students' fangs once and for all. Despite a few suspicious things, he leaves them be for now. That night, Kai sneaks out again. He hunted monster after monster, taking about 13 seconds to kill a lizard beast. Activating his appraisal ability, Kai examines his own stats, thinking he should have leveled up after killing the demon assassin, Delfish. But he still didn't know how to effectively use this appraisal skill. Kai turned to dodge the ogre's incoming fist. He jumped to the side, throwing 3 knives at the monster, but none of them pierced its skin. He jumps back to dodge another blow, thinking it's the perfect time to test his new skill. He activates his divine sense to identify the weakness, locating it at the back of the ogre's neck. Without hesitation, Kai leaps and throws a knife, piercing the weak spot. Blood splatters as the ogre falls, defeated. Now Kai's divine guard has leveled up, allowing him to see the weakest point on a giant monster's body. Or in other words, weakness identification. It's not a bad skill, but it's not enough for him. He needs more to survive in this world. He needs to become stronger. Kai continued to practice his weakness detection skill, throwing knives to take down a group of goblins. Their weak points are the brain and heart, so this skill isn't really effective against normal monsters. He needs a bigger test subject. Perhaps he should find a different monster. Suddenly he hears footsteps approaching. Someone's coming. Turning around, he saw Kanzaki and asked her what she was doing here so late. Kaki told her he wasn't in the dorms, so she figured he might be here and came looking for him. Kai sighed, reminding Kanzaki, "This forest is dangerous at night. You should go home." He's used to the darkness, but Kanzaki isn't. Fighting monsters in the dark is nothing like daytime. Kazaki told Kai to be quiet, asking what he was doing there. Kai replied, "I'm testing out the new guardians." Steady said they might have new abilities if their guardians level up. Kazaki wondered aloud what Kai's new ability was, but he turned away, refusing to answer. Kazaki is furious, saying she came because she was worried about him. What's with that attitude? Kai suddenly questioned Kanzaki. Was she really worried about him? Kaki, flustered and embarrassed, stammered a reply. Ignoring her, Kai told Kanzaki to go back, saying he'd try the new tunnel. As Kanzaki offered to go with him, a cloud of smoke suddenly billowed up from the other side. Kai and Kanzaki raced back to find their dorm in flames. He asked a student what happened, but they didn't know either. Kai and Kanzaki raced back to find their dormitories ablaze. Kai asked a student what had happened, but they didn't know either. He woke up to a fire and monsters everywhere, and Kai quickly deduced that someone was responsible. The mastermind is somewhere around here. They have to find and catch him. Suddenly a voice echoes, praising Kai's deduction. It's Statity, perched casually on the wall. Kai wondered how the monsters got in, but it's all starting to make sense now. These are all monsters from Statity's lab, and she doesn't deny they're her cute little lab rats. Furthermore, she gave them some drugs to make them stronger because they were too weak before. What was Statity's purpose? What benefit could there be in killing hero candidates? Sty calmly replies. This is an order from above. She's been commanded to eliminate the hero candidates. Even if it means losing her current position, even though she doesn't hate the students, she will kill them all. Kazaki breaks out in a cold sweat. Could her orders have come from Leonora? Sty stands up, denying any involvement with the fake fox. These are the Demon Lord's orders. She's a spy for the Demon Lord, and if she does well, she'll get a research position in his domain. Has she fallen so far into darkness that all she cares about is researching monsters? Sty adjusts her glasses. She's insane. Humanity can't comprehend the true nature of the mysterious beings they call monsters, and the dorm continues to burn. Sty stood tall on the city walls, ordering all the monsters to attack. Kazaki uses his magic to freeze the monsters, leaving Kai to face AD, but his magic has no effect on her. To Kanzaki's shock, the monsters immediately break free, and Sty laughs, revealing herself as a scientist who knows how to deal with rogue monsters. Then, the smaller monsters charged forward as one. Kai told Kanzaki to fall back, grabbed a knife, and cut through them one by one. Everywhere he goes, monsters fall, but these are just a few. There are many more. Anyone who jumps out gets a punch. Even the Big O takes a kick and falls to the ground. The remaining monsters began to fear Kai's power, prompting Sty to speak up. What are you doing? He doesn't even have a strong guardian. Kai activates his appraisal, revealing Steady A, age 28. Everyone thought Steady was a woman, but he's actually a pretty boy with attack, defense, agility, and endurance. His mana is at the level of a demigod, with level 1 domination magic. Now Kai knows why Kanzaki's domination spell didn't work. The monsters were taking orders from someone with stronger magic. Powerful demons can use domination magic to control monsters. Statty Hoy is giving someone orders, saying he'll end things before that happens. Suddenly, a massive fireball hurtled down from above, a dragon spewing flames from its throat. This is the Fire Dragon, Statty's trump card. One he didn't want to play, but the situation demands it. The Fire Dragon whips its tail against a chimney, sending debris raining down on the group, leaving Kazaki frozen in fear. Luckily, Kai saved her just in time, but the dragon is already preparing to attack again. Kai asks Narumi to take Kanjaki and flee, as the Fire Dragon beats its wings and lunges toward him. Thanks to his skills, he spotted its weakness, a reverse scale on its neck. He immediately slashed at it with his knife, but its hide was too tough. Kai couldn't pierce it with his current attack power. The situation was becoming dire when Arashi suddenly appeared on the rooftop, declaring, "Look, the perfect size for my prey." Arashi said this as he jumped down and kicked the monster in the knee, but it did absolutely nothing. The Fire Dragon only grew angrier and blasted an enormous flame. Arashi rolls around on the ground, trying to put out the flames. Kai sighs, realizing he's been careless. Even so, it's undeniably strong. Kai stepped forward. Now, they had to work together to defeat it. Arashi haughtily refuses, but Kai insists he sees its weakness, though he lacks the power to strike. Arashi retorts, "So you want my help?" "I don't team up with weaklings." With no time to argue, the Fire Dragon attacks with its tail. They both leap to avoid the dragon's massive tail, followed by a torrent of flames. The flames are aimed directly at Arashi, who is becoming helpless, unable to defeat the dragon alone with his current abilities. He finally accepts Kai's offer to cooperate, who reveals the dragon's weak point, an inverted scale on its neck. He'll distract it while Arashi targets that inverted scale, a simple task for him. Statty stood above, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Kill them!" The Fire Dragon, obeying its master's command, unleashed even greater power. Its roar alone could blow everything away. Kai began to draw its attention, luring it away. He dodged and weaved, keeping it off balance while trying to stay alive. At this moment, Arashi rushes toward the inverted scale, striking it with all his might, fueled by resentment. The Fire Dragon, struck at its weak point, is defenseless. It roared in agony, and the Fire Dragon was completely destroyed before a shocked Steady. Arashi gloats, having defeated such a powerful monster. Kei quietly looks up at Steady and asks, "You've lost your trump card, so will you continue?" Though panicked, Steady boasts that he has many more monsters, but his monsters are all defeated on the ground. The other students have sent these monsters to their eternal rest. Statty, terrified, tries to escape, but Narumi stops him, and he slips and falls. Of course, they wouldn't let him die, pressing the knife to his face. "It's midnight, and we've wasted too much time fighting, but there are a few things I want to ask you." Steady, scared out of his mind, begged for his life, promising to reveal everything he knew. But some force wouldn't allow him to survive, immediately and brutally taking Steady's life. That must have been some kind of curse. Kai recalls reading about such things in the library archives. It seems they cursed him, and the curse would take his life if he tried to reveal information. Kai remained silent. Leonora was saddened to learn that the Demon Lord's army would continue to threaten everyone, a day after the Steady incident. Narumi speaks up. "You assigned Steady to that task, aren't you going to apologize?" It's unexpected that something like this happened in her absence. Slowly, a smile creeps across her face. "Indeed, I apologize for the misunderstanding. Allow me to rephrase. I didn't think such a weak, corrupted monster could cause so much damage." That's what I mean. Everyone is shocked by these words. She implies that they both knew Steady was a demon spy but let him run rampant, and Leonora laughs it off like it's nothing. "I told you your training would only get more intense from here on out. What happened was just a taste." One student is furious that everyone almost died, and that he set fire to everything while they were sleeping. However, Guyus immediately cut him off. "Don't be childish. It's your fault for being careless at night." No one could say anything else. Only Kai felt he was right. They didn't realize the monsters until it was too late, but it's unreasonable to expect more from average high schoolers. Now, on to the main topic. Next, the students here will visit the royal capital, with the focus on revealing the hero candidates. A public parade will be held in the royal capital, with the students taking center stage. As night fell, Guyus ordered the soldiers to rest until sunrise. As they sat around the fire talking, Arashi figured there were about 30 soldiers accompanying them, and according to the interface, they were nothing special. His underling thinks their boss could take them down with one punch, but he has another idea. Their chance has come. There are usually many soldiers around, but now there are only 30. Their numbers outweigh the soldiers present, and those soldiers seem to underestimate Arashi's group. They would never suspect these students could rebel. Arashi declares today is the perfect opportunity to strike, then calls for Narumi's group. Kai, who was eavesdropping, had to agree. There were very few soldiers around and they weren't professionals. But that's because Leonora and Gus are confident they can control all the students here. He needs more time to figure out why they're so confident. Kai sought out Midu and Ngo, wanting to talk, and after confirming the guards had returned to camp, Arasi and Narumi's group moved out, only to be stopped by Midu's people. "I heard you're trying to kill Leonora and Gus." When asked who told him this, Midu claimed he overheard it in passing. Nagas thinks this is insane. No matter how much they dislike those two, they shouldn't take their lives. Our counters, "You're the crazy ones. How long do we have to let her treat us like dogs?" Arasi thinks these are just empty words. Midu's plan is to become Leonora's pawn and defeat the Demon Lord. In return, he'll make her guarantee everyone's safety. Arasi doubts. "You really think she'll listen to you?" Midu firmly declares, "I believe that when I'm stronger, I'll have the power to negotiate." However, the gruff youth still thought it was impossible, and he didn't need a weakling like that to protect him. Negotiations failed. Arasi refuses to listen to the weak and only wants to return to his world. But Midu declares that they will stop him if he tries. And so the two clashed. Arasi's speed was simply too great. Midu is pushed back, and Arasi, confident in his strength, can't believe his attack was blocked. Just then, two passing soldiers appear, and Midu quickly explains that they were just having a discussion. The guards, suspecting nothing, simply told them to get to bed early. And Arasi's plan was ruined. He gritted his teeth in frustration. "How annoying. I'm done with these weaklings. It's useless to talk to them." The next day, at the Eris Temple in the royal capital, the students have gathered. The atmosphere is bustling and lively. Though crowded, it's nothing like Tokyo. The people are curious about the large carriage and the group of young escorts behind it. Gus shouts, "Make way! Make way for Archbishop Leonora and the hero candidates." The curious onlookers parted to the sides, believing the hero candidates were chosen by God. The people welcomed the heroes with open arms, cheering as if they were celebrities. Midu waved back while Arashi's group looked constipated and annoyed. They were clearly pinning their hopes on these heroes, even expecting them to save them. This gave Kanzuki an uneasy feeling. The curly-haired blonde man was a holy knight. He's the representative giving the speech, "Welcome hero candidates to the royal capital. Take a rest and recover your strength after the long journey." Everyone gets to lie on a soft bed after so long on the ground. The girls enjoy a refreshing hot spring bath, feeling reborn, while the other students eat like they've been starved. The maids were struggling to keep up with the food orders, while Midu was training hard, and Kai was observing his surroundings, trying to gather information about this place. However, there are too many guards here. Moving around the castle freely would be dangerous. Suddenly, he sees the knight who gave them the tour talking to two soldiers. One soldier asks, "Where are the hero candidates?" Janice replies that they must be resting in their rooms. He wondered if those kids were really chosen by the Creator God. Well, it's true that these students are much stronger than ordinary teenagers. The soldier expressed concern about the Demon Lord's followers, believing the hero candidates in the royal capital would provoke them to action, a sentiment echoed by his comrade. "There's been a lot of unrest lately. I think we should be more careful." Rennis cheerfully replies, "No need to worry. The hero candidates will protect the royal capital, right? It's time for training. Let's go." Now Kai has even more questions swirling in his head. He thought he should head into town. That evening, at a tavern, the hooded Kai arrived and ordered the bartender's best beer and snacks. Nearby, a red-haired fatty and a blonde were discussing the hero candidates, the redhead dismissing them as nobodies, while the blonde placed his faith in the Lord's choice. Kai realizes the church holds great power in this country, more so than the king or nobles. As his beer arrives, he decides to ask the bartender a few questions. He agreed, explaining that he was new to the country and didn't know much. "I've heard a lot about the Demon King's followers. Who are they?" The old potion maker scratched his head and replied, "You know this country is at war with the Demon Legion, right? And the Demon Lord leading them is the most terrifying monster of all. It's said that even humans can be seduced by the Demon Lord's overwhelming power, and those are his followers. They're rampaging across the country, and just days ago they blew up a noble's mansion, what Kai understands to be a terrorist organization." As he strolled through town, C realized that the hero candidate's mission to defeat the Demon Lord would surely provoke the Demon Lord's followers, hence everyone's anxiety. Suddenly, Kanjaki rushed over, relieved to have finally found him. Where had he been? C says he's gathering information since they're in an unfamiliar place, but Kaki worries it's too dangerous to go alone. Kanjaki even eagerly offered his help, but he flatly refused. "I can handle things myself. Just stay quiet and stick with the others." Kaki was heartbroken by his blunt rejection. "You should be grateful I'm willing to help you," Kai sighed. "Well, I guess I could use her help. I need information about the royal capital. Could you talk to people around town? Kazaki, beaming with joy, immediately agreed without hesitation, and then happily skipped off to complete her mission, unaware of the mysterious figure watching their every move nearby. He smirks sinisterly. After searching the town, Kai finds no useful information, but at least he knows a new enemy exists. Suddenly, he heard a loud noise nearby, a commotion coming from inside the room so late at night. Kai walked in to find a large group of his friends gathered there. He went to ask what was happening, and a girl said that Kanzaki had disappeared. Onia was the first to notice because they shared a room and everyone is searching, but no one knows where she went. Kai sighed, realizing that no one knew he had also disappeared, which made sense since he didn't share a room with anyone. Kai concealed Kanzuki's presence in town, feigning ignorance and claiming to have been asleep in his room. Midu then addressed everyone. Listen up, he's most likely not in the castle. The sun will rise soon, let's go out and find him. Nagas had thought they should leave Kanjaki alone, but now they had to listen to Midu. It was still dark, and the town was fast asleep. Kai began searching for Kanjaki, figuring she couldn't be far. Suddenly, he spotted something glinting on the ground, Kanjaki's student ID. As he investigates, cloaked figures wielding swords suddenly ambush him from all sides. Kai dodges with ease, then grabs one's wrist, forcing them to stab each other. He furiously took them down one by one, leaving the last man trembling in terror at the sight of his comrades' gruesome deaths. Kai stares at him with murderous intent. Your skills are terrible, whether you're a spy or a warrior. Besides, you look like an ordinary person, so what's your purpose here? Though terrified, the spy refused to speak, further infuriating Kai. He vows to make him reveal everything he knows, while Kanjaki is held captive in a mysterious location. Her hands were bound on either side as the soldiers mocked her relentlessly. She firmly states that even if they ask 100,000 times, her answer will remain the same. She has nothing to say to this trash. They're just trying to get information about the hero candidates, and because of her defiance, they tore off her outer garment. Kaki's face turned red with anger, but she was powerless to act. Despite the humiliation, Kanjaki refused to reveal any information about her comrades. Kai was already here, observing from the shadows, using his skills to trigger an evaluation. They were just ordinary people, yet Kanzaki was captured by them. Unbelievable. With that, he threw 2 knives, striking them both in the temple. He then reveals himself to unlock Kanzuki, who seems embarrassed for being a burden. Kai, unconcerned, simply tells her to keep quiet, wondering when they'll have time to talk about everything else. They need to escape, but before they can, someone emerges from the shadows, launching a powerful strike. Fortunately, Kai's reflexes were sharp, and he quickly retreated from the attacker. None other than Genis, the Holy Knight, who seeks to eliminate all hero candidates under the Knight's orders. His true identity is that of a general in the Demon Lord's army, and Kai now knows the capital is surrounded by demons. Genis declares he will hasten the kingdom's demise by eliminating all hero candidates, and so they both took their battle stances, one with a knife, the other with a sword. Kai begins to assess his opponent, Rennis Wachter. Age 28, male, attack, defense, agility, stamina, and energy. All rank B, condition. Normal. Swordsmanship level 3, fire magic level 3. His skills are all at a B level, proving he's well-rounded. He shouldn't be underestimated. Venice charges forward, but Kai dodges the blow. A red magic circle appears in Venice's hand as he commands fireballs to incinerate his target. From that magic circle, numerous fireballs erupt. This is fire magic. With no other choice, he takes to the air to avoid it, and Genis seizes the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow while he's suspended and unable to dodge. Kai throws his knife, but it's useless. His opponent's sword bursts into flames, becoming a blade of fire. Just when it seemed Kai was defeated, his opponent was shot between the eyes. Kai looks at his gun. He didn't want to use it because of the limited ammo, but the guy was right. He shouldn't have jumped in. Kai needs to learn to fight head-on if he wants to survive in this world. Meanwhile, Kazuki peeked out from behind the wall, wondering if that was a gun, standard equipment for an assassin. Kazuki is terrified that someone in her class has been carrying a gun all this time, but she's grateful he came to save her. Kai awkwardly denies it, saying it was just a coincidence. Kazuki couldn't use her dominion power. She didn't know why, but she couldn't use magic while chained to those handcuffs. Once freed, everything returned to normal. Those handcuffs were truly special. Kei drapes an enemy cloak over Kazuki to ease her embarrassment, and together they prepare to leave. Kaki rushes back to warn them that the others were planning to attack the entire class, something he already knew. One of the men captured on arrival revealed everything. The only coward who survived the failed ambush. Terrified, he begged for his life, his fate hanging on his words, and hastily knelt. claiming he was only following orders. The robber revealed that the hero candidates are the Demon Lord's enemies and must be eliminated as soon as possible. Kai questioned him about Kanzuki, but he insisted that she was still alive. They decided to hold her hostage to attack the other hero candidates. That's why he knew where Kanzuki was being held. Surprisingly, the man wasn't killed by the death curse like Steady, leading Kai to believe this wasn't the work of a demon. Kaki is saddened that there are still fanatics like that, even now. She thought the people of this world were her allies. Kai sighs, reminding the naive girl not to be fooled by such people. It's her lack of caution that led to her being chained up like this. Kazuki insists anyone would have believed them, as they answered all her questions when she tried to learn more. But Kai thinks there's another reason. Their enemies aren't just demons, but humans as well. Kazaki turns away in frustration. I regret it so much, okay? It's all because of my recklessness. Just then, Midu rushed over, flustered. Thank God you're okay. I'm so glad you're safe. Kai found you, he didn't mention anything about that. He just wants the two of you to talk right now. Seeing Kai's serious demeanor, Midu realizes something has happened. Kai began to recount everything about the demon cult, a group of fanatics who worship the demon lord and seek to oppose humanity. And the hero candidates are their targets, Midu muses. What's wrong with people? The problem is we can't tell who our enemies are, unlike with monsters. Therefore, everyone needs to be on high alert. Midu suggests reporting this to Leonora, hoping she'll increase security. Kazuki doesn't think it's feasible. If they told her to do that, she'd definitely tell everyone to handle it themselves. First, they need to gather everyone and decide on their next course of action. Everyone is currently scattered, searching for Kanaki, when suddenly an explosion erupts from behind the building. Many cult members surrounded them from behind, weapons in hand, hungry for blood. There was no doubt now. Their exact intention is to take the lives of the hero candidates, and the three are ready to fight. Other student groups are also being surrounded, and it seems they're all human. There are 6 of them, and though their stats are lower than Zenith's, they're still warriors, making them a problem. After their leader shouts the attack, they all charge in unison. Kaki uses his domination magic to freeze them in place. Then, Kai throws knives, lodging them in the center of their foreheads, while Midu worries because they're human, not demons. She doesn't want to take their lives, but Kai makes no distinction between demons and humans. They're all enemies, even if they're human. While they argued, one of them attacked from behind. Midu immediately turned and blocked the attack with his sword, still hesitant to kill, even trying to reason with them. But the man didn't care about his fellow humans, saying they did it all for their master. Kazaki was about to intervene, but Kai stopped him, wanting Midu to save himself. Midu immediately sliced his sword in 2, perhaps his last act of leniency. If you surrender, I'll spare your life. Drop your sword. But the man roared madly. You dare mock me? The damned hero candidate then charged, slicing Midu's arm and laughed triumphantly as if he'd accomplished something great. At this point, he could no longer show mercy, and with one strike, he cleaved the man in 2. The man trembled on the ground in a pool of blood, still refusing to yield. Kai urged him to finish him off, but Midu wanted to leave him there to fend for himself. But Kai knows the danger must be eliminated for sure. Midu can't understand how his friend can say such things so calmly. Because the one before us is also human. Midu, it's your choice. While we stand here arguing, the whole class is under attack. Aren't you going to help them? You're the strongest in our class. Midu remained silent, and Kai continued. What's more important, the lives of your enemies or the lives of your classmates? And with that, Midu chooses what matters most to him. He finishes him off and says he's going to save everyone, while Arashi's group deals with the ambush. Arashi grabs the last one by the neck and hoists him into the air, before sending him flying with a single punch. He's as ruthless as ever, while the other students struggle to fight back against the overwhelming numbers, even as fireballs scorch the earth. Nagas wants them to strike down each enemy with force, but the other students hesitate, seeing them as people too. Taking advantage, the cultists relentlessly attack the girls as Nagas watches helplessly. Just then, Leonora appears, saying, "Should I even let you pass this course?" Leonora's appearance sends the others into a panic. "You bitch, you're a saintess, right? And you know the hero candidates are my subordinates, so of course I'd come to help when they're in danger, right?" The man retorted. "You don't even have a guard knight with you and you're going to save them? Do you think we're a joke?" So to Leonora, these men are nothing more than pawns, seduced by the demon lord's power. She didn't even consider them enemies to begin with. This insult enraged them, and they all charged, only to be paralyzed by a golden light. This magic is similar to Kanaki's. Leonora retorts, "Don't compare my power to that." Her power, range, and dominion were absolute. The Nagas wanted to know why she saved them. "Didn't I say you'd all pass? Though I'd be happier if you handled this yourselves. Consider protecting your subordinates, the duty of a superior." One of them, still dying, trembled as he crawled to clutch at Leonora's dress. "Don't abandon us. What are you going to do to us?" "Oh, I'm sorry. You're still alive? So, kill them all." This command froze everyone in place, then the students' bodies moved on their own. Each student held a sword, which then plunged into the dying figures on the floor. And despite the girls' fear, the swords did not stop. Kai and Kanzaki watch from the rooftop, realizing this is a third-level domination spell. It's far stronger than Kanzaki's dominion, with Leonora able to control multiple people at once. Its power and range are on a completely different level, and they need a way to counter it. That night, 12 hours after the demon worshippers' attack, the students gathered. The girls were in terrible shape, truly traumatized. Narumi bitterly vows that she won't forgive her, saying that controlling people and forcing them to kill is too cruel. Naga's was also controlled, but she's mostly just annoyed, knowing this will be difficult for the others. She took all the blame upon herself, and Midu also blamed himself for not being able to stop it. Everyone encourages Midu as he saved many people, while Kazaki blames himself, wondering if things would have been different had he arrived sooner. Kai coldly stated that even arriving sooner wouldn't have changed anything, as none of them were strong enough to stand against Leonora. Earlier, the three split into two groups after defeating the attackers alongside Midu, hoping to save as many classmates as possible. As a result, the three managed to save some students, but were too late for Nagas and the others. The demon god cult. This might not be the last time Kai encounters them, but seeing their general Genis defeated, they likely won't act for a while. Besides, there's something more important to focus on now. Kai turned to Kanjaki and asked, "Can you come with me for a moment?" He led her into a room and closed the door. This caused Kanjaki to blush with embarrassment, but Kai coldly stated, "To figure out how to deal with Leonora's domination magic, I need help from someone with similar power to her, like you." Brushing aside her bashful thoughts, Kazaki asks what his plan is. Kanjaki, "First, dominate me." One day after the hero candidates defeated the Demon Lord's cult, the kingdom held a grand parade to celebrate their summoning. This shows that after the hero candidates displayed their power in the fight against the Demon Lord's cult, they were welcomed with open arms by the citizens of the royal capital. Standing before such a joyful atmosphere, Kai was a little suspicious. Is this the future Leonora envisioned for everyone? If so, she's more dangerous than he thought. Everyone gathers outside the city gates as Leonora announces, "It seems everyone is here." "Good. I want all of you to return to the Alpha Temple." That Alpha Temple is where the summoned students first arrived. That may be territory under Leonora's control, and she won't be accompanying them. She has some issues to resolve regarding yesterday's events, and Gaius will be in charge of caring for the hero candidates. Nagas said, "I guess we can go back, but our old dorm was burned down." She knew it. Suddenly, Nagas noticed the fearful look on Naomi's face. She approached to ask if Naomi was all right, but Naomi insisted she was fine, though her expression said otherwise. Suddenly, Leonora spoke up, asking what was wrong. Her voice frightened Naomi so much that she slipped and fell, but luckily Nagas rushed to catch her. With that, she excused herself and left. In her daze, Nami kept telling her friend to stop, as Leonora departed with a mysterious smile. "Good to hear. I'll see you all next time." The other students seemed displeased with her behavior, but no one could do anything about it for now. Night fell, and everyone gathered around the bonfires. Arasi's group hasn't given up, and they're still trying to carry out their plan, something Kai realizes since Leonora is gone and there are only 30 soldiers. Compared to the hero candidates, they are far weaker, making this the perfect opportunity to kill Gus. In this situation, there's no reason to stop them. For now, we simply sit back and watch the show. Narumi, tasked with leading Gus to a remote location under the guise of a dragon-like monster sighting, now feigns confusion upon arrival. How strange. I was sure I saw it around here somewhere. This area along the road to the royal capital would be dangerous if a real dragon lived here. Gus planned to report this emergency and gather a hunting party, but Narumi suddenly pointed ahead, drawing all his attention. Taking the opportunity, Arazi ambushes him from behind with a devastating blast. It was a close call, but Narumi manages to escape in time. Gus is wounded, blood streaming down his face. Arazi rises, dusting himself off, remarking that even his highest-level firepower wasn't enough to kill him. "You're as tenacious as a leech, but destroying tenacious bastards is my specialty." Arasi confronts the injured old man. "You knew we were the ones who lured you here, didn't you? Then, of course, we've already set a trap for you. You need energy to defend yourself?" But that attack still wounded him severely, didn't it? Gus never expected these brats to use such a divide-and-conquer tactic to ambush him. Regardless of the cost, Arazi's only goal is to kill him. Realizing he's surrounded by other students, Gaius rises, grips his sword, and takes a battle stance as Arazi orders the others to advance. Don't hold back, make sure he dies here. Knowing he couldn't stop the impulsive students, Gaius fired a signal flare into the sky, alerting Kai and the others that things were escalating. Arazi's blunder alerted nearby soldiers who recognized the signal for help. They began to look around, noticing Gaius's absence, and wondered if he was under attack. They quickly went to investigate the light, but Kai appeared and finished the soldier with a single strike. He knew they had no quarrel, and he held no grudge, but such is the fate of a minor character, especially a soldier. The other soldiers charged only to meet a gruesome end. One by one they fell, and those who remained began to pale. Why would a hero candidate do such a thing? Kai closes in, pressing the knife to his neck. You think you have time to ask questions? With that, a blade flashed, and Zero sprayed blood like rain. Meanwhile, Gus is still surrounded by the students, and though two charge at him, he manages to block them. Narumi unleashes a wine spear, and another student immediately empowers his teammate. Gus is caught off guard, but fate is on his side, and he dodges the attack. Another student lunges, but they're too slow for him. Ghost tries to parry with his sword, but it's useless. The Divine Guard's steel body has made him as hard as concrete. These three Divine Guards are cracking his sword. Next, Arashi unleashes a fiery punch, sending Gus flying backward, losing an arm and bleeding profusely. And yet, he's still not dead. That old man is persistent. Narumi realizes that the light was a distress signal. He's stalling for time until his soldiers arrive. But unexpectedly, Gus says it's no longer necessary. Leonora suddenly appears from behind. He's been backed into a corner, it seems. Gus and the others are quite surprised to see Kanzaki using his powers to control the soldiers, making them blind each other. She says she's just following orders, doubling everyone's surprise. She usually ignores what others say, but now she's following someone's orders. Then, Kai appears. Sorry, Midu, he was just following my orders. Kazaki has captured 7 of them. Though some escaped, Kai dealt with them swiftly. Midu realizes her friend has killed again. Kai casually replies, yes, I killed them all. I didn't leave a single soldier alive except for these guys. Midu wants to know why he had to do it. Because I figured Arasi and his group were busy fighting the use, so I thought I'd take care of all these shrimps. This is why Arasi and his group were nowhere to be found. Nagas now realizes this was the rebellion they had discussed before. Midu is shocked to learn that Kai, who he thought was an ally, is working with Arasi. But Kai only does what he wants, and more importantly, they need to find Arasi's group, not argue amongst themselves. Midu immediately orders everyone to stop Arasi and his group from causing further chaos, while Gus admits this is a truly shameful sight. He couldn't fight his age any longer. Leonora has returned. Everyone began to worry about what to do next. For someone like Arasi, there would be no other choice. After all this, he wouldn't just turn tail and run. Everyone realized the woman before them was the one pulling all the strings. Leonora spoke calmly, stating that certain conditions would have to be met. If you hoard energy to fight back, you might be okay. However, you rely on divine protection and aren't used to controlling your own energy, which in a way makes you weak. That's why she can control everyone. Arasi finds this woman despicable. He bet that she couldn't win if everyone fought with all their might. But Leonora just laughed, finding it a cheap provocation. Very well, I'll deal with you myself. I'll break every one of your fangs. Hearing this, Gus began to worry that Leonora would use her powers to enslave them. That was going too far. Leonora didn't care. As a saintess, she believed God loved her more than anyone else. And so, the two began to innova, with Leonora using her heaven wood. Immediately, slabs of earth jutted out, striking Arasi in the stomach, followed by an attack from the sky. Winds as sharp as knives in a tornado blow him away, and Arasi loses consciousness. Heavenly fire incinerates and heavenly water drowns the opponent, leaving them unconscious. Though at a disadvantage, Arasi continues to taunt. You think you've won? You damn woman. Midu's group arrives and stops the fight, but Arasi knows that if this kid wants to stop her, he'll have to use force. Arashi hated Midu's pacifist methods, and he couldn't trust those below, even his own teammates. However, Nagas completely agreed with Narumi, suggesting that working together would be better than acting alone. Despite the objections to violence, they give Midu pause, and Leonora breaks the tension. Are you still arguing in this situation? At this point, everyone must take responsibility for starting the rebellion. Do you think I'll forgive you just because someone takes responsibility for the rebellion now? Leonora will show no mercy. She used her wind magic to blow everyone away. Narumi tried to resist, but Leonora's tornado was far too strong. It began to push Narumi down, then swept everyone away in its wake, leaving them shaken and in pain. Midu watched with worry, but Arasi reassured her that no one would die, telling her to stay calm and shouting that if he wanted to protect everyone, he had to change himself first. Everyone will die if you continue like this, leaving them with no other choice. Midu is forced to take up her sword and fight, and Nagas and her flames agree. Even she can't stay calm any longer. One by one, the other students reluctantly agreed with this only option, meaning Leonora would have to fight the hero candidates. She's confident she'll show these kids the difference between them and Kai's group with Kazuki. Kanjaki wondered what the two of them would do next, but Kai remained eerily calm. He'll make his move once Leonora uses her magic to enslave them, so until then, all we can do is trust them. Meanwhile, Midu and the others face an all-out assault from the hero candidates, and despite his grievous wounds, Guyu stands to protect the Saintess. Though he knows he's outmatched, he is still Leonora's knight. Seeing this, Leonora healed his wounds, instantly regrowing his arm and mending the rest. Gus is back to full strength, even stronger than before, forcing Narumi's group into a difficult battle after all they've been through. It's as if all our efforts were for nothing. Nasa encourages everyone, saying that with their current strength, they can defeat them. Leonora remains calm, even eager for the battle to begin. You are free to do as you please, whenever you please. But for me, this battle is also a test for you all. But of course, if you can't defeat me, you can't become heroes. With that, Midu charges forward, his classmates ready to back him up. Midu's sword surprises the old man, easily piercing through his own. Leonora changes the shape of the stone, making it as sharp as a knife, and pierces its target. The sharp stones hurtled toward Midu, but Nagas incinerated them with his flames. Leonora scoffs, asking if that's all they've got, as Midu barely dodges her attacks, still suffering minor cuts from the sharp stones. Enraged by the sight of their leader being harmed, Mireille activates her teleportation ability. Narumi also activated her wind control, combining it with Wind Slash, but before it could even touch Leonora, it was completely dispelled. She claims to be protected and loved by God, so divine skills have no effect on her. Kupov, hiding behind a rock and watching him, begins to activate his appraisal skill. Leonora Degaris, female, Attack A, Defense D, Agility D, Endurance E, Energy S, Level 5 Summoning, all Level 4. Attribute skills, Level 3 Auxiliary skills. Though her defense is relatively low, she hasn't needed it thus far. A physical attack could pierce Leonora's defenses, but Gaius will stand in the way. Arasi is fighting Gus. He seems tired, choosing kicks over his destructive blast, but Arasi doesn't think he needs it against a useless old man. He declares he'll send Gus to his grave, while Midu will take care of that woman. Midu agrees, but without divine power, this sword won't pierce her. A friend tosses him another sword, which Midu catches, readying himself for battle, finally prepared for a true showdown. Midu knows people are counting on him, so he must defeat Leonora at all costs, but she simply stands there, emanating a powerful aura. Midu attacks relentlessly, but if his divine protection fails, his friends can't help him in this battle. Because they're too close, they can't help Era, and despite their frustration, the other students have no choice but to stand by and watch. They'd only be a hindrance if they joined the fight now. Gius lands a sword strike. Arasi returns a punch. His attack speed is so great that Gius is shocked and forced to back off. Arasi starts to show off. Hey, what's wrong? Why are you so slow all of a sudden? The wound may have healed, but it seems his strength hasn't recovered. Gus is no pushover either. The old man is starting to struggle, and as for Midu, he's reached a point where he can no longer use his divine protection. Leonora unleashes massive fireballs, one after another, as Midu dodges, but the situation looks grim. At this rate, she'll crush him from that distance. There has to be a way for Midu to defeat Leonora. Leonora praises Midu's ability, saying few in this country could evade her attacks like that. But Midu admits that no matter how hard he tries to dodge, at this distance, it's a one-sided battle. He must find a way to attack Leonora from that distance, or close the gap, because their guardians are useless and they can't help. Moreover, long-range attacks are Leonora's specialty, leaving Midu no choice but to close the distance with force, and even faster than before. Even Leonora is surprised by Midu's speed as he tries to close the distance, causing the ground to sink, followed by flames engulfing Midu as he loses focus. Even now, the boy is trying to concentrate all the power in his body, and now he wants to use it to attack all at once. Leonora has to admit this is a terrifying talent. However, for now, a Saintess is still superior to a hero candidate. Midu is knocked unconscious, while Arasi continues to face the old man, Gayu. With his power depleted, he can no longer use the explosion. Defeating Gius will be even more difficult, perhaps impossible. Seizing the moment of hesitation, Gaius lunges, his blade finding its mark in Arasi's abdomen, a bitter end for a stubborn youth. Gus rests his sword on Arasi's shoulder, telling him he's still just an amateur. This is what happens when you can't use your guardian. Arasi seems to be awakening. He doesn't need the power of the blast to show him how strong he is. Arasi, fueled by his resolve, rises to his feet, shocking Gus, and retaliates with a devastating blow. Gus is sent flying backward, defeated and motionless. Arasi has won, and on the other side, Midu has awakened as well. Images of his friends flash in his mind, reminding him that he must protect them all. They're hurting, and he can't bear to see them like this. Midu's revival causes Leonora to frown, surprised the boy can still endure. Still, she's confident, believing he can't get close, no matter how hard he tries. But no, Midu has truly closed in on Leonora, then slashes her arm. Blood drips. Leonora had forgotten to be wary. In her confusion, Midu reappears behind her. Leonora frantically turns and summons stones. Midu landed another blow, and Leonora sensed something was very different. It wasn't that she wasn't on guard, but Midu had closed the distance almost instantly. The earth-shrinking technique. When you receive the power you desire, it means God loves you. But for Midu, he only wished for the strength to protect everyone. But no matter how strong he is, he can't touch Leonora. The blade stops just before her neck. Leonora's subjugation spell immobilizes Midu, a spell she never intended to use, but Midu left her with no choice. Kai watches from afar. With the trump card revealed, the crucial moment has arrived. He turns to Kanjaki. Let's begin. Leonora never thought she'd resort to enslavement magic, but Midu forced her hand, leaving her paralyzed and unable to move. Soon after, the other friends were also subdued. Leonora was pleased with how well everyone was doing. She says she'll pass them all. Leonora never considered losing. Even if he's a knight, he can be replaced. As long as she controls the hero candidates, there won't be a problem. Narumi knew from the start it was a losing battle, but without countermeasures, they can't do anything. Leonora reveals that she's allowed to summon hero candidates so she can easily control everyone. Otherwise, they'd become a threat to the Empire. Suddenly, 3 knives came flying, but Leonora quickly used her heavenly wood to shield herself. She knew Kai had been hiding his true power all along, and that he was the one who killed her precious slaves. Kai emerges saying, "I'm surprised. I didn't think you'd notice someone as insignificant as me." From the start, Leonora found Kai strange. Even with useless guardian energy, he remained calm. That's not the mark of an amateur, and Leonora admits she's a little disappointed in Kai. She couldn't believe he'd show up for a battle he couldn't win. But Kai's eyes were sharp as knives. Whether they win or lose this battle depends on him. Leonora finds his confidence intriguing. Then show me what you've got. Immediately, Kai is suppressed by the enslaved divine guards. Leonora is confident in her magic, believing it guarantees victory in any battle. But before she could finish her sentence, a bullet pierced Leonora's shoulder, fired by Kai. But how did he break free from the suppression when she clearly used enslavement magic? Kai fires another shot, and Leonora is terrified, unable to comprehend the weapon's power. Kai says this is the tool that's taken the most lives in his world. He only has a few bullets left, so he really doesn't want to use them all. Leonora composes herself, resolving to use heavenly fire to incinerate her foe, since her magic is ineffective. She planned to burn him while he was distracted, but only managed to set his cloak on fire. Kai appears behind her, gun aimed at Leonora's head. Just by watching Midu's battle, he knew she wasn't suited for close combat, and her trump card, enslavement magic, didn't work on Kai. Leonora is flooded with questions. How could this be? Clearly, this magic couldn't stop him. It was a risky move for Kai to bet on it working. But in the end, Kai won this gamble. Back to that night, Kai mentioned he'd been spending his time researching magic lately. He hadn't found any information on enslavement magic, but Kai had discovered something important in its place. The first skill used takes precedence over any skill used after, meaning if Kanjaki uses her domination spell on Kai, it will negate the enslavement spell. That possibility exists, and divine power is far stronger than magic. Kazaki worries because her technique is much weaker than Leonora's enslavement magic, but technically, it all comes down to skill level. Kazaki uses her level 1 domination magic against Leonora's level 3 enslavement magic, and her worries continue. Even so, if she used her skill first, she could still lose control of her own host, though that possibility is very low. Steady's domination magic outstripped Kanzaki's, and Kai thought the demons would obey Kazaki's commands. But he was wrong. Steady's magic was used before she even used her skill. To counter Leonora's enslavement magic, the same principle might work. A gamble, since Kai doesn't know how far he can move while dominated. Leonora realized Kanzaki's help and that Kai was under her control. She gritted her teeth, partly from pain, partly from the underhanded tactics of these kids. It seems it's over. The Saintess Leonora can't use her powers, blocked by these cuffs. Kai borrowed them from the demon worshippers. It seems they can block the Saintess's powers as well. Leonora asks what Kai intends to do with her, and he replies that he'll release her if she returns everyone to their own world. However, that's impossible. Leonora can only summon people here. Returning to their old world requires a different skill. Kai knew the woman wasn't lying, and her records didn't mention this skill. He continued, "Then why did you say we could return after defeating the demon lord? Summoning people from another world requires a vast amount of energy, and Leonora had to beg God for help to successfully summon everyone. In other words, they were all summoned here by the will of God, and upon completing their mission, they will likely return to where they belong." Kai confirms once more, "We can return? Are you sure that's possible?" Leonora confidently replies, "Yes. I've summoned many hero candidates before you, but none could even approach the demon lord." Kai had never heard her mention them, or what happened to those previous heroes. Most of them were killed by the demon lord's army. A few survived and went somewhere, but no one knows where they're hiding. Hearing that, who wouldn't lose motivation? That's why Leonora hadn't said anything until now. "So, you intend to stay here forever? Sooner or later the Demon King's army will attack and you'll have to fight them, meaning they'll have no other choice. If they want to win this battle, they'll need the kingdom's support." Leonora offered to let it go if they let her leave, but Kai refused, ready to send her to the afterlife. Midu quickly intervened. Kai doesn't understand why his friend is stopping him. He thought he'd thought it through, but it seems he's still clinging to his naive ideals. Midu agreed, believing she knew how to get everyone home, but now that's impossible. But he still wants to hold on to his hero candidate title, even though they're the ones who started a rebellion. There's no denying that. Leonora spoke up quickly. "Midu is right. I admit I was a bit excessive. Let's just pretend this never happened." "That sounds reasonable, but this woman is dangerous, and it won't be easy to catch her a second time. Leonora only needs to deal with Kanjaki to become invincible. So it's likely she'll do just that after being released." Midu still fears that killing this woman will lead to accusations of murdering a saint. Just make her promise to treat everyone well and then release her. Meyer agreed with Midu, not everyone is a warrior. Furthermore, becoming criminals would make defeating the demon lord impossible. However, Narumi agreed with Kai that they couldn't trust this woman. They'd come too far, and it was best to eliminate her as soon as possible. Midu had the same thought, but killing her here would leave them with no escape. Kai knew Midu's concern was understandable. The safety of the class was important to him. Kai was confident in his survival, but couldn't make a reckless decision. And opinions were divided. Despite the uproar, Kai delivers a fatal blow to Leonora, then uses a smoke bomb to escape. The others are furious that Kai dealt with Leonora before they could decide what to do. An unforgivable act. They believed Kai was only ever thinking of himself, but Narumi and Kanjaki stood firm. She couldn't believe he'd taken the woman's life. Everything unfolded exactly as he predicted. Kai had stated that their primary goal was to kidnap Leonora and learn from her how to return to their own world. If Leonora couldn't help them return, Kai wouldn't let her live. But he knew Midu would protect her, even if there was no way back. At that point, Kai would pull the trigger and run, willing to take the blame for the Saintess's murder. That's why he let some soldiers escape, so they could spread the word that Kai was behind everything. If they see him as the culprit, everyone's return won't be a problem. Kazaki was worried, fearing things wouldn't go so smoothly. But Kai was confident, and that's when her power came in handy, using her Dominion magic to negotiate with the kingdom if anything went wrong. He can handle himself anyway, so everything went according to plan, and Kai has escaped. Meanwhile, within a colossal fortress, a mysterious horned figure sits upon his throne, having just received word of the hero candidates, wanderers from another world blessed by God. His subordinates have tried many times to eliminate the candidates, but all have failed. The horned figure says, "Don't worry, what we can do in enemy territory is still limited. I'll leave them be. They'll show themselves sooner or later." But things are getting interesting. This man is the Supreme General of the Demon Lord's army, one of the 4 heavenly kings, King Winbok of the Wind. And so, 2 days have passed since that incident. Kai continues to wander through the forest, the map indicating a city is close by. He decided to climb to a higher vantage point to observe, finally finding the city. It would take half a day to walk there, and as night fell, Kai reached the city walls. A criminal who killed a saintess can't enter through the main gate, unsure of how he'd be treated, so Kai decides to sneak in with a rope. Having successfully snuck into the city, he would first need to earn some money. Kai had obtained a small amount of money from the soldiers he had killed. However, that's not enough. A small tavern catches his eye. This would be a good place to make some money. Kai enters and orders a beer and some food. The drunkard next to him slurred, "I've never seen your face around here before. Are you a traveler?" "Yes, I was forced to leave my homeland. I'm looking for work. Are you running from the Demon Lord's invasion?" "I'm very sorry. Although it was a misunderstanding, it was a good one." Kai asked if there were any jobs that didn't require revealing his identity, to which the boss offered him a beer and suggested becoming an adventurer. Adventurers can take on any available job from the guild, usually monster subjugation, but a lack of skill will get you killed. However, the boss feels this young man is not inexperienced. Kai said he could handle magical beasts and asked how to become an explorer. The way to become an explorer is simple. He simply needs to go to the guild in the center of the city and register. They're in dire need of new adventurers and won't ask for identities. The innkeeper knows so much because he used to be an adventurer himself, but he retired due to a knee injury. That night, Kai stayed at an inn, perhaps planning to stay a while. Even though she saw his face, the innkeeper didn't react at all. After all, there are no recording devices in this world, so he doesn't need to be too wary. Kai sought out the Adventurers Guild, a lively place filled with people. He approached the reception desk and declared his intention to register as an adventurer. The receptionist tells Kai the registration fee is 1 silver coin, which he promptly pays. After being asked his name, age, and origin, Kai makes up a different name, Siren, age 17. He claimed the Demon Lord's army invaded his homeland, forcing him to drift here. Kai couldn't believe the alias he used in the real world was working here. The receptionist registered Kai with that information and stamped it, completing his registration, then explained the guild's ranking system. Based on their achievements, adventurers are ranked from A to F, with higher ranks yielding greater rewards and access to more challenging quests. Since Siren is new, he'll register as an F-rank adventurer, and he can rank up by completing quests. All the quests are posted on that bulletin board, and she advises him to pick an F-rank quest for his first mission. Kai approaches the quest board. The lowest rank quests involve gathering herbs and exterminating goblins. Having never seen such a beast before, Kai decides to take on the quest, when a one-eyed thug and his cronies approach. "I've never seen you before. Kid, are you planning on taking down those goblin beasts? I advise you to stop. It's impossible for a kid like you." Kai wondered who these idiots were, and if they were tired of picking a fight with him. Kai, not wanting trouble, simply replied, "Thanks for the warning, but could you please leave me alone?" The punks were furious at being looked down on by a kid. Bullying the new guy seemed to be their favorite pastime. The blonde tried to teach Kai a lesson, but he was quick enough to block his dirty hand. Confused, the blonde called for his brother's help. The outcome was predictable. They were all left unconscious on the ground as Kai nonchalantly walked away with the mission scroll. So this is the power of a mid-level explorer. Compared to the hero candidates, they're shockingly weak. The task at hand is to quickly complete this mission, which states that goblin spirits are lurking around the forest. Kai noticed fresh footprints on the ground and began to follow them. Looks like it's from an animal. He suddenly senses something nearby, and it's not alone. They're well hidden. Could they be demonic goblins? At that moment, a bipedal wolf wielding a sword suddenly appeared from behind, narrowly dodging an attack. The sword it held likely stolen from a human. Another wolf wielding a wooden mallet ambushes him, but Kai throws a handful of sand into its eyes. He kicks the sword from the wolf's hand, then uses it to stab the creature through the chest. And Faijiao cleans up the two beasts. Kai uses his ability to assess them. 22-year-old goblin, attack D, agility C, strength C, magic F, stealth level 1. These monsters are harmless. Kai figures he can hunt more and earn some extra cash, so he brings in a mountain of goblin ears as proof of his kills. The receptionist was overwhelmed by the sheer number. She couldn't believe a newbie could do this alone. For Kai, defeating them was easy, but finding them took too long. Even if he's skilled enough to fight them, his exploration skills are lacking, making being an adventurer quite complex. People began to whisper, wondering if he really took down those goblins so easily. Could he be a C-rank adventurer from somewhere else? And he's still a rookie, apparently. The receptionist took some time to prepare his reward due to the large quantity, and Kai found himself with a heavy bag of money. He can't believe how much money he's made just by killing weak monsters. From now on, it's important to secure living expenses. Kai will stay in this city for a while, earning money as an adventurer. If he builds good relationships within the guild, gathering information will be easier. Lost in thought, Kai is suddenly stopped by a large, imposing man. He can sense this one is stronger than the others in the guild. The bowl-cut man introduces himself as Lai, a B-rank adventurer, and smugly asks, "You know I'm in charge of the guild branch in this city, right?" Turns out Kai roughed up his lackeys today. Apparently they started it, but the small fries are claiming they were ambushed and beaten by some unknown rookie. Without hesitation, Lai declared he would teach Kai a lesson, launching a flurry of wild, ineffective punches. He lost control and went for a kick, but Kai tripped him, sending him sprawling. His speed was decent, but lacked finesse. His movements were too telegraphed. Taught a lesson by this young kid, Lai went even more berserk, but was subdued in just a few minutes. It seems he's not used to fighting humans. After all, adventurers mainly conquer magical beasts. Lai couldn't understand why Kai would bother with his underlings when he possessed such immense power. Kai explained it was all a misunderstanding, inviting him to sit down for some cake and tea while he explained. The two of them finally sat down to beer and chicken, ready to talk things out. After hearing everything, Lai beat up his underlings for keeping him in the dark. He took the blame for not suspecting the three leopards and made them apologize to Kai, to which the three leopards quickly bowed their heads in apology. With the misunderstanding resolved, Kai wouldn't pursue the matter further, but he did have some questions. Lai may seem gruff, but he's a reasonable man. Forgive my losses. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, Kai continued. You see, I'm a traveler, and the reason I registered as an explorer is to earn some money to travel more easily. But I have another reason. Lai doesn't believe a young man with such formidable power could be in trouble. Though he doesn't know what it is, he still wants to help, saying he's looking for a way to travel to another world. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded, horrified, and astonished. How could that be possible? But the hero candidates also came from another world. Kai is referring to how the hero candidates traveled back to the real world. Lai thinks if so, it must involve magic, which they know little about. Kai knows this information won't come easily. He's hoping someone has a clue. Lai racks his brain. Only one person might know, the sage Elbana, an elf who once aided the kingdom with invaluable advice. It seems Kai has heard that name somewhere before. The sage elf. That's what he read in the book. Rumor has it elves live deep in the forest, with only a few surviving, their stories now considered legend. They rarely leave their forest for the outside world, but among those who do, one is known as a sage. He's lived for over 100 years and is incredibly wise and knowledgeable. Said to be a renowned mage, truly versed in all kinds of spells. Elves are known to maintain close relationships with spirits to receive magical aid, and while there may be no way for people to return to the old world, with magic, anything is possible. However, no one knows if the sage is even alive. They've never heard any rumors about him, and no one seems to have ever seen him. Lai chuckled, admitting he didn't know either, and apologized for not having more useful information for Kai. But for Kai, it was enough. Kai finished his beer and returned to his lodgings to rest. Before he left, Lai asked him what he would do now that he knew how to travel to other worlds. Kai simply turned back with a smile and said, "I'll leave that to your imagination." Today, Kai continues to receive rewards for new quests. A week has passed, and he's managed to save some money. Lai and his men have also grown closer to him, eagerly inviting him for drinks, but Kai declined. He's gathered some crucial information about the sage. His name is Elbana Kare. About a decade ago, he was an advisor to this country, but now he's retired and living near the western border, where this country is fighting against the Demon Lord's army. With no reason to stay in the city, Kai decides to seek out this so-called sage. Back in Alpha, the Holy Temple City. So, it's been a month since Captain Herrick of the Holy Knights took over caring for the hero candidates, replacing the deceased Saintess, and so far no one's complaining, because Herrick's been doing a great job. He's pleased to hear that. After all, they are invaluable assets to the nation, and he's simply showing respect. Everyone is pleased with the new caretaker, who is very different from Leonora, yet also suspicious. Now to the main issue. Yesterday's meeting decided that the hero candidates would be mobilized to the front lines. War still rages on the western border, and they'll be deployed from a fortress on the front lines. Herrick promises to protect those who can't fight. That brought a sigh of relief to Midu and the others. But they'll still have some work to do in the meantime. After all, they have to earn their keep. This is urgent, so they'll likely depart tomorrow morning. Midu and Mirai returned to relay this information to everyone. Myra is relieved that they approved the candidates' requests, as Midu was initially worried their demands were too excessive. They felt they lacked the confidence to control all the candidates without Leonora, hence their humility. With Leonora gone, they'll surely be on their guard. Mirai wonders where Kai is now. With Leonora gone and Kai having fled, the bishop is understandably shocked by this news. Nagas says the culprit is Kai, one of the hero candidates. But now, he's on the run, a traitor, so he's moving fast. The soldiers discuss that if this is true, they need to send someone to investigate as soon as possible. But another suggests confirming whether the saintess is truly dead. The old bishop senses this narrative benefits those present. This enraged Arasi, who said he didn't want to deny their story, but it was also possible they had all conspired to eliminate Leonora. Just then, a soldier spoke up. "That's not true, Bishop. I was there and saw everything. The hero candidates tried their best to protect the saintess, but Sindu Kai suppressed them, and as a result, the saintess died." Another soldier chimed in, "He's right. I saw everything too, me too." So, with the testimony of Leonora's 3 knights, the bishop had no doubts. But he wondered just how strong was this man named Kai. Midu insists that he is strong, that he has been hiding his abilities all along. With that, he invited a few people into the room to discuss the matter in more detail, while someone behind the scenes used domination magic, somehow helping everyone overcome this terrible event. Midu is still worried about Kai, but he knows Kai sacrificed himself for him. Though Midu has resolved to protect everyone, he returns to his room and informs them that they've been assigned to the front lines. All those capable of fighting should prepare and leave this place early tomorrow morning. Everyone is quite worried to hear that the battle has truly begun. But it's a little late to be scared now. Everyone is assigned to the command of the 8th Knights Corps and Captain Herrick. Kazaki asks if there's any news about Kai. Midu shook her head, explaining that despite the bounty on Kai's head and the forces searching for him, there was still no news. Kaki turned away, disappointed. Nagas doesn't care if Kai betrayed them or not, but if she finds him, she'll burn him to pieces, while Kazaki is heartbroken and lonely, wishing Kai had taken her with him. The next day, everyone set off for the front lines. The girls were exhausted from their first long journey, but it seemed they would have to walk until nightfall. For the past 2 days, all they've done is walk. Everyone's getting bored and hoping something interesting will happen. Suddenly, Arasi signals everyone to stop, sensing a monster behind the bushes, but the commander turns around, questioning the abrupt halt. Midu claims to sense monsters nearby, but the guide insists there's nothing there. Even so, everyone still had to obey his orders. Nothing could be done without them. This enraged Arasi, who grabbed him by the neck. The others worriedly told him to stop, but Arasi wondered why he should obey this trash. But then, a sharp aura flashed, forcing him to release his grip. A horde of iron rabbits. Everyone get into battle positions. The blade rabbits are charging. The knights' swords are sent flying, and Arasi uses an explosion to blow away the monster, then crushes it underfoot. He single-handedly takes on the horde of copper rabbits, and everyone acknowledges Arasi's strength, which seems to have surpassed his previous power. However, he felt that it still wasn't enough. This power was nothing compared to that bastard. And we all know who that bastard is. It's Kai. From the start, he had a bad feeling about Kai, who never seemed intimidated. More precisely, Kai never reacted to Arashi at all, and Jinzu Kai was indeed powerful. With Arashi's newfound explosive power, he thought he'd become stronger, but the results were disappointing. Kai threw cold water on Arashi's dreams, bringing him back to reality. Midu noticed Arashi's recent moodiness, but he denied it, claiming he just hated being ordered around by trash. After a long walk, the hero candidates finally reached the front lines. This is the area around the western border of the holy nation of Dijere, the fortress line, where many soldiers stand guard. This short-haired girl is Captain Elia of the Holy Knight Brigade, the 4th Knight Legion, here to welcome the hero candidates, newly promoted after the previous captain passed away a week ago. Suddenly, a knight frantically arrives with news that the Demon Lord's army is approaching, leaving no time to rest. The entire border relies on the hero candidates. Everyone prepares to fight the Demon Lord's minions to the death, as knights ring the alarm, signaling the arrival of the Demon Lord's army. From afar, a horde of multicolored monsters storms toward the city gates. Their numbers are beyond imagination. Hark orders the cavalry to fire a volley of arrows, hoping to thin their numbers before they get closer as the mages gather to fight. "O fire, heed our call and vanquish the evil forces." At that moment, fire and arrows rained down. Though struck by countless arrows, they don't retreat, but fight even harder. This isn't enough to kill them. Amelia warns them not to underestimate the monster's stamina and endurance, far superior to humans. They must obey Herrick's orders, while she joins the 4th Knight Brigade in battle below. What they didn't know was that some of the missing had gone down to fight the monsters, including Arasi and his friends, leaving the monsters in disbelief. This guy's a fool, thinking he can just jump down here alone. Arasi doesn't care if they're half-demons or whatever. He simply needs to erase these ugly creatures from existence. Meanwhile, another group of monsters breaks through the wall and enters the city, sending knights flying. A knight was nearly struck down by a monster, but Midu intervened just in time, extending his celestial sword, which grew in size and length, cleaving through hordes of monsters with a single strike. Midu could feel his power growing stronger, and he turned to everyone saying, "You see, we can win this battle." Fight without fear, they all resolutely decide. Midu knows he can't hesitate, for his hesitation would unsettle his classmates since he is their leader. Kai taught Midu the price of ignorance. Mirai rallied, "Don't just stand there, we have to fight." Her psychic guardian manipulated boulders, followed by Nagas's blazing flames that incinerated everything. Kanaki's dominion magic froze all attacking monsters in their tracks, stunning the observing cavalrymen with the hero's power. They are completely overwhelming the Demon Lord's army. Herrick orders all soldiers to protect the hero candidates, repelling the demons at all costs. The soldiers obeyed the order and charged forward, and after a fierce battle, the monsters lay scattered on the ground. Their forces have defeated the demon lord, a victory worth remembering. The sun begins to set, and Midu silently watches its descent. Just then, Herrick approached and said, "This was your first battle, wasn't it? How do you feel?" It's difficult to fully grasp everything. A battle of this scale requires a certain finesse. During the battle, my vision was limited, so I couldn't make any decisions. Herrick patted Midu on the shoulder, praising him for doing so well. The victory today is thanks to the efforts of the candidates, but we must remain vigilant. Their enemies today were only low to mid-level demons, but even with limited numbers, the high-level demons possess a different kind of power. Midu says she'll remember this, and that night the demons rest at their camp. The commander reports that his troops failed to complete their mission today, angering Stone Gaia, a high-ranking operative in the Demon Lord's 4 Heavenly Kings' army. The next morning, in the western region of the Holy Kingdom of Daijer, De Limchot Gai was almost out of the forest, nearing the end of his long journey to find the sage, when suddenly, something red flew towards him at great speed. Upon closer inspection, they were tongues, the long, grotesque tongues of the massive apes. Kai immediately activated his appraisal ability. They're tongue monkey monsters, age 33, male, attack B, defense C, agility B, strength C, magic F. Condition: hungry and agitated. Skill: tongue strike, level 3. Kai drops his pack, ready to fight the ugly apes. Their abilities seem average, despite their intimidating looks. One of them uses its myriad technique tongue to distract Kai and suddenly close in, but he jumps to dodge the blow. Then another one shot its tongue out, but Kai sliced it clean off this time. I can feel its pain. Next, their heads go flying. The remaining 2 are frozen in fear. They were frozen, speechless, and in just 90 seconds he'd prepared monkey meat. Although not too fast, the stronger monsters appearing one after another could be because he's getting closer to the Demon Lord's territory, or because this place is far from the city, so there aren't many knights and adventurers. The further in he goes, the greater the chance of encountering unknown monsters. Either way, Kai can still tell the age of these monsters thanks to his appraisal ability. He needs to be more vigilant now. Soon, Kai reached the Uragano Mountains, a natural defense slowing the Demon Lord's invasion. The highest point of that mountain range is called Deathwolf Mountain, and legend says the sage Elbina lives on its peak. If Kai remembers correctly, there should be a small village at the foot of Deathwolf Mountain, but he couldn't have imagined it would be burned to the ground. As expected, it was an attack by the Demon Lord's army. Since this place is quite far from the front lines, Kai needs to be more careful in the future and can't afford to be careless. After burning the village, these purple-skinned demons, apparently subordinates, ask their leader Hector what to do next. Their goal is to slaughter everyone, but the blonde superior, Hector, orders them to stop and take the survivors as slaves. Besides that, it seems he also wants information on Elbina, and his subordinate reports that the sage lives atop Deathwolf Mountain. So, their intel was accurate. Their top priority is Elbina, also known as the Sage. After a night's rest, they'll ascend the mountain, a mountain known as the Den of the Death Wolves. Wolf monsters are untamable, meaning the demons can't achieve their goal without eliminating all the Death Wolves. Because domination magic is almost useless against highly intelligent monsters. One of them heard that the 4 Heavenly Kings once tamed a dragon, but that's impossible for them now. Even Hor isn't skilled in magic, but there's no use dwelling on what I don't have. Their only option now is to eliminate these untamable beasts. Kai, perched on the rooftop, overheard everything. They seem quite obedient. He suspects the blonde one is a high-ranking demon, and this Hector's stats are very high. Hector Wise, age 25, a high-ranking demon, male, attack B, defense B, agility A, strength B, magic B, status normal, level 1 domination, level 5 swordsmanship. He's one of the few high-ranking demons in the Demon Lord's army, making a direct confrontation difficult. The commander senses someone watching and orders his men to search the area for any lurking spies. His senses are indeed sharp. Unfortunately for them, Kai is a professional when it comes to stealth missions. While hiding, he sees many villagers being tied up by the demons. Kai hesitated, but ultimately decided to leave, having no reason to help the villagers. Like the demons, Kai's main goal is to meet the sage, and he must ascend the mountain before the Demon Lord's army. Kai finally reached the highest point of Mount Ugo, a dangerous area also known as Deathwolf Mountain. They say there's an exploration route here, so he decides to follow the beast's tracks. Kai can't see clearly, and the ground is unstable, so even in a hurry, he must be careful. Kai senses another presence, faint but growing rapidly, likely the rumored demon wolves of Langsan Then Mountain. Though they lie in wait, he can already feel their immense pressure. And with the alpha's howl, the pack attacks. Reacting quickly, Kai leaps into a tree. These are the infamous magic beasts of Langsontoothon Mountain. Many have gone missing on this mountain. It seems this is why. Kai activates his appraisal skill, revealing their stats. Level 20 Dire Wolves, Attack C, Defense C, Agility B, Strength B, Magic D, Status Normal, and possessing Level 3 Coordination skills. A hulking wolf snaps a tree in half, sending Kai tumbling. As he falls, he uses a leaf, enhanced with mana, to slice the wolf's throat. He successfully eliminates one dire wolf, but more are coming. Though fearsome to Kai's strength, they're just slightly stronger mutts, but there are still quite a few of them. He reinforces his body with mana, just as before. If Kai could do this consciously, the effect would be enormous. Leonora said they relied too much on divine protection, weakening their mana control. You all rely on the divine protection and aren't used to controlling your own mana. In a way, you're nothing but weaklings. That's why I could control you all so easily. At that time, none of the candidates could resist Leonora's enslavement magic. Kai is determined to become stronger and overcome this weakness. If he improves his mana control, he can freely enhance his body and increase his resistance to enemy magic. Though not as strong as a divine guardian, he needs to be stronger in this world. He must learn that skill. Kai targeted the alpha wolf, who roared to assert its dominance, only to be met with Kai's swift blade. As soon as the alpha falls, the rest will flee. After all, it was the strongest. Once the strongest is defeated, the others naturally won't dare to fight. A very useful lesson. Kai dashes through the pack of wolves, sensing something strange in their movements. He's clearly predicting their movements. A phantom wolf emerges from a dire wolf. So, that's the wolf's movement projected 1 second into the future, allowing Kai to strike without taking any damage, even from surprise attacks. Everything's fine. He can foresee about a second into the future. The remaining wolves cower in fear, but Kai shows no mercy. Let's get some practice in, and with just a few strikes, an entire pack of dire wolves is wiped out by his hand. Kai reviews his stats and information. Name, Sinj Dukai. Age, 20. Gender, male. Attack, A. Defense, B. Agility, A. Strength, B. Magic, C. Condition, normal. Skill, divine protection. Appraisal, level 3. Divine protection. Weakness detection. Level 1, divine protection. Farsight, level 1. Assassination technique, level 5. Dagger throwing technique, level 5. Throwing technique, level 5. Stealth, level 5. Turns out this is a skill that allows him to see the future. Upon acquiring the weakness detection skill, his appraisal ability also increased, essentially becoming an upgraded version of the standard appraisal skill, an ability that allows Kai to see everything. After a long climb, a massive backpack, and a fierce battle with wolves, he's exhausted. But with the summit in sight, he decides to rest. But fate wouldn't allow Kai to rest, demanding he keep moving. There's a noise nearby. Perhaps the Demon Lord's army is approaching. Either way, this isn't the time to rest. Kai continues on his journey, while near the summit of Deathwolf Mountain, monsters are ganging up on a girl. Turns out this girl is a sage's disciple, but things aren't looking good. This elf girl fought fiercely against the monsters to keep them away from her master's home. Here the leader orders the monsters to attack the small girl all at once. The elf girl, seemingly unable to fight any longer, could only await her demise, but Kai arrived just in time for a dramatic rescue. The girl looked at Kai with bewildered eyes, seeing a human before her, while the monsters demanded to know who dared stand in their way, but Kai simply scorned them into silence. He observes 10 soldiers led by a high-ranking demon as the girl asks why he saved her life. Kai doesn't answer, but asks if she is a disciple of the sage, Elbina. She confirms that she is. So that's Kai's reason. He says he needs to see the sage. Kai used his perceptive abilities to discern that she was a half-demon, and her information panel revealed magical skills. Here doesn't care who this kid is. If he dares to stand in their way, he's an enemy. But even with one more, the outcome remains the same. The monsters confidently charge forward to eliminate them both. To save the girl and earn a favor from the sage, Kai must defeat the demons before him. But he's completely surrounded. One of them, wielding a sword, leaps high, intent on striking down. With his foresight ability, he anticipates the monster's future movements, effortlessly dodging to the right. Then, a surprise attack from behind. Kai spins around and blocks his hand, shocking the remaining monsters. His weapon is certainly large, but isn't it overkill against humans? With a few stabs of his dagger, they lose hands, feet, and heads. As long as his foresight is active in close combat, he can't lose. The problem is he doesn't have much time left to use his skills. The leader orders his subordinates to stop charging in recklessly and use magic to take him down. They immediately obeyed, summoning magic circles and firing countless magic bullets. This was magic from legend. Just then, the elf girl suddenly spoke, blowing away the enemy. Spirits of the wind! Immediately, a giant wind barrier surrounded them, impenetrable to the bullets. Kai realized it was a spell, power used by borrowing the strength of spirits. This is an ability unique to elves, and the elven girl happily says, "Thanks to you, the spirits can finally rest." Here realizes the situation is dire. At this rate, they'll get nowhere. He decides to take action himself. Finally, the last worm appears. He turns to the elf girl and says, "Hold off the soldiers, don't let them bother me while I'm fighting." Meanwhile, Kai will take on the leader, much to the girl's annoyance. "I could do that, but at least don't call me that, okay? My name is May." Kai drops his pack and rockets toward his opponent. He'll be counting on May, the sage's disciple. But there's a reason that guy's called a high-level monster. He effortlessly blocks Kai's blade. Kai steps on his sword and leaps back. The two fight fiercely, neither willing to yield, evenly matched. He didn't expect this young man to predict his moves so accurately, but Hor managed to inflict a deep wound on Kai's left side. So, this is the power of a high-ranking demon. Without foresight, he'd be done for. Here rarely gets to fight such a worthy opponent. If Kai weren't human, he might have already won. The wound on his stomach is bleeding profusely, and he activates his appraisal ability. The man before him is Hector Wise, age 25, a high-ranking demon, male, attack B, defense B, agility B, strength B, magic B, normal condition, level 1 magic domination skill, and level 5 swordsmanship. In addition to the physical abilities and keen senses of a high-ranking demon, he also possesses level 5 swordsmanship. Even with his precognitive abilities, Kai is at a disadvantage in this fight, so he decides to try a different approach. Seeing his opponent frozen in place, Hector decides to strike first, lunging forward like a bloodthirsty beast. Kai's foresight allows him to evade the initial attack. He slashes, and Kai dodges, but not without a minor wound to his bicep. Foresight is useless if his body can't keep up. The physical gap between them is vast, and the attacker begins to gloat. "Are you always going to run away like this?" he sneered before being struck by 3 bullets. He was fast enough to block, his reflexes rivaling the speed of a bullet, but the 3 shots still hit his hand and leg. The demon, in agony, wondered what weapon this was. Ignoring the bullets in his body, he charged mindlessly forward as Kai aimed his gun at the demon's head. But to think that would hit is to underestimate a high-ranking demon. He can see your attack trajectory. Kai emptied his gun, but couldn't inflict a fatal wound. He then used the skill taught to him by the 3 Gamfi. However, he was completely unharmed, but this was just Kai's diversion. He quickly pulls a grenade and throws it at Hector, who doesn't have time to react before being blown to smithereens. The underlings were terrified to see their commander explode, and even Maya was shaken by the sight. Who is he, and how can he overwhelm a high-ranking demon despite being just a normal human? That's the question on her mind. Kai is now out of bullets for his sidearm, which he keeps for emergencies, and that was his last grenade. Just as he expected, he can't defeat a high-ranking demon with just these. That only fueled Hector's rage, turning him into a raging bull ready to charge. He suddenly teleports and launches a lightning-fast attack. In this situation, Kai decides to use that skill. He must analyze Hector's movements, then activate weakness detection, targeting his Adam's apple for a fatal strike. Foresight combined with weakness detection. These skills are powerful, but they consume a lot of mana. With Hector defeated, Kai's mana was depleted, and his underlings seized the opportunity to strike while he was weak. May isn't doing much better either. The spirits are reaching their limit. Though she wanted to help Kai, who had saved her life, someone cast a spell. "Burn my enemies, salamander." Instantly, the monsters were incinerated, this fire far surpassing Naga's flames. The one who saved them was May's master, the sage Elbana. A far cry from the rumors of a frail old man, she was a beautiful elf girl. She approaches and thanks the young man, Kai, who appears to be helping her disciple. Kai claims it's just a coincidence, and asks if she is the sage Elbana. She admits it, but says she's just an old bag of bones compared to what she once was. Just as he predicted, Kai's energy is too low to use his appraisal ability, but he could sense that she was incredibly strong. Far too strong for him to defeat in his current state. There's no point in hiding it now. Kai stands and says he needs to find her. Elbana knows a boy doesn't come here without purpose, and she's grateful he saved her disciple. She says she will answer Kai's questions as clearly as possible, while May A suggests they return home because the smell of blood is too strong. The wolves will be here soon. Kai will rest at the sage's home. For now, the situation is favorable. After all, it's good that he accepted the danger to save her disciple. Elbana lives in a small house on a mountaintop, quite far away. When asked why she lived in such a remote place, Elbana sighed, citing many reasons but mainly a desire to be close to nature. She says she's retired, but humans still try to take advantage of her from time to time, which is why she chose to live in a place that's not easy to reach. However, a few people with skills like Kai's still come. Regardless, Elbana wasn't cruel enough to turn them away, and the two sat down to talk. Kai doesn't hide the truth, admitting he's seeking a way back to his original world, and Elbana realizes this young man is from another world. He is one of the hero candidates tasked with conquering the Demon Lord. She'd heard rumors but didn't expect the Empire to summon them a third time. Leonora did mention that they'd summoned hero candidates before, who were more or less wiped out by the Demon Lord's army. Perhaps some survived, but they all went missing. 4 years ago, hero candidates were also summoned. That was the second time. The first was about 10 years prior, and both generations came to conquer the Demon Lord only to be destroyed. Since then, the hero candidate summoning ritual was sealed, never to be used again. But Saintess Leonora intends to break the taboo and summon a third generation. Elbana objected, stating that regardless of the Holy One's wishes, entrusting an empire's fate to an outsider was reckless. Kai admits to killing Saintess Leonora, meaning there will be no more summoning rituals. Elbana is surprised that this kid was able to kill a Saintess. There are many ways to kill a normal person, though for a deity, the skills must be different. Elbana knew the boy wasn't lying. His pawn had sent the woman to her grave. And she understood Kai's desire. Everyone wants to go home. She was a woman of few words, so she bluntly stated that she couldn't send him back to his world with magic, a statement that struck him like a bolt from the blue. Kai was truly disappointed. Although there was no direct way back, he still wanted to hear some suggestions. Summoning magic is possible, but sending them back is not, as that knowledge is now lost, and there's no reason to research it anyway. Leonora said the same. So the candidates have no choice but to defeat the Demon King, or perhaps magic could offer some hope. Kai says he'll look into the magic further, and Elbana apologizes for not being able to help. She still owes Kai for saving her disciple, and Gushu will let him know if she discovers anything. But Elbana believes that if it's Kai, he might actually be able to kill the Demon Lord, though he doesn't want to get involved in something so troublesome. If there's no other way, he might actually end up killing the Demon Lord, a prospect that surprises Elbana. Compared to other hero candidates, it's as if he grew up in a dark and cold place. Kai gets up and prepares to leave, thanking her for the information and asking her to contact Siren from the Explorers Guild if she finds anything else. It was then that Elbana began to think she could trust this boy. May felt refreshed after her bath. She turned to Kai, asking why he hadn't showered. Wasn't he dirty after climbing and fighting? Realizing how grimy he was, he decided to clean up and restore his good looks. Just then, Elbana spoke up. "Hey kid, I have a proposition. Why don't you take my disciple with you?" May was also surprised by her master's decision. After considering May's goals, her master made this offer, but Kai flatly refused, saying he didn't need a noisy girl tagging along. The next day, in the area between the eastern part of the Varora Demon Kingdom and the Daiger Holy Nation's front lines, despite saying he didn't want her, he brought May along. The weather here is quite nice, though rumor has it the weather in the Demon Realm is harsh. Not long ago, this was Holy Kingdom territory. The weather in the Veldora Kingdom must be far harsher. Around the western side of the Orogano Mountains lies a large city called NRAS, surrounded by villages. Now, the city has fallen to the Demon Lord's army and become their front line, their destination. It will probably take about 2 days on foot, and Kai doesn't want to ask, but he's curious about what happened to the people who used to live there. May A explains that half are dead, and the other half were enslaved by the demon army, with a few escaping to the other side of the mountains. As expected, this girl knows quite a lot. Bringing her along on this journey was a wise choice. After being bluntly rejected by Kai, May A was furious while her master chuckled, "Don't say that, young man. You've only recently arrived in this world. May A will be quite useful. She possesses vast knowledge passed down from me." Kai wondered how she could possibly be of use to him. Elbana said, "She doesn't know how this world works. Though knowledgeable and grown, she still lacks real-world experience, and Elbana seeks a chance to let her explore. But she still worries about letting her cute disciple out on her own, so she trusts Kai with May. Though Elbana could do it herself, she no longer has the ability to explore. She may look young and healthy, but her limits are approaching. Then, suddenly, a boy appears and saves her disciple. Kai admits that he plans to invade the demon's territory. This is a perilous journey, and if she becomes a burden, he'll surely abandon her. Elbana reminds May A that the decision is hers. After all, it's your life. May A seemed to understand. The girl decides to go with Kai, but after only 1 day of walking, she's already complaining, though one can't expect too much from a mage's body. Mei had been diligently training in this body all this time, but the sun was beginning to set. They decide to rest here and continue on in the morning as Mei's eyes sparkle as she looks at Kai. "Didn't you say you'd leave me behind if I slowed you down? And what nonsense are you talking about?" "This is nothing. I won't abandon you. Now hurry and set up the tent." Mei hastily obeyed, and that night the two sat by the fire eating bread. Kai, still concerned, warned Mei of the journey's dangers, but his resolve was firm, undeterred by any peril. Kai truly wants to return to his world, but Mei has little reason to join him to this extent. Kai doesn't think Elbana is lying either. Mei must have another reason. Mei didn't know how to explain, but Kai had already seen through her. Her village, the village of the elves, was destroyed by the Demon Lord's army. From then on, rumors spread that this war should have only been between humans and demons who would invade any race. Her parents and even her younger brother were killed by them. She survived because her father acted as bait, drawing their attention. At that time, she was powerless. After the Demon Lord's army left her village, Mei was left alone, and then saved by her master. And so she became the master's disciple. Kai didn't care about Mei's past. He wanted to know her purpose. The reason Maya became the master's disciple and a mage was to gain the power to destroy all demons, knowledge she acquired from her master, including 10 years of training. All of this was for revenge against the fiend who murdered her family. Mei is determined to take his life with her own hands. That demon, one of the 4 heavenly kings, Windbacks. He's known as the Wind King, and is one of the highest-ranking leaders in the Demon Lord's army. The reason she agreed to follow Kai was to get close to him. Master never allowed Mei to explore alone, but with Kai, he immediately agreed. She doesn't know why her master did this after meeting him. Even as her only close disciple, Mei can't fathom what her master is thinking. That's why she'll do whatever Kai asks of her for the time being. Elbana entrusted her to him after all. Elbana believes he can handle her, and perhaps the sage sent her disciple on this journey alone to prevent a wrongful death in her revenge. Mei optimistically says, "Don't worry, I don't want to drag you into my revenge. Maybe she wants to do it herself." And with that, the conversation ends, and they must rest for their journey tomorrow. Mei immediately obeyed, also leaving guardian spirits to watch over them in case of monsters. Kai couldn't sleep all night, constantly thinking about the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army. His previous enemy was a high-ranking demon, and now it's an even stronger one. To win, he must become stronger, but he suddenly realizes that isn't the immediate problem. The next day, a meeting of commanders is held at the fortresses surrounding the western border of the Digere Holy Kingdom, including Midu. The Bald Elder suggests that now that they have hero candidates, it's the perfect time to attack. The white-haired commander understands, but where should they begin their assault? Amelia points to the map, suggesting that attacking Fort Arliss would be a good start. It was once their fortress. This is their chance to reclaim it, as it's currently the enemy's forward base. If they attack here, the enemy will retreat. But Herrick still thinks it's a reckless plan either way. They're currently defending, but a sudden attack will draw the enemy's attention. The old geezer retorted fiercely, "What's wrong? Is the captain of the 8th Knights Brigade afraid? We already have hero candidates as subordinates." Amelia knew Hick had a point, but the enemy was still underestimating them. They certainly won't anticipate a sudden attack. She turned to Midu, asking if his body had recovered. He's fully recovered, and with the order to fight, he'll wield his sword with confidence. The meeting adjourned, and the plan would be executed tomorrow. Herrick sighed, rarely seeing him so aggressive. This was the perfect time to strike while they regrouped. Midu believes this is not a misstep, as Herrick thinks they are relying on her strength and abilities. And that's why they were so overconfident. Even though the candidates were only strengthening their defenses outside of their command, they couldn't disobey orders. Of course, Herrick's side will still provide the best support possible, but Midu remains the key to everything. Tell your teammates to rest in the evening. Midu suddenly has a bad feeling, but he has no other choice. The next morning, the hero candidates launched their assault near Fort Arliss. Negas wondered why they were working at the crack of dawn. Wouldn't a surprise attack be better at night? But demons can see in the dark. Attacking at night would be more disadvantageous. Midu wanted to confirm once more that their goal was to defeat the commander, while the main force drew their attention. Their commander is likely a high-ranking demon, and he'll be directing the troops once the battle commences. If he's not nearby, stall for time or run. Everyone understood the plan. At that moment, the knight reported a message from the main force, ordering them to begin the plan. Upon receiving the order, the team advances to seize the fortress while the enemy is completely off guard, while Elia battles the lesser monsters outside. Midu and Herrick's group will seize the opportunity to enter the fortress, easily dealing with the guards who are completely caught off guard by the sudden intrusion. Although they were easily dealt with, caution is still advised. Their commander may be in the main hall. At this moment, Midu's forces are completely surrounded by monsters, and everyone's path is blocked. Hark and the 8th Knights will handle the monsters in the rear, while the hero candidates continue to advance by force. Nagas uses divine flames to incinerate them, and the others quickly dispose of the grotesque monsters. The group successfully pass through the gate, only to be met by a high-ranking demon. He is Sun Jia, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army. People think it's just a title, but Midu can feel the immense pressure radiating from him. He plants his shield into the ground, issuing a challenge. Let's see how strong you are. Hero candidates, you say? Midu commands everyone to prepare for battle. He steels himself, reminding himself not to be afraid, for if they fall here, the main force's sacrifice will have been in vain. Sun Jia places his hand on the ground. A magic circle appears around him, and the earth explodes with mud monsters. He orders his army to charge. Narumi will hold them back, cleaving them in 2 with his wind blade, while Arashi charges in with his devastating blast. He's confident, believing that no matter how many there are, these mud monsters are too slow to be a threat. But no, this is only the beginning. The monsters they'd destroyed, blown to bits, began to regenerate, their blows now carrying even more force. Everyone charged forward, fighting hard, but they were completely outmatched. Every time they killed one, it just regenerated. Kazaki manages to subdue a monster to save his friend, but despite everyone's best efforts, their attacks are futile, and they are constantly pushed back. Even Mirai's telepathic guardian is useless against the mud monsters. At this rate, there's no end in sight. Narumi recalls reading in comics that the best option is to defeat the summoner. Narumi will handle the mud monsters while Arasi and Midu target the leader. But as a high-level monster, he won't go down easily. Magic circles erupt from the ground, launching countless rocks at Midu, who is already at his limit. It seems that was Midu and Arasi's plan. Midu would distract him, and Arasi would launch a surprise attack from behind with the destructive blast. A massive explosion erupts, leaving everyone stunned, unsure if he's been defeated, but a mud shield rises from the ground, deflecting the blast. He then punched Arasi in the gut, knocking him unconscious, and the old man began to sneer. Is this all you've got, hero candidates? As Midu and his group battled Stonir, one of the 4 heavenly kings, Shinju arrived at the fallen city of Nras. In a dim space, water dripped from the ceiling as a small flame ignited on a magic staff. Kai and Mayo navigate the city's underbelly through a foul-smelling sewer system, as Mayo covers her nose in disgust. Great idea, it stinks here. Kai remained completely calm. Stay calm, we'll reach the city's ley line soon enough. He added that their night vision was excellent, and the city had many open areas. But as a frontline city, security was tight, making it impossible to enter through the front gate. The 2 stood before an iron ladder, and Kai, looking up, grabbed hold and said, "Let's go up from here." Sometime later, in an alley within the city, the 2 emerged from the sewers. While Kai cautiously peeked from behind a wall, Mare stood openly, lifting her skirt and sighing. Finally, we're out. His heightened senses tell him something's coming, and he quickly pulls Mare behind a crate for cover. Someone's coming. Hide here for now. 2 demon soldiers are approaching outside. The purple demon stretches, complaining of fatigue, as the blue demon turns to him, annoyed. It's an honor for Mei Fan Nan to be chosen as a witch's guard, the purple demon replied. Isn't serving a witch based on personal merit? I have no motivation at all, the blue demon sneered as they continued their conversation. You have the skills, but your personality. The purple demon interrupted, but she shouldn't have yelled at me like that. Then, 2 demon soldiers walked past the barrel where the 2 were hiding. A moment later, Mare exhales and asks, "Are they gone?" Having overheard the conversation, Kai thinks, "A witch? Is she the princess of demons and the ruler of this city?" Mare nods. "That's right. She's called the Space Witch. I think she's your target right now." Kai recalls the words of the sage Elbina that a witch with the power to control space lives on the city's front lines, a woman who could help him fulfill his wish, and asks, "The question is, how do we approach her? If we just go there without a plan, everything will turn into a war." The 2 walked outside, and Mayor followed behind, asking, "What should we do?" Kay responded, "First, we carefully gather information and only do as I say." She nodded obediently. "I understand. The city center is heavily guarded by demons. They're just like humans, gathering in small groups to chat, while others huddle together, drinking beer. The 2 are in a room, observing the demon soldiers through the window. May spoke up, observing that they seemed to live normal lives, which was quite disappointing. Kai responds that as long as they can talk and possess intelligence, living like humans is only natural, pointing down below, leaving Mare momentarily stunned. Below, humans enslaved by demons are serving as laborers, transporting goods. They're brutally beaten and yelled at, "Don't be lazy, Get to work." Witnessing this, Mayor cried out in astonishment. Slave Kai wonders, "Why are you so surprised? You knew humans were enslaved by demons, right?" From within the gate, Mayor replies, "You're right, I knew, but this is insane. The demons brutally beat the humans, then stand there laughing as their victims writhe in pain." Mayor's expression shifts, revealing a simmering rage, a sight that surprises Kai, as he's never seen her like this before. Suddenly, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere as a voice echoed, "You're not demons, are you?" Behind them, a girl with sharp horns and an eerie aura appeared. Kai glanced back, wondering how long she'd been there, and quickly drew his dagger. I didn't even sense her presence. The strange girl continued, trying to reassure them. "No need to be defensive, I'm not here to fight." Kai, even more worried, asked, "What do you want?" "How did you know our location?" Kai was shocked by her calm demeanor. "This is insane. There's no way I wouldn't sense someone behind me. She must be using magic." Just then, the strange girl spoke. "I've been looking for you since you trespassed through my detection barrier." Mayor was bewildered. "A detection barrier?" "I didn't detect any mana, but her eyes, they have a strange, red glint." She retorts that there's nowhere she can't see with her space magic, and Kai is startled, remembering what he overheard earlier. Space magic, no less. He immediately uses his appraisal ability, and the system displays the information. Isabel Verdora, age 15, female, attack S, defense A, agility A, strength A, magic SS. Her stats are normal, but her skills include S-rank divine protection, an evil god, S-rank space magic, and all S-rank magical attributes. She formally introduces herself as Isabel, the 5th princess of the Vedora Demon Kingdom, before threatening him. "If you don't answer, I'll call the guards. What are a human and an elf doing here? You don't look like spies." Kai carefully considered the situation. If war broke out at the enemy base, he couldn't guarantee his safety. He had to negotiate peacefully, and then he spoke. "I don't mind explaining, but it's going to be a long story." Isabel hopped onto a nearby crate, sat down and said, "It's fine, I was bored anyway." After recounting some events, she asked him, "So, do you want to return to your world?" Kai looked intently at Isabel. "I heard it's possible with space magic." "Is that really true?" She replied, "That person is right. You can return to your world." Kai excitedly followed up. "Really?" He looked at the girl before him, a sense of relief washing over him. Finally, he could speak with a space witch. She didn't seem like a typical demon. He sensed no hatred for humans in her. Isabel added, "But I need to know the coordinates of your old world. I don't even know where your world is or what kind it is." Her words immediately dashed his hopes. Isabel was serious. "Even if I can't send you back to your old world without the coordinates." After hearing those words from Isabel, the room fell silent. 2 people, 4 eyes, one wanting to go home, the other with the power to send him there. But the most important thing is missing. The coordinates. He asks Isabel if there's a way to find them. She replied that there were many parallel worlds, making it difficult to pinpoint his exact one. He'd been observing her with his ability, and even with the eye of truth, it seemed she wasn't lying. "Your skills have improved and have some useful effects, but there are limits to your body," Isabel adds. "You came to this world using divine protection, which is essentially impossible. With my magic, I can't penetrate your divine protection." Under her gaze, Kai was enveloped in a smoky white aura, to which he responded frankly. "Perhaps it is God's will that we cannot return home unless we kill the Demon King," Isabel muses calmly. "Perhaps, I don't know beyond that." Kai sighed, thinking, as expected, there's no shortcut. "Okay, at least now I know I have no other choice." His eyes reflected a determination to kill the Demon Lord. Isabel shrugs. "Looks like you've made up your mind." Kai replies, "The best thing is that I can go home even with the help of demon magic, but it doesn't seem easy. I've been wondering since the beginning, why are you cooperating with us? You're a princess of the demon realm." She conjures a portal before them, steps through, and replies, "Even the demon realm is divided into factions, and there's something I've always desired." Kai and Mayor immediately draw their weapons, ready to defend themselves. Isabel stepped into the portal, warning them to be careful. Escaping the city wouldn't be easy. As soon as he finished speaking, she began to disappear before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, Isabel vanished completely, and the space gate slowly dissipated. Mayor clutched her chest, gasping. "I was so scared. I thought we were done for." Kai sheathed his dagger, saying, "She's a descendant of the Demon Lord, incredibly powerful. We can't defeat her right now." Mayor looked over, relieved. Thank God, she doesn't seem hostile. Kai agrees, for in situations like these, misfortune often follows good fortune. Hearing him say that only made Mayor panic more. Don't say things like that. Outside, the demon soldiers were making a commotion as Mayor looked down, and Kai wondered from within. What's going on? A demon soldier shouts. Find them now. Spies have infiltrated the city. Maya, confused, asks, have we been exposed? Ka realized this just as the witch disappeared, and Mayo frantically asked, you mean she told them? Why would she do that after leaving? I truly don't understand. Turn back to the door. We'll never understand what she's thinking. We have to get out of here. Soon after, Kai and Mayor moved at high speed across the rooftops, while below, the demon soldiers continued their frantic search. One of them shouts, haven't you found them yet? They have to be here. Kai thinks, they're deploying military forces. They must be certain there's an intruder. They're completely alert. We can't stay here. Their individual stats are quite high. As they ran together, Kai stopped to observe, causing Maya to bump into his back. She complained about the sudden stop, but Kai immediately grabbed her head and forced her down, startling her. What's wrong? Kai tells her to duck down. Don't move. He observes that this energy feels similar to that witch, or perhaps even stronger. Beneath the streets, a high-ranking demon stands amidst his demonic soldiers, one of the 4 heavenly kings, marked by a large horn and a green aura. Mayor is shocked to recognize the one who destroyed her village and family, and Winbox, hearing this, turns to ask her what she said. Mayor was visibly shaken, finally meeting him here. Following him was the right choice, just as she suspected. He turned to Mayor, asking if this was the target of her revenge. Mayor replied, yes, there's no mistaking it. The Wind King, one of the Demon Lord's vassals, Winbox. Kai uses his ability to assess Winbox, revealing his name, age 40, demon race, wind attribute skills, level 5 demon magic, level 5 Hawkeye, and level 5 swordsmanship. He realized Winbox was strong, then placed a hand on Maya's shoulder to reassure her, saying that fighting him here would be insane. She knew it too. Kai turned and slid down, reminding her, Wind King, I've heard wind magic is great for scouting and tracking. We need to move carefully. Mayor remained stunned as Winbex's aura mingled with the wind. He walked through the streets, escorted by a large group of demon soldiers, and asked, all right, is there really an intruder here? The soldier beside him replied, understood, sir. He grunted, then said, it's just a hunch, so I can't say much. Winbox says sternly, but if there really are intruders, we'll crush them for sure. He takes the opportunity to remind his subordinates, humanity's trump card is the hero candidates discovered on the front lines. In times like these, we must stabilize the situation. A simple but crucial strategy. The purple demon beside him interjects, forgive me for interrupting, but are you sure you're okay with taking a backseat like this? I thought Wimbasama would gain more glory on the front lines. He calmly replied, this position suits me better. Let the other units handle the manual labor. The aura he sent out, carried by the wind, has returned with a response. Winbeck smiled. They're really here. The purple demon quickly asked, you found them? He replied, the winds tell me so. They move carefully, but they won't escape my search. A believer soldier gushes, by controlling the wind you can detect anything. One of the most difficult skills of the wind attribute. No matter how many times I witness it, I'm still impressed. WinBX dismisses him. Enough flattery, prepare the pursuit squad. The demon soldiers immediately obeyed. Winbox stood there with a cold smile, never expecting the witch to let a human pass right in front of her so blatantly. How interesting. A good show to watch, perhaps? In a small alley, Kai and Mayor are running fast, trying to evade the demon soldiers and Winbox's scrutiny. His eyes sharpened with determination. He couldn't afford to be caught. Suddenly, Kai held up a hand, stopping Mayor. Outside the alley on the main road, the demon soldiers searched frantically, one shouting, find them! They must be close! Kai hid, peeking out to observe, then said, they've figured out our moves, though they can't pinpoint our exact location yet. Mayor looks to the sky, noticing the strange anomaly, and alerts Kai, mentioning the wind's erratic movements and the restless spirits. He follows Mayor's gaze, realizing it's a wind-based search technique. A dangerous development. She tells Kai, I can disrupt the wind's anomaly with magic, but it will expose our location. Seeing the situation is still manageable, Kai continues moving, telling her, we shouldn't. We haven't been completely exposed yet. Keep moving. If we're found here, we'll be overwhelmed by their numbers. Time passes, and the demon soldiers under Winbex's orders continue their search. As for the two of them, they chose narrow alleys and moved constantly to avoid detection. But suddenly the voice of a demon soldier rang out. Found you. Kai turned to see a large group behind them, while Mayo struggled to catch her breath. Kai glances at her and they turn and run again. Mayor apologizes, saying it's her fault. Kai dismisses her apology, saying it's all right. They can use the location markers to their advantage. He added, "Besides, you'll be bait to lure them out for me." Hearing the word bait, Mayor stared at him in shock. Not giving her time to think, Kai immediately pushes off the ground, leaping up the walls in a zigzag pattern to reach the roof. Maya stood there teary-eyed. "Wait, I can't climb like that." Looking down, Kai says, "You want revenge, don't you? What good will crying do in this situation?" Leaving the girl behind, Kai continues on his path, saying, "Run and hide." Abandoned, Mayor stares after him in dismay, but doesn't dare slow down, and keeps running. The demon soldiers gave chase, weapons raised, shouting, "They're splitting up!" At the fork, they divided. One group after Kai, the other after Mayor. Suddenly she stops, turns, raises her staff, and exclaims, "Oh, I just needed to do this." Mayor faces the demon soldiers, her staff ablaze with salamander fire magic. The demons halt, eyes wide with disbelief. What is this? And boom! The alley was engulfed in flames, the massive explosion drawing the attention of the other demon squads. They immediately obeyed their commander's orders and rushed towards it. "Hurry, over there!" A shadowy figure landed silently behind their ranks, and a soldier didn't even have time to react before a clean slice opened his throat, spraying blood. The corpse falls to the ground, and the dark figure swiftly moves on. Kai's next targets are the two demon soldiers ahead. In the blink of an eye, the only sound was the slicing of blades. The lead demon soldier, startled by the anomaly, turned back and asked, "What's that sound?" But to his surprise, he was met with the corpses of his underlings strewn all over the ground. He stammered in disbelief, "What the hell?" In a split second, the dagger was at his throat, and the demon soldier could only tremble in fear as his superior berated him. But as he spoke, blood spurted from his neck, while in another alley, ragged breaths echoed. As Mare desperately flees, she uses her magic to attack the demon soldiers, holding them back by unleashing a torrential flood into the alley, hindering their advance. But they still struggled forward against the current. Maya looked worried, but reassured herself that at least she was holding them back. But there were just too many of them. Suddenly, she looked toward them and noticed something strange. A geyser would erupt from the back of the group, and each time a demon soldier would vanish. Mare realizes their numbers seem to be dwindling, and the water begins to turn blood red. The lead demons finally noticed and turned back to ask, "What the hell are you?" Before the demon could process, a dagger pierced its forehead and blood splattered. Kai's dagger throw is known by the beautiful name Shigami, the Death God. His eyes are sharp and cold, demon blood splattered all over his face. Truly the familiar style of an assassin. He calmly withdrew the dagger from the demon's head, telling Mayor, "You make good bait. You made my job easier." The two continued down the narrow alley. Following Kai, Mayor complains, "I almost got killed." Meanwhile, Winbex's hurried footsteps echo as he asks if they haven't been caught yet. The demon soldier rushed over. "I apologize. I'll send more troops immediately." He raised a hand to stop him, then hurried on. "No need. More people will just die." Winbeck smirks, supremely confident. "I'll eliminate them myself." Meanwhile, Kai and Mayor sense something approaching. A strong gust of wind sweeps down towards them, blowing their hair and halting their advance. Maya senses a powerful energy within the wind. It seems they're being targeted, as magical wind energy gathers above. Sensing danger, May calls upon the wind spirits, creating a vortex that deflects the sharp gusts of energy, dissipating them into nothing and calming the air. Kai looks up, thinking they've finally arrived. Winbex is above, controlling the wind's flow. He crossed his arms and chuckled. "Looks like you're not just rats after all. These intruders." Seeing him, Mayor's face contorted with rage and hatred. She screamed his name. "Winbox." Kai goads her, reminding her, "Finally, your chance for revenge. Are you ready, Mayor?" Clutching her staff, she stares at him, determination in her voice. "For 10 years, I've been ready." Kai warned Mayor that Winbex would be a difficult opponent in a prolonged battle, so they needed to give it their all from the start and defeat him quickly. Mayor nods firmly, then resolutely faces Winbex, plants her staff, and begins to chant. Harnessing the wind spirits, she unleashes sharp gusts of energy, slicing through the air toward the floating wind six. He remained completely calm, his face unchanged. Then Winbex created a massive magic circle and shouted, "Using the wind element against me, one of the 4 heavenly kings of wind? I don't know if you're brave or just stupid." Then, from the magic circle, his wind energy amplified and surrounded him, negating Maya's attacks with a whirlwind shield. With the vortex's wind currents, the wind blades are blown back up and away. Kai uses his speed to move quickly on the ground, looking up at him, who is obstructing his vision. Suddenly, wind spears rained down from above, but thankfully his agility allowed him to dodge them with ease. Then, Kai looked up in alarm and was shocked as Winbex declared, "You think you can close the gap when I can't see around me?" He twirls his fingers, manipulating the wind, and smirks. "You understand now, don't you? My wind magic won't let you out of my sight." Kai worriedly thought, "This is bad. Even if I get into his blind spot, his magic will still find me. This is the ultimate counter to my assassination skills." Maya raises her staff, confidently declaring, "Don't worry, leave it to me." As she speaks, the staff glows a brilliant blue, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that shatters the vortex around Windbox. He was astonished, exclaiming, "What?" Mayer told Kai, "His wind magic uses precise control of airflow. If I can use magic to disrupt it, I can stop him." Windbach is now worried, thinking that little thing broke my magic with a spell, so she knows my fighting style. Kai remains focused on his opponent. As expected, all she thought about during her life was revenge. Then he jumped on the walls for leverage to leap onto the roof, approaching Windbeck's above. He glanced down, sneering, thinking, "Does he think getting close will defeat me?" Kai lunged, unleashing a sharp strike, but with the wind energy beneath his feet, Windbeck's gracefully floated away. This surprised Kai, as Windbucks hovered above, sneering, "Too bad I can fly up here. Tch, that ability is similar to Narumiya's." Suddenly, Mayer's voice echoed from below, and a gentle gust of wind propelled Kai upward. The magic wind below propels him closer. Windbach cries out in alarm. "How is this possible?" Using his appraisal eye and sharp dagger, Kai sees his chance to strike, while Windbeck's is still disoriented. His skills of foresight and weak point detection, allowing him to anticipate Windbeck's movements and fatal flaws. Everything is clear to him, yet his weak point is slowly opening. Kai noticed this and was slightly taken aback, as Windbeck gripped the weapon's hilt and drew it forth. A long, sharp sword of wind appears in his hand. Windbeck looks down seriously and says, "Intruder, you dare force me to draw my sword." He immediately thrusts downward towards Kai, a swift and powerful strike that forces him to retreat, struggling to parry with his daggers. However, some strikes still got through, cutting across his face and drawing blood. Kai worried. Even with his enhanced vision, it was too fast. Windbox seizes the chance, relentlessly attacking, giving him no room to recover. He smirks. "Let me tell you, I'm the one who taught Hor how to use a sword." Suddenly his smile fades as he glances to the side. A massive boulder hurtles toward him, forcing him to leap away, giving Kai an opening. He jumps down, standing before Mayer, as the large rock is embedded in the building beside them, and Windbeck hovers above. The two remained focused, wands and poisoned daggers at the ready. Looking down, Windbeck was concerned. Even with wind demon magic, deflecting such a large boulder wasn't easy. Windbeck eyed Mayer, realizing the elf could use earth magic and shouldn't be underestimated. He focused on the girl below, thinking the elf villages should have been destroyed from the start. Suddenly, he realized something and shouted, "So, you're the one who killed Hor?" Before Kai could answer, Maya spoke up, "That's right, you should at least know what it feels like to lose someone." Windbeck smirks, his eyes closed. "So you're a survivor from that village." Fury erupts from Mayo. "Since that day, I've honed my magic for 10 long years, all to kill you with my own hands." Windbeck laughs. "How nostalgic, you've brought back so many memories. That day was truly something." Seeing his expression stunned me, his horns bulging with veins, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Hearing the elves wail brings me such comfort. Do they care so little for themselves that they only think of others? Only one of them came forward and begged me for mercy. He stuck out his tongue, exuding a bewitching and evil aura, an intense emotion that almost moved me to tears. It was a beautiful sight to behold their despair. Mayer, provoked by his words, screamed and pointed her staff at him, but Kai stepped forward, reminding her, "Don't get provoked, Mayer." He then turned and sincerely said, "I'm counting on your magic." Hearing this, Mayo regained her composure, and Thukan angrily replied, "I understand." Kai steels himself, knowing he must calmly assess the situation. He'll do anything to win. His opponent's attacks are wide-ranging, both close and far, making him an easy target. Winks, on the other hand, remained cautious, reminding himself not to get agitated. "Those two are a pain. That kid can still stand after my attacks. Even though he's just a human," he blurted out. "A hero candidate," Kai responded sharply. "Looks like you know us pretty well." He raised his sword in response. "I always remember the strongest enemies of our nation, yet your name isn't on the list. The only explanation is that you're an outsider." Looking down at them, he thought, "They're at a disadvantage. No need to rush." My stats are far superior. Meanwhile, Kai calculated. The effects of foresight will diminish after 3 minutes. If I don't act fast, I'll lose my chance. Maya's voice rings out. Lend me your ear, I have an idea. The little girl approaches Kai and whispers something secret in his ear. After hearing her plan, he says, Understood, just don't get in my way. I should be the one saying that. Winbex looked down from above, seemingly impatient. Are you two done talking? Not bothering to answer, Kai focused on his target with the eyes of an assassin and said to Mayor, Let's go. He sneered, his eyes full of confident defiance. And so, their strategy began to take shape. Mayor's wind-riding staff soars upward to reach Windbox. Then she plants her staff and chants, Kibise, spirits of the earth, rise. This time it's small stones, not a large boulder like before. Then she points upward and commands them to fire. The earth and stone seemed to have eyes, flying straight into the sky as Windbox floated in the air with his magic circle. The earth spirits were almost upon him, but Windbex unleashed a powerful gust of wind, countering Mayor's magic. The wind pushes the earth spirits away from him, but as soon as he deals with that, his eyes change as he realizes something else is targeting him. Kai, propelled by wind energy, strikes with his dagger, but Windbex swiftly blocks the blow with his sword. Before he could react, Mayor unleashed her fury, and the earth spirits she'd scattered returned to strike him from behind. Windbox darted away like the wind, thinking he should dodge the controlled stones, but then decided to create a wind barrier instead. Waiting for this moment, Mayor continues her relentless assault, now with wind spirits. As she speaks, a whirlwind erupts from her staff, a chaotic vortex that shatters his wind wall. He cried out in alarm. What? Thanks to that, the earth spirit shattered the magic circle behind him. Seizing the moment, Kai's sharp eyes noticed an opening at last. Windbex bled from his hand, blood dripping from his sword as his face filled with fear, thinking it wasn't aimed at his heart, but at his sword. Waiting for this moment, Kai leaps, grabs the wind sword with his free hand, somersaults backward, and lands atop a large rock. But it's not over yet. His sword is gone, and he turns back to see a look of utter shock. The earth spirit strikes him directly. Without his wind wall, Windbach takes a beating. He stands there furious, yelling, You're good, destroying my defense, but do you think you can even scratch a high-ranking demon like me? Windbach frowned, his rage fueled by two insignificant beings in his eyes, while Maya looked up in dismay, seeing that he was completely unharmed. Kai watched intently, Fong sword in hand, thinking that everything was going according to plan. Mayor had whispered in his ear that the demon's wind magic was strong, but not without its weaknesses. Her eyes were serious then. This magic is weak against heavy weight attacks, especially earth-based ones. After all, it's difficult to move a heavy object with wind, Mayor calculated. Even if we haven't broken through his defenses, I can still use my wind magic. As long as I can disrupt his airflow, its effect will be reduced. Kai remembers all this, realizing she prepared for so long just for revenge, to destroy this demon. She must have had a complete plan and the necessary skills, but it seems it still wasn't enough. At that moment, he told Mayor, I think your plan is pretty good, but remember to leave an opening for me to attack. I'll take his sword. So it turns out Kai was the one who suggested taking the sword. Back in reality, everything they discussed has come to pass, mixing wind currents, attacking with earth spirits, and stealing his sword. But he's still completely unharmed. Maya looks up at Kai, wondering, what are you planning to do? His main skill is wind magic, but you only took his sword? Windbach licked the blood from his tongue and asked, Aren't you a swordsman, hero candidate? Or did you think you could beat me by taking my sword? Kai bluntly replied, Yes, but something's not right. It seems the sword is reacting to something. From above, Windbex once again fires wind arrows down upon him, but Kai coldly shatters them with his dagger and sword. Suddenly, something rapidly approached him. Windbex used his bare hands to block Kai's wind sword, but he was worried and trembling. His eyes narrowed, sweat pouring as he thought, Suddenly, I can't keep up with his attacks. With that long sword, approaching is much easier. A horizontal slash forces him to evade, and he's both blocking and astonished. What the hell? Am I being pushed back? Seizing the opportunity, Mayor raises his staff to assist, and the wind spirits begin to disrupt his movements. A strong updraft throws him off balance, and as he falls, he cries out in disbelief, realizing Kai is mirroring his every move. He appeared before him, raising his sword high, ready to strike, and said, It ends here. Windbox tensed up, the horn on his forehead and his face bulging with veins. He screamed, Don't you dare mock me, you're just a human. As he spoke, a sharp and powerful aura shot from his horn, aimed directly at Kai. The clash created a blinding flash of blue. In the distance, Kai landed gracefully, while Winbex's head fell to the ground. He stood there, panting, out of energy. His head was severed, but he could still communicate. "I never thought I'd lose," he managed to ask Kai. "How did you suddenly move in a different direction?" Turns out he also had the divine ability to mimic. Kai tells him, "With these eyes, I can copy an opponent's skills exactly." He recounts that during the fight, he copied his swordsmanship skills thanks to this ability, adding that he wasn't skilled with a sword initially, which is why he didn't want to use it. Blood flowed around his head as Winbok lay dying. A divine warrior, a hero candidate. "So, you really were humanity's trump card." He coldly stared at him, not hiding anything, and said, "I gained this power when I killed your subordinate, Hector." His personal stats appear. Shinjukai, age 17, male, Divine Warrior Skill Level 4, Divine Warrior Weakness Detection Level Z, Divine Warrior Farsight Level 1, Divine Warrior Mimicry Level 1, Assassination Skill Level 5, Dagger Skill Level 5, Throwing Skill Level 5, Stealth Level 5. Understanding the reason for his defeat, Winbok slowly closes his eyes, cursing Hor for allowing the enemy to grow stronger. Having defeated Winbok, one of the 4 heavenly kings, Kai sits and surveys the gruesome scene, taking a moment to rest and assess his situation. Even with his foe's severed head lying before him, he knows he's used nearly all of his strength. Kai thought to himself, "And so this is the power of one of the 4 heavenly kings? There are still 3 more demons as strong as him, and the demon lord must be far stronger. Moreover, the demon lord has children like Isabel, and if she's just one of them and already this strong..." Kai sighed, realizing his power is still not enough. Lost in thought, he was startled as Mayo approached, her own emotions in turmoil after a decade of planning revenge. She looks at the corpse and asks Kai, "He's dead, isn't he?" He nods. "Yes, definitely." Kai turned and asked, "How do you feel now that you've achieved your revenge?" In contrast to her earlier agitation, Mayor calmly replied, "Strangely, I feel nothing at all. I risked my life to achieve my revenge. Now it's all over." With the sun shining brightly, she continued, "I feel relieved, even though killing him won't bring back my parents or my village." Maya looked up at the sky. "But I feel like I've finally let go of the past." Kai looks at her sincerely. "I'm truly glad you're here. If you hadn't intervened with Winbok's wind, I would have lost my way." Mayor turns to him. "I should be the one saying that." Around them, the ruins stand as testament to the ferocity of the battle. Mayor added, "I prepared myself for 10 years just to kill him, but I couldn't have done it alone without you." She smiled, relief evident in her expression. "Hey Mayor, look at Kai. Thanks for helping me get my revenge." He brushed it off, a little embarrassed, saying it was just a coincidence and no big deal. But no matter, they had been together for a while now. She softly replied, "It's okay. I'm glad I decided to follow you." May smiles. "If I'd stayed there, I wouldn't have been able to keep it together. I probably would have run away and died for nothing." "I'm sure Master knows," he says, turning to her. "What do you plan to do now?" Mayo turns to gaze into the distance, pausing to reflect before answering, "I haven't figured it out yet. I feel a little lost right now." "Take your time finding your purpose. Elves live long lives, right?" Mayo responds with a sly smile. "Actually, I'm half human, so I don't think I'll live as long as Master. But let's see." She walks alongside Kai, speaking her mind. "I'll go with you for now," he asked her, doubtful if she was sure. "My goal is to kill that demon lord," Mayor replied. "If you kill the demon lord, fewer people will suffer tragedies like mine in the future. So I think it's worth it." Not giving Kai a chance to respond, she walks away with a smile. "Even if you say you don't need me, I'm going to be selfish and do it anyway. I can't help it." Kai turned back, scratching his head in confusion. The more clues, the better. Once their reinforcements arrive, there will be trouble. Kai's non-response was as good as a yes, and Maya was overjoyed. She excitedly hurries after Kai, determined to prevent others from suffering her fate after she gets her revenge. 2 small figures, an assassin from another world posing as a hero candidate and a half-elf with immense magical power, journey together. Unbeknownst to them, a dark presence watches from above. It was Isabel, watching it all unfold, yet choosing not to intervene. She stood there, muttering to herself, "They're better than I thought. It'll be useful to let them escape, but can they defeat windbacks?" Isabel smiled calculatingly. "I can easily take the next steps now." They then journeyed back, crossing mountains and rivers together, just as arduous as their entry into demon territory. Zinzu and Mayor return to visit Elbina, and Master and Disciple are overjoyed to see each other again. With tea on the table, Elbina's voice rings out, "I'm glad you both returned safely." Watching them sit, she continued, "I never thought you'd be back so soon." Maya was confused, unsure if this was a compliment or a criticism. This causes the girl to stammer, "Master, I—" The sage immediately strokes her disciple's head. "I know," Elbina said with a snap and a wink. "You want to go with that boy, don't you?" She's doing her best for another goal. Kai, a bit embarrassed, quickly picked up his teacup and pretended not to hear. Mayor glances at him, blushing slightly, and replies softly, "Yes, master." The sage asks Kai, "Do you know what's been happening on the front lines lately?" He immediately turned, asking, "Is something wrong, elder?" She recounted how his friends, the hero candidates, had been defeated. Kai wondered how Midu could have lost, then asked who was their opponent. Elbina replied that it was one of the 4 heavenly kings, the highest commander of the demon lord's army, Stonir. Mayor asked if he was similar to Winbeck's. They must be incredibly strong. Kai is understandably worried, hearing that his friend's opponent is one of the 4 heavenly kings. Having fought one himself, Kai knew how strong they were, and asked if they were dead. The sage replied, "No, I think they're still alive. But I heard their spirits have been flagging since the spiritual battle." He sets his teacup down. "I see." Then, immediately standing up, he continued, "Let's go see what's happening." He thought to himself, his plan was to kill the demon lord, and he wanted to weaken them, bit by bit. The best way was to use them so he could defeat the 4 heavenly kings. "Are the hero candidates as strong as you?" Mayor naively asked. Kai replied, "I don't know." "No matter how strong they are, it's meaningless if they can't harness their power." Night falls on the fortress, a long wall used for separation and defense. Inside, many of the seriously injured are being treated, including the hero candidates, their pained moans echoing through the halls. One of them had a heavily bandaged arm, but blood still seeped through. Siri asked Midu, "Are you okay?" "Let me heal you." He smiles. "Don't worry about me, Hana-san. Don't overdo it. You can't keep using your healing powers forever, can you?" The innocent-looking girl replies, "I know, but it's the only thing I can do." And so, with her healing powers, Shiori transferred energy to restore Midu. He reflected that, at that time, thanks to Herrick's army protecting them and arriving in time to help, he was able to retreat safely. Midu looks around at his companions, their wounds running deep, both physical and emotional. Rina, usually so fiery and energetic, now sits listlessly, while the strong Arazi lies nearby, staring blankly at the sky. Even as he was being healed, he clenched his fist, unable to accept reality. Midu blamed herself for everything. "If I can defeat him," cut to the List Fortress, where Stony leads the demon army. He sits alone on the watchtower, eyes closed as if meditating, the wind whistling through the silent space around him. From afar, in the nearby forest, a fortress was built on a large, steep mountain of rock. Kai's voice echoes, "So, it's him. You can observe him with your special eyes." Seeing this, Mare was very surprised and asked, "You can see the enemy from this distance?" Kai replied, "Since my appraisal ability has leveled up, I constantly receive additional effects. Remote surveying is also an additional effect of this skill." Nishu added, "Your skills are as convenient as ever." Kai remained silent, focused on gathering intel. "Know yourself and you need not fear the result of 100 battles." Stony, age 75, race demon, male, attack B, defense S, agility B, strength S, magic S, condition normal, level 5 earth demon arts, level 3 swordsmanship, level 5 solid defense. His appraisal eye uses advanced appraisal once more. Kai sees the details of solid defense, which multiplies defense based on the defense stat. He realized that his level 4 appraisal skill, along with enhanced assessment and the ability to see skill details, would give him a huge advantage, especially with his weakness detection skill. Time passes, and Stone Guy remains meditating, looking serene after dealing with the intruders. After detecting no weaknesses, Kai wonders if there's nothing there at all, or if he's just too weak to find them. Maya asks curiously, "Did you see anything?" He replies, "It would be easier if he had a weakness." Kai continued, "All I know about him is that he's an expert in earth-based demonic arts, and his swordsmanship isn't bad. He has a special ability that increases his defense stats. That's all I can see." Mare realizes something. Just as the earthly 4 heavenly kings predicted, earth is weaker than water. Hearing this, Kai asked, "Are there any compatible attributes between the elements?" She replied, "It's not that simple. It depends on the type of skill being used." Mayer added, "Even if he uses a large number of earth-based demonic arts, he's definitely only proficient in a few skills. If I know what those skills are, I can predict his weaknesses." Just then, Kai suggested, "I think we should at least pay them a visit." "What do you foresee?" Meanwhile, back at the fortress, Midu stands on the wall, gazing into the distance, his wounds still fresh and his eyes filled with worry. Midu thought of Kai and wished Shinju-kun was there, but immediately shook his head, telling himself he couldn't run away. Midu Suji hadn't even finished his sentence when his friend stood behind him. Ren asks, "You're thinking of doing something, aren't you?" Then she waves her hand. "That's all I know. You always want to do everything yourself." Seeing his friends, Midu is caught off guard. "Guys," Narumi winks. "Don't be so gloomy. It's not over yet." Meyer adds, "That's right, Midu, you're not fighting alone." Hearing this, he asks, "You still believe in me?" Rina steps forward, asking, "So you don't trust us?" Then she walks past Midu, calling him an idiot. Narumi puts his arm around Midu and says, "You should rely on us more, right, Reina?" Midu watched her go while Rina stood silently. Then he smiled. "Rely on you guys, huh?" "I never thought of it that way," Narumi continued. "You know, everyone's getting stronger every day. If you keep carrying the weight alone, your shoulders will ache." As everyone encouraged each other, a familiar voice called out, "So you're here, Midu?" It was Arashi with his group. They were just as battered and bruised. He pointed, grimacing, and said, "Why the pathetic look? Aren't you going to take down that stone guy?" Midu looked over, surprised to see him there. Arashi clicked his tongue, annoyed that they alone weren't enough to defeat him. He stepped forward, taking the initiative to give Midu and the others instructions. They would crush stone. Narumi is overjoyed that Arashi is finally cooperating with Suji, and Mir jokes that it must be raining cats and dogs. Embarrassed, Arashi snapped back, "Shut up or I'll kill you." Midu regains her confidence, declaring they must unite to defeat the demon. Arashi smiles, noting that Jin seems to be doing better, while Jin secretly observes, remembering she's Kai's inside person. She thought to herself how glad she was that everyone in the class was working together, but they still didn't have a plan to defeat that stone guy. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Jin. It was Kanzaki, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. She quickly looked down, but Kai signaled, "Don't make a scene. I don't want to draw attention." Hearing this, Jin quickly covered her mouth, trying to remain calm. Kai asked, "You lost to one of the 4 heavenly kings of Earth?" Jin replied, "Yes." He immediately followed up, "What kind of sorcery does he use?" Jin looked down and recounted the events of the raid to Kai. He understands and asks, "He creates mud monsters and controls them?" Jin nodded, confirming that his techniques revolved around that. As Mayor predicted, Kai blurted it out, prompting her to turn and question him. "Mayor, who is it? Is it a girl?" Kai didn't want to delve into it, so he changed the subject, saying, "It's nothing." "Thanks for the information." Jin asked, "You're not going to help us?" Looking at the seemingly united crowd, Kai replied, "I was going to, but it looks like everyone's already taking care of it. If I joined, it would only create unnecessary conflict. I'll be your shadow, as always." Meanwhile, high above, the monsters stand guard with grim resolve, their fortress of horns piercing the sky as 2 patrol below. In the dense forest, the hero candidates gather to prepare for a new assault. Ki excitedly says, "With Jumi here, we're basically an army worth 100 soldiers." Rena happily chimed in, "You're right, I'm glad you're okay." "Thank you, I'll do my best," she says, a little embarrassed as she pokes her cheek. She's candidate number 9, Kinoshita Zumi, and she's transferring from the non-combat to the combat division. Rena suddenly asked, "Is there a reason you suddenly decided to join us?" Jumi paused, then hummed. Then, with a bright smile, she offered a reason. "I heard you guys were having some trouble." Kari burst out laughing, praising her. "You're such a hero." But Rena remained silent. Jumi forced a smile, thinking, "It's okay, right?" Asking Jukun. 5 days prior, Jumi, dressed as a maid, leaned against the door. Her face showed a hint of fatigue as she sighed. "I'm so tired today." Kai suddenly spoke up, greeting her. "Long time no see, huh?" Kinoshita, Jumi, oblivious to the strangeness, replies, "Yeah, it's been a while." Then startled, she pointed wildly, asking, "Wait, what? What are you? How did you get in here?" But a moment later, Jumi regained her composure and asked, "Are you really Shinkunun?" Kai bluntly responds, "Finally, your brain's working again." Flustered, her face flushed as she asked why he was suddenly in her room. Kai gets straight to the point. Midu and the others are struggling on the front lines. "To overcome this situation, we need your ability. The water-manipulating guardian. That's why I came to you, Kinoshita." Jumi froze for a moment, pointing at herself. "But I'm in a non-combat group. Don't worry, you have the potential to be in the combat squad. Join Midu's group and help them." But now, Jumi is filled with doubt. "How can you be so sure?" Kai asked casually. "You want to fight too, don't you? And I have news. I killed Leonora, the one who instilled fear in your heart." Kai calmly added that no one could stop him now, and that the wound in his heart must have healed by now, right? Then, images of the clumsy Jumi flashed through Kai's mind. This was no time for him to imitate a server and break people's dishes. Jumi blushed with embarrassment. You saw that? It was just a coincidence. Kai had hit Jumi's sore spot. You've actually wanted to help Nagas and Chanami all this time, haven't you? Zumi stared at him in silence for a long moment. A moment later, Zumi gave a wry smile. So you knew all along, huh? I'm surprised. I didn't expect a classmate to care about me so much. Kai bluntly states his purpose. He's just looking for a pawn he can use. Suddenly, Yumi had a question. Shindu, aren't you a wanted criminal? You're really joining the combat squad? He calmly replied, a wanted criminal can't join the Holy Kingdom's army. Jumi awkwardly replies that Vena will be upset with him too. Before leaving, Kai pulls up his hood and turns back, saying, I'll act as your shadow. I'm here to activate a chess piece like you. Back in reality, Jumi clenches her fist, reminding herself to do her best to show them what she's capable of. Hidden behind a tree, Jin overheard everything and watched in silence. Minutes earlier, at the city walls, Kai had asked Jin if he had any questions about the plan. She voiced her concern. I know we need Kanasatan to create an opening in the enemy's defenses, but are you sure that'll be enough? Calmly, she replied, I'm not the only one fighting that demon. I'm sure you all have your own plans, so just do your best depending on the situation. Then, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. I want to see how much you've grown while I've been away. Tell Midou that's the plan. Jin finally relented, turning and walking away. Back in the forest outside the fortress, a voice suddenly called out her name. Kanakisa. His tone was resolute. Midou stepped forward, saying, Let's confirm the plan one last time. Then she gathered everyone and spoke with determination. We can't afford to lose this time. Jin immediately agreed. And so, amidst the lush forest, they gathered to discuss their strategy and finalize their plans. Suddenly, a questioning voice arose. Is that even possible? From the nearby bushes, Mayer, with bread in hand, asks if he has a better, more detailed plan. Kai responds that if they just do as they're told, they won't grow. He believes they need to defeat the Demon Lord, so he must train his classmates. Kai's eyes sharpen, realizing they're capable but don't know how to use their abilities. Looking at his friends, he decided to help them step by step, starting with giving them clues. Kai quickly realizes this, but he also knows the most important thing in battle is to decide your own moves, before the iron gate leading into the List fortress. The demon army guarding the fortress was heavily fortified with soldiers atop the walls, as a powerful imperial army appeared outside, preparing to advance. Leading a legion on horseback, Elia declares, The time has come. Then drawing her sword and pointing it forward, she shouts, All right, everyone, advance! The soldiers charged forward at the command, as the monsters on the wall began to sneer. They're here again. Fools, haven't they learned anything? Oh, they're doing this instead of retreating. Elia roared with passion. Do not falter. We must clear a path for the hero candidates. The monsters surged forward, eager to eliminate the intruders. A fierce battle erupts as Midou leads the hero candidates, forging a path straight inside. He stares intently ahead, his eyes filled with determination after his previous failure. Before him stands a tall tower, and within the window a familiar shadow lurks. It was none other than the monster, Stone Geyer, who grinned, revealing his yellow teeth as he looked mockingly at Midou. He frowned, wondering if Stone Geyer was waiting for them, as Sunji gleefully beckoned them forward. Come, hero candidates, don't disappoint me. A massive golden door appears, and a huge explosion shatters it. Debris explodes around them as Arazi and his friends surge forward. Their energy today is different from before. The atmosphere grows heavy. Before them stood an army of earth golems created by Stonier, who stood in their midst, shield and sword in hand. Midou shouts, initiating the plan, as a noise echoes from the rooftop crack. Turns out Kai and Mayer were hiding up there. He calmly observes and says, All right, show me what you can do. Below, the warriors took their battle stances, following Midou's command and a prearranged plan, as the earth monsters began to move. Midou points his sword forward, declaring the start of the operation, and everyone charges ahead. Rena asked worriedly, Are you okay, Yumi? She replied, still a little nervous. Don't worry about me. It's her first time in battle. Immediately, Zumi uses her magic to conjure water, manipulating the currents to attack the monsters. Sungay frowned as he witnessed the scene, the earth monsters immobilized by Yumi's icy water. Arashi raises his fist to attack, causing a massive explosion that stuns and shatters the monsters. Midou is just as formidable, bisecting the monsters, while Kenta nimbly leaps in, planting his daggers into another. Asus unleashes a devastating blow to their stomachs, while Akira uses his power to protect his teammates, and Kao confidently faces the onslaught. Meanwhile, Satoshi and Heike fought hard to break through the enemy lines. In the next moment, the rock monsters crumbled, and a surge of magic enveloped their fragments. Instantly, the monsters' bodies were healed, but strange markings appeared, and they began to melt, collapsing into piles of mud. Rena excitedly shouts, "We did it!" Sayer rubs his chin, collecting himself. "Using water, huh? Last time that little one wasn't here. Did they bring reinforcements?" Looking down from above, Kai had to admit that Mayer was right, something Meyer hadn't expected. My idea was that if the joints between the rocks got wet, the opponent would have a harder time controlling the mud monsters. It's even more effective than I thought. Midu seized the opportunity and shouted, "Everyone see that? The wet mud monsters can't regenerate. Hit them hard." Zumi agreed, continuing to use her water powers to attack, and a moment later, a massive wave was unleashed upon the monsters. The massive wave washes over them, and united, they rush in, each taking down a mud monster. Stonegeyer didn't flinch. Instead, he grinned wickedly. "You think you can wipe out my subordinates? It seems they have an excellent strategy this time." Stonegeyer immediately slams his hand on the ground, and crimson magic circles appear. Mud surged from within, but these mud monsters were expendable. Fragments of their bodies floated in the air. Stonegeyer smirks, thinking, "Now I'll show these hero candidates the true power of Earth." Instantly, a barrage of mud hurtled toward the hero candidates, but Mireille swiftly intervened, manipulating the Earth to block the counterattack. Mireille, with her psychic powers, begins to seize control of the Earth, holding back every last bit of it. Zai watches in astonishment. "What? Is my control over the stones being overtaken?" Jin seizes the opportunity to use his power of domination. Stonegeyer is struck, frozen in place, as lightning bolts bind his limbs and body. Stonegeyer's face contorted in agony, his hand frozen in midair. A restraining skill. Arasi quickly leaps up and strikes. Stoneyer panicked as earth and stone rose up from below. A massive explosion erupts after Arasi's explosive punch, but Stoneyer manages to raise a wall in time. He smirks, confident that's not enough to break his defense. Arasi's fist remained stuck in the wall as another power was used to teleport in a flash, and Midu appeared behind Stony with his sword. He unleashed a sharp strike, but Stoneyer braced himself, easily catching Midu's blade with his own. Stonegeyer scoffed, "Even though I'm being suppressed, is this the best you can do?" Mireille continued to use her telekinetic powers, then countered Stonegeyer. "I'll return these stones to you." Narumi begins to use wind magic. A windblade technique is unleashed, and Stonegeyer is taken aback by the sight. Attacks came from all around him, and he growled, thinking, "They're attacking me from all sides." He then shouts, "Even so, you can't break my defense." Immediately, the stone wall expands, and each drill knocks Midu and Arasi away. Yumi, a little worried, spat out water. "You're done for." Torrents of water suddenly appeared, slamming into his earth and stone drills, and Sungei was shocked to see the stone walls beginning to soak. He worried, "This is bad. If it gets wet, it won't be hard anymore." As the rocks controlled by Mireille rushed in, Midu shouted furiously, "End it!" At that moment, Arashi struck a fatal blow, and in seconds, the stone wall was shattered by the warriors. It was then that Zonge showed fear, uttering ghastly sounds, flailing about while still thinking he could endure. Zonge, under relentless attack, stumbled backward, realizing his defenses were about to crumble. Suddenly, a savage glint flashes in Stonegeyer's eyes as he focuses all his mana on defense. A series of magic circles appear, converting into attack mana, but before he can act, Kai spots his weakness, and in a flash, his dagger plunges into the center of his forehead. Blood splatters as Stonegeyer, one of the 4 heavenly kings, is unlikely to survive. After a scream, Stonegeyer trembles, his eyes fade, and his massive body collapses to the ground. Everyone was stunned, but also overjoyed, and Horio shared in the excitement, saying, We did it!" The crowd cheered their names as the two stood before the fallen Stonegear. But Midu knew the truth, thinking to himself, "They're wrong." Arasi knew it too, his eyes fixed on the corpse. It wasn't them. Something else intervened in the final moments. Then, Arasi noticed the weapon that had taken down the high-ranking demon. He picked up the dagger, examining it, then said, "This dagger." Seeing Arasi hesitate, Midu also turned his gaze to the direction the dagger had come from. He spotted a crack in the ceiling, and Midu blurted out, "So it was Shinju-kun." Arasi grimaces, cursing, "Damn it, that bastard." Narumi stretches and smiles. "Our plan was a success." Midu grins. "Yeah, we did it." He thinks to himself that everything is going according to plan. Midu looked toward the group of women who had helped them get this far, thanks to Kinoshita, but at the last minute, Stoneyer unleashed a massive amount of energy. He realized their plan was child's play, which is why Shinju-kun had been watching them, ready to intervene. Mirai approached Midu, smiling. I don't know why you have that expression, but shouldn't we be celebrating now? She hesitated, then cut him off. If you want to talk, I'll listen later. Looking at the corpse, Mirai continued. We just defeated one of the 4 heavenly kings, so today was a good day. She then pushed Midu toward the others to celebrate, catching him off guard as he was showered with praise. Midu, you did great. Amazing. We're such a team. For a moment, Midu was stunned, but then he smiled and joined in the celebration. Arasi, also realizing this, is lost in thought as his teammates approach. Asusi praises, well done, Arasi-san. Kenta adds that he was so nervous. I'll follow and learn from you for the rest of my life. Arasi sighed. Shut up. I wasn't the one who defeated him. The 2 friends immediately lowered their voices. I'm sorry. Qiao crossed his arms and looked over, saying, Ah, I know why you're so bitter. Clutching the dagger, he asked Qiao, You saw it too, didn't you? Qiao replied, Yes, I was standing close, but don't worry, he only took care of the end. Arasi gripped his dagger even tighter as Gao's voice echoed once more. It was you and Midu who truly cornered the 4 heavenly kings, and that's enough. A moment later, Midu stood catching his breath, shouting from the top of the wall, We've killed Stone Geyer's 4 heavenly kings. He raised the head high and demanded, Surrender now! Seeing this, the demon soldiers were petrified, dropping their weapons and trembling. Lord Sun lost? Amelia shouted, raising her sword high. This is our victory! The soldiers cheered in response, and Herrick smiled, knowing they'd finally done it within the stone fortress. The soldiers roared in celebration. Looking through the window, Kai sighed in relief. It was finally over. Mayor is puzzled, but the number of soldiers on both sides is still about the same. Kai turns to explain that the Demon Lord's army is led by a highly respected figure. When their leader is defeated, they lack the ability to resist. I hadn't noticed that until you mentioned it. The same thing happened when we defeated Windbox. Not a single demon chased after us. Kai poured a cup of hot tea, adding that it was one of the weaknesses of the Demon Lord's army. She turned and asked, puzzled, but is that really okay? Mayor continued, You killed Stoneire, but I thought your goal was to train your friends. Kai replied, I sensed a terrifying bloodlust coming from Stone Guy when he transformed. I don't want my friends killed before they even get a chance to grow. Besides, it's an assassin's job, and I hope they at least understand that. Mayor smiled. You're overprotective of your friends, you know that? Kai gently replied, setting down his teacup. I've been thinking about this for days. Aren't you going to call me by my name? My name is Shinkai. Hearing this, Mayor blushed slightly in embarrassment. No, it's because I didn't know what to call you. A week after defeating the Earthly King, the kingdom's atmosphere brightens with the army's recent successes. The news spread, and everyone rejoiced, boosting the knights' morale. They reveled in their victory with feasts, songs, and celebrations, further cementing the hero candidate's reputation, becoming humanity's beacon of hope. They were welcomed and cheered as they returned to the streets. In the Great Hall, the king declared, With your success in subduing one of the Demon Lord's 4 heavenly kings, I offer you my most sincere greetings. Below, Midu kneels in homage as he is further declared Lord Midu Suji, a knighted title. He bows his head in acknowledgement, but seems uneasy. After enduring the royal formalities and the award ceremony, all that's left are sighs back in his room. Midu grimaces, exhausted. Mirai smiles and asks, You're tired too, Midden. He retorted, Who do you think I am? Elia said, holding a cup of tea. Already tired? Is this a sign of old age? He's the captain of the 4th Knights Division, Hark interjected. He wasn't raised with the manners of a noble like us. Amelia, we did teach him some basic etiquette and simple rituals before he was knighted. You were up all night, but you did great for your first time. Midu smiled. The pressure was on. If I'm rude to the king and we're blamed for it later, won't our position worsen? Amelia turned and said, You were just knighted. You'll have to do things like that too. Midu inquired. Being a noble is exhausting, isn't it? Hark mused contentedly. Not to brag, but you don't need to worry about me, Amelia replied, leaning back in her chair. After all, the church does hold considerable power in the kingdom, and we, the Knights of the Holy Kingdom, are also under their jurisdiction. The title you received this time was also designated to His Majesty by order of the Pope. Herrick added that now you are officially part of the Knights Templar in the Empire, and you will be the captain of the 11th Knights Templar. Also known as the Heroic Corps, you'll command the strongest raid force, including hero candidates. Midu wonders, if the Knights are controlled by the Church, what does it mean to give him the title of Knight? Herrick asks if he wants to know about the many complex issues involving state organizations and the government. Hearing that, Midu immediately lost interest in listening further, but Herrick reminded him that, regardless, he was standing alongside them. Authority comes with responsibility. Remember that. Morning dawns with clear skies and white clouds over the forest outside the castle, as Kai asks Jine if Midu has been promoted to captain. She nods, replying, "Yes, Midu himself requested a position of authority within the government." Mayor smiles. "I don't really get it, but it's a good thing, right?" Kai argues that the kingdom wants to make Midu a symbol of empowerment, meaning they want to show everyone that the hero candidates are under the kingdom's control. Mayor, confused, asks if that's not good news. He continued, "After defeating the Demon Lord, we'll be able to return to our world. The kingdom is exploiting us for that reason, but don't get too caught up in it." Kai realizes that the kingdom's treatment of them is no different from Leonora's methods. They're just pawns to be sacrificed at any moment. Jan agreed, saying they should be more careful, then asked with a slight blush, "And who's this beside you?" Kai, startled, turns to introduce her. "This is Mayor, a half-demon and a mage." Mayor smiles, waving hello. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Jin politely replies, "The pleasure is mine." Then, pointing, she asks, "Hey, aren't you two in some kind of relationship?" Mayor calmly replies, "I'm just his companion on this trip." "And what's your relationship with Kai?" Jin was startled to hear her use Kai's first name, and then answered hesitantly, "Well, I'm his friend." Kai interjected, "You're awful, whose friend are you?" He then introduced Jin to Mayor. "This is Kanzaki Jin. She's my partner." Jin blushed at the word partner. Mayor winked, asking slyly, "Were you two this close in the old world too?" He replied that he had never spoken to her, and Jin nodded in agreement. "That's right," Kai said, brushing it off. "Never mind, didn't you once say your mission was to defeat the Demon Lord?" Jin nodded slightly, continuing, "Like the fight with Stonier, I'll move as your shadow." "Kanzaki, become a liaison for me and everyone else," Jin interjected. "Wait, can I come with you?" Kai asked. "You want to come with me?" He looked at the two girls before him, as if realizing something, and his lips trembled. An epiphany. Jin is excited and Maya remains innocent, but Kai shakes his head, saying, "No, I have to refuse. Without you, I have no way to contact everyone." Looking Jin in the eye, he says seriously, "They don't like me. Your position is important to me." A roundabout confession. Jin blushes, clears her throat, and replies, "I guess there's nothing I can do about it then?" She recalled Narumi and Midu, adding, "But many people appreciate you, especially Midu-kun." Kai closed his eyes, bowing slightly as he said, "Midu is probably thinking of how to fight without relying on me. That's okay. He needs to grow to defeat the Demon Lord." Jin asks Kai if he truly wants to make everyone stronger. "Honestly, I can't defeat the Demon Lord's army alone. Maya and I killed one of the 4 heavenly kings, but we almost lost." "It was a bit of a tight spot back then." Jin, shocked, asks, "You defeated another of the 4 heavenly kings? Just the 2 of you?" Mayor smiled. "It was dangerous, but we defeated Winbex, the Wind King." Jan looks at Kai thoughtfully. With everyone present, they were barely a match for Stone Gairir. But those two... She turns to look at Mayor. Moreover, this girl Sina trusts doesn't seem ordinary. Jin clenched her fist, feeling useless compared to her in the fight against Stone Gairir. Kai recalled Sina's words, that within the Demon Lord's army were creatures even stronger than the 4 heavenly kings, and then told Jin that with their current strength, they couldn't complete this mission. He walked past her, saying, "Kanzaki, carefully observe the movements of everyone in class and the kingdom. I'll be in touch." Jin turns and replies, "Understood." Kai walks away, asking her to pass on a message. "I'm working in my own way to defeat the Demon Lord. Tell that to Midu." Then Kai called out, "Let's go, Mayor." The little girl hurried after him, waving goodbye. After defeating Stonier, one of the Demon Lord's 4 heavenly kings, the Holy Kingdom's army launched a large-scale invasion, bolstered by the combined efforts of the heroic Legion's 11th Night Corps. They used this momentum to push back the front lines, and the Holy Kingdom's army successfully captured many fortresses around the Oregano Mountains, liberating the city of NRAS. Midu spearheaded this war, and this victory is thanks to more than just defeating Stonier, commander of the demon army in the territory. Unbeknownst to the Holy Kingdom's army, Kai was secretly working towards his ultimate goal, and celebrations were held with nobles and high-ranking officials throughout the kingdom. Narumi, with a large beer in hand, chugs it down. He laughs. "Celebrating victory like this is so much fun." Mira clutches her head, asking, "Ow, how can you drink beer like it's water?" Narumi winks, saying that 15 is an adult in this world, so he's old enough to drink beer. Mirai immediately bonks him on the head, scolding him that they'll be returning to their old world soon, before snatching his beer and walking away. Narumi lies there, regretting his actions. Why did you do that? My beer. Everyone watches as the two seem to enjoy themselves. Rena turned to Midu and said, You're so tense. Just for today, let's let loose. Meyer sees her holding a glass of wine and immediately points, You too? Is that alcohol? Rena took a sip and replied, It's just fruit juice. Midu, standing nearby, wondered, Is it really? But still, I didn't expect things to be this straightforward. A voice from behind caught Midu's attention. Kai tells Satochi, Their chain of command seems to be in chaos. Can they really be this weak after losing just one of the 4 heavenly kings? Midu is a little startled to hear this. They reminded me, and I realized I'd suspected it too. They really are too weak. He turned back to the two and said, I thought it was a trap. Amelia-san and the others thought so too, but in the end, there was no trap. Rena turned and asked, Don't you think you're being too cautious? Suji, the Demon Lord's army is just a bunch of fools, right? Midu replied, Perhaps Shinzu is moving like our shadow. Rena scoffed. How could he possibly defeat him? Jin, overhearing the conversation, put down his glass and spoke up. Midu-kun is right. She gravely informs everyone. While we fought, Shin-kun eliminated their defenses. Everyone is shocked to hear this. What are you saying? Is that true? Jin smiles, adding that Shindu-kun also defeated another of the 4 heavenly kings stationed nearby, explaining the weak defenses. Haki is shocked that Shindu-kun defeated one of the 4 heavenly kings alone. Midu is also impressed, as expected, of Shinju-kun. Narumi, already tipsy, chimed in, Maybe he's moving like our shadows. No, he's a monster. Rena immediately objects, saying, Why would you believe that? That's definitely a lie. Then, she called out to Arashi in the distance. You think so too, Arashi? He gnaws on a chicken leg, then turns back to ask, What? Remembering the dagger, he didn't know what to say, and turning away to eat his chicken, replied, I don't care. Rena frowned. What's wrong with you now? Meyer slams her beer on the table, declaring that even so, she doesn't want to forgive him, as Rena asks if she understands. Meanwhile, Midu hesitantly whispered to Jin, Where is Shinju-kun? I don't know much, but he said he was moving in his own way to destroy the Demon Lord. In the western territory of NRAS City, within the Demon Kingdom. In the forest, Kai is surrounded by blue demon soldiers, their ugly faces and massive axes poised to strike. He gracefully dodges to the side, narrowly avoiding another demon soldier's attack. But before it could strike, Kai threw a handful of dirt he had prepared, blinding the goblin. Just then, Kai reached out his hand and chanted, Lightning, strike down my enemies. As he spoke, lightning crackled in his palm. Suddenly, a demon soldier's hand lunged forward, and Kai exclaimed, What? Somehow, it teleported to his side, ready to strike, when a voice cried out, Fire salamander! And a great flame incinerated the demon soldiers. They were burned to a crisp, lying dead all around him. I told you not to do unnecessary things. Mayor jumps down saying, Why would I interfere if your magic was effective? He looks at his palm and says, That's rough. I thought I could control my energy, but I can't even use basic magic. Mayor explains that his magic factor is extremely rare. Lightning, which is swift and powerful, but wild, unpredictable, and incredibly difficult to control. She adds, the fact that you can use it to some extent for a short period is already extraordinary, understand? If you had the same divine element as your classmates, you'd be able to use magic easily. He stares at the lightning in his hand, wondering. Lightning is just basic magic. I was already able to use it during training. She wondered why it hadn't activated in the previous battle, and Mayor replied, Because you were distracted by the enemy in front of you. You need a clear image when using magic. Magic and spells are nearly identical. You must create a clear image of the phenomenon you desire. She added, That's why magic isn't prioritized in close combat. Kai quickly interjected. However, I need to use it in close combat like this, or else there's no point. He listened intently as Mayor explained. I knew it, but it's still so difficult. You know that, right? But why do you want to learn how to use magic now? Kai responds that he simply needs a new skill, as he's currently not strong enough to defeat the Demon Lord. To be honest, I don't really like this kind of power, but thanks to your knowledge of magic, I've gained a new ability, truly a sage's disciple. Hearing his praise, Maya blushed slightly, smiling shyly. Well, it's what I'm best at. Something catches Kai's attention as the demon soldiers reappear and suddenly surround them. These demons all look fierce, glaring at him with murderous intent. The two stand back to back, Kai excited, saying he needs some lab rats to experiment on. Maya smiles, asking, No way. You think you can take them all on your own? There seem to be more demon soldiers than before, and they're higher ranked too. Ignoring their numbers and believing they were surrounded by him alone, C charged towards them. With lightning in hand, he faced the demon soldiers and unleashed thunderclap. Bolts of lightning crackled, sending the demons into fits of agonizing, paralyzing screams, while the rest looked on in bewilderment. Some were only lightly burned, but otherwise unaffected. Kai grabs his daggers, thinking he can finally use them in real combat, but his firepower is still lacking. A goblin soldier seizes the opportunity and swings its club down. He stepped back, dodging the attack, then leaped into a nearby tree, using his familiar speed and lightning strikes to attack from above, leaving the goblin soldiers below, bewildered and unable to keep up. The sharp daggers fly, piercing the demon soldiers' vital points, felling them in a spray of blood. The lesser demons stood by, awaiting their turn to die. Seeing them, Kai thought to himself that he should probably infuse his daggers with mana and throw them. Its accuracy and firepower are definitely better. I need time to shape it clearly and cast the spell, but once I master it, it'll be a great skill. The demons showed no signs of backing down as another leaped in to strike with sharp claws. A slash, and its head fell. Then he gripped the high branch, hanging there looking down. Kai suddenly realized that another squad of demon soldiers had arrived. Kai leaps down, daggers in hand, and swiftly eliminates the demons before ascending back into the trees to survey the area. Suddenly, the tree violently shakes as a fiery red demon soldier below strikes the base of the tree with a large club. Kay clicked his tongue, looking down. Just as he expected, there were too many of them. The large tree snapped and he jumped down, facing the demons before him. Behind them stood one far larger than the rest, with long horns, twice the size, and a calm demeanor. He sized it up with his divine eyes. Looks like the boss is here. Very well, you'll be my lab rat. With a knife in each hand, he exudes a palpable bloodlust. The test conditions are perfect, but Mayer is starting to tire. There are too many, I can't defeat them all. She continuously uses fire to incinerate the demon soldiers. A moment later, Mayer called out, "Hey, Kai, let's get out of here. This isn't working." He nodded in response. "Understood. That's enough for today." Kai walked away, leaving piles of demon corpses behind, and the two fled the forest, Mayer sighing with exhaustion. He observed that aside from the sheer number of monsters, their levels were quite high. This was no place for humans to live. Mayer replies, "Since the demons can control low-intelligence monsters, this probably isn't an issue for them." Kai agrees. "That's why this land is only suitable for demons, huh?" The two stop before a gloomy cliff, looking down at countless demon soldiers, the true territory of the demon kingdom. Trouble looms. A week after Shindu's reconnaissance, the Holy Kingdom advances, invading the demon realm after liberating some territories. The army moves through the forest. A group is surrounded and monsters appear, ready to strike. But the number and level of monsters in this area are unlike anything they faced in the Holy Kingdom. Even if they're no threat to the hero candidates and knights, these soldiers are just becoming monster fodder. Elia shouts, "Hold the line, maintain formation, and fight them off." Herrick worried. "There are too many. We're completely overwhelmed. We're being attacked by all the monsters at once." "Does that mean," Midu continued, "a high-ranking demon?" Before them stood a demon, a goblet of blood in her hand, horns protruding from her head. She opened her mouth, swallowing every drop of blood, and gazing down at the forest from the wall, she said, "I won't allow any missteps. I am the high-ranking demon, Elsa. Use as many monsters as you need to weaken their forces, and once they're exhausted, we'll begin our counterattack." The soldiers panicked at the sight of the demon soldiers, the demon lord's army. Midu turned and shouted, "Amiya, we have to retreat. We'll be wiped out at this rate." She replies, "Understood. Everyone retreat back the way we came." Many soldiers lay defeated as two hulking demon soldiers approached. Trung kicked a few corpses, then laughed. Was victory really this easy? We overestimated them, even using monsters to hold them back. Another replies, "But this is Elsa-sama's order. She's always cautious." The other agreed, adding that their victory was all thanks to her, and that their enemies would finally understand the difference between them and their army. The Red Devil soldier chimed in, "By the way, have we conquered the Beastmen Alliance yet? If that's the case, then the higher-ups are taking this war against humanity very seriously." The Grey Demon soldier replied, "Perhaps that's why our victory was so assured, but I did sense their power. Having defeated two of the four heavenly kings, that much is undeniable." Within the dust, Kai and Mayer continued to observe the situation in silence. "They conquered the Beastmen Alliance? What does that even mean?" Maya asked, astonished. "I've never heard of this," Kai mused. "We've stumbled upon some interesting information. May, help me find some more information." Back in the Kingdom City, the atmosphere is somewhat somber after days of continuous victories. In the infirmary, countless wounded soldiers are being treated, their groans filling the air as an emergency meeting is called. The leaders gathered around a long table as Elia spoke. All of humanity's territory has been reclaimed. Sadly, the moment we ventured into the demon realm, we were defeated. She looked at everyone and asked, "That is our current situation. Does anyone have any ideas?" The two old generals were stumped, one unable to think of anything, the other deep in thought. The problem is, how can we fight against this endless wave of monsters? If we don't find a solution, we can't properly fight the demons. Another general spoke up. "I never imagined the demons would use monsters in such a cunning way. I know it's the effect of some kind of magic. Until recently, the Demon Lord's army fought us without any real tactics," Hark analyzed. "Only after a series of defeats did they begin to take us seriously." Midu surmises, certain that some cunning individual is commanding them. "It's likely the waves of monsters we encountered were caused by a high-ranking demon," the general announced, arms crossed. "Based on reports from scouts, there are a great many monsters within that forest. Once we're out of that forest, we can fight them properly." Elia notes that the forest is quite large, but doesn't have many paths. Advancing through that forest with the entire army is impossible. "Do you think the enemy commander would allow us to do that freely?" The silver-haired general proposed, "I think it's best we regroup now." He frowned and continued, "Although we've had positive results in liberating territories, we've also suffered great losses. Moreover, we suffered even greater losses in the final battle." Another agreed, adding, "First and foremost, we've accomplished our goal of reclaiming our lost territories. It's true we used our soldiers' high morale to push back the demons, but right now, that thing is impossible." Meyer raised his hand, saying, "May I say something? Our mission is to subdue the Demon Lord." The old generals replied, "Indeed, if it were that easy, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Amelia asked Hashimoto if she had any suggestions, and Hashimoto chuckled, suggesting they increase their forces. Amelia responds, "That's difficult. Increasing the number of troops won't help. We'll just be slowed down in the process." Midu thinks that everyone has their own abilities in this world, and no matter how many soldiers they gather to face the monsters, fighting them will only increase the number of casualties. It was then that he spoke up. "Since we need to strengthen our forces, we should focus on our elite." Aaliyah agreed. "Indeed, you won't find anyone stronger, even if you search the entire kingdom. At the front lines, they are also seasoned warriors." She continued, "If we want to increase our strength, we should focus on training our troops. Moreover, instead of increasing troop numbers, which will take time, that method is much more practical." The old generals seemed more comfortable with this plan, and Midu realized he finally understood why he felt so uneasy. Their goals and ours are completely different. Our goal is to defeat the Demon Lord and return to our world. Meanwhile, the Holy Kingdom was trying to solve its own problems, as he looked at the false general's carefree ease. "That's why they have no problem maintaining the status quo?" Hark seemed to notice his anxiety. He turned to him and asked, "Midu, what do you think?" Midu states frankly, "Based on our current discussion, it will take us years to defeat the Demon Lord, but I want to defeat him as soon as possible." Elia suggested that they needed time to train elite troops, and it would take about 2 years to recover their strength. Midu was taken aback. 2 years seems too long for them. One of the generals says defeating the Demon Lord as soon as possible would be best. But the reality is we were defeated in enemy territory, making another invasion extremely difficult. Another turns and smiles. Considering the outcome, this is already a great success, isn't it? We finally liberated the lost territories, all thanks to you, hero candidates. Midu thanked him, but his heart was heavy. So it was decided? He thought of his friends. They wanted to go home as soon as possible. I'm pretty sure many others feel the same way. I wonder if they'll accept this decision. Later, as everyone left the meeting, Herrick told Midu, "I understand how you feel, but Aaliyah's judgment is based on our kingdom's situation. To overcome this situation, we need a stronger power. It's unfortunate that it's not something we can easily decide." "You agree with that? He's right. I understand," Herrick added, "but I don't want you to rush into things." He turned and asked, "You think so too, Har?" He replied, "You don't want your friends to die, do you? Impatience only leads to disaster, which is why I told you to refuse." Those words certainly gave Midu something to think about, as Hark glanced out the window at the training grounds below. Below, everyone is training. He continues, "Besides, even though you're a strong hero candidate, you still have room to grow stronger. You should take the time to prepare to defeat the Demon King." Meyer turned. "Now that you mention it, it's true everyone wants to go home, but this way is probably better than death." She recalls how they would all be dead if Har hadn't saved them from Stonier. Herrick adds that the demon world devours the weak, and there may be entities even stronger than the 4 heavenly kings. He explained, "I'm sorry to put it this way, but we're counting on you. It would be difficult to defeat the demon king with your current strength. I know, I'll gather everyone and fill them in." He's thought this through carefully. Like Har said, they can't rush this. He won't let his friends die. Upon returning, Medu summarized the meeting for everyone, explaining, "Of course, I want to defeat the demon lord as soon as possible, but our goals and those of the Holy Kingdom are different." Medu questioned, "Are you suggesting we attack the demon lord's army alone?" Arasi stood and replied, "Of course, these kingdom folks aren't our allies. We'll use them when necessary. I have no reason to listen to them." Medu retorted that such actions would only bring trouble and they couldn't fight alone. "We need help from the city-states." Arasi asks if directly fighting the demon lord's army isn't his only plan. There's also guerrilla warfare. The others listened intently. He continued, "Our goal isn't to defeat the demon lord's army, but the demon lord himself." Medu interrupted, "I understand, but it's still too risky. If we do that, we may win, but some of us may die." Arasi frowned deeply. "I told you, we just need to kill the demon lord. I know it's dangerous, so anyone who's scared can just sit here and wait to die," Medu shouted. "I don't want anyone to die here, which is why I'm telling you, this is our best option." Arasi, losing his cool, stomps forward, saying, "Stop being such a coward." Then he prepares to throw a punch at Medu. "Let me open your eyes." He immediately summons his holy sword, then activates shield mode, creating a defense in front of him. The punch is blocked, but the resulting explosion still causes significant damage, and the others are caught off guard in the smoke and dust. A voice echoed from the dust. "You think that's enough to beat me?" Medu continued, "We have to defeat the demon lord together. We've already struggled against just one of the 4 heavenly kings. We should use this time to train and improve our skills." Arashi still raises his fist in defiance. "You think you've already won?" Chains appear, restraining them both, along with Jin's voice, preventing them from moving. They both looked over in shock as Jin yelled, "Calm down, both of you. Are you trying to destroy the castle?" "It will only get us into more trouble." Medu lowers her hand. "My fault, Kanzaki." Arashi strained to free his hand, then with a sharp tug, he snapped the chain. "Annoying." Dai mutters, "It took so much energy to create that domination spell, and he destroyed it so easily." Arazi loosened his hand and said, "We should develop more power through battles. The more challenges we overcome, the faster we grow." Then he asked Medu, "You understand, right?" Mir stepped forward. "I agree with Medu." Rena added, "Isn't safety better than being destroyed in haste?" Haki said, "Actually, this world isn't so bad." Satoshi turns, "I don't want to die because we're impatient." Kari raises her hand gently. "I agree with Erazikun." Rena wondered, "Kari, why all of a sudden?" She replied, "I understand Mito's point, but I want to go home as soon as possible." Jumi turned to Kari, but everyone else felt the same way as the little girl's eyes welled up with tears. "My mother is home alone, and she's very weak." Kari remembers her mother in bed. "I'm so worried about my mom. I'm usually by her side. But now his mother is all alone, and Kao has sided with Arasi." "I agree. I only live with my younger sister, too." He recounts how his parents abandoned them and he has no relatives. He wants to return as soon as possible to help his sister. Shiori looked down, a little sad. "My reason isn't as compelling as theirs, but my family must be worried about me. I can't leave them waiting for 2 more years." Hearing that seemed to weigh on the others. Midu saw the expressions on her friends' faces and understood somewhat, as Narumi was frivolous. "As for me, I have about 3 girlfriends, so I want to go home early." "You're quite special, declaring that in this situation." Asusi smiles, saying that they will always be Arashi's allies. "Is that so?" Kanta replies. Choosing to side with Arasi was the right decision. Now it's Akira's turn, and he seems hesitant. At least, looking at the 2 leaders compared to the hesitant Midu, I think I should trust the decisive Arasi. Arasi turns back to look. They've already spoken. Midu hangs his head, wondering what he should do. Arasi confidently steps forward, ending the discussion and gestures towards the door. "I'll take action now. Anyone ready to die, come with me." Arasi's supporters immediately followed. That's a sizable group, and they turned to head out. Ren and Jumi try to stop Cry, calling after him. The girl closed her eyes, speechless, and had no choice but to follow her son. Kuri follows Arashi's group, apologizing, "I'm sorry, Rina." Those who remained watched with concern, the atmosphere growing heavy. Meyer turned to Narumi. "Aren't you going with them?" He replied that they needed a liaison. Jin wonders what he should do in this situation. He has his grandfather, and he wants to go home as soon as possible. She's torn. Her heart says to follow Aris-kun, but Shinjukun's guidance suggests she should stay. Meanwhile, Kai and Mayor return, standing before the crowd. A curse rings out. "What do you want, you bastard?" As the crowd was about to leave, they noticed Kai and began to murmur. "Shinu, how dare you show your face here?" Akira snapped, "Don't cause a scene here. It'll attract unwanted attention." Tao glanced over, warning him as he saw fists clench. "Arashi, you too." He looked down and said, "We don't have time for you. If you don't have a good reason for being here, you'll pay the price. I want to borrow your strength." Hearing this, Arashi was a little surprised and asked, "What?" Before Kai arrived, a rift formed in the room, dividing his friends into two groups. Meanwhile, outside, he and Mayor overheard the situation. She turned and asked, "Your classmates are fighting. Are they really okay?" He replied, "I don't know. However, their thinking sounds reasonable, and like Midu said, they can't do this alone. On the other hand, the Holy Kingdom's approach is too passive. And while Arashi's point about waiting 2 years is valid, it's definitely more dangerous." Mayor asks Kai, "What would you do?" He raises his hand and replies, "There are 3 ways to break the current stalemate. First, we must change the minds of the Holy Kingdom's leaders, force them to change. Once we achieve that, they will influence their armies, even if condemned or exiled by the Holy Kingdom. As long as I can return to my world, nothing else matters." "But I don't think Midu would agree to this plan," Mayor inquired. "What's the second option?" Kai asks. "We'll do as Arashi says, using guerrilla tactics instead of fighting them head-on. Based on our intel and Isabel's information, the demon realm is not united, and if we sabotage their rear, we can incite a civil war. Though I doubt Arashi is capable, Mayor, having seen his temper, agrees. An impossible task for him indeed." "So, what about the third option?" Kai smiled. "We act based on the information we already have." In the forest, he told Mayor, "We'll gather more information." He continued, "If all goes well, we might get help from other parties. Ultimately, it will force the kingdom's army to act." In the darkness, Kai and Arasi's group sat around a large fire, warming themselves. Arasi frowned, wondering, "A cat-person princess? What's that?" Kai replied, "She's the daughter of the cat-person leader, and it seems she was captured by the Demon Lord's army. She's one of the most important figures in the Beastman tribe, that's for sure." He added, "That's the information I got after torturing a lot of demons, so it's likely to be true." The girls shuddered at the word torture, thinking, "He's terrifying." Akira wondered, who is he, really? He somehow has a handgun, and Ino notices Mayor. "That girl is so cute." "Who is she?" Arashi asked, taking a bite of meat. "That's why I asked what the heck this princess thing is. What do we have to do with beast people?" Us asks, "Are they animals with ears or tails?" Kenta is excited, saying he really wants to see them for himself. "They must be cute." Arashi, sitting in the middle, snapped uncomfortably. "Shut your traps," Kai continued. "Now let's talk about our plan. First, you know there's a Beastman nation in the Southern Territory, right?" Akira asks if he means the Grandana's Beastman Federation. Kai replies, "That's right, a neutral nation with no stance on the conflict between humans and demons." Arasi was skeptical. "Are you saying we should seek their help? They're just a bunch of people who fear demons." "Their soldiers are stronger than you think," Mayu interjects, adding that their physical and sensory abilities are honed to a razor's edge. They've repeatedly stopped the Demon Lord's army from invading. He turns, wondering, then why are they being so passive about the situation? They simply need to invade the demon realm and destroy it. Maya smiled. They are indeed powerful, but not enough to wipe out the Demon Lord's army. Besides, the Demon Lord's army has only ever focused on humanity to begin with. But if the Holy Kingdom and the Beastmen join forces, it's entirely possible. Akira said, "I understand. So that's why we need the princess." Kai asks, "We just need to rescue her and use her as a bargaining chip against the Beastmen alliance, right?" "Basically, yes," Kai replied. "I've already got intel on their supply routes. I want you to act as bait. Decimate the area with your explosion while I remain hidden." His gaze was serious. Akira interrupts, "I understand, but I still have a question. Why hasn't the Holy Kingdom tried to form an alliance with the Federation?" Kai remarks, "Good question, Ninamiya. There's a reason for that." Mayor responds, "The Federation also hates demons because of their invasions. From the start, demons have always looked down on other races, but humans have always called beastmen inferior and oppressed them, leading the beastmen to transform their country into the Grandana's Beastmen Federation. Of course they hate humans," Kari worried, "so it'll be difficult to ask for their cooperation, right? Amidst the flames, that's why we need a bargaining chip against them." Kai adds, "The Catfolk Princess has been captured by the Demon Lord's army, which puts us in a very favorable position." Mayor smiles. Beastkin are known for keeping their word. Once we rescue her, we can negotiate with them. After the plan was presented, everyone paused for a moment to consider. Kai asks, "It's worth a shot, right? I'm sure you don't have any plans right now." Arizi rose and approached, suddenly appearing before us with his demand, acting as if he knew everything. A voice called out to Arasi, stopping him in his tracks, reminding him, "Don't forget that your decision will affect everyone's lives." Arasi, still bothered by Kai, gritted his teeth as his team awaited his decision. Arasi sat there, his face grim, torn between duty and personal feelings, but finally he made his decision. Fine, they'll do as he says. As dawn breaks, Kai and Arasi's group begin to move. "We've been heading south this whole time," he said. "Is that really okay?" Kai replied, "That's right. The Grandanas Federation of the Beastmen is in the south, but the demons are transporting prisoners north. Our destination is the road through the southern forest of the Demon Kingdom, two nations with no trade agreements. Since there are only a few paths, we'll know exactly where they're going." Akira adds, "So we're essentially infiltrating the Demon Kingdom? What if we're discovered before we can even activate our powers?" Kai glances around, then reassures everyone. "Don't worry, I've gathered information on routes suitable for our numbers, though the path may be rough and filled with monsters." Akira wondered, "Can our carriages even pass through?" C added, "This is important. If we're in danger, we can count on Sorero's abilities, right?" Tomoko replies excitedly, "Of course. Her divine ability is multi-dimensional space, allowing her to create spaces to store equipment and items. The amount of space depends on her mastery, and a certain amount of mana is needed to maintain it." She turned to Kai and asked, "Long time no see, and you still remember my divine guardian?" He replied, "Because your ability is very special, quite useful in this situation." Tomoko is pleased, enjoying the compliment. Gao turns to Kai Sinu and asks, "You've been infiltrating and hiding in the demon realm since that incident?" He replies, "Not exactly. I've been searching for clues so we can go home." Sai immediately asks, "And the result?" Kai's answer is that our only option is to defeat the Demon Lord, so he's gathered all the information we need to do it. Akira wonders if his scouting revealed that the Beastkin princess has been kidnapped. Typical Shin. Arashi is impatient, wondering if this leisurely pace is really okay. Kai agrees that they should have planned a raid on the insects. "You're right, we need to pick up the pace. Let Sorero take care of the luggage in the carriage. She's absolutely thrilled." That night, the group continued on foot through the forest trail. Arasi noticed something and immediately shouted, "Monsters are here! Everyone prepare yourselves!" They were now surrounded by a pack of ferocious night wolves, and behind Shiori, one lunged with bared fangs. Gao immediately stepped forward to defend her, taking a bite on the arm that shattered the wolf's teeth. Gao smirks. "Sorry, but your attacks can't penetrate my steel." Then he delivers a knockout punch. Akari reminds everyone, "We're surrounded. Support members to the center. Vanguard, push them back." He then cast a BF support command on his teammates, and those with combat abilities immediately obeyed, stepping to the outer perimeter. Empowered, they quickly take down the wolves, while Kai uses his binding ability to launch vines and stop them. Unable to attack, the wolf tripped and fell, giving Enno the chance to strike the final blow. "Take this! Over here, another wolf is leaping towards Arasi." He casually grabs it by the neck, then scolds, "Trash! You are nothing before me." Then he blasts it to oblivion. The charred wolf is tossed aside as Aras turns to the others. "No one's hurt, right?" Kai observes, thinking, "Everyone's doing great, I don't need to worry." It's good that Arashi recognizes his leadership role, reminding everyone to seek healing from Hano if injured. But unfortunately, Ka noticed something coming and called out to Maya, a remaining sharp-toothed wolf. It appears behind Arashi at close range, startling him. "What? There's still one left?" Mayor shouts, "Salamander fire!" The massive flames engulfed the wolf, incinerating it in an instant. Sushi is impressed by the firepower, and Kenta agrees. "Look, it's burnt to a crisp. Isn't she much stronger than Nagaso?" Arashi scoffs, saying it really wasn't necessary. Shinu's girlfriend's words startled Mayor, who blushed and reacted violently, pointing at Kai. "Who's his girlfriend?" He remains unfazed. "Show some gratitude. She just took a bullet for you." Arashi cast a suspicious glance. Mei stares intently at Kai, waiting for him to say something, anything. But he simply walks away, saying, "I don't care about such trivial matters." "That's harsh, girl. This is no small thing." Asusi seems jealous, and he's clearly annoyed. Ken admires him for having such a cute girlfriend. "I want to find a beautiful girl here and take her back to my world." After the battle, girls came up to introduce themselves. Kari waves him over. "Hey, you're Mayor, right? Want to hang out with us? Are you a love interest?" Mayor looks to his superior for help, but he remains indifferent. "Why are you looking at me? Do what you want." Waiting for those words, she smiled brightly and replied, "Okay." And so the four girls chatted happily. Kai was relieved to see Maya fitting in with everyone. Sometime later, near a cliff, it was still dark. After observing the area, Kai decided this was a good spot, as Arasi inquired. "They're definitely coming this way, right? I don't want to sit here for days." Using his enhanced vision, Kai looked down and spotted small figures approaching from afar. Seeing the demon army below, Kai turned to Arasi and said, "Don't worry, I see them." Using his divine power, Kai assesses the entire demon army, identifying 3 low-level demons, 15 mid-level demons, and surely more within the carriages. Among them is a single level 36 demon. His name is Giganda, age 57, a high-ranking demon. His stats are all A's and B's: 4th level spear technique, 2nd level demon fire magic, and 2nd level demon enslavement magic. Arasi asks, "A high-level demon is their leader?" Kai responded, "Perhaps, but don't underestimate him. He may not be as strong as Stonegeyer, but a high-level demon is still formidable." Hearing this, he frowned, his face full of determination. "Leave it to me. If you get in my way, I'll kill you." Kai glances at him, saying, "I was going to leave him to you from the start. Our strategy is simple. First, Arashi will distract them with his blast skill, and once their formation is broken, we'll surround them. The rest of you will move as a team of 3, Kei continued. Ino and Janagi, your mission is to protect Hano. They both acknowledge the order. Next, Ozaki, your job is to find and escort the injured. Sao crossed his arms and replied, "Leave it to me." Maya, you'll support everyone from the rear. Arashi, your mission is to confront the high-ranking demon. Don't be distracted by other opponents. While you're fighting, I'll sneak in and rescue the princess. Once she's safe, I'll give you the signal. Finally, Kai instructed, "The rest of you, act according to the situation. Retreat if things get too difficult." Arasi confidently replied, "Don't worry. Once I blow the leader's head off, the rest will scatter." Kai agreed, "All right, I'll let you lead the charge." A voice from the crowd added, "You should know we're only here because you need our help." Kenta shouts in agreement, "Yeah, why are you acting so high and mighty?" Asusi points fiercely, "Don't you dare order Arasan around." From behind, Arasi yells furiously, "Shut up, you idiots," then gives them both a headbutt. He stepped forward and commanded, "Hurry and prepare, we'll follow his plan." Meanwhile, among the demon army, the high-ranking demon Giganda surveyed the surroundings as one of his soldiers complained, "I'm so tired, sir." They've been walking since they left the beastman's territory, and he yells back, telling them not to let their guard down, before thinking to himself that he knew this would be tiring. Giganda closed his eyes tightly, his back aching from riding, but he couldn't let his soldiers see him like this. An idea popped into his head. Why not check on the prisoner? Then he turned to the demon soldiers and said, "I'm going to check on the girl. Keep a close watch and don't let your guard down." The demon soldiers outside agreed, but inside they were thinking, "So the old geezer wants to sneak off for a rest?" Inside one of the carriages, a beastkin girl is tied up and imprisoned. Giganda entered and sat by the door, looking weary as he spoke of the beastkin princess. "I've finally arrived, so princess, what do you think? We're nearing the city where you'll be held, having infiltrated the Demon King's territory. Your Federation soldiers won't make it this far," she immediately complained. "What's with this bumpy carriage ride?" He was taken aback by the question. That's a novel response. Then he cleared his throat. "But don't worry, if the Federation obediently follows our orders, you'll be released at any time." Sa shook her head. "It's useless. Once you've captured me, the Federation won't submit." He smiled. "It seems you still don't understand your position. You're the daughter of the Beastman leader." She remained defiant, scolding him. "If you think kidnapping me will sway them, you're delusional." Giganda glared at her, his brow furrowed in anger. "Watch your mouth, you bitch." He then grabbed the princess's collar and ripped it open, exposing her skin to Sina's shock. He stuck out his long, perverted tongue, saying, "Let me taste you, and I'll show you where you stand." The princess's eyes remained unchanged, staring at him unblinking as Giganda reached out, ready to commit a vile act. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts outside, lighting up the night sky. Startled, he stops what he's doing, pulls back the curtain, and asks, "What's going on?" A demon soldier reports, "We're under attack by humans." Giganda is worried, saying he'd believe it if they were beastmen. Explosions of immense power send the demon soldiers flying. He mounts his horse, grips the reins, and commands, "Counterattack! Show no fear of the humans." And so, the battle began, with the remaining hero candidates joining the fray. Asuzi and Kenta relentlessly attack, taking down many demon soldiers while Kao and the others support each other, sticking to their initial plan. Giganda looked at the battlefield, worried that he was losing, even though his army was supposed to be the most elite. Arazi rotated his shoulders and stepped forward, asking, "You're a high-ranking demon, right?" Giganda summoned a weapon, retorting, "Who the hell are you?" Arazi clenches his fists, smiles at him, and says, "I don't need to tell my name to trash like you. I'll tell you if you put on a little show for me." As a high-ranking demon, he was furious at the insult. Giganda roared, attacking, "Shut your mouth! Someone like you is nothing to me." He then unleashes a devastating attack on Arazi. He leaps, throwing a punch at Giganda, who blocks it with his spear. Then he roared, "You think you can beat me? A high-ranking demon with this kind of firepower?" Arazi's face shows concern as he thrusts his spear, forcing his opponent to jump back and keep a safe distance. Arazi frowns, thinking that while strong, he's not as strong as that other guy, then clenches his fist, realizing he just needs a little more energy for his firepower and he can handle some injuries. My blast takes a lot of energy to activate, and at my current capacity, I can only fire 7 more times. Arazi crouches slightly and places his hand on the ground to set something up. Once my energy is depleted, my physical abilities will decline, and I won't be able to keep up with the enemy. I just need to create an opening and aim for his head or heart. Then I'll have to use my full power. On this side, they also think these warriors are human, and what's more, they have divine power. I've never seen these faces before, but they're unbelievably strong. Could these be the legendary hero candidates? He twirled his spear, knowing he must proceed with caution if they defeated Winbach and Stony. He spurred his horse forward, wondering how they'd pinpointed his location. He suspected they aimed to rescue the two-race princess. Luckily, I assigned soldiers to guard the princess. They should hold out for a while. The troops here are focused on defense. Giganda's eyes burned with determination. If that's the case, I must make a decisive move. Defeat their leader. After a moment's thought, he charges towards Arazi, spear in hand, a smile spreading across his face. I'll end this with one blow, lightning thrust. A surprise attack, but fortunately, Arazi managed to dodge it, though the destroyed hem of his coat gave him pause. Dodging to the left, he's rattled by the speed of his opponent, his eyes fixed on the greater demon before him. He urges his horse forward, right into position, and Arazi smirks, standing within his explosive minefield. Arazi's divine art, mind skill, unleashes a devastating explosion, causing the demon to cry out in alarm. What is this? The explosion startled his horse, throwing him. Jaw was singed by the flames, looking disheveled as he thought, "This is a trap skill?" He cursed in frustration. "Damn it, my vision's blocked." Arazi rushed forward, thinking, the mine explosion is just a trap skill, lacking the firepower of a blast, but I've finally created an opening in his defenses. He can't pinpoint my location with just dust. He appears behind him, a fiery fist ready to strike. Now all he needs to do is ambush him with the explosion, but before he can, Giganda's eyes flash. He's been spotted. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind erupts from his body. Aras frowns, clicking his tongue. He couldn't dodge at all. The force of the blast sends him flying, and his teammates cry out his name in alarm. He gets up, clutching his stomach. That hurt. Focus on the situation. Don't worry about me. Giganda raises his voice. You can't even use your powers to protect yourself anymore. Still, he couldn't shake his unease, unable to believe how well this guy could defend. His instincts were like an animal's. He recalls Arazi's traps, but he's figured out his fighting style, setting explosive traps by touching them, detonating anything he touches. Giganda confidently descends, believing that as long as he holds his spear and maintains his distance, he can win. He just needs to focus and evade Arazi's traps. Arazi, face set with determination, thought, I guess that's what you're thinking? Giganda unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades, forcing Arazi to focus on dodging. He smirks. This distance is perfect. From here, he can't touch me. Spears repeatedly thrust toward Arazi, who asks, so you've figured out my fighting style? Giganda smiles, noting that Arazi is always changing his position, as Arazi raises his hand to attack. That's right, you're the one who's defenseless. He uses his cannon skill, firing a spark straight at Giganda. His eyes widen as Arazi channels more energy into the shot with absolute power. A massive explosion follows, the force devastating. The attack leaves behind a massive crater, a testament to Arazi's immense power, as Giganda lies motionless, mouth agape, blood flowing. Arazi then flips his jacket, striking a cool pose as his stats appear. Arazi Sunsuke, age 17, male, attack B, defense B, agility B, strength A, magic C, status normal, divine art, 3rd level burst, divine art, 2nd level mine, divine art, 2nd level cannon, physical strength, 4th level. Mayor looks on in astonishment. Wow, he took down a high-ranking demon all by himself. The demon soldiers are terrified. Lord Reganda is dead. Have we lost? Akira cheers everyone on as he unleashes his attack. Arashi defeated a high-ranking demon. Their defenses are crumbling. Let's keep this momentum going, then use corn to boost our damage. Everyone with corn weapons get a damage boost and charge in for an all-out attack. Moments later, the demon soldiers, without a leader, scattered and were easily defeated. Kai, with daggers in hand, approached a carriage wondering, "This must be it, right?" He then approached and gently pulled the curtain aside, revealing Sina with her chest exposed from the Ganda's tearing. The princess asked, "Did you come here to help me?" Kai looked at her and replied, "I'm wondering that myself." He retrieved a dagger from his chest, approached her, and cut Za's bonds. As the ropes fell away, she wiped her face and turned to Kai, asking, "What are you after?" He coldly replied, "Something even demons desire. I've decided to use you to achieve my goal." Sheena rubbed her wrists, calmly looking at him. "How honest." Kai nonchalantly replies, "Why would I lie? You'd prefer to hear that we're here to save you with no ulterior motives." Xavier lowers his hand, sensing the life force. "I can't. But then, you'd agree that me fighting you is justified, right?" Immediately, that hand, a demigod beast transformation, was covered in thick fur and sharp claws, and then Sina's eyes turned as cold as a fierce god, lunging at Kai. Instantly, a cloud of white smoke billows from the drain, and he leaps back in reflex. Sina, a beast unleashed, claws wildly at Kai, but he narrowly dodges each razor-sharp strike. Kai, weapon in hand, had to admit she was fast, and the two began to clash violently. Is this the power of a beastman? And Kai easily blocks all of X's claw attacks. After a brief exchange, he, already tired, shouts a command, and in less than a second, lightning strikes Sina. Sina's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Sina bit her lip in frustration, recognizing the magic. But Kai casually sidestepped the attack. Sina crashes to the ground in agony, and while her opponent is still dazed, Kai pins her beneath him. He mused that a basic lightning spell had no real power, but it was incredibly useful for neutralizing enemies. It would be great to increase the odds of winning in close combat. Xena gritted her teeth and glared at him. "How can humans be so strong?" Kai narrowed his eyes, saying, "Finally realized the difference in our strength, have you?" She had two choices, restrain herself and follow him, or obey him. Knowing she was no match for Kai, Sina resigned herself to her fate. Fine. Being with humans is better than being with demons anyway. The Arasi group seemed to have the upper hand, with monsters lying all over the ground and only one left. It roars savagely, yet with a hint of fear as it sweats, unable to believe who stands before them. "There's no way I can win. They're the real monsters." Erezi coldly called out to Chanami, and Kari, understanding immediately, drew a magic circle. Okay. The vines on the trees suddenly glowed and grew rapidly. Following Kari's lead, they ensnare the monster's feet, preparing for the assault, and with a single tug, the beast crashes to the ground, uttering unintelligible cries. Arasi slowly approached, scaring it witless, then grabbed its chin to make it easier to talk. Arasi squeezed hard, telling the demon lord, "We have no grudge against him. I'll slice his head clean off." Soon after, everyone gathered in a circle around a small fire. Susie, holding a piece of meat, happily says, "Their carriages have so much food." Ken takes a bite and cheerfully agrees. We're having a feast today." Kari teared up, feeling guilty like they were robbing someone. Her companion, however, laughs gleefully. "Ha ha, isn't that what we are?" But Sina hesitated, just watching without daring to touch anything. C asked, "What's wrong? Why don't you eat?" Though Za was drooling with hunger, she tried to suppress it. "Are you sure you can afford to feed me so well?" Arasi tore off a piece of meat, reveling in the first decent meal she'd had in ages, adding that this was nothing compared to the food in their world. Taking a sip of broth and glancing at Xena, Kai said, "We still need something from you, so if you die, we'll be in trouble, so eat up." Hearing this, Sina didn't hesitate, picking up the bowl and gulping it down, not forgetting to say, "Thank you." Just one sip of soup and Sina looks like she's in heaven. "Delicious," she says, and her friend beams at the adorable reaction. Delicious, right? Hano's cooking is always amazing. The unexpected praise makes Hano a little shy. "I'm glad you like it." Mayo suddenly asked, "Your name is Za? How did the demons manage to corner you?" Za remained silent, and after a moment of watching the flickering flames, she recounted the entire story. "I stumbled upon the Demon Lord's army while hunting in the forest," Za recalled, remembering the monsters she encountered. "I was venturing deep into the Federation's territory. Normally, demons wouldn't be there." Sina hesitated. "So they knew where I was all along. Kai calmly speculates that they may be planning to invade the Federation, and capturing her is one of their goals. Carrie wondered why the demons wanted to control the Beastmen, and her friend replied, because they're invading the Holy Kingdom. Maybe they want to rule the world. Sina quickly agreed. That's exactly what the demons were planning. But what do you humans want from me? Kai states frankly, I need you to be our bargaining chip. We want a federal alliance to destroy the Demon Lord. Destroy the Demon Lord? Sina asked, confused. Are you serious? Arasi suddenly spoke up. We have our reasons. We can't return to our world until we defeat the Demon Lord, he explained between bites of meat. Finally, Za understood the problem. So, you're the hero candidates. I heard humans summoned you as their trump card. Kai suddenly asked, So, what do you think? If you're sincere about helping us, it would be a great boon. Xena nodded earnestly. I understand. I owe you for saving me. Kai nonchalantly throws cold water on the idea. But we have no intention of saving you. Xena was taken aback, but accepted their terms since they were her saviors, after all, and they even gave her a warm meal. Xena made her position clear. To purge the demons within the Federation, they would need help from a third party. It's just a hunch, Xena stated frankly, but I believe there's a spy among the Federation's high-ranking members. The next morning, everyone quickly descended the mountain and left the forest. The rescued cat beast princess, Sina, has escaped the Demon King's territory with Shinu, and they are on their way back to Enorat City. The group approached the city gates, while in a room, the soft sounds of sharp swords echoed through the air. Midu was diligently practicing his swordsmanship alone when Suji's voice suddenly called out, stopping him in his tracks. Seeing her rushing towards him, Midu asked, Reina, what's wrong? Reina announced that Arazi's group had returned and were marching triumphantly through the main gate. Midu's eyes widened in shock. What? At the city gates, Arazi's group had forced their way inside, only to be met by the soldiers. A soldier shouts, Deserters! How dare you return with such composure? You're violating military law. That shout was enough to send Arazi into a rage. I don't care. Do the rules protect us? The soldiers, dumbfounded by the outburst, could only stand there and wonder. Bastards, you say? Arasi turned away, losing patience. I have no business getting involved with someone like you, Amelia thought. The officer didn't even acknowledge him, ordering his troops to charge forward. Did he really think she'd meet with trash like him? Restrain them and throw these deserters in prison. The situation is spiraling out of control. Arashi scratches his head in annoyance. A real headache. Even if you guys team up, you still can't beat me. Chao stands nearby, calmly explaining, they're acting this way because of your attitude. If we were Midu's group, even if his group was branded as deserters, they would still be welcomed back, warmly. Suddenly, chains appeared, binding all the soldiers, and a cold voice echoed, Don't move. Jin steps forward, asking, You're back early, huh? Her strange behavior causes the soldier to shout, Kanzakazine, are you planning to betray us? Release this skill seal at once. Narumi placed her hand on the soldier's shoulder and winked endearingly. Now, calm down. Arashi's group doesn't want to fight, and let's talk to them first. Moments later, the seal and chains are removed. The soldier reluctantly relented. Seeing this, Arashi seethed with rage, his eyes burning with animosity. Why listen to him and not me? Akira chuckled, saying it's always been that way. Narumi calmly approached him and inquired, So, what now? Did you return with any important information? Arashi, still sulking, demanded, Save that for later. For now, please take us somewhere we can talk properly. Soon after, in a grand room, everyone sat neatly on chairs, except for Arashi, who had his feet up on the table. He remained as stubborn and unruly as ever, leaving Harik and Delia shaking their heads in dismay. The officers were bitter, but dared not say a word. Murray, unable to bear his strange behavior, finally spoke up. Enough, Arashi, you're making the atmosphere too tense. What? Is this what you call the culture of another world? Why are you always like this? Meyer asked sternly. There's no need to make things so tense, is there? Besides, we've gathered the people you wanted to talk to. Despite his annoyance, he lowers his leg. Fine. Arashi regained his composure and called out, Chinami, come in. Immediately after, Kai led Sheena in, offering an apology, and Harik was stunned by Sina's appearance. Amelia exclaimed in surprise, A cat beastman. Akira firmly introduces her as Shina, daughter of Gandanus, the Beast Federation chief. Everyone present was stunned by this news. The daughter of the Federation chief. Why is she with you? Xena unflinchingly admits, Yes, I am the daughter of the Beast Federation's leader. They rescued me from the demons. Midu, in disbelief, asks, You were kidnapped by demons? Xena glances at him and replies honestly, Yes. The demons are hiding in the Federation territory. I was rescued as they were taking me to the Demon King's territory. Arasi chimes in. We can use her as leverage to get the Federation to cooperate. We can't wait another 2 years anyway. Elia's mind cleared. I understand the situation, Elia said sternly, proposing a solution. We're also considering forming an alliance with the Federation, so let me report back to the higher-ups. Now that we have the princess, they won't miss this opportunity. Arasi states bluntly, being honest. Elia doesn't hide her intentions, stating frankly that they don't want half the hero candidates to leave. We were actually planning to accept some of your requests if you rejoined us. You are the Army's trump card, and your actions affect morale. I'll take responsibility for what you do. This way, I can avoid getting fired. Hearing that, Elia's voice drops. I understand your request. It is done. Amelia looked up, resolute, her voice firm. If we can cooperate with the Federation, we can continue our campaign to defeat the Demon Kingdom. This is what you want too, isn't it? Arasi finally relaxes a little. Now you understand what I'm getting at, Elia said, looking seriously at the other side. In any case, it's not a bad deal for us. Killing the Demon Lord is what the people want. Of course, we'll do everything we can to make it happen. Shin is determined to repay the favor as well. I was saved and fed by them. In return for my help, I want you to help me destroy the demons in the Federation. Midu immediately echoed his sentiment. Of course, I'll do my best. Hark suddenly interrupted in a low voice. May I ask something? How did you get the information about the princess's kidnapping? Arasi looked away, then replied. About that, we interrogated the demons we captured. Hark observed him intently, then replied, I see. A week later, everyone waited with bated breath. Hark, holding a paper, entered with Elia to deliver news. The Holy Kingdom was sending an envoy to the Federation to discuss an alliance. The stifling atmosphere was shattered, and everyone cheered with joy. In a small house by the city walls, Kai gets straight to the point, asking who's going. Akira sits opposite him and answers honestly. So, Midu, Nagas, Kanjaki, and Narumi. Those are the 4. With the intel in hand, Kai takes a sip of tea. I figured they'd choose Kanjaki for her dominating presence. Akira immediately agreed with this assumption. That's because Midu and Narumi have a keen eye for talent, and while Nagas is strict, he has a way with words. In another room, Herrick is working tirelessly, unaware that Akira is talking about him. The leader of the messengers is likely Herrick. Of course, some soldiers and a few people from the administration will come as well, totaling 30. Maya silently listened to their exchange when Kai suddenly asked, How's Ashi doing? Meanwhile, Arasi was enjoying the warm sun on the roof. Akira replied without hesitation. He wants to stay on the front lines because he's not very good at negotiating. Indeed, in the training yard, Meyer is instructing Asis and Kenta, unaware that Akira is talking about her. Meanwhile, with Midu gone, Hashimoto will serve as the acting captain. Akira boldly speculates that it will be difficult, as they will need to constantly keep Arasi and his friends in check, before abruptly asking Kai, So, what's your plan? Without hiding anything, Shin says frankly, I'm going to the Federation, though I have no intention of following the envoy. Outside the city walls, Herrick turns back and gives an order to everyone. Let's go. The army, along with the hero candidates, are moving towards the Federation. On the way, Ren constantly smoothed her hair, complaining about being tired. Midu smiled and turned to her. It's going to be a long trip. Narumi chimes in, intrigued. I'm surprised. I didn't think Rina would join us. She turns and asks, annoyed. What? Are you saying I'm not allowed to come along? He quickly waves his hands. That's not what I meant. I'm glad you're here. Pointing at Midu, Rina says, If I leave you two alone, you'll just do something reckless, especially this idiot. He stares blankly back. Me? Seeing them so happy, Narumi laughs. Rina was a little displeased, saying that Midu wasn't trustworthy as a companion, and nothing would change even if they went together, causing Narumi to whine. Hey Rina, why are you being so mean to me? Behind her, In seemed rather somber. Jin thinks to himself that they're too noisy, and wonders if it wouldn't be better if they were quiet, also wondering if Shinshu is on his way to the Federation. Could he be nearby as well? Hark glanced at Jin's expression as the group silently moved across the vast fields and prairies, secretly watching them from the bushes. Kai tells Mare, All right, let's go. As they walk, Mare asks, Are we just tailing them? He replied, It seems easier to follow them. Xena is there too. By the way, can I ask you something? Back with the group, they move through the forests. Jin silently takes in the scenery, seemingly enjoying the fresh air, prompting Hark to ask, Why do you always look around like that? Kanzaki was startled and replied with a hint of embarrassment, I'm just keeping an eye out for monsters. No need for the unnecessary winks, Narumi. Suji and Hark are already here. Jin lowered his head slightly as he replied, "You're right." Hark turns. "Midu, I have a question for you. It only took a few days for Arasi to return to our side, right?" He nodded. "Yes, that's right." Hark wondered. "I wonder how they got information about Za being kidnapped." Jin chimes in. "Didn't he say he caught some demons and tortured them for information?" But he's still not satisfied with that. "I just think it was a little fast. They got the information, processed it, and returned. It's hard to believe he's doing everything alone. Arasi usually discusses these things with us first." Midu retorts, "What exactly are you implying?" Hark's voice echoes through the forest. "I'm just speculating." He continued, "Someone is moving in the shadows, gathering information on their own. As always, you're terrible at lying, Midu. Your expression gives it all away." Narumi thought to herself, "This is bad." Herrick's words clearly caused a shift in his expression. Shinzu has indeed helped us a lot in the shadows, but to the Holy Kingdom, he's still a criminal. Even Jin is worried. What punishment will we face if Herrick finds out about our cooperation with him? Just then, Rena stepped forward asking, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Herrick quickly replied, "Looks like some of you know and some of you are still in the dark. Your circle of connections in this world is still small because you're outsiders, and you'll need people like us to build relationships. The answer is simple. Shinkai is your shadow, the one who killed the Saintess." Midu frowned slightly, asking with a hint of worry, "So what if that's the case?" Suddenly, Herrick bursts out laughing. "Just as expected, I was only joking." Narumi says to Len, "Your reasoning is good, but even if we were in contact, he would still help even if we didn't agree." Hark smiles. "Don't worry, I won't punish you. I was just curious. Honestly, I think I should thank him for killing that woman." These words surprised the soldiers. Narumi retorts, "How can you say that?" He dismisses it. "Of course not. If they find out, I'll be hanged." He added, "Besides, based on Kanjaki's behavior these past few hours, I'd guess he's nearby, watching us closely, right?" Hearing this, Midu quickly turned around and asked, "Really?" Kanjaki's sudden question flustered her, wondering what she should do. Jin worries if he's dragging Shindu down since he's the one who brought him the news. Kai's voice echoes as he steps forward, admitting he has nothing left to hide now that he's been discovered. The soldiers recognize him, crying out, "It's the one who killed the Saintess." Sina interjects, "He's the one who saved me." Har turns his horse, and the soldiers point their spears at Kai. He said, "I'm just going by my own conclusions." Kai looked at him and replied, "You're drawing conclusions with very little information." Har continued, "Not as good as yours, but we have our sources. You killed Winbex, one of the 4 heavenly kings, the Black Reaper, didn't you?" Kai retorted, "I've never heard that moniker, and I didn't kill him alone." He glanced at Mayer, an elf capable of magic. "It seems you have a powerful companion." From the crowd, a woman's voice called out Kai's name, drawing Mayer's attention. Rena spurred her horse forward, shouting, "After everything that's happened, how dare you show your face?" Midu quickly tried to intervene. "Calm down, Rena." But she shook him off, continuing, "I can't calm down." Rena points at Kai, continuing her tirade. "You only forgave him because you're too kind, Suji. But he's a traitor." She asks, "Do you have anything else to say?" Kai remains unfazed. I have no intention of denying it. Narumi winks and smiles, telling her to calm down. "Rena, please keep helping us." Rena angrily shouts, "Shut up." "I'll end this here. Lord, bless the flames in my palm." A fireball appears in her hand and Mare is impressed. "That's some serious firepower. I don't know if we can withstand it." Kei glances at Mare, subtly signaling her. Kanzaki raises her hand to cast a spell to stop it, but Kai calls out, "You asked her to do nothing, but a great fire is headed your way." A terrifying explosion erupts, and Narumi is filled with worry. "Hey, are you trying to turn him to dust?" Rena replies. "What? If that's all it takes to kill him, I'll be very disappointed." "That's right." Kai's voice echoed as his arm appeared. He then grabbed Rena's collar and pulled her down, causing her to cry out in surprise. "What?" By the time she realized it, Rena had fallen to the ground, quickly jumping back to keep her distance, then summoning fireballs to incinerate him. Kai retorts, "Lightning, pierce my enemy." Immediately, lightning strikes Rena, paralyzing her and causing her to scream in agony. In an instant, Rena collapses. Kai pauses, and Rena lies motionless. She opens her eyes slightly, weakly asking, "What was that?" "I may not be that strong," Kai says, looking at the lightning in his hand. "I'm not gifted with divine magic, but even without talent, I can still use it if I keep practicing." Then he mocks Rena, saying, "Look at you, corrupted by the power you call divine. Are you sure you've been practicing properly?" Narumi wondered aloud. "Wow, you neutralized Rena instantly. Amazing." Shinju-kun, Midu thought to herself. He's not just fast, but he also catches his opponents off guard. He's also gained some new powers compared to me. Reina gets up, still defiant. I still won't accept you. Kai remained calm. I never needed your approval to begin with. And no matter how many times we fight, the result will be the same. Seemingly unwilling to accept it, Reina screams for him to shut up. Jin's voice cuts through the air. Enough, Naga-san. Calm down. Magical chains appear, restraining Reina. That evening, gathered around the fire, Herrick, having heard the retelling of events, said, I understand. Basically, you were forced into a corner. He then pondered, now I can understand why you decided to kill Leonora in that situation. First of all, from your perspective, you were being forced to do more and more impossible tasks, Midu stated. We were quite confused at the time. That's why Zinkun decided to take all the blame upon himself, Narumi added. And some in the class still misunderstand Jinjukun's intentions, Reina says bitterly. I still think his reasons were more than just because we were classmates, Kai said, munching on jerky. Nagas is right. Simply put, she would have been a nuisance if I let her live, so I killed her. Narumi smiles. You're stubborn. It's true. Ren turns away, feigning indifference. No matter how he explains it, I'm the one who decides whether or not to believe him, Ren continued. First, is it true that you're trying to find our way back home? She looks at Mayer. And who is that cute girl behind you? Kai added. I haven't found anything yet. She just decided to follow me. You're so mean, Midu spoke up. Anyway, to catch the spies within the Federation, we need your cooperation, Shinja-kunun. That's why. Hark happily agreed to join them on their journey. I don't mind either, though I can't report back to the Empire. I'll just falsify some documents. Then everyone turned to Rena, who still seemed very annoyed with Kai as she squeezed her eyes shut. Whatever, it doesn't change the fact that I hate him. Kai looked at everyone, saying, Anyway, we're headed to the same place, so if you guys don't mind, I'm happy to join you. The campfire crackled, casting a silent glow on the group, until Midu heard his name called from behind. Kai asked, Are you sure you should have told him that? Midu replied, You mean about Leonora's death? It's all right. Herrick is trustworthy. Kai warns that no matter how much you trust someone, there are things you shouldn't reveal, but it's too late now that you've already told him. Midu understood Kai's concern, assuring him that she would take responsibility, and besides, Hark knew what was happening from the start. Kai asked if further concealment would be pointless then. He muses that sharing information and showing trust like that is just Midu's way. Afterwards, the delegation continued on foot for several more days. Hark told everyone, We've reached the border of the Federation. Sina peeked out from the carriage. Let's go to the town nearest the border. He sensed something was off. It seemed they had a welcoming party. An arrow shot out, landing right in front of Midu, startling his horse. He tightened the reins and looked around. The group was surrounded by beastmen who were aiming bows and weapons at them. Herrick grew anxious as the soldiers formed a defensive perimeter, and a beast woman stepped forward, her voice commanding. Humans. What are you doing in our territory? The difference in strength between the two sides was immense. Midu stepped forward, arms outstretched, and declared, We're not here to fight, we want to form an alliance with the Federation. An alliance, you say? The beast woman asked, a hint of doubt in her voice. The beast folk are difficult. After all you've done, you dare say that? You gray-skinned humans are the reason we're treated so badly. Ren grimaces. We don't know and we don't care, is what they probably mean. Narumi forces a smile, asking Xena not to say such things as she peeks out. Run, it's me. The beast princess jumped down from the carriage. A voice calls out Sinisama from the crowd. The princess says, These people rescued me. Vun, seemingly deaf to reason, signals his people, then shouts, Return Sinisama to us. Herc is bewildered. We want that too. At least hear us out. She brushed him off, saying she didn't need it, and charged forward to attack. Sensing trouble, Herrick orders a counterattack but insists they mustn't be killed. The two groups clash, the sound of swords colliding echoing. Kai turns and asks, Can this misunderstanding be cleared up? Shin, the princess replied, Once Rune is like this, she won't listen to anyone. She added, Incapacitate her, but don't kill her. Her army is full of inexperienced youngsters, but you might be able to do it. With the green light, Kai says, You heard her. Midu, it's your time to shine. Though defending, he hears his comrade's voice and replies, Understood. He then swings his sword, felling the gray beast with a single blow. Surrounded, Midu dodges the beastman's attacks, then strikes the pink beastman's neck. Seeing his comrades fall one after another, the red beastman can only watch in horror. What? A spark flashed in Midu's eyes, and in a blink he teleported behind the red beast and knocked it out. He fell like a log, his saliva still in the air as his head hit the ground. The remaining beastmen panicked, yelling, "You bastard!" Kai turns to Kanzaki, who startles and turns around. "Huh? What's going on?" "Leave the archers in the back to me and let Midu handle the front lines," Jin replied, understanding. He then unleashed a chain of magic towards the archers, completely immobilizing them. They wondered, "What's going on?" I can't move," the other beastmen charged in, yelling, "Sama, we're here to rescue you!" Kai calls out to Maya, who raises her staff and replies, Okay. Then she begins to cast her spell. Spirits, stop them without hurting them. As soon as she finished speaking, the beastmen were blown away by the wind. Nagami marveled. "Wow, so she's an elemental magic user like me." Kai turns to Nagas. She readies a fireball in her hand, but is ordered not to interfere. Hearing this, she frowns and shouts vehemently, "What? Everyone else is fighting. Why am I the only one who isn't?" Kai fights while explaining, "If they're hit by your flames, they're dead. Or are you confident enough to control your magic and not kill them?" That made sense to Rina, and she lowered her hand. "Fine." Run watches the battle in astonishment. "No way, are humans really this strong?" Herrick kept trying to explain. "We only came here to talk." Midu steps forward. "We didn't kill your soldiers, so can you please put your sword away?" Without a word, she continues her assault. Midu reached out and stopped her sword with his fingers. The beast girl's eyes widened in shock as the blade was held firm. Her arm trembled as a voice called out from afar. Lonek stepped forward, asking, "Are you calm now?" The princess tried to reassure them. "Please, listen to these people." A moment later, in the forest, the beast people said, "We are truly sorry." Wang, along with his beastmen, knelt before the group, and a flustered Midu quickly said, "No, please, raise your heads." Du repeatedly kowtows, saying, "I didn't know you were her saviors." "I am truly sorry. I offer my life to atone for my mistakes." Hark smiles, thinking about the relationship between the two races. "I understand your actions." Run continues to prostrate until he bleeds. There was a hint of confusion in her eyes as Ka spoke up from beside the carriage. "If you want to make a change, could you be our guide?" He continued. "I'm talking about establishing a federation between both peoples, so I want to meet with the senior leaders of the federation. And this is what XA wants as well." The princess nodded. "Yes, I owe them, so please treat them with respect." Run agreed. "Understood. I will bring them to the capital." She tearfully pleads with Asama. "I'm glad you're okay," the princess smiles. "Well, I'm going home now." After that, Midu and the other liaisons were treated with more respect. To establish an alliance, we need to negotiate with the Federal Congress, an organization comprised of leaders from each Beastman faction that governs this nation. And Congress is located in the capital of the Mensley Federation. Midu was impressed. "So, this is the capital of the Federation," Narumi exclaims at its size. Run turns back and says, "I'm sorry, but I can only take you this far. Of course, I still want to express my deepest gratitude for saving Shinosama. But the ones who decide this country's policies are the members of the National Assembly." Midu replies, "It's fine. This will be our job from now on." The capital of the Grandana's Beastmen, the Menslea Beastmen Alliance. Inside the city, Beastmen bustle about. Spotting the group, they whispered about their arrival. What are these humans plotting? Despite this, guided by June and the princess, the group quietly advanced as the Beastmen crowd continued to stir. They lined the streets, silently observing with wary eyes, and Midu sensed the heavy atmosphere, remaining silent. Kai speaks up. "Looks like they don't hate us as much as we thought. It feels more like they're afraid of us." Narumi laughs. "Right, no matter the race, an ordinary person would feel fear when seeing the army of another nation, wouldn't they?" "I think that's a normal reaction," Herrick murmured. "After all, these people are just ordinary citizens. I think we'll be hated more by the tribe's leader. These are the people we're about to meet." As they spoke, a loud voice called out the princess's name. Gina, a beastman in a red cloak, rushes out, his face etched with worry. "Are you all right, Gina?" The princess replied. "I'm fine. Father, I wasn't even hurt." "Father, look." Rune immediately knelt down to pay his respects. He embraces his daughter, breathing a sigh of relief, saying he's glad she's all right. Sina smiles. "That hurts, Father. You're squeezing too tight." He quickly releases her, waving his hand. "Oh, I'm sorry. I was just overcome with emotion." He then scanned the crowd of humans before him, asking, "So these humans are the ones who saved you?" He laughs. "I understand. Today I'll allow these people to stay in my mansion." Then, cheerfully introducing himself, "I am Anto, leader of the cat tribe, and Xena's father." He continued, "Thank you for saving my daughter. I vow to repay this life debt." Hark stepped forward, introducing himself. I am Hark, captain of the 8th Knights Corps of the Holy Digeret Kingdom. Antasama, may I make a proposal? Ano raised his hand, gesturing. Of course. Please proceed. A moment later, everyone was seated at a long table, humans on one side and cat people on the other. Sina stood beside her father as Hark, having laid out the basics, stated, That is our proposal, as envoys of the Holy Digeret Kingdom, for an alliance between our two nations. Could you consider our proposal? Ano urged. I must repay your kindness. Since you saved my daughter, of course I agree. It's true that the Demon Kingdom's threat is growing, the wolf tribe leader, Iga, stated. We've fought demons in skirmishes before, but recently their attacks have become more frequent. Are you suggesting we ally with humans for that reason alone? The bird tribe chief Camilla interjects. This is absurd. Have you forgotten what humans have done to us? The leader of the fish tribe slammed his hand on the table, saying, Camilla is right. My father was enslaved and killed by humans. It's not something easily forgotten, but we are grateful for your rescue and escort here. And we will give you a worthy reward, added Niels, the leader of the dog tribe. But we will not forget what happened in the past. His eyes betray a hint of displeasure. Anto turned to Niels and continued. Didn't humans discriminate against us and drive us out? That's not something we can easily forget, is it? And now you want us to help them. Mac and Camilla echoed Niels, agreeing not to offer assistance. As the beastmen murmured, Herrick's voice rang out. We must not forget the past, he continued. But don't we share the same goal of destroying the demons? Hearing this, Mac fiercely retorted, How dare you? When it comes to fighting demons, I won't be joining forces with you either, Iga declared, looking at the humans. Wait, Mac? He raised his hand and continued. Indeed, we've heard you've turned the tide in the war against the demons. What form of cooperation are you seeking from us? Herrick pondered the question, but Midu immediately answered, We want to wipe out the entire demon realm and behead the demon king. That answer left the beastmen speechless. They were speechless for a moment, then Ega burst into laughter, breaking the silence. He eyed Midu, wondering if those eyes could ever lie. Interesting. Camilla wondered, What is it? Ega continued, You see, at first I thought it was strange. If my information is correct, humanity has a significant advantage. Ega smiled. They don't seem forced or pressured to form an alliance with us. Midu says seriously, We want to defeat the Demon Lord, and to achieve that, we need your help. Anzu interrupts, drawing Midu's attention, echoing what Ega said earlier. He continued, I want to help them eradicate the demons. I was skeptical at first, but I didn't expect the boy to be so honest. Another hand rises as Ega speaks up. I agree as well. If the demons are making serious moves, the Federation won't be able to stand against them. His eyes sharpen. If the Holy Kingdom falls to the demons, we'll be next. So we need to seize this chance to fight alongside humanity. Upon hearing this, the members of the group were overjoyed, but Camilla responded, I understand your intentions, but I still cannot accept. She eyed them suspiciously, adding that humans are always ready to stab you in the back. Mac also spoke up, saying that no matter the situation, he wouldn't cooperate with people he couldn't trust. Niels shared a similar sentiment, suspecting the alliance was a ploy to use them as sacrifices or bait. Sina, standing beside her father, observes, Niels-sama, somehow you've changed. You used to be a strong supporter of humanity. Niels replied, My thoughts have changed after living to this age, and raised his hand in contemplation. So, are there more people against this proposal now? Iga added, It's not wise to decide right away. It's best we take some time to think. I'd also like to hear more about their proposal. Let's allow them to stay in our territory for a while. Anto laughed heartily and agreed. Leave their accommodations to us. They saved my daughter's life. Camilla scoffed. Whatever, I'm not changing my mind. Mac just had to add. She speaks the truth. I won't accept it either. Kai sits silently, observing with his crimson eyes. His eyes widened, revealing a deadly crimson hue as he tried to see through Niels, who had once supported humans. That day, in the Grandana's capital of the Beastmen Menslea, a lavish feast was laid out at the Cat Tribe chieftain's mansion to welcome their human guests. Ano raises his glass with joy, thanking them for saving his daughter. Please, eat and drink to your heart's content. Midu thanks you as well. Rina eyes the food with some discomfort, wondering what kind of dish it is. A bug? Jin replies with a wry smile. I don't know either. Kai picked up a bug, broke it in half, revealing the fatty meat inside its hard shell. Then he happily ate it. Meanwhile, Mayer cheerfully ate fruit, his face full of enjoyment. The outgoing Narumi raises a glass with the beastmen, who stand up and praise his tolerance, saying, Have another drink, brother. You can really hold your liquor. He replies, Me? Well, then let's have another. Shin, though enjoying the feast, reminds his father to get down to business. Anno raised his hand to get their attention, then spoke. The thing is, we need to make a decision about future policies. The people below fell silent and listened. According to my daughter, demons have infiltrated the Federation and are in the capital, meaning they have access to a significant amount of internal information. Shin continued. Otherwise, how would they have known my location at that time? I was completely ambushed. Scarface Mio said, I could understand if it was at the border, but security in the capital is pretty tight. The man in blue agreed, saying, he's right. If demons infiltrated the capital, we should have detected them. Sina frowned, displeased by those words. Scarface quickly explained, that's not what I meant, Princess. I wasn't doubting your words. To ease the tension, Anto adds that beastmen have a strong sense of smell, making it difficult for demons to infiltrate the city without detection, suggesting there's an inside man. The cat tribe leader's statement and that sound suddenly silenced the table, and all eyes turned in one direction. Kai, drinking, said, someone is protecting the demons. If they're providing intel and covering their tracks, that's the only explanation. The cat tribe reacted, how could you think such a twisted thing? One of them stood up fiercely. Don't talk nonsense. Are you suspecting us? And two immediately retorted calmly, we're just speculating on possibilities. He then apologized, his face falling. And it continued, I don't want to suspect my own people, but no matter how hard I tried to find Za, I couldn't find a trace of her. He and his men searched through the night, and to be honest, I had a bad feeling about it. Someone is definitely controlling the flow of information. Herrick warns that if the information network is being manipulated, it's dangerous because the spy is likely a high-ranking individual. Jin worried if what they discussed in the meeting had been leaked. Narumi adds, so, is it possible that one of the clan leaders is the traitor? Ano immediately denies it. I don't think so. The clan leaders are the ones who deliberate and advise on the Federation's future, and I don't want to create suspicion among them with the limited information we have. The pink-haired cat person agreed, yes, you're right, it's making me anxious. Anto turns to his daughter with a reminder. Please don't leave the estate during this time. The girl seems indifferent, saying, I just got back. He replied with concern, saying that if she were kidnapped again, they would lose everything. Midu interjects, asking how the alliance negotiations are going. The table fell silent for a moment, and Anta scratched his head, flustered. I apologize for that. I thought they would have accepted the offer more readily. Say, Iga and Papa agree. If we can't change the minds of the other three, we'll lose our advantage in the vote. A sign that things weren't looking good. Midu was worried. No way, Anna decides they must continue to persuade them. I'll ask you to join us in persuading them at the next meeting. Hark happily agreed. That night at the cat tribe chieftain's mansion, Kai stood looking down, lost in thought, when Xena approached and asked, What's wrong? Can't you sleep? Kai turned and replied, I have some thoughts, and I want to gather more information, but I can't move freely in a foreign land. Xena understood. Yes, with your scent, you'd be discovered immediately. He nodded, as expected. The senses of the beastmen were indeed sharp. Kai continued. Xena, there's something I want to ask you. He recalled that during the meeting, Kai used his eyes to gather information about Niels, age 55, canine, male, brainwashed, level 2 martial arts, and level 1 beast transformation. He paid particular attention to the brainwashed status. Hearing this, Xena asked in surprise, Brainwashed? Kai nods, confirming that his eyes allow him to see anyone's status with appraisal abilities. Only a man named Niels exhibited such a state. He added that beastmen usually excel in physical abilities and keen senses. They can't use magic like humans, demon arts like devils, or even spells like elves. Kai's eyes confirm that this is definitely the work of devils. Come to think of it, what he said today was strange. My thoughts have changed after living this long. Niels always wanted to maintain a good relationship with humans. She shrugged, asking, Should I tell Papa? Kay responded, With my abilities alone, we don't have enough evidence. I know he suspects a spy, but do you think that man is trustworthy? Sheena steps onto the railing, hoping that's the case. She sat there and continued, Papa always prioritizes people. Besides, you saved me, so my father will definitely believe you. Kay is relieved. I see. Then we'll talk to him later. Suddenly, something behind him caught his attention. And Tu's voice. You underestimate the hearing of a beast. Kai turns to ask, So, you heard everything. I suppose I can get straight to the point now? He smiles. I don't mind at all. After all, you are my benefactor, Yano added. Besides, I also feel like Elsa's acting very strange. He clenches his fist. I trust you, and I'll fully support you in forming an alliance between our empires. In return, I want you to help us eradicate the demons within the Federation. Kai agrees. All right, starting tomorrow, I'll gather information on the canine race. I'll need you and Midu to persuade the remaining tribal leaders to help me. Anto smiled at him. I understand. Late at night in the Beastman capital, the silence was broken only by the lights flickering in the grand estates. Within a mansion, a strictly guarded gate sees Niels kneeling reverently. Before him, the high-ranking Demon Bright sits in a chair, enjoying golden wine, and looking down he says the situation is becoming increasingly troublesome. His eyes turned to Camilla as he thought, just when I thought over half the clan leaders had been tamed and control of the Federation was in our hands, my plan was perfect. Capture the princess to blackmail the catfolk leader. Bright slams his hand down in anger. I never expected the humans to rescue Anno's daughter. He grimaces. Gaganda, you fool. You failed such an easy mission. A disgrace to the high-ranking demon clan. Niels kneels and speaks. But those humans are truly brazen. He frowns. They're the ones who proposed the alliance, meaning I can't agree to such a proposal. Bright smirks. You're right, Niels. They seem to be desperate. We must stop them before they influence others in the Federation. Niels rises to reply. But you know, humans are our sworn enemies. The next morning, at the Sea Folk leader's residence, a large pool awaits their people. The entire residence was awash in the blue of the sea, as a meeting took place between Alliance supporters and Mac, the merman chief. Mac remained firm, declaring that no matter what they said, his answer would not change. Midu persists, but will he even listen to what they have to say? His eyes held a steadfast desire for an alliance, and seeing this, Mac was persuaded to listen. All right, I don't mind, go on. Everyone was relieved and grateful, and Herrick spoke on their behalf. Then allow me to explain the current situation in the Holy Kingdom. Meanwhile, the remaining group has moved to the Bird Tribe leader's mansion, but they are being stopped by guards at the gate. The guards retort, don't you understand? Let me relay the chieftain's request. She says there's no reason to listen to you. Narumi tries to reason with them. But we're already here. The cat person traveling with them wondered, what? Ano-sama will surely inquire about today's audience. The guard remains firm, stating that even with the cat tribe chief's request, the answer remains the same. The clan leader does not wish to meet with you humans. Jan considers controlling him with domination magic, but when the effect wears off, he might realize he was being manipulated, and they'll lose their trust. Narumi turns and walks away. In that case, let's head back. Leo. Jin turns in surprise, but the man continues. In the worst-case scenario, we could be fighting the entire Federation. We don't want that. This isn't like when we faced Leonora. Jin followed after hearing that. I see. Inside the room, Kai was admiring a sharp dagger. There was a knock at the door, and Xena entered. Just as Kai had said, he turned to her and asked what she had learned. She replied, I went to the border of the dog tribe today, but the atmosphere was strange. Kai listens intently as she continues. They're clearly hostile towards humans, as if someone's added fuel to the fire. She pondered, adding that the soldiers were also in a state of unrest. Perhaps they were planning to kill him and the others. Hearing this, Kai's expression shifted. If that's the case, we can't sit idly by. We need to gather all the crucial evidence to turn the tables. Another night falls on the Beastman capital as Kai and Sina observe from the rooftops. He turns and says, let's investigate thoroughly. The princess cautioned, be careful. You can't underestimate the Beastman's senses. Kai jumped down, replying, I know. Beneath the watchful eyes of the guards, Kai moves with the stealth of an assassin, his footsteps silent. Soon, the two are inside the mansion. Sa moved swiftly and whispered, the chief's room must be around here. A door creaked open, and looking inside, she announced that no one was there. Nielsama must be in the bedroom. Let's go in, but it would be good if we could find some evidence. She used her keen nose to sniff around, recognizing the scent of her kidnappers on the chair, when suddenly a voice called out from outside. Who's there? Sina turned around, startled, a question mark forming above her head. It's Niels, he shouts. Xena, you little brat, do you think you can trespass here without punishment just because you're Antu's daughter? The princess retreated slightly, worried, and said, Nilama, please come to your senses. Hearing this, he wondered, come to my senses. Looking directly at him, she tries to reason, you're being brainwashed by demons. Don't you realize something's wrong? Niels retorts, what nonsense are you spouting? We'll talk later. For now, I'll subdue you. Then he shouts, intruder, subdue that girl. The soldiers outside hear this and rush in, asking what's going on. Nielsa Messina quickly retreats, steps onto the windowsill and leaps out, shattering the glass in a dangerous escape. The soldiers watch as she flees. Niels orders them to give chase, not letting her escape. Moments later, a familiar hand holds a glass of golden wine. Bright wonders if there's an intruder, but why? He swirls the wine in his glass, wondering, have they discovered me? Then he raised the glass to drink, thinking he'd moved with caution all this time. That's why I'm the only one who infiltrated the capital. He finished his drink, thinking, I'm sure the others will suspect that demons infiltrated the Federation after the Sina incident, but I don't think they can deduce and suspect the dog tribe. But if someone were to discover the mind control technique, that would be a different story. Bright smiled confidently, though he believed that was impossible. But before he could celebrate, Kai appeared behind him, dagger to his throat. By the time Bright realized it, the sharp blade had already cut deep, blood flowing, but his head not yet severed. Under the cool moonlight outside the dogfolk mansion, Niels sternly orders the capture of the intruders as Sina escapes through a window and races across the rooftops. She glanced back nervously, seeing the guards searching, and wondered, where's Kai? Did he find the demon? A voice calls out, Sina-sama. Run stands there with soldiers, raising their lanterns to the princess. Run looked surprised as Xena jumped down and asked why she was there. Run replies, I was waiting nearby on Antawama's orders. He told me to prevent anything bad from happening to you. As Xena-sama speaks, the dog tribe soldiers arrive, their tone aggressive. Cat tribe, she's an intruder. We're taking her in by Nielsama's orders. Sina replied, they're right. Vun looks at her and asks, what should we do? Xena-sama. The cat princess raised her hand and said, if they come, don't kill them. Just fight them. Maybe they're confused too and don't really want to fight us. Meanwhile, blood spurted from Bride's neck, but luckily he managed to jump back. He stared at Kai, wondering, who is this guy? He immediately hurled daggers at Bree, giving him no chance to recover. With no time to dodge, he could only raise his arm to block, taking a blade to the hand. Bree slid to the floor, struggling to regain his balance. He grabbed the nearby plant, thinking, I don't have time to think, I have to regain my composure. He then hurled a potted plant at Kai, who sliced it in two, sending dirt flying everywhere. Bright then leaped out the window to escape, but Kai quickly followed, saying, I won't let you get away. They both leap onto the rooftops, setting the stage for a dramatic chase. Bright glances back, thinking, I don't want to be discovered. This will attract too much attention. He narrowed his eyes, trying to contact his puppet, linking minds, attempting to reach Niels. Answer me, Niels. Humans are attacking me. Help me. The dog-like leader hesitated. I'm sorry, BR-sama. I wish I could help. But despite his pleas for haste, Niels is facing something that's made him pale. He replied, it would be difficult for me to come to you. The one stopping him was Anto. He cracked his knuckles. It's been a while, hasn't it? Niels points at Anto, saying, do you understand the power in your words? I cannot forgive your daughter. This will be a battle between two tribes. Anna smiles. I won't let that happen. I'll open your eyes. Niels continues his relentless assault on the princess. You don't even understand what Sina has done. Anna retorts, really? I can sense an unpleasant aura radiating from you. Niels throws a punch, rushing forward foolishly. It's a shame I have other matters to attend to. I'll crush you if you keep interfering with my affairs. Anto didn't back down either, immediately rushing to meet him head-on. The clan leader's fist collided with incredible force. The hero candidates secretly observe as a pillar of light erupts in the distance, marking the location of the two clan leaders' battle. Narumi's eyes widen. It's starting. Ren then asked, are we sure we shouldn't intervene? Narumi dismisses the idea, saying, it's fine. The more involved we get, the more difficult the negotiations will be. I don't want the people in the Federation to see us causing a ruckus, Jin hesitantly asked. Maybe, Narumi replied. He's probably sneaking around, looking for demons. That's why they seem to be in such a hurry to cause all this commotion. Rena, ever naive, asks if it wouldn't be better to lend them a hand. He shook his head, saying that interfering would only drag them down, especially since they weren't familiar with the area. And so, the three decided to remain still, observing in silence, as Narumi looked down and realized that someone was likely to rush in anyway. Though unaware of what's happening, that figure is Midu, and Kai's pursuit of the demon continues relentlessly. He watches, realizing the man is fleeing to a more secretive location. Good. Bright is bleeding profusely. The wound is too deep and he can't move his arm freely. I wonder if I can beat this kid in my condition. Two Beast Girl passers-by see Bright and exclaim in shock. What was that? He shouts, declaring that anyone who sees him will be sent to the afterlife, and immediately moves to kill the two of them. Kai is still relentlessly pursuing him. He won't stop, so I have to pick up the pace. Focusing mana into his legs, a white aura swirling around his feet, he shot forward, a blur across Bright's vision. He stares him down with a deadly gaze, startling him. What? He brandishes the knife in his left hand, trying to stab him, but Bright only receives a powerful kick to the chest, sending him crashing into the wall. He looked at Kai's leg, blood spilling from his mouth, and thought, the knife was a feint. That last blow sent him crashing to the ground. Thoughts raced through his mind. He had lost. Even if he wasn't a combat-oriented demon, he was still at the top among the high-ranking demons. Bright, observing Kai, realizes he's facing a hero candidate, coughing up blood as he asks, "How did you know my location?" Kai doesn't hold back, replying, "My eyes possess the ability to analyze the state of any object." Bright laughs. How unlucky to meet my strongest opponent at this moment. He thought, I can still salvage my plan, as long as I eliminate this kid. Even in defeat, I have a few cards left to play. Ka realizes that behind his smile, he's plotting something, while the soldiers of the two tribes clash fiercely. The dog soldiers wondered, "Captain, why are we fighting?" The answer, these are the chief's orders. No room for unnecessary thoughts. Run shouts, "If you're wondering too, then stop. We don't intend to fight. Excuse me, are you soldiers of Nilsama? You're so close to Nilsama. Haven't you noticed anything strange about his behavior lately?" This caused the dog soldiers to hesitate. The dogman captain hesitated, a flicker of worry in his eyes as Sheena pointed and asked, "You seem to know something." The captain replies, "It's true I haven't understood Nilsama's thoughts lately, but our duty remains the same." The princess questions, "Even if Nilsama is being controlled by a demon?" The dogmen reacted fiercely. Such a thing was impossible. The captain turned back to remind them, "Don't get burned. We'll still follow the chief's orders." Sheena realizes, I see now, they can't be reasoned with. They truly are exceptional warriors. Run steps forward, holding out a hand to protect the princess. "Stay back, Sheena-sama. I'll handle this." A blue mana streak cuts through, dividing the two forces, a powerful sword stroke cleaving the earth in two. The dog captain wondered what was happening, then turned to see everyone looking up and recognized Midu. He and another person jumped down from above, and Iga stepped forward, shouting, "Enough! Both sides, sheathe your swords!" The one who stopped the soldiers from fighting was Iga, the wolf leader, while Kai analyzed Bright, a 48-year-old high-ranking demon whose skills include level 4 brainwashing demon magic and level 4 water element demon magic. Kai uses his detailed analysis to assess him, revealing the intricacies of his mind control magic. Brainwashing. A pre-targeted living being, activated by wrapping both hands around the target's head. Knowing this, Kai is cautious. As long as he's careful of the brainwashing skill, there's no threat and it won't be difficult to kill him. As he focused, something appeared. A spear hurled straight at Kai, forcing him to dodge. A horde of demons materialized before him. Bright rises and laughs, "Thanks for coming. Now my disciples can join the battle." Kay retorts, "So, the reason you ran to such a secluded place was to gather your teammates." The demons are quite smug. "It seems you can't escape now. The Demon Realm's special forces can't possibly consist of just me." Ka sighs, "Are you stupid?" Enraged, Bright retorts, "What did you say?" He looked at them and said, "Of course I know you're waiting for reinforcements and trusting all of you would be a pain. So I'll just wipe you all out at once." The demons were stunned by his words, and Bright roared, "What can you possibly do alone, you bastard?" They then unleashed their skills and weapons, saying, "Soon, you won't be so confident. We'll beat you to a pulp for daring to hurt Bright-sama." They charged forward, vowing to kill the human, as Kai muttered, "Angels, blow them away." A blue vortex of wind appears, blasting the demons into the air as the rest on the ground look up in horror. Reinforcements arrive with Kai's voice, "I never said I was alone." Above them, Mayor begins to cast his spell. Kai calmly continues, "Since I don't know the conditions to trigger your mind control, I've prepared a contingency plan." Bright remains confident, saying that the two of them can't change anything, but Mayo tells them, "Create small stones in large numbers." As soon as she finished speaking, floating stones appeared and shot straight down at the demons. Some of the lead demons were caught off guard and coughed up blood. One of them yelled, "Fools, we can just use demon magic to defend ourselves." But Kai quickly closed in, stabbing him through the heart, shocking him. "While you're busy gathering mana in your hands to defend yourselves, you're vulnerable to attacks from other directions." Kai withdrew his blade, and blood spurted out. Bright anxiously shouts at the soldiers, "Don't let your guard down, you fools. Treat them both as powerful as high-ranking demons." The others, hearing this, raise their weapons and attack seriously. He used demonic cloning magic, then asked, "Do you know which one is real?" Before he could finish, he was stabbed right in the forehead. The demon collapses, uttering, "What? How did you know?" Kai calmly observes that even as an elite force, they can't seem to share accurate information between demon branches. Meanwhile, another demon conjured a magic circle, yelling, "You bastard!" He unleashed a wind spear, shouting, "Die!" But the wind nullified the spear, sending it flying back. It was Mayor, always intervening at crucial moments. She immediately summons her weapon, declaring, "Angel, end him." The demon lord opened his mouth in fear, unable to react as sharp arrows of wind pierced him. Mayor yawned dismissively, not even sparing them a glance, as the battle against the demon soldiers raged on with Mayor's support from above. Bree retreated, shoving his subordinates forward as shields, gritting his teeth, thinking, "They dare push me this far?" At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. "What's wrong? Looks like you guys are having a hard time." Maya turned around in surprise. "Huh? Who's that?" Kai looked up to see who had arrived. It was Camilla and her people, arriving by air. Kai looked at her, puzzled. "The bird tribe, chief? I didn't expect you to be working with demons." She shouts, "That's right, because I absolutely despise you humans." Mayor leans down and asks Kai, "Was she brainwashed too?" He replies, "Based on my analysis, no, she's willingly cooperating with the demons." Piecing together the information, Kai realizes a few things. They've brainwashed the dog tribe's chief, and now the bird tribe is cooperating with them. This is getting complicated. The dog tribe leader was brainwashed, and the bird tribe leader is cooperating. The cat tribe leader's daughter was kidnapped but has been rescued, and the wolf tribe leader is uninvolved. The fishman tribe leader is a fool. They could have controlled the cat tribe by taking Xena hostage. They'll finally have the majority vote in the council. Come to think of it, he overheard the demons saying the Federation would soon be under their control, and the higher-ups would focus more on the war against humans. So, that's what they meant. Bright spat out a mouthful of blood, his voice full of reproach. "You're a little late, aren't you?" Camilla retorted. "Even a demon like you can't defeat these humans without us." Hearing that, he sneered, knowing he was indeed in trouble. "I'm not complaining now. Help me end them." Camilla smiled, pointing her sharp claws downward. "You had to make an offer like that? How rare. So they're really strong, huh? All right, I'll help you." Kai clicked his tongue, thinking, there are about 30 elite birdmen, so is the entire tribe cooperating with the demons? Maya jumped to the ground, standing beside him. "What now?" Kai replied, "We have to defeat them." Camel orders her tribe to capture them, unnoticed by the other tribes, and to waste no time. As she speaks, her tribe swoops down, ready to attack. Cut to another location, where the cat tribe leader's furry fist appears. He attacks the dog tribe leader, but he raises his hand to block it. The two trade blows, attacker and defender, shattering the earth around them. The clash of these chieftains is truly extraordinary, their aura shattering even the glass along the road. The fluctuation of spirit energy creates gentle breezes that sway the trees as Anto attacks and laughs heartily. "Good, Niels." The dog tribe leader, still defending, shouted, "What are you talking about?" Niels lands a solid punch on Anto, but to his shock, Anto doesn't even flinch, wearing a calm smile. Anto simply laughs and throws a hook at the weakened Niels, sending him flying back as he wonders what he's feeling. Wiping his mouth, he thinks to himself that his mind is reeling. Anto cracks his knuckles, seemingly doubting himself. "Did I misunderstand something? Is this the end?" Anto wondered. As expected, while I stall for time, the only way to solve this is to defeat the mind control caster. Under the waning moon, it would be a problem to leave Niels alone and allow the demons to unleash the power of the dog clan. Meanwhile, Midu stood behind Iga, the werewolf chieftain, asking, "Is Niels being brainwashed by demons?" "Yes. That's why we infiltrated Niels' mansion to find that demon." Midu immediately asked, "So have we found him yet?" The cat princess shook her head. "I don't know, he just suddenly vanished." Midu pondered, "So he's not here, which means he's still fighting somewhere." Iga seemed to have a headache. "I can't keep up with all of this. Everything's happening so fast, but we need to help your friend who's fighting those demons." Run calls down from above, but Sina interrupts, asking urgently, "Brune, what is it?" She raised her hand to her chin, looking into the distance. "I see a flock of bird people flying north." Ega was surprised. Why would bird people be flying so late? Sensing something amiss, Midu rushes off, shouting, "Let's go see! We might find some clues." Cut to the watchtower, where 3 figures are secretly observing. Jin wondered, is it okay for us to just stand by and watch? Thinking for a moment, she spoke up. "Hey Narumi, let me ask you something." Jin continued, "Your argument is based on Jin-kun defeating those demons, right?" He nodded. "You're right." Jin worriedly added, "What if he loses?" Narumi hesitantly replies, "I haven't thought that far ahead, but we'd definitely be doomed if that happened." Jin turns and suggests, "Shouldn't we do something? No matter how reliable Shinju-kun is, he's not invincible." Rena replied, puzzled. I understand, but we don't know his exact location. Jin saw the logic in that, her eyes sinking. He was right. Then, clasping her hands in prayer, Jin thought she knew, but she couldn't help but be selfish. She wanted to be Shinju-kun's strength. Suddenly a voice echoes in her mind. Could it be Kanzaki? Startled, Jin frantically looks around. Seeing this, Narumi asks, "What's wrong?" "Kanzaki-san," Jin asks, "where are you?" "Shinju-kunun," Kai's voice echoed again. "I should be asking you that. So I see now. This is your new power." Hearing Kai's words, Jin wondered if this was the new divine guardian power. She could clearly hear Shinju-kunun's voice in her head, as if this was Jin's soul form. Focusing her thoughts, she asked Kai, "Where are you?" "Over here," Kai replied, looking worse for wear, covered in blood. He replies, "I'm in the far north of the city, fighting demons and the birdmen." Kai asks, "Do you want to become my strength?" Jin blushed, embarrassed. He heard that? I didn't say it that loud. Meanwhile, Kai is slaughtering the bird people and telling Jin to hurry to Kanzaki. Hearing Kai's words, "I need your strength," Jin's eyes lit up with excitement. Narumi asks worriedly, "Who are you talking to?" While Reina frowns. "Are you crazy?" Jin replies. "I'm talking to Shinju-kun through my new ability." Hearing this, his two friends were a little surprised, and Jin immediately stood up, saying, "Well, I know where he is now anyway. We have to hurry. Let's go help Shinju-kun." Switching back to the battle, Mayor faces a large number of ferocious birdmen. Obeying her command, the earth spirits dive down with incredible speed, as Mayor raises her staff, anxiously shouting, "Spirits! Don't let them get close!" As soon as she spoke, a gust of wind blew upwards, stopping their advance. And Mayor plunged her staff into the ground. Light emanates as fragments of earth and stone float into the air. She summons earth spirits, then commands them to shoot down the invaders. A barrage of earth spirits flies toward the bird people, striking them and causing them to squawk, while those behind curse in frustration. "Damn it, we can't get close with this many of them." Another shouted, "What are the archers doing?" The birdmen archers hovering above receive their orders. "I know, fire another volley!" As they released their grip, a volley of sharp arrows aimed straight for Mayor, who raised her staff to the sky, this time emitting a green mana. Maya summons the wind spirit, creating a vortex that blows away the arrows, frustrating the birdmen. "Damn it, what do we do now? We can't do anything against this many." Another one dismisses the thought, saying this is enough. He adds that the magic of the elves uses the power of spirits, and in the future she won't be able to use these powers anymore. Maya is a little worried, thinking to herself, "They've found my weakness. The spirits are reaching their limit. I need to deal with them with another element besides wind." The birdman frowned, realizing the girl was just stalling for time, and he needed to end it before other tribes noticed. Meanwhile, on the ground, a demon soldier was fatally stabbed through the heart, leaving him no time to react. Seeing this, the one below called out to Gustav, who saw Kai pull a dagger from his comrade's chest, and in a flash he was below, striking again in assassin-like fashion. Suddenly, from behind, two other demon soldiers leaped up to attack, shouting, "You dog, this is the end for you." At the same time, a demon soldier conjures a magic circle to block an incoming attack, while Kai leaps away to evade a similar strike. The demon soldiers below stared up in bewilderment as the Camilla Bird tribe chief warned them to stay put. At the same time, she unleashed sharp feathers from her wings, which Kai calmly deflected with his daggers. But the sheer number was too much, and a feather struck his wrist, drawing blood that soaked his sleeve. Ka quickly jumps to the side, the sounds of battle echoing from afar. He worries about Mayor now that they've been separated. As Kai was distracted, Bright appeared behind him, raising a dark hand to his head. Sensing danger, Kai unleashed a lightning strike. Before he could react, Kai's lightning paralyzed him, leaving him bewildered as he wondered, "Lightning elemental magic?" A goblin soldier stepped in front of him, swung his sword and shouted, "Die!" He dodged to the side and slashed horizontally across the goblin's stomach. The demon soldier's sword hurtled towards Bai, paralyzed behind Kai, but he dodged, causing the soldier to strike his own leader, a perfect two birds, one stone. Kai casts a deathly glare, thinking, "Is he trying to brainwash me? I have no defense, so I must be careful." Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from afar. It's Jin, running and panting for breath. Kai turns to Kanzaki, saying he's just in time, while Rena looks on in shock. "They're demons!" Narumi exclaimed in shock. "This is bad!" With that, the two shouted, "We'll assist you!" and immediately unleashed their skills. The demon soldiers used magic circles to defend themselves, warning each other, "Reinforcements, be careful, they're hero candidates." Kai turned to the others, saying, "I'll handle the bird tribe chief and the high-ranking demons. I'm counting on you for the low-level ones." Narumi clenched her fist in agreement. Rena asks if they should consider the Birdmen enemies, and Kai confirms, telling her to incinerate them with fire. Jin asks with concern, Shinchukun, are you still fighting alone? With a determined look, he recalls the past, telling Jin that the scenario is similar to the fight against Leonora back then. If so, use your domination magic on me. They're brainwashing their enemies with magic. She immediately raised her hand and replied, I understand. She emanates pink mana and uses her domination skill, transferring energy to the Kais. He was also enveloped in a light pink aura, and he confidently declared, with this I've eliminated my fatal weakness. Camilla, stunned, asks, are you underestimating us? Bree shouts from below, Camilla, don't let your guard down or you'll die. With a deadly look, Kai says, my mistake, but I'll end this quickly. He emanates a heavy killing intent, his hands gripping his daggers. This look and presence startle Camilla and Brad, revealing a hint of fear. Meanwhile, Mayor stands face to face with the bird people above. Some of the birdmen have already fallen. The remaining birdmen are stunned as they hear a voice echo. Birdman, what are you doing? Mayo hears this and turns to look. It's Midu, leading Iga the wolf tribe leader, along with Sina and Run. Iga raises his hand, demanding answers. They're guests of the cat tribe, right? I demand an explanation. The bird people murmured anxiously, the werewolf leader? They're here so fast. What do we do now? The leader glanced over, reminding them. Stay calm. We'll still do as Camilla wishes. The birdfolk soldiers heard this and obeyed without another word. Drawing their bows towards the newcomers, they yelled, kill all the witnesses, even the wolf tribe leader. Aga was stunned. What are they talking about? Midu added that it seemed they weren't interested in talking. Mayor calls out to them. Listen, the birdmen are working with the demons. Everyone was shocked by this information as she pointed towards the alley and said, the demons are fighting Kai over there. Sina rests her hand on her hip and looks over. Even the birdmen, huh? Ega turned and said, if that's the case, then this is bad. Midu, go over there. But he refuses, telling the wolf leader, my friends are heading to see Shinkunun, and I'll stay here to help Mayor-san. Ega gripped the sword at his hip, ready to draw it. I see. The demon's influence runs deep. He looked up at the bird people. These soldiers were only following their chieftain's orders. If possible, I don't want to kill them. Ega was startled by Midu's voice, and he smiled, saying, I understand. That's my specialty. Meanwhile, on Kai's battlefield, he coldly declares, my mistake. I meant to end this quickly. As he speaks, he emerges from the rubble, his eyes burning crimson. Seeing Kai, Camilla's eyes widened in horror, and Bright was no different. He never expected Kai to still be alive, but what happened next shocked them even more. Camilla's face grew even more horrified, speechless, as Kai's form twisted and contorted. And before Bright could react, a sharp blade was at his throat. Fresh blood splattered everywhere in an instant. Though Bright managed to pull back, the cut on his arm was deep. He cursed in frustration. I can't react to its movements. Damn it, what's wrong with my eyes? Just then, Camilla shouted, don't look into its eyes, GR, it might be using illusions. Kai was surprised. She caught on quickly. He'd just gained a new skill after defeating Winbox called Illusionary Divine Protection. This is an illusion skill that affects living creatures through eye contact, and Kai has been practicing it on monsters. This is an incredibly powerful close-range weapon. Camilla, realizing Kai's skill, quickly shook her head, avoiding his gaze, and muttered in annoyance, what a troublesome ability. Bright was also deep in thought, realizing he had to face Kai directly, but couldn't look at anything above his neck. So he averted his gaze, focusing only on Kai's lower body, and as he suspected, the illusions vanished. Seeing this, Kai immediately charged forward, avoiding eye contact, the simplest solution. In an instant, Kai vanished, reappearing beside Bright. He coldly said, you can do that? Hearing that, Bright's eyes involuntarily contracted, and before he could react, fresh blood gushed from his forehead like rain. Bright trembled in disbelief, muttering, impossible. Kai narrowed his eyes at him and spoke coldly. Idiot, an opponent's eyes give you so much information in battle. If you lose that flow of information, you can't even fight. But Bright had already fallen in a pool of blood, prompting Kai to sneer, looks like you can't hear me anymore. Camilla, watching from afar, couldn't help but grumble in dissatisfaction. What a useless guy. But at that moment, Kai turned his gaze towards her. He coldly says, now it's her turn. Camilla, unafraid, fiercely shouts, I've seen through many of your human tricks. Don't underestimate me. No sooner said than done, Camilla lunged at Kai, but he vanished, her claws meeting only air, her eyes wide with shock. But Camilla quickly reacted, using Feather to attack Kai, who remained calm and responded with composure. His speed was impressive, quickly creating distance, as Kai narrowed his eyes at Camilla, strategizing. It was difficult for her to fight without looking him in the eye and hovering in the air, but she adapted precisely. Camilla then smirked and said, "Unlike you, I can fight without sight. After all, we beastkin have 5 extremely sensitive senses." Kai calmly looked at her and casually asked, "But what are you going to do now? You can't just keep flying around to fight me, can you?" As Kai predicted, the longer the fight drags on, the worse it gets for Camilla, as the others gain control over more and more demons. Narumi's group coordinated well and were gaining the upper hand, causing Camilla to angrily shout, "Humans! Not once, but twice you've interfered with my affairs." Kai narrowed his eyes, showing little reaction as Camilla roared, "I will kill you all!" No sooner were the words out of her mouth than her body began to change, and Kai frowned in silence. Beast transformation? That's a special skill only beastkin can use. It allows them to unleash the beast within, granting them explosive power in exchange for their cognitive abilities. As Kai pondered, Camilla suddenly roared, then moved around him like lightning, leaving no afterimage. Kai frowned, noting her incredible speed, and immediately dispelled the illusion while activating his farsight. Camilla's figure quickly appeared in Kai's sight, and she moved in front of him in an instant. Kai calmly responds. Camilla is fast, but he's no pushover. Camilla has gone berserk, attacking Kai with her feathers. Kai, dual daggers in hand, narrowly dodges the feathers. The window for her full transformation is closing fast. If Camilla uses it in a prolonged battle, she'll be consumed by her animal instincts and lose herself. But if she's willing to throw everything away, Kai might run out of energy and lose his foresight. In that case, he needed to end this quickly, and with that thought, he activated weakness detection. At the same moment, Camilla rushed toward Kai, but the situation remained under his control. Though there was a risk it wouldn't activate properly. If he couldn't use the skill at the last minute, everything would be for naught. Immediately, Kai roared, "Lightning, pierce my enemy!" As he spoke, lightning bolts rained down on Camilla, her eyes widening in terror. Kai narrowed his eyes, recognizing the perfect opportunity. And so, he slaughtered them at speeds imperceptible to the naked eye, their blood spraying through the air. Camilla's body, riddled with Kai's strikes, plummeted like a broken kite. She crashed to the ground, a groan escaping her lips as she coughed up blood and collapsed. The battle concluded, and Kai squinted at the corpses, muttering, "Now all that's left are the regular soldiers, huh?" After Kai and the others eliminated the demon army, led by the high-ranking demon Bright and Camilla, the battle between Midu's group and the Birdmen soldiers also came to an end, a result of hearing about their leader's death. With the death of the greater demon, Bright, the mind control over Niels, leader of the Dogman tribe, was lifted, and the incident at the Grandana's Federation capital came to an end with the break of dawn. A few days later, at the Wolf tribe leader's mansion, everyone gathered. Hart glanced at Ega and asked, "What about the Bird tribe?" Ega replied slowly, "Only those close to Camilla knew of her collaboration with the demons. The rest of the Birdmen were ignorant, so there's no reason to punish them." Midu frowned slightly, then asked, "What about the army that fought against us?" Ega calmly replied that they were only following orders, but they still needed to be punished with hard labor. That would be enough. Meanwhile, at the Cat tribe chief's mansion, Kai coldly asks, "What about the Dog tribe? Before you are Anto and his son, as well as Mayor and Jin." Hearing his question, Anto slowly replied, "Of course their chief would be punished. Though he may not have wanted it, his betrayal of the kingdom is a fact." Mayor nodded slightly, smiling as he said, "In any case, it's still not as bad as letting the princess get kidnapped by demons, right?" Sa laughed in response. Meanwhile, at the Merfolk chief's mansion, Mac hears the news from yesterday's battle and exclaims in disbelief, "The Dog tribe chief was brainwashed while I was asleep, and the Bird tribe colluded with the demons and humans to defeat them?" Run stands before Mac and nods slightly, replying, "Forgive me. I know you don't believe it, but it's the truth." Upon hearing this, Mac falls into thought before finally turning to Narumi and saying, "Hey, human." Narumi is immediately shocked, exclaiming, "What? But we weren't lying." But to his surprise, Mac lunged forward, embraced Narumi, and said with a smile, "You're a good person," leaving Narumi stunned. Before he could understand, Mac burst into tears. "Thank you for protecting the Federation. He promises he won't forget this favor. The Karkian race will cooperate with humanity." Narumi wasn't happy to hear that and asked in confusion, "I'm glad to hear you say that, but is it really okay? You decided so easily." Mac vehemently shakes his head, then grits his teeth, saying, "We will not forgive the demons. We will eliminate them one by one." Narumi, increasingly bewildered, mutters, He really is listening to what others are saying. A few days later, in the Grandana's Federation's parliament, the Beastkin clan leaders and Hark's group were present, and Anno spoke slowly on behalf of everyone. Thank you for protecting the Federation during this incident. It's a debt we can hardly repay. Aga and M nodded in agreement as Niels slowly began to speak. Having experienced the demon's threat firsthand, I believe we should cooperate with humanity to compensate for each other's weaknesses. Midu's group was overjoyed, and Anno couldn't help but raise his hand and cheer. We agree to form an alliance. The Grandana's Beastman Alliance hereby declares its full cooperation with the Holy Kingdom of Dijur. As he finished speaking, a multitude of other hands shot up as well. The negotiations had finally gone smoothly, and everyone got what they wanted. Rena jumped for joy, hugging Midu tightly, while Herrick glanced at Kai. This negotiation went well, thanks in large part to you. A few days later, outside the Beastman's city gates, Herrick's group packed up and prepared to return. Midu glanced around, asking, "Did everyone remember everything?" Rena shook her head, replying, "I didn't." Narumi couldn't help but joke, feeling a little sad to leave, as the Beast Tribe chiefs came to see them off. And Tu happily said, "You can come here whenever you want. We'll keep in touch from now on." At the same time, not far away, Mei looked at everyone, and Hailong nodded, saying, "Everything is settled." She then glanced at Kai and asked, "What do we do now?" "It seems everyone is returning to the Holy Kingdom." Kai calmly replied, "We've achieved our goal for now, so let's just wait and see." As they spoke, Xena approached, hesitantly asking, "Hey Kai, are you planning to stay in the Federation?" Danmaku nodded, and Kai calmly replied, "I plan to stay here a bit longer. Even if I return to the Holy Kingdom now, I'll be branded a criminal. It's easier here." Hearing that, Xena happily says, "I see, I'm so glad." Mayor is confused. Why is she happy that Kai is staying? But Xena didn't explain, and instead asked, "Are you going to continue your journey?" Kai replied without hesitation, "My goal is to kill the Demon Lord and return to my world. When the time is right, I will go to the Demon Lord's domain." Hearing this, X hesitated for a moment, then resolutely offered, "Then I will join you on this journey." Maya's eyes widened in shock, and Kai narrowed his, asking suspiciously, "What's your purpose?" Xena replied solemnly, "I am the only daughter of the Cat Tribe's chief. I will eventually take over as chieftain. I want to hone my skills and achieve more before succeeding my father. I am sure you could achieve something, but you won't be recognized for it." Xena remained calm. "But you said you would defeat the Demon Lord?" "If I contribute to the Demon Lord's conquest, that's an achievement in itself." Kai didn't have time to answer before someone's voice echoed from behind. "Please, take her with you," Shin said. The three turned in surprise to see An Su approaching. He ruffled Sia's hair and said with a smile, "Are you afraid she'll slow you down because she's my daughter?" Kai hesitated. "It'll be a dangerous journey. What if she's kidnapped again?" Sina remained firm, unfazed. "If the war escalates, danger will find me anywhere, and I can't grow if I'm always in a safe place." Anso nodded in agreement, supporting Sina's decision. "In other words, even if she's treated like a hostage as in the recent incident, I won't mind." Xena looked at him intently, her eyes full of anticipation. "Me too. I want to go with you, Kai." Kai frowned slightly, considering, before finally speaking slowly. "So, you've made up your mind? I'll train you before we start our journey. If she proves useful, I'll take her with me, understood?" Meanwhile, in the gloomy demon kingdom of Varora, a demon from outside enters, kneeling respectfully and asking, "What do you require, Princess Isabel?" She slowly commanded, "Send word to our brethren. Our time for revolution is at hand." As various factions begin to stir, Midu and the other envoys have successfully convinced the Federation to accept the alliance and return to the front lines, accompanied by their representative, Iga. Ega, standing before the city gates, introduced himself. "My name is Ega, Captain of the Beastman Federation's warrior squad. It's a pleasure to meet you all." Amelia nodded in greeting. "I'm Amelia, Captain of the 4th Knight Brigade of the Holy Kingdom, and I'm in charge here at the front. It's a pleasure to meet you." Though the hero candidates play a vital role in the negotiations, they don't yet realize just how significant the alliance between the Holy Kingdom of Dijur and the Grandana's Beastman Alliance truly is. After a long, tiring day, night finally falls, and Midu sleeps soundly in his room. As the moon climbed high, he slowly awoke. Midu sat up, clutching his throbbing head, and sighed. "Why do I always wake up at such odd hours?" But then, Mireille was in his room, smirking as he said, "You've been asleep since this afternoon anyway. You must have had a long and tiring journey." Miru was startled by the sudden voice. Startled, he pulled up the covers, asking, "Why are you in my room?" Meyer explained, You fell asleep in the lounge, so I used my powers to bring you back. Midu nodded in understanding, then apologetically said, I see. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It's nothing. Meyer calmly smiled and replied, Since you returned safely, that means everything went smoothly, right? Midu nodded slightly, then asked, How's the situation at the front lines? Mirai casually replied, The Demon Lord's army has launched many attacks, but they haven't caused much damage. She really doesn't want to admit it, but it's all thanks to Arasi. He's very strong. Hearing this, Midu understood the situation and sighed in relief. I see. I'm glad we can count on him. What about Iga? Mirai casually says, He's resting today after a long journey. Tomorrow they'll hold a meeting to discuss plans. Mirai asks how strong the Federation warriors are. They are strong, especially their captain Iga. Midu frowned slightly, speaking somberly. He's stronger than me, stronger than you. Meyer gasped in astonishment. Midu nodded slightly, replying, Yes, all the remaining soldiers are elite troops. We can trust them. With such strength, we can cross the forest, then invade the Demon Kingdom's territory and kill the Demon Lord in a heartbeat. Mirai frowned, asking hesitantly, I know it's late to ask, but aren't you scared? As she said this, her hand clenched on her thigh. From now on, there will be many battles, far more dangerous than what we've faced. One of us may die. A flicker of hesitation crossed Midu's eyes as he bit his lip and said, I am scared. But Midu knew that if he stopped there, their class would be divided once more. Once that happens, there will definitely be casualties, and Kai has always encouraged him. Meyer was stunned, asking in disbelief, Shinu is really like that? Midu nodded slightly, replying, Shinu sees us as allies. Even though he doesn't act on emotion, it doesn't change the fact that he's always helping us. Mir frowned, then stubbornly turned away, scoffing, No matter the outcome, I hate selfish actions. Midu couldn't help but smile. Of course I'm jealous of them, Midu admits, referring to Shin and Aras. Meyer was taken aback, asking in disbelief, You're jealous of them? You're better than them. Midu slowly explained, They're not easily swayed by their surroundings and always move forward without hesitation, a quality I've always envied. Meanwhile, Midu just wants to keep everything as it is. Mirai, realizing the problem, leaned on the bed and asked with a frown, Can I ask you something? Why don't you want to go home? The sudden shift caught Midu off guard, and silence filled the room. Until she awkwardly chuckled, It's just that everyone wants to go home. Mir was skeptical and annoyed. Hey, Midu, you didn't even finish your sentence, she thought, as Rena suddenly burst through the door. Seeing their ambiguous posture, her eyes narrowed involuntarily. Immediately after, Rena questioned, What are you two doing? Huh? Startled, Meyer quickly explained, Oh, we weren't doing anything, just talking. Isn't that right, Midu? Midu nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's right. Lies. Ren doesn't believe it, accusing her of sneaking into a boy's room in the middle of the night. Meyer, pressed for answers, suddenly felt he'd done something wrong and quickly explained, but I took Midu back to his room while he was sleeping. Reina wouldn't hear it, angrily shouting, You always talk about rules and ethics, yet you're the one breaking them. Mir couldn't hold back any longer and retorted, demanding an end to the inappropriate remarks. And a quarrel erupted, leaving Midu caught in the middle, speechless, until he inexplicably burst into laughter, his mood even brightening a bit. The next morning, Iga and Arasi face off in the training grounds, and Arasi seems serious as he charges forward. Arasi furiously attacks Iga, determined to settle the score today. Immediately, Arasi kicked at Iga, but the slow attack was easily dodged. Seizing the opportunity, he lunges forward with his sword, the tip aimed squarely at Arasi's forehead, sending him into a panic. Arasi quickly took a step back, narrowing his eyes at Iga. He's too fast. As Arasi was thinking, Iga's blade struck again, making him jump back. Iga smirked. This is the finishing blow. Hearing this, Arasi erupted, You underestimate me, you dog. With that, he raised his hand and caught Iga's sword, surprising him. Arasi was using magic to enhance his arm, but Iga thought no amount of enhancement could block a sword barehanded. But then, Arasi deflected his blade. Iga was forced back as Arasi rotated his wrist and pouted, That hurt. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air. Hey, you two, stop practicing. Arasi and Iga turn their heads in surprise as a woman approaches, chuckling, It's time to start strategizing. Arasi was shocked, exclaiming, What? Just when things were getting good? As Iga sheathed his sword. He chuckled, I agree, but we can fight again another time. I'm glad you're my ally. Arasi scoffed, Shh, then my intervention was justified, wasn't it? Meanwhile, in the Beastmen Federation Grandanas's capital, Menslea, Kai had some business to attend to, just as he'd said about training. Xmei stood outside watching them, and after a moment she spoke, "Begin." Sina immediately activated her beast form, her sharp claws instantly revealed. Without hesitation, she charged at Kai, but he remained calm, standing his ground. Just as her claws were about to strike, he vanished. Her attack failed, but Sina didn't panic, raising her claws again, only for Kai to evade them once more. They exchanged several blows, but Kai remained unscathed. He narrowed his eyes at Sina and said coldly, "Is that all you've got? I've told you time and again you must attack with the intent to destroy me." "I know," Sina replied calmly, then darted off like a gust of wind. In a flash, she appeared behind Kai, claws extended, victory seemingly assured. But the scene before her made her eyes widen in horror, because Xena's claws only struck the ground, leaving the imprint of 5 fingers, but Kai was nowhere to be seen. Before she could understand what was happening, the dust stung her eyes, and then Kai's feet struck her stomach, sending her flying. Seeing this, Mare ran over, worried, asking if she was okay. Sina sat up from the ground, clutching her stomach, pouting and lamenting, "My stomach hurts so much." "You're as ruthless as ever." Kai coldly states, "You're as easily fooled as ever. You should prepare to fend off enemy attacks." Sina frowns, hesitating. "So I still haven't succeeded?" Without hesitation, Kai bluntly states, "Let's see. As of now, you're still quite useless." These words truly disappoint Sina. At that moment, a voice called out, "Sina, do you always have to train so hard?" X turned to see Run. She sighed. "This is what I want. Don't stop me." Run narrowed her eyes at her, finally smiling. "I was going to tell that boy to be gentler with you, but since you said that, I guess I'll have to hold back." Sensing Run's hidden meaning, Kai frowned and asked, "What do you need?" Run slowly explained, "The Federation's main force is preparing to depart and join the Holy Kingdom's army. I'm just here to tell you that." Kai nodded and chuckled. "It's finally about to begin, though it took longer than expected." Run indifferently shrugged, pursing her lips. "There's nothing we can do about it." Both nations wanted to discuss the alliance first, and it seems the treaty was signed without any strange disputes. Xia asked suspiciously, "Are you going too?" Lunvun casually replied, "As captain of the Catfolk warrior squad, I'll be joining them." Mayor, not daring to say much, glanced at Kai and asked, "What should we do?" Kai frowned, remaining silent for a long while before finally saying, "Let's wait and see how things develop. Besides, Xena hasn't reached the level where I can bring her along." A month later, on the vast plains of Grandanas, Kai faces off against a demon, but this time he's using a gun instead of his usual knife. Focusing his mind, he conjures a bullet of pure energy, aided by his imagination. As the energy envelops the gun, Kai swiftly loads it. At the same time, the monster lunged toward Kai, who calmly stood his ground, gun raised. Then a series of explosions echoed as the monster's body was bombarded with bullets and blood began to gush out. Mayer, watching from a distant tree, applauded. But the monster wasn't dead, only slightly wounded. Seeing this, Kai opened fire again. A barrage of energy bullets was unleashed, and this time, the monster didn't stand a chance. Kai squinted at the gun in his hand, muttering in dissatisfaction that the firepower still wasn't strong enough for these monsters. Mayer, on the other hand, smiled in admiration, saying, "You took one down with only 6 shots, isn't that good enough?" Kai said somberly, "I actually intended to use it as magic bullets." Mayer, confused, replied, "I never imagined your strange device could accelerate those bullets so quickly." Kai slowly explains, "The foundation of magic is imagination. If I can't imagine it accurately, it's useless. In my world, we have electricity, so I can imagine lightning magic. But even for someone from another world like you, imagining a bullet is quite difficult." In that case, Kai can only visualize knowledge based on techniques he already knows, and it seems to be working. Mary nods and smiles. "So that's what your world is like?" But as soon as she says that, her body suddenly tenses up. She looked in that direction and muttered, "Kai also sees what Mir fears." He calmly said, "Don't be afraid, I see it. But bullets won't work on it." Behind Mayo was a large mutated fox, and just then Kai rushed forward, shouting, "Jump down!" Mayo heard this and immediately jumped from the branch. At that moment, lightning crackled in Kai's hand, and a thunderous spear pierced the mutated wolf, instantly charring it. Kai caught the falling Maya, glancing at the mutated tiger as he spoke. "I have no problem using intermediate lightning magic, but I still can't use advanced magic properly." Maya, cradled in Kai's arms, looked up and asked, "Aren't you being too demanding?" "No one reaches this level so quickly." Kai, without a word, glanced around and asked, "Where's Sina, by the way?" Meher then remembered there was someone else. She hurriedly said, But before she could finish, her gaze drifted towards the distance where Meher was standing on the corpse of a monster. Noticing their gazes, Sina turned around and rushed to Kai, excitedly saying, "I finally killed the monster you told me to. So, did I pass?" Kai glanced at the monster clawed to death by Sina, then at the girl standing timidly before him. After a long moment, he nodded. "All right, you passed, Sina." Hearing this, Sina's eyes lit up like stars, as Kai, unfazed, spoke seriously. "Now, we should begin advancing into the demon realm." The allied forces of the Holy Kingdom and the Federation began their invasion of the demon realm, where the sheer number and power of the demons took a heavy toll on the Holy Kingdom's army. Especially around the first gate of the demon realm, known as the Demon Forest, the Holy Kingdom's army felt a chilling dread as they passed through. Ega, leading the way, used his keen sense of smell to scout ahead, his expression quickly turning grave. He whispered, "It's the scent of monsters. There are many of them on the right flank." His words startled everyone. Narumi looked over in bewilderment, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Really? I don't detect anything." Just as Narumi said, all that lay ahead was the dark gloom of the demon forest. But Midu seemed to sense something, saying gravely, "No, they're coming." Hark was no exception, his brow furrowed in a deep line. Before long, a horde of monsters descends, and Ega commands them to strike. The Beastman army immediately obeyed, charging forward. Their abilities were impressive, each strike eliminating a monster. In moments, the air was thick with the stench of blood as wave after wave of monsters fell. Seeing this, the Holy Kingdom soldiers couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing! So this is the power of the Federation warriors." Soon, all the attacking monsters were wiped out, and Midu exclaimed, "The monsters were eliminated so easily, it's beyond my imagination." Herrick frowned, muttering after a long pause, "We humans use all 5 senses, yet we can't detect the monsters. Having beast people in the Legion is truly beneficial." Just then, Ega sheathed his sword, a confident smile spreading across his face. "Leave the monster detection to us. As long as we're here, they won't dare ambush you." And just as Ega said, the Beastman's keen senses could detect the monster's attacks, allowing the allied forces to repel every engagement. As a result, high-ranking demon Elsa's strategy was significantly weakened. Guerrilla warfare and low visibility within the forest were the reasons the British suffered heavy losses in the previous campaign, as they couldn't predict where the monsters would strike. But with the help of the Federation warriors and their incredible monster hunting abilities, the ambushing beasts are wiped out in an instant. Meanwhile, in the distance, someone observes this scene. So enraged that they punch a tree. He gritted his teeth, cursing. "Damn it, the plan was to attack the enemy with a large force of monsters and defeat them while they were in disarray, but they're still unscathed." Another asked suspiciously, "How long do we have to keep watching?" The man shook his head, saying, "We haven't received orders from Elsa yet, so we have no choice but to retreat." But before they could, Ega's sinister voice echoed behind them. "Like I'd let you get away with that." The two turned in shock, crying out in disbelief, "You bastard!" But before he could finish, EA struck him down. Meanwhile, at the Demon Forest castle where Elsa resided, she stood atop the castle, looking down, and sighed, "This is bad." At that moment, a monster rushed up from below, frantically reporting that the soldiers sent to the forest had been ambushed and annihilated. The beast warriors were proving to be more trouble than anticipated. Elsa frowned upon hearing this, a few drops of blood appearing around her mouth, which she quickly bit away, and gritted her teeth, saying, "I knew it. Unbelievable. I have to clean up the mess that Bright caused." The monster muttered in silence, "I understand how you feel, but what can we do in this situation? The Holy Kingdom's forces will have no choice but to attack this castle. They won't want to be ambushed from behind, so they'll definitely strike." He asks if they have a chance of winning. Elsa gently swirls the wine in her glass and coldly replies, "It's true we're backed into a corner, but don't misunderstand me. It's not that I'm weak or rely solely on tactics." The wine in her glass sloshed out as Elsa smirked. "But destroying enemies is always easier when we use our brains. So, in the end, all we have to do is destroy them, right?" The man nodded eagerly in response. "Yes, Elsa." A few days later, Midu's group arrived at Elsa's castle. Ega sternly stated, "I've already killed their group, and there are many monsters here." Alea nodded in agreement. "We can't ignore this castle. We need to take the castle to prevent being attacked from behind as we move deeper." As soon as he said this, someone rode up on horseback. Arazi retorts with annoyance, "If it's such a pain, let's just attack." Herrick nods in agreement. I permit it. I don't want to give the enemy time to think. Let's begin the castle assault immediately. Arasi clicked his tongue and smirked. Now you're starting to get it. And with that, the army stormed through the gates, and an assault began. The monsters on the walls fought back fiercely, but the gate was soon breached and the soldiers stormed in. Arasi, as usual, led the charge, incinerating monsters with fire. He impatiently yelled, "Come on, you trash!" Behind Iga, a hand patted Midu's shoulder. He smiled, suggesting, "Let's go, Midu. Shall we destroy the high-ranking demons together?" Understood. Midu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and followed Iga. Meanwhile, atop the castle, Elsa leisurely sipped her wine. She ignored the battle raging below, but then Elsa's eyes widened as the doors burst open. Ega and Midu slowly entered, and upon seeing them, Elsa smirked, "You've finally arrived." With that, Elsa stepped forward to face them. Looking at the energy surrounding her, Midu couldn't help but feel terrified. This terrifying energy. Iga warily states, "That's right, she's a high-level monster." Elsa ignores their reaction, summoning a tentacle-like whip. She smirked. "The leader of the beast warriors and a hero candidate? Seems you're being overly cautious, but I have no intention of losing." No sooner had she spoken than Elsa lashed her whip towards them, forcing Midu to dodge as the ground shattered. But the sight that shocked him was yet to come. Spikes suddenly erupted from the ground. Elsa smirked. "I wouldn't underestimate you. I always prepare traps for my enemies to be impaled and die." Midu can't stay suspended in the air forever. He's slowly falling toward those spikes. Not daring to be careless, Midu quickly activates the first stage of his holy sword. A sword that can freely change shape? The holy sword quickly transforms into a vine, latching onto the chandelier above, causing Elsa's eyes to narrow. Using the chandelier as leverage, Midu lands safely on the ground as Elsa narrows her eyes, muttering, "A sword that can freely change its shape?" Midu didn't respond, thinking his companion had fallen onto the spikes. He rushed to the pit and shouted, "Ega!" As he finished speaking, Ega jumped up from below. He stood safely next to Midu, sighing. "That was close. I almost got impaled." Seeing Ega standing there unharmed, Elsa frowned in disbelief, muttering, "He's not hurt." "But how?" He simply shrugged, replying casually, "Simple, a double jump." Hearing this, Elsa grew even angrier. "So it's just some cheap physical ability? Are all beastmen like you?" She spat. Ega clicked his tongue, smirking. "Well, I'm a little special. Now it's our turn." As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed off like the wind. "Don't underestimate me," Elsa roared, lashing out with her whip once more. But Midu instantly teleported behind Elsa, smirking as he said, "Got you." With those words, he raised his sword to strike, but Elsa suddenly produced something, and a sharp object emerged from the ceiling. Midu, caught off guard, quickly raises his sword to defend, but Elsa seizes the moment and kicks him away. Seeing this, Iga cried out in alarm, "Midu!" Elsa scoffed, "I almost lost there. It seems that power is too much for you right now." Midu sat up, clutching his aching stomach. Elsa narrows her eyes, coldly asking, "Hero candidates, you're from another world, aren't you? What are you fighting for?" Midu froze, unsure of what to do, while Ega panicked, shouting, "Don't listen to that monster." Midu didn't let him finish, whipping her lash at Iga, but he calmly parried, shouting, "This is our chance, let's go." "Yes," Midu immediately responded, then charged toward Elsa. She relentlessly lashes her whip, repelling their attacks, but as Midu draws near, Elsa suddenly whispers with tears in her eyes, "Stop, I'm sorry, please save me." Midu was stunned by her words, his sword-wielding arm trembling slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Elsa lashed out with her whip, coldly sneering, "You've lost your mind." Before Midu could react, the whip ensnared his ankle, and Elsa smirked. Never lose focus in battle. And just like that, Midu was lifted into the air, and Elsa relentlessly slammed him against the wall. Seeing this, Iga panicked, a reaction that surprised Elsa. She sneered, "You're worried about a human? It seems your alliance is deeper than I thought." Iga was confused, not understanding her meaning. But as he hesitated, Elsa laughed, saying, "In that case, I'll return it to you." With that, she flung Midu towards Iga. Elsa's throw was powerful, and a thunderous crash echoed as the wall shattered from the impact. Elsa frowned, thinking their morale was weak. She could fight the beastmen alone. But then, her eyes suddenly widened as a black wolf slowly emerged before her. Elsa frowned, wondering where this wolf came from, but quickly realized it was a beastman transformation. She lashed her whip fiercely against the ground. At the same time, Ega, in wolf form, growled, startling Elsa, a flicker of fear in her eyes. And then Ega lunged, claws slashing. blood splattering everywhere. Meanwhile, in the third prince's territory, the western region of the Vidora Demon Kingdom, Aqualia's heavenly king Natasha looked grim, having used her powers to survey a portion of the demon realm. Soon, a video-like scene unfolded before Natasha, revealing Iga's brutal slaying of Elsa. As expected, the warriors of the Alliance are proving to be troublesome, which is why she wanted to control them. Giganda, Bright, Elsa, Natasha's top subordinates, have been eliminated. It seems she's being pushed into a corner. Just then, a voice echoed through the air. Is she all right? Aqualia. And then, a figure appeared before Natasha. Seeing him, Natasha exclaimed, Leon H., are you worried about me? Leon H. nodded slightly and smiled. Of course, you're my fiancé. The word fiancé made Natasha blush slightly, and after a moment she nodded and replied, Thank you, I'm fine. Seeing this, Leon H. asked with doubt, I heard Elsa is dead, and the Alliance will arrive in Fist City in a few days. Do you think you can win? Natasha paused, then replied, Frankly, I mostly work in the shadows, so my combat skills aren't great. It'll be a tough fight, considering I'm up against those who defeated Windbox and Stone Guy. Leon had understood, nodding slightly as he replied, Yes, the assassins of the Demon Kingdom are on their way. Natasha frowned, muttering in doubt. Assassins? Leon slowly explained, They are hidden elites who do the dirty work. The assassins of the Demon Kingdom. As you know, they are one of my trump cards. I'll put you in command of these elites, Natasha exclaimed with joy and excitement. Really? Leon replied with a faint smile. Of course. I want you to hold your position until I return, my beloved Aqualia. Touched by his words, Natasha happily replied, Yes, Leon H. Leave everything to me, your fiancé. I trust her. Aqualia. Leon H. left only those words, then vanished from Natasha's sight. Natasha squinted at the fading figure in the crystal, muttering, I failed to control the Alliance, and even though I'm cornered, he still shows me his love. She then ran to embrace it, weeping. I will repay your love. Meanwhile, in the Demon Kingdom of N, the demons are completely unaware of the war raging outside. They were still living life as usual, while inside the palace a figure slowly walked down the corridor. It's Isabel, one of them asked, looking puzzled. Isabel, where are you going? Isabel casually replied, I'm visiting Alice. Moments later, in a palace cellar, a heavy stone door is pushed open, and Isabel enters with someone into a room with a white-haired girl. This girl is Alice, the fifth princess of the Demon Kingdom. Seeing Isabel, Alice happily calls her sister. Isabel didn't react, as Alice excitedly ran over and embraced her. You're here. Isabel, caught in a sudden embrace, blushed slightly, turned away shyly, and said softly, It's not like I came to see you. I just had some free time, so I dropped by. Hearing this, the subordinate couldn't help but tease. You know, you're a terrible liar, right? Isabel glared and snapped, Shut up! But Alice didn't mind, her smile never faltering. I'm very happy. Isabel looked at her intently, asking suspiciously, What are you doing? Alice picked up a flower crown, happily saying, I'm making flower crowns. Look, it's beautiful. As she spoke, she put the crown on her head, excitedly asking, What do you think? Does it suit me? Isabel nodded slightly and replied with a smile, It suits you very well. Seeing her perfunctory reaction, Alice said unhappily, You're just saying that, aren't you? Before Isabel could answer, Alice turned and ran off, then picked up a wreath and said with a smile, I'll make one for you too. Isabel took it, asking with a hint of doubt, For me? Do you have a feeling I'll come visit you? Alice happily replies, It's not like you're doing anything anyway. I want to see the world too, but I'm not allowed. Hearing this, Isabel mumbled, a little embarrassed. Alice looked up at her, her eyes full of doubt, and asked, What's wrong? Isabel glanced at the flower crown in her hand, then at Alice, before shaking her head. It's nothing. She placed the crown on her head, raised an eyebrow, and asked, What do you think? Alice couldn't help but laugh. You're so funny, Isabel. Isabel muttered in confusion, That's why I'm wearing it? Alice chuckled, then, suddenly remembering something, asked suspiciously, Oh right, when will we begin the ritual to summon the evil god? Isabel's face fell, unsure how to respond. Unaware of the awkwardness in Isabel's eyes, Alice continued to smile. I heard I'm to be offered to the god. I'm really looking forward to it. Isabel, seeing the innocence in her eyes, hesitated before finally saying, Yes, me too. I don't know the details, but it shouldn't be long. Hearing this, Alice smiled brightly. I see. So I'll be able to go outside on that day, right? Isabel didn't answer, standing silently as her subordinate reminded her. Isabel. she muttered, biting her lip. I know. She then turned and left, prompting a sad question from Alice. Are you leaving, sister? Isabel didn't turn back, simply saying, I'll visit you later, be good. Then she walked away without looking back. But as Isabel walked away, she seemed lost in thought, before a dark voice called out from behind. Hey, Isabel. Isabel was slightly startled and turned around to see Leon Hart, the third prince of the Demon Kingdom. She coldly spoke his name. Seeing this, Leon laughed and waved his hand, saying, You're so distant again. Can't you call me brother like you used to? Isabel coldly shook her head, replying, No, I have no right to do so. Leon scoffed, saying, You're too rigid. Have you seen Alice yet? Isabel calmly agreed, and Leon glanced into the room, muttering, It's not good for her to be in there all day. She'll become a sacrifice to the evil gods sooner or later. With that, he turned his gaze to Isabel, mockingly asking, In this time, she may lose her reason, but becoming a sacrifice to an evil god is an honor, after all. I'm truly envious, don't you think? Isabel bit her lip and quietly replied, Yes, excuse me, I must go. With that, she hurried away, as if not wanting to breathe the same air as Leon for another second. Meanwhile, in the demon kingdom of Vidora, in the territory of the third prince, in the bustling heart of the city, though night had fallen and demons still thronged the streets, a pair of proud feet strode forward. The cloaked figure silently ventured deeper inside. A short while later, they arrived at an inn, still open for business, its lights shining brightly. The shopkeeper, reading a newspaper behind the counter, greeted the cloaked figure as they entered. Welcome back. The shopkeeper casually asked, So, what do you think of Fit City? The figure nodded slightly and replied, It's all right, though the atmosphere is a bit stifling. The shopkeeper sighed, resting his chin on his hand. Yes. Because we couldn't stop the humans' invasion, this place has become the front line and many people are feeling uneasy. The mysterious figure calmly replied, I don't think you need to worry. Aqualia's 4 heavenly kings are in this city. The shop owner agreed, You're right, but Stone Gaia and Winbach are dead. It turns out the mysterious man is Kai. The terrifying hero candidates killed 2 of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army, he muttered, disguised as a demon and infiltrating the area. After all that, we were suddenly invaded, and the number of slaves has been dwindling lately, even though there's a labor shortage. He then pointed to a slave chained nearby and scolded, Hey, get to work. Kai glanced over, hesitating. It would be troublesome if the slave ran away. I'm glad you understand. We make slaves do the dirty work. If the slave supply stops, they won't be able to do business anymore. He hands Kai a key, rambling on. I'm a little jealous. Are your slaves of marrying age? Kai takes the key, replying coldly, I wouldn't know. The shopkeeper chuckled. Well, I shouldn't pry into a customer's private life. Get some rest. Yeah, thanks. Kai nodded dismissively and left the counter. Later, in Kai's resting room, Mayor and Xena, dressed as slaves, were already waiting. Seeing Kai's appearance, Xena couldn't help but sigh. He really did look different. Kai reached up, removed the 2 horns from his head, and said with a smirk, Yeah, if I didn't look different, I couldn't do anything. I need to disguise myself to move freely in the demon realm. Xena, a bit confused, muttered, But your scent is different. Kai casually explains that beastmen can tell the difference, but demons cannot. Once we're disguised, there will be no difference between us and the demons, Mayor interjects. All right, but I still can't accept you treating us like slaves, Kai sighed helplessly. Because the 2 of you stand out too much, I have to disguise you as demon slaves. It's the easiest way. It's not uncommon for demons to have slaves of other races. Hearing this, Maya suddenly asked suspiciously, Are we really that noticeable? Can't you disguise us with your skills? Before she could finish, Kai coldly interrupted, It's because you're too beautiful. Once you attract the demons, they'll easily see through your disguise, a statement that leaves Maya stunned. After a moment, she exclaimed in surprise, Beautiful? Kai raises an eyebrow, looking at her, and asks suspiciously, You didn't realize? Maya stammers, embarrassed. Well, I suppose it's possible. Seeing her reaction, Kai asked vaguely, Why are you so scared? Mayor waved her hand, explaining, I didn't think you'd say that word. With a shrug, Kai casually replies, I'm just stating the facts. Maya is stunned, unsure of what to say. Xena then pipes up, Hey Kai, what about me? Kai points to her head, saying, You have features similar to Maya, but those cat ears are hard to hide. Hearing this, Xena pouted, hiding her cat ears as she sighed. Yeah, that's right. Maya worriedly added, If they find out we enslaved Xena, the Alliance will be furious, right? Kai, unconcerned, calmly replied, We're just disguising ourselves to infiltrate the demon territory more easily. We're just pretending to be a group consisting of a demon and his slaves. That makes sense. Mayor nods slightly, then mumbles bashfully, but since we're supposed to be your slaves, we wouldn't have our own rooms. Kai casually explains, that's why I rented such a big room. Is there a problem? Seeing his reaction, Mayor shouts in dissatisfaction, but there's only one bed. Kai simply shrugs, retorting, you two take the bed, I'll sleep on the floor, I'm used to it anyway. Maya can't help but mutter softly, this is a little awkward, isn't it? Hearing this, Kai was utterly confused and asked, what did you say? Without answering, Isabel speaks first. Kai, please understand what Mayor means. Before she could finish, Mayor covered her mouth and quickly said, it's nothing, leaving Kai confused. Meanwhile, in the demon kingdom of Varora, within the territory of the fifth princess in the city of Steb Brook, inside the castle, a space had been opened. Isabel emerged and a subordinate greeted her. Welcome back, Isabel. Isabel simply nodded. Thank you. An attendant then asked, how is Alice-sama doing? Isabel sighed and replied, she's well. She even gave me a hair accessory made of flowers. Hearing this, the subordinate breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad to hear that. Isabel shook her head slightly, saying somberly, but the reason she's treated so well is because she's destined to be a vessel for an evil god. Trapped in that room, Alice must be so lonely. Just then, her subordinate quietly reminded her, Isabellan, our comrades have gathered underground. Isabel froze at the words. A moment later, Isabel descended into a vault where many demons awaited. She narrowed her eyes, seemingly lost in thought, before her thin lips parted, her voice echoing through the cellar. Winbex's death has thinned my pursuers, allowing me to move more freely. The rest are busy fighting the humans, leaving them little time for internal affairs. Hearing this, a demon hesitantly asked about Isabel, to which Isabel calmly replied that the time for revolution was near, and she would defeat the demon lord and reclaim the crown. At that, the demons below raised their hands in unison, chanting, we've been waiting for this revolution. The preparations are meticulous and lengthy, so we won't be discovered. Others say that once Isabel becomes the demon lord, everything will be better. Seeing this, Isabel said nothing, determined to end the war with a revolution. It wasn't a lie, but above all, she wanted to protect Alice. To do so, Isabel would betray the kingdom. Meanwhile, in the Varora kingdom's territory governed by the third prince, in the city of Fis, the demons were going about their usual business when they suddenly noticed something, exclaiming in surprise, hey, look, it's the Count! They pointed into the distance, where a demon was escorting slaves, with Count Cho walking in the middle. The demons present saw him and immediately parted, kneeling respectfully. But Cho didn't seem pleased, grumbling as he walked. I'm so sick of this. Akwaya dared to mobilize troops without my permission. Even if she outranks me, I'm still the governor of this city. Speaking of which, Cho's tone softened as if he'd thought of something. Perhaps she's worried about the threat from the humans. 2 of the 4 heavenly kings are dead. She must be feeling insecure. Hearing this, the subordinate beside him nodded in agreement. Indeed, Aqualia is known for her caution, and her combat skills aren't as outstanding as the other heavenly kings. Cho frowned slightly, glancing at the people on both sides of the street, then whispered, see, the townspeople are also worried about her unsettling behavior. Meanwhile, among the crowd, Kai was secretly observing CO. So, he's the noble who rules Fis. It seems he's managing the city very strictly under the third prince's orders. You've heard the demon world is a place where the strong devour the weak. The nobles of the demon realm are all high-ranking demons, but it seems they overestimated their abilities, leading to inadequate training. Those slaves must be soldiers of the Holy Kingdom. That night, within a lavish castle, Ko was found stabbed to death in his room, blood staining the sheets crimson. Kai was, of course, the culprit. He wiped the blood from his dagger and with a pout said, you're too careless. Then he opened the door and left. Outside, Xena announced that she had killed all the demons in the mansion. She then cautiously looked at Kai and asked, no one noticed us. Did I do well? Kai reached out and patted Xena's head, praising her. Yes, very well. But there were some strange noises. It would be troublesome if we woke the Earl. Xena retorts with a smile that even if he did wake up, she could just kill him. Kai sighs. That's not the point. All right, we still have another target. Soon after, the 2 entered the slave-holding area. Seeing Kai, they immediately became alert, asking, who's there? A human? Kai calmly replied, yes, let's talk. Afterward, I'll return you to the Holy Kingdom's army. Soon after, Kai and Xena snuck into CO's office. Kai learned everything that had happened recently from the 2 of them and nodded in understanding. Rescuing them was definitely the right call. Kai believed the Earl's slaves would have useful information about the demon realm, but he didn't expect them to be this valuable. A slave below immediately spoke up. "We don't want to do manual labor like their slaves. I planned to gather as much intel as possible, thinking it might be useful if I were rescued." Hearing this, Za asked suspiciously, "Aren't you two planning to escape?" The slave shook his head, replying, "This collar has a special magic. I heard it burns you to death if you run away or resist your master." These collars are widely used throughout the Demon Kingdom to force slaves to work. Sina panics, glancing at Kai and asking, "So, the reason you put this on us is—" Kai replies calmly, "It's just a replica without any magic." The slave then spoke up, "Either way, instead of being burned to death and never returning, we were his slaves for 2 years, a hellish time. When he was in a bad mood, he didn't hesitate to torture us." Kay frowned slightly, asking suspiciously, "Who captured you two?" Judging by their condition, he could tell they were both capable individuals. The female slave immediately explained it was the special unit of the third prince, Leon Hart, also known as the Assassins of the Demon Kingdom. The male slave chimed in, adding that it was a formal unit, comprised of the Demon Kingdom's most outstanding individuals. "It seems this unit operates separately from the main army. You two were ambushed while escorting supplies. Though confident in their strength, they were completely overwhelmed." C frowned, asking, "Do you know why that unit isn't officially recognized?" The male slave slowly explained, "I heard that there are many infamous individuals in the army." Kai seemed to understand something and asked in a low voice, "So they gathered all those individuals into one unit?" The male slave nodded slightly. "Probably thanks to the third prince's charisma. He'd witnessed Crow and Leon fight before, and seeing the prince knew they were outmatched. He knew the Aqualia King was impressive, but she was nothing compared to him." The female slave beside him nodded in agreement. "You may have already realized this, but this area is under the direct control of the third prince." The male slave shook his head. "No, from what the others say, he seems to be at the palace. The army in this city is currently commanded by Aqualia." Kai then asked, "What is the relationship between the third prince and Aqualia?" The female slave slowly replied, "She's his fiancée and the center of the third prince's faction." "A faction?" Kai frowned, muttering, "I heard the demon realm isn't truly united." The male slave nodded. "The princes and princesses' factions are fighting for the throne. He says even the demon lord accepts this method of creating the strongest demon lord." Kai then asks, "What are the factions like in the demon realm?" The two slaves immediately responded, explaining that the strongest faction used to belong to the first prince. But with Winbex, the center of that faction, now dead, their influence has waned. The same goes for the second princess's faction, after Stone Gaia's death. Aqualia seized the opportunity to expand her influence, and Kai now understood the situation. He spoke slowly. "The four heavenly kings have a lot of influence." Namdi Nulu nods slightly in response. "That's because they're the highest-ranking officers in the Demon Lord's army." Kai understood more and more. He nodded in response. "I understand. It seems the demon realm may be destroyed by internal conflict, but what about the last heavenly king?" After a moment's hesitation, the male slave spoke. "The Fire Celestial Fray has declared neutrality and will submit to whoever becomes the next demon lord, in part because of the close relationship between the current demon lord and the Fire Heavenly King." The female slave added that there's been a recent trend suggesting that now is not the time for infighting. Does he know what that means? He nods and speaks. "So, they want to unite against a common enemy? It seems the demons are finally sensing the danger." With that, he stood up, ready to leave. "Thank you for the information. Escort them to the Allied forces." Just then, the female slave suddenly spoke up. "I've heard Aqualia is famous for its cunning tactics. She specializes in sabotage and dirty tricks, which is probably why the third prince's faction has such a bad reputation." But Kai remained unconcerned, brushing past them as he coldly stated, "Relay this information to the Allied forces. I have no intention of fighting the Heavenly King of Waters." Namoli was shocked and asked, "Then what are you planning to do? You killed Cho so easily? Are you one of the hero candidates?" Kai indifferently replies, "I will continue to infiltrate deeper into the demon realm. Looks like I need to stir up some conflict. I'll find a way to destroy them from within." Days later, in a forest outside Fit, the Holy Kingdom's army and the Beastmen forces slowly advanced toward the city. Midu, atop his horse, gazed into the distance and declared, "There it is, Fit, right before them." Aliyah solemnly states that it guards the trade route between the eastern and western regions of the demon realm, and once they take the city, their burden will be lessened. Ega, standing nearby, added gravely, "I'm sure the enemy is heavily defended. It wouldn't be strange if the 4 heavenly kings appeared in this crisis. Indeed. Midu nods, a spark of alertness and determination in her eyes. The battle for Fit City begins in the demon kingdom of Vidora, territory of the Third Prince. Initially, the allied forces led by Midu had the advantage, but because Fit City was one of the demon army's strategic bases, things weren't as easy as they thought. The demons have amassed an army of 80,000 strong, and their morale is high, while the Holy Kingdom's army numbers only 40,000. With 20,000 warriors from the Federation, the allied forces only mustered 60,000. Moreover, aside from the hero candidates and knights, the remaining warriors were much weaker than the demons. Meanwhile, the Alliance army was being pushed to the brink. Midu, cutting down demons, declared, "If we can separate them, they'll be easier to defeat. If only he had the ability to lead a powerful army." Ega, understanding Midu's thoughts, quickly reassured him. "Don't worry, Midu. Leave it to us." As soon as he said that, he focused his mind, then threw his head back and roared, the sound quickly reaching the other beastmen. At the same time, the other beastmen began to roar, instantly transforming into their beast forms. The demons, witnessing this, were bewildered. "What's going on?" Before they could understand what was happening, the beastmen launched a savage attack. Midu, witnessing this, was bewildered and mumbled to himself. "My roar intimidates the enemy while bolstering our allies' morale and combat prowess. It's not that difficult," Ega explains calmly. Immediately, the Holy Kingdom soldiers become even more ferocious, attacking the demons with renewed vigor. Seeing this, Ega paused for a moment, then glanced at Midu and said, "Midu, you can't be afraid, or it will affect those around you." "Thanks, Ega." Midu nodded in response. He understands what he needs to do in this situation. Ega's eyes hardened with resolve as he roared, "We just need to raise our fighting spirit. If we face them head-on, we won't lose." And as Ega said, the tide of battle once again turned in favor of the Allied forces. At first, the Allied forces were losing due to the sheer number of the Demon Lord's army, but the hero candidates showed their strength, especially the berserker, Arasi, whose fists never stopped flying. Arasi scoffs, "These demons are weaklings. Where are the high-ranking ones?" The demons freeze, unsure how to react. Seizing the moment, Elia rallied the troops. "Finish them. The battle's outcome is decided." Or so they thought, because as Midu's group tried to eliminate the remaining demons, powerful auras suddenly appeared from behind, startling Midu, who turned to look back. He quickly parried with his sword, and as he looked closer, a figure appeared before Midu, a person in a black cloak and mask obscuring their face. Midu frowned, observing the figure, wondering if he was a high-ranking demon, while Arasi immediately attacked the newcomer. But the cloaked figure easily blocked him, and Arasi calmly chuckled. "Finally, someone of worth." Elsewhere, another fierce battle raged. Ega, now blocked by another figure in black, frowned and asked, "Who are you? Where did he come from?" But the man didn't answer. He just smirked coldly. This situation slowed down the soldiers behind them, and Amelia muttered in confusion, "What's going on?" "Looks like we're being slowed down." But before she could collect her thoughts, a figure appeared behind her. The soldiers realized this and were immediately horrified, crying out, "Who are you?" But no sooner were the words out than blood rained down. The soldier was instantly killed. The man in black moved with lightning speed, catching everyone off guard. Even Elia didn't realize what was happening until her soldiers were dead. She frowned fiercely, gritting her teeth as she asked, "How did you get here, you bastard?" The soldiers quickly moved to protect her. Unfortunately, the man in black pressed on, appearing before Elia in an instant, his blade aimed at her neck, and then slicing across her chest. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere as she fell helplessly from her horse before the horrified eyes of the soldiers. Midu, fighting ahead, saw this and cried out in worry, "Emiya." Hark, also concerned, quickly ordered, "I'll take command from here. Get Amelia to the medical bay and don't let that guy escape." But before the Holy Kingdom soldiers could react, the man in black sliced through their ranks like the wind, slitting throats as he went. Ciri rushed to help heal Amelia. The Holy Kingdom's army is shocked by the loss of their commander and forced to retreat. With the Demon Lord's army depleted, they decided not to pursue the Alliance, quickly returning to their hideout. That evening, inside a heavily guarded tent at the demon's base, Natasha narrowed her eyes at the figure before her, asking suspiciously, "You failed to kill their commander?" The figure in black nodded slightly, replying, "Yes, but we did manage to wound her severely." Natasha nodded in satisfaction. "That's good enough. After all, there's no denying you saved us." The man, seemingly named Khan, remained calm and continued, "It will take their commander some time to recover, which will slow down the Alliance's actions. What should we do?" The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Aqualia paused, then spoke slowly. Now is our chance. Both sides are at an impasse, so let's cut off their supply lines in the shadows. The man in black immediately nodded in agreement as simultaneously the city of Isan and the demon kingdom of Vidora went into lockdown, with the city gates heavily guarded. Every carriage is thoroughly inspected, and the soldiers on the city walls have been reinforced. In the distant forest, Kai, Mayor, and Xena are quietly observing the city. Kai couldn't help but sigh. Security was tight, just as he'd expected. Xena was bewildered. Could he really see that far? Meanwhile, Mayor was worried, asking hesitantly, "What do we do now?" Kai paused to think before answering, "I don't think we can blend in with just a disguise." Furthermore, just like at NRAS, a barrier is set up to detect intruders. Mayor recalls the previous incident, his face immediately darkening as he mutters, "It's 5th Princess Isabel." Xena, overhearing, asked suspiciously, "Who is she?" Kai slowly explained, "A descendant of the Demon Lord. She's set up a barrier in the city. We'll be detected instantly." Mayor pouted. "If it were normal demon magic, I could sense the residue, but I didn't notice anything at all." Kai nodded slightly, saying, "Not only did she let us escape, but she also gave us information. She's definitely plotting something. Even without Isabel, this place is still the Demon Kingdom's base, so it wouldn't be strange to find a barrier of the same level here. Give me some time to have the spirits investigate this barrier further," Mayor urged. Kai nodded. "We'll approach the capital at sunset. I'm counting on you." As the sun set, the city was shrouded in darkness, but the soldiers remained persistent in their guard, only to tire and turn away before long. At that moment, 3 figures quietly entered the city. They hadn't gone far when Maya's ears twitched, and she stopped, speaking up. Kai and the others halted as well. After a moment, Mayor spoke. "I can sense a residual amount of miasma in my head, though it's very faint." Kai frowned, muttering, "I don't see anything. As expected, you can't use appraisal on something that isn't a tangible object." Mayor explained somberly that the residue was faint, so he couldn't identify the miasma's source, but it seemed to blanket the entire city. This barrier-type demon magic is just a hypothesis, but it could detect intruders through the absence of miasma. After all, only demons possess miasma. Kai frowned slightly, muttering that the method might actually work. They must have placed this barrier in every city to stop any spies or intruders. Kay glanced at her, asking suspiciously, "Is there a way to trick this barrier?" Mayor paused for a moment before saying, "I think we could fool it if we had miasma in our bodies." Hearing this, Kai understood and took out a few items, casually saying, "I took some items from CEO's mansion, in case I need emergency funds." Mayor exclaimed excitedly upon seeing them. "If it's a miasma device, what exactly is that?" Xena wondered. Kai explained that, simply put, it's a device that possesses mana. Its mechanism is similar to the magic tools humans use, the only difference being that its source is miasma instead of human mana. However, they occasionally need to recharge it with magic. They pawned it for some money, but since you haven't used it, it should still have miasma inside. Mayor snatched the flute from Kai's hand, excitedly exclaiming, "This device is great! Wait a moment, and I'll infuse some mana into it." Kai glanced at her, hesitating. "You can do that too?" Mayor chuckled, confidently replying, "I haven't just been sitting around while you two were training together. From the start, this knowledge was passed down from my master. You just have to imagine the rest." With that, Mayor focused her mind, chanting incantations, and in an instant, energy appeared in her hand. Then she stepped through the barrier. Seeing this, Kai was excited, and Za quietly awaited the next scene. Before long, Mayor had fully entered the city, excitedly calling out, "I did it. You two can come in now." Kai and Xena immediately followed, Kai satisfied. "Good. From now on, we proceed as usual. We'll scale the city walls and slip past the guards." Inside the city, a new day begins, and the demons gather to trade in the streets, each going about their business as usual, as Kai and the others successfully sneak inside. Somehow, they manage to blend in, and even when demons passed by, they didn't notice they were outsiders. Kai and his group moved freely through the city, blending in perfectly. Kai glanced at the others, saying, "This place is too big, and there are too many demons." Sa sighed in frustration. "It's annoying having to pretend to be slaves all the time." Kai reminded them, "The closer we get to the city center, the more guards there are, so it's best not to get too close." Hearing that, Mayor looked at him in surprise, and Xena asked in confusion, "Aren't we infiltrating the castle to assassinate the Demon Lord?" Kai slowly explained, "Of course, that is our goal, but first we need to gather information within the capital. It would be dangerous if our identities were exposed. Gather information carefully." A week later, inside the castle, in Isabel's office, she was busy with her duties when she suddenly sensed something. Isabel doesn't even look up and says dismissively, "Surprising. I didn't expect you to get past my barrier." It's Kai, who has somehow entered Isabel's room. He narrowed his eyes at her, calmly correcting, "Not me. It's all thanks to Mayor." Isabel indifferently says, "I see. You've become much stronger than before?" Kai ignores the small talk and gets straight to the point. "We need to talk." "Isabel, may I?" Isabel nodded without hesitation. "That's fine." Kai was a little surprised and chuckled. You're quite frank, aren't you?" Isabel shrugged indifferently, pursing her lips. "Either way, I'm grateful you defeated Winbex. His death means I'm no longer monitored and can move more freely." C, understanding the situation, asked in a deep voice, "So that was your scheme?" Isabel smirked. "Looks like I underestimated you. I didn't think you could defeat him." She thought she could use Kai as a pawn if he escaped, but he was more than she expected. Now Kai is no longer a pawn, but a valuable partner. Kai narrowed his eyes at Isabel, hesitating. "Your revolution." He paused. Isabel smiled knowingly, her lips curling. "You've passed my test. Shall we move somewhere else to talk?" Immediately, Isabel used teleportation, and the scene changed in an instant. Kai looked down at the city, and after a moment said, "We teleported from the capital, Isenhat, to your city in the blink of an eye. As usual, your magic is truly impressive. Follow me." With that, Isabel led Kai to her drawing room. She leisurely took a sip of tea, then set the cup down on the table. After a moment, Isabel slowly spoke. "By the way, how did you obtain information about the revolution?" "We've infiltrated the capital, so we need to act on this immediately," Kai replied frankly. "A week prior, I gathered information from the slums. Though you seek information that could ignite the demon realm's destruction, you believed your assassination targets would be the great, second, and third princes, the center of the succession war. But what truly concerned Kai was the lack of information on Isabel, the fifth princess of the demon kingdom. As a result, one of the soldiers helped him find the information he needed, leading him to the warehouse where Isabel was storing weapons for the revolution." "I see." Having heard the full story, Isabel nodded in understanding, then glanced at her companion, issuing an order. Hearing this, Smith understood and said, "I will warn our comrades to be more careful." Kai ignored this and seriously suggested, "Let's get to the main point. Let me speak frankly with you. You're asking if Isabel wants to cooperate with hero candidates like you?" Isabel frowned, looking doubtful. "Not with the Holy Kingdom's army, but with the hero candidates?" Kai slowly explained, "I can't persuade and control the entire Holy Kingdom's army, but I can do it with the hero candidates. As I said before, we want to go home, and to do that, they have to kill the Demon King, and you don't care what happens to this world when you return home." Isabel frowned. "You mean I can do whatever I want after we defeat the Demon King?" Kai shrugged. "It's not certain we can return home. We won't know until we try." Isabel narrowed her eyes and after a long pause said, "Hero summoning is a covenant with the god Dijere. Once you fulfill the covenant by slaying the demon lord, you'll be returned to your world." Frowning, Kai asked suspiciously, "How did you know that? You said you didn't know that far ahead." Isabel slowly explained, "I discovered it after reading an ancient document, which, by the way, piqued my interest after speaking with you." Kai frowned in doubt, asking, "Is that document reliable?" Isabel shook her head, uncertain. "It's just an ancient document." Kai immediately fell into thought. Well, it matches what Leonora said. They all heard such things in their early days in this world. Comparing Leonora's words with Isabel's, the accuracy of Kai's information has increased. With that thought, Kai said in a deep voice, "In that case, the fate of this world has nothing to do with us. I don't care if you destroy the Holy Kingdom or seek peace after this is over." Isabel couldn't help but scoff at that. She coldly stated, "Our interests align. The revolutionary's goal is to make me the demon lord, after which I want to create a world where humans, beast people, and demons can live in peace." Kai frowned slightly, asking doubtfully, "That sounds like a fairy tale. Do you think you can immediately stop the war?" Isabel calmly replied, "As long as I can defeat the current demon lord and maintain the kingdom's power, it's possible." Kay smiled and continued, "Don't you think it would be better to join the fight for the throne instead of rebelling against the kingdom with your revolutionary movement?" With a shake of her head, Isabel calmly replied, "The current demon lord, my father, is known as the strongest in history. Even if he abdicates, he will still wield great influence. You say the demon lord hates humans and would never accept Isabel because she wants peace with them. Moreover, the other princes and princesses aren't seeking peace. She's the only one." With that, Isabel spoke with renewed confidence. It's true I don't have enough power with just the revolutionary army, but as long as we seize this opportunity while the kingdom is under attack by the allied forces, I think we have a chance of winning. Even if they defeat the current demon lord with the help of the allied forces, they will be at a disadvantage when this war ends. That's why Isabel didn't seek help from the outside. With that, she suddenly pointed at Kai and said, "Things will be different if the hero candidates help me." Hearing this, Kai frowned and remained silent. Isabel nodded and continued, "I agree that our revolutionary army should form an alliance with the hero candidates." With negotiations complete, Kai quickly grasped Isabel's hand, smiling as he said, "We're counting on you as well." Isabel nodded slightly, hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, "There's something I want to tell you." C frowned, waiting for her to continue. Isabel gazed at the teacup on the table and solemnly warned, "The Demon Lord subjugation plan will be executed this year. If we miss this window, our chance of victory will be nil." Meanwhile, within the Demon Forest, a Holy Kingdom army slowly advances, led by Henry, captain of the 7th Knights Corps. He led the support team sent from NRAS City to the battlefield. Even if reinforcements weren't sent directly to the front lines, the Holy Kingdom needed a team that could supply materials, warriors who could fight monsters. And so, the 7th Legion of Knights, comprised of elite soldiers, was chosen for this task. The monsters within the Demon Forest were strong, but with the disappearance of the high-ranking demon Elsa, the supply team's mission became easier. Or so they thought, because the Demon Kingdom's assassin squad has emerged once again as the war tips in the Holy Kingdom's favor. Seeing them, the soldiers cry out in shock, "Who are you?" But the figures didn't answer, instead advancing forward. Seeing this, the soldiers grew wary, quickly stepping in front of Henry. The captain falls back, "Leave this to us." But in a flash of light, the two men are instantly beheaded. Being assassins, they were swift, killing in the blink of an eye, and the soldiers panicked at the sight. Ben and Jack were killed instantly. Be careful, they're high-ranking demons. Just then, Henry charged forward, scissors in hand, yelling at the assassins of the Demon Lord's army. With a clang, Ken's sword clashed against the black-clad assassin's blades, but he was quickly pushed back. Henry didn't yield, roaring, "Don't underestimate us! I am one of the captains of the Knights Legion." But before he could finish, he was impaled. The stench of blood quickly filled the air as an arrow pierced through, killing Henry instantly. And so, the Demon Forest became stained with blood. The Demon Forest, territory of the kingdom, inside Elsa's old castle. After their defeat at Follett, the Allied forces retreated to the rarely used castle to regroup. Many soldiers were severely wounded, including the Allied commander Amelia, who lay weakened with bandages wrapped around her chest. Shiori continues to heal her, as Midu anxiously asks about her condition. C nods. Her life is no longer in danger. If I continue to use my healing skills regularly, she should be able to walk again in about 2 weeks. Hearing this, Midu finally relaxed, sighing. "I understand," Hark chuckled. "You're a lifesaver." The other healers gave up. Ignoring this, C smiled sincerely and said, "It's the least I could do." As they spoke, Elia groggily awoke, muttering, "It's my fault." Seeing this, Hark reassured her. "You should rest. Don't worry about us. I'll take command for now." He said that even though they were temporarily retreating, the enemy had suffered heavy losses. They haven't made a move yet. It seems they're trying to regroup. Aaliyah weakly replied, "I see. Then it should be fine. Just where you can't see." Hark and Midu exchanged glances, their eyes filled with hidden meaning, before Hark finally spoke. "All right, I'm counting on you, Hano." Shiori nods in response. "Yes, I'll take care of her." Soon after, Herrick and Midu leave. They hadn't walked far when Midu spotted Iga heading their way. Iga said seriously, "I apologize, but I overheard your conversation earlier. I'm glad she's alive, but it looks like she'll need at least 2 weeks of rest." Midu frowned slightly, hesitating as she spoke. "Har, the reason I said there was no problem is because," Herrick slowly explained, "I didn't want to cause any more worry. She should focus on recovering. We'll handle the supply line being cut off." Herrick glanced at them both, sighed, and said, "The 7th Knightly Order was wiped out along with the supply unit." According to survivors, the attackers were the same group that took down Elia. Henry, captain of the 7th Division, has fallen in battle. A man of integrity, respected by all. Mainu grumbled in dissatisfaction. Those masked assassins are probably high-ranking demons. At least 5 or 6 appear at once, perhaps even more troublesome than the 4 heavenly kings. Ega agreed with his assessment. "Yes, I fought one of them, and you can't let your guard down for a second. The avian special forces he sent as messengers have also returned, and it seems Entrat is preparing a new supply unit. Hearing this, Midu excitedly exclaimed, "Really?" Ega slowly replied, "Yes, but the problem is those assassins are still lurking in the forest, and may attack to cut off our supply lines." Hark glanced at them both, then seriously suggested, "I want you two to escort the supply unit through the demon forest. The problem will only be solved when we eliminate the masked assassins. If they flee, I want you two to hunt them down and eliminate them." Ega and Midu nodded in acceptance of the order. A few days later, deep within the demon forest, Midu escorted the supply unit as ordered by Harig, accompanied by Iga and the Beastman army. Just then, a soldier spoke up. "The horses are about to collapse. We should stop and rest for the night." But as soon as he finished speaking, Ega suddenly drew his sword. He warned them, "They're here." But it was too late. Some had already fallen to the black-robed figure's weapons. Their attacks are too fast. By the time anyone reacts, some are already dead. Ega shouts, "Stay away from them, I'll take him on." Meanwhile, another battle raged, the pressure so intense that dust filled the sky as Arasi fought the man in black. He roared, "You bastard, you're the one from before. Are you here for a rematch?" And with that, Arasi threw a punch. A deafening explosion erupts, filling the air with smoke and fire, while nearby another battle rages, a whirlwind of sword flashes dancing in the sky. Midu battles a sword-wielding demon, and they exchange several blows in the blink of an eye. Midu fought and thought. He couldn't stand by. He had to eliminate them quickly to protect everyone. But as they fought, a brilliant fire erupted, engulfing their supplies and sending the soldiers into a panic. The one responsible was a fire magic user hiding in the distance, relentlessly burning their supplies. Just then, a loud shout echoed, "I won't let you run wild." The one who spoke up summoned her water magic to stop it, and with a crash, all the flames were extinguished. Jumi cried out happily, "Good!" But her joy was short-lived as a scream rang out. "Watch out, Rumi!" Alas, it was too late. An arrow had struck her. She collapses to the ground in pain, and Cory rushes to her side, concerned. But before they could reach Jumi, 2 arrows came hurtling towards them, and Cory panicked, unsure of what to do. Just as an arrow was about to strike Cory, a burst of flame appeared, knocking it away. Rena had arrived just in time. Then squinting into the distance as she spotted a figure standing in a nearby ancient tree. A hooded figure with a bow and arrow. In an instant, the sounds of battle echoed through the forest. The hero squad was quickly overwhelmed, with injuries mounting as the black-clad figures continued their relentless assault. But then, a great shout echoed. "How about this?" The black-clad figure is startled. Meyer summons her earth magic, launching a barrage of earthen daggers at the cloaked figure. But he effortlessly destroys them. This situation alarms Mireille, and at the same time, a barrage of wind blades comes hurtling toward them. But as before, the cloaked figure blocked them, floating up to face Narumi. Seeing this, Narumi cried out in alarm. "Another wind mage? Damn it, he can't let him interfere any longer." Just then, Narumi suddenly saw something, and his eyes involuntarily contracted. Below, the man in black slowly approached Mireille, who sat on the ground, trembling and muttering, "I'm sorry, everyone." At the same moment, the man in black raised his weapon, ready to strike, and Mireille closed her eyes, awaiting her impending doom. In the nick of time, a loud voice boomed, "I command you to stop." At the same time, iron chains bound the man in black. It was Jin, controlling the chains to restrain him. At the same time, she telepathically spoke to Miri. "What are you doing?" "Hurry and run!" But Mireille's legs had already gone weak. She trembled, mumbling that she couldn't move her legs anymore. Just then, a sound ripped through the air. Narumi had rushed over and embraced Mireille, carrying her away, finally breathing a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you're alive." But he knew that if Jin hadn't used her Dominion skill, Mireille would be dead, and he had to hold on a little longer. As Narumi pondered, the storm suddenly struck, and simultaneously she summoned her magic, creating a vortex that enveloped them both. This scene confuses the cloaked figure below, and Narumi angrily retorts, "These bastards aren't after me, they're after you." As everyone was in disarray, a voice echoed in their minds. "Calm down, everyone. The enemy is trying to distract us," Jin said, leaving Narumi stunned. Arashi heard it too, his movements faltering slightly, while Midu frowned, pondering Jin's words. Regardless of what everyone is thinking, Jin continues to remind them that if they stay calm and coordinate well, they won't lose. Hearing this, Narumi found it intriguing and knew he had to stay calm. Immediately, Narumi closed his eyes, focusing his mind to feel the wind, sensing every attack through it. Sure enough, as the arrow hurtled towards him, Narumi swiftly dodged it, leaving the archer in the distance bewildered. Why is he so calm all of a sudden? In that moment, Narumi awakened another hidden potential within himself. He uses telepathy to speak with Jin. "Kanzaki, can you hear me?" This is a skill similar to the Wind Heavenly King's wind-finding ability. Hearing the response, Jay was immediately shocked and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Narumi calmly replied, "Can you relay my words to everyone?" Jin nodded slightly. "Yes, I can relay your words to everyone, just like I'm talking to you right now." Meanwhile, a blazing fire erupted, chasing the archer into a frantic escape. He clearly used demonic arts to cover his tracks. How did they find him? Meanwhile, Jin relays Narumi's instructions. "The enemy is moving through the trees, heading south." Rena scoffed. "Then I'll just burn him and the whole forest down." And with that, the others charged forward, attacking as one. Under Narumi's guidance, they quickly regained their balance, with Akira coordinating with the others. Under their fierce assault, the men in black began to fall, never expecting the tables to turn so suddenly. Midu's group has regained their teamwork, cornering him, and Meyer calls out, "Don't let your guard down. Their attacks are strong, but there are openings between them." Hearing her voice, the man in black narrowed his eyes. Just as he suspected, Mireille was the one he needed to eliminate first. So he quickly turned his attention to Mireille, and a sharp, piercing sound echoed. Xiao used his iron arms to block the black-clothed man's knife. He smirked, saying, "Cheap weapons like that won't pierce my iron armor." The black-clad assailant was thrown back in confusion, unable to understand how Cao knew of his sneak attack. They don't even communicate with each other, and over here Midu has also taken down her opponent. Arashi was just as formidable, his explosions incinerating his opponent. Without the pressure of protecting everyone, Ega swiftly decapitates his opponent, while Narumi, now awakened, faces off against another black-clad figure. His wind blades gained the upper hand, leaving numerous cuts on his opponent's body, a situation that stunned the man in black. He was actually being overwhelmed. While the man in black was thinking, Narumi was secretly planning. He sees it now. The flow of the wind is guiding his next move. Immediately, Narumi seized the opportunity to attack, unleashing a wind blade that pierced the black-clad assassin's forehead with lightning speed. He was killed just like that. With only a few black robes left, the leader quickly ordered a retreat, signaling their withdrawal. But despite the heavy losses, they achieved their primary objective. The military supply wagons were destroyed by fire. After the battle, the Holy Kingdom group rested by a fire in the forest. They sat around the fire, their faces grim. Ega spoke in a low voice. "About 80% of our food supply has been destroyed. What's left is only enough to feed the support troops on their way back." Midu muttered in disappointment. "So we failed?" Ega disagreed, furrowing his brow. "Even so, we did manage to kill 4 of those demons. Reports say there are about 10 masked ones." Midu frowned. "So there are still 6 left." Ega replied calmly. "Yes, and 2 of them, the archer and the one with the mace, were seriously injured." He then patted Midu's shoulder reassuringly. "It'll be all right. We'll definitely succeed next time." Despite Ega's words, Jin was deeply worried. The Holy Kingdom soldiers were low on supplies, and their morale was fading fast. The more Jin thought, the worse her expression became. If they failed again, they wouldn't be able to continue fighting. Just one demon could cause such terrible damage. But just then, a voice echoed in her mind. "Kanzaki, can you hear me?" Jin exclaims in shock as Araj returns to the past, when Isabel told Kai that the Demon Lord assassination plan must be carried out soon, or they'll lose their chance. Kai questioned why, and Isabel slowly explained, "The god Alvaresta will be revived." "Even so, I don't think someone from another world would understand the gravity of the situation." Kai frowned slightly, speaking seriously. "I've heard that name before. If I remember correctly, it's one of the 2 pillar gods in the Book of Genesis. The Book of Genesis is an ancient record of the war between the gods. It says that this world was created and is protected by the creator god, Digrit. In ancient times, humans, elves, and beastmen lived together in peace. But the evil god Anvaresta sought to control the world, using demons as pawns to bring chaos. As a result, the world erupted into war. To fight the evil god using demons to rule the world, the creator god bestowed powerful divine protection upon certain individuals to help them fight against the demons. They ultimately defeated the demon lord of that era and were hailed as heroes. In ancient times, the creator god won the war, and the evil god was sealed away. This is the creation story, Kai knows. Isabel, hearing his thorough explanation, nods slightly and says, "Since you already know the story, it will be easier for me to explain. That creation story is mostly true. With the evil god sealed away, the demons grew weaker. Even so, the demons are gradually growing stronger over time." Kai frowned slightly, asking suspiciously, "Does that mean the seal is weakening?" Isabel nodded slightly. Yes, we can free that evil god. My father, the demon lord, is preparing a large-scale ritual which will take quite some time, but it will be ready this year. Kai felt the gravity of the situation and pressed on. What happens if they break the seal? She replied gravely, the demons will grow much stronger. Once that happens, humanity won't stand a chance. I understand the situation. Kai nodded, understanding, but his assassin's instincts told him Isabel was hiding something. Even so, Kai didn't really care, since they were just using each other. With that thought, he slowly spoke. So, what are the revolutionaries planning next? Isabel replied calmly. We intend to secretly aid the Allied forces. We desperately need them to weaken the Demon Lord's army. We can't do it alone. Hearing this, Kai suggested, that's convenient. Then lend me your power and let's cross Fit City first. 3 days later, in the Demon Forest, Isabel used her spatial magic to transport them to this place, along with Kai and his troops. Having teleported so many people, Isabel is exhausted and complains. Just as I thought, using teleportation so much makes me tired. Mayor couldn't help but praise her. Her teleportation ability is incredible, covering distances that would normally take half a year in the blink of an eye. Kai felt the same way. The tactical value in her skill is that it ignores the basic concept of distance. As expected, teleportation requires a tremendous amount of dark energy. Along with Mayor and Xena, there are now 7 high-ranking demons from the Revolutionary Army. From this point on, Isabel may no longer be useful, but this number of members should suffice. As he pondered, Xena quietly asked, Kai, can we trust them? Kai calmly replied, don't rush into anything, we can still use them. Xena nodded, trusting his judgment completely. Soon after, Kai used telepathy to connect with Jin, startling her as his voice echoed in her ears while she rested. Kai slowly explained, I was just experimenting, but it seems we can communicate this way. Jin exclaimed in surprise, does that mean you're nearby? This scream really frustrates Kai. She's always so loud. Kai sighs helplessly, and after a long pause says, yes, I want to see you. Without hesitation, Jin agrees, understanding the situation. Minutes later, she ventures into the forest to meet Kai. But when she saw the person behind him, her face turned pale white. It was Isabel. She trembled, muttering, it's a demon. Seeing her reaction, Kai quickly introduced her. Let me introduce you, this is Isabel, the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom. Knowing these were her allies, Isabel greeted them, saying, hello. Jin couldn't believe what she was hearing, muttering in disbelief, a princess? Maya nodded and chuckled beside her. That's right. Jin looked at Kai, puzzled, and asked, what's going on? You betrayed us? With an indifferent shrug, Kai pouted. I didn't betray anyone. I wasn't on anyone's side to begin with. This made Jin glare at him in dissatisfaction, prompting Mayor to step in and interrupt. You've teased her enough. Kai said seriously, no longer joking. We have something to discuss with you tonight. Focus on Midu, Arasi, Hashimoto, Narumi, and Ninomiya, but don't tell the Holy Kingdom's people. That evening, as Kai had requested, Jin gathered a group of people in the forest. After Kai recounted everything, he said coldly, that's the story. We all share a common goal. This is a collaboration to defeat the Demon Lord, so there's no reason to refuse them, right? Arasi frowned slightly, asking suspiciously, why do you want to cooperate with such suspicious people? He doesn't trust Isabel, a princess of the demon race, but Kai seriously explains, at our current rate, we can't defeat the Demon Lord. I've heard about your situation. You're having trouble with the Demon Realm's assassins. Hearing this, Akira exclaimed in surprise, assassins? If you're talking about high-ranking demons wearing masks, then yes. Narumi chimed in. We're having a hard time holding the line. They're even willing to die to complete their mission, Arashi said, frustrated. They risked their lives to hold me and Midu back in order to burn our food supply. We've killed 4, but I hear there are still 6 left. At that moment, Isabel offered, then I'll do something to deal with these assassins. We revolutionaries excel at guerrilla warfare. Hearing her words, Narumi exclaimed in surprise, can you do it? They're all high-ranking demons. Isabel indifferently replies, I am the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom. Through this, she wants to show Kai the value of the Revolutionary Army, in exchange for Midu's group proving themselves worthy as her partners. Midu's group fell into contemplation, and after a moment he hesitantly asked, may I ask what you're after? Without hesitation, Isabel calmly replied, after receiving the supplies, I want you to eliminate Natasha. If we delay any longer, the 3rd Prince's army in the capital will join the war. If that happens, she says they'll be in trouble, and they'll have to eliminate them one by one. The reason the assassins are stalling is to allow their main force to regroup with the third prince. Arasi frowned. Is that prince strong? Isabel nodded slightly. Very strong. You're no match for him right now. But Arasi was not afraid at all and excitedly exclaimed, Then let's play! Not everyone agreed right away. Mireille glanced at Midu and asked, Midu, what do you think? Midu hesitated for a moment, then said, I'm glad we have such strong allies on our side. Let's follow Araj's decision. With an agreement reached, they ended their discussion there. But before leaving, Kai reminded him, I'll be working with the Revolutionary Army. I'll contact you later through Kanjaki, okay? Meanwhile, in another corner of the forest, a group of people were resting by a fire. The assassins of the Demon Kingdom, their masks lying beside them. The leader, a fire demon, was eating flesh with a grim look on his face. Gritting his teeth, he said, I can't believe they killed 4 of us, including the leader. Another blue-faced demon chimed in. Those kids are pretty strong. I'm sorry, but I can't move my right arm right now. Another assassin, Fanko, frowned slightly and asked, Who's in charge now? Exactly, we can't let you be in charge, so I'll be your leader, Fire Demon quickly suggested. Without my firepower, our operation would fail. Anyone object? With that, he glanced at each of them, a clear warning in his eyes, and Rocky, seeing this, nodded in agreement. No, I trust you. Another assassin, Fred, chimed in. I agree. Seeing this, Fire Demon said seriously, Good. All we need to do is strike the next supply line and they'll starve. The plan remains the same. Not only disrupt the hero candidates, but also cut off their supplies. Fire Demon warned them to be extremely careful with Midu, and that the plan would begin in an hour. The others immediately put on their masks and responded in unison. An hour later, the demon forest was shrouded in gloom, and an assassin hid in an ancient tree nearby. The archer, Marius. But at this moment, he was a bit suspicious, even though he was on guard in case something happened. But this is a small camp. With only a few people deep in the forest, those guys won't know. Or so he thought, because in an instant, Marius's eyes suddenly contracted. He sensed someone approaching, and not just one person. They were concealing their presence with expertise. Marius knew they weren't hero candidates. They were strong, but lacked finesse. He thought as he drew back his bow, ready to fire. Marius smirked as if he knew who was coming, but all that was visible was a dark forest. Then, a split second later, a figure emerged from behind the trees. Without hesitation, Marius fires arrows, believing that killing everyone will solve everything. Each arrow tears through the air, vanishing into the endless night. Marius frowned, lost in thought. Had he killed him? But his arrow had been stopped by someone. Sina. She moved, holding the arrow tightly in her mouth, instantly shocking Marius. Impossible. How could she catch it without getting hurt? But the surprises didn't end there. Unbeknownst to Marius, Kai was already behind him, smirking. You're too slow, he said. Marius turned in shock, but it was too late. A gleaming blade flashed and blood splattered everywhere. He never imagined Kai could so easily strike him from behind. Kai watched Marius's body fall, sneering, Always move after firing. That's a sniper's golden rule. Meanwhile, the fire demon was leading the way through the forest when he suddenly stopped, sensing someone's presence. Marius is on overwatch. The fire demon quickly gives the order. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The assassins behind him immediately responded in unison, then moved forward step by step, only for Smith to suddenly appear before them and shout, Wait! The fire demon frowned slightly, asking suspiciously, A demon? What do you want? Are you a messenger for Natasha? Smith shook his head slightly, replying, No, I'm with the Revolutionary Army. This left the fire demon stunned, unable to react for a long time. Smith slowly explained, Our goal is to kill the demon lord and turn this place into a peaceful empire. The fire demon was increasingly confused, and he shouted in dissatisfaction, What are you talking about? If you're not Natasha's messenger, how do you know this place? Smith replied calmly, Our allies are everywhere. It seems your mission is to block supply routes to the Allied forces. The fire demon frowned. The information was leaked? Smith ignored his reaction and continued. Isabel said this, Abandon your mission and follow me. The fire demon was even more shocked to hear this. Isabel was the 5th princess? They were targeting him? That meant the princess was cooperating with the Allied forces. He never imagined they were planning something so serious. A confused assassin asks, Leader, what do we do now? After a moment's hesitation, the fire demon replies, If we oppose the demon king, we'll be sentenced to death, and the 5th princess can't possibly raise a revolutionary army. Hearing them talk, Smith sighed with regret. I'm sorry to hear that. and with that, he snapped his fingers. Instantly, a horde of demons appeared, and Smith smirked. "I'm afraid I have to kill everyone here." In moments, Smith's forces surrounded the assassins, who cried out in alarm. "We're surrounded! Damn it, they're high-ranking demons!" But the fire demon remained calm, immediately summoning magic and ordering counterattack and retreat. "We have to get this information back." Hearing this, Smith's army scoffed, "As if we'd let you. Criminals, I never liked you to begin with." And just like that, they charged into a chaotic battle, while Kai observed them from afar. In moments, Isabel's revolutionaries pushed back the assassins who were troubling Midu's group. They were well trained. This was the strength of the revolution. Meanwhile, Isabel appeared on the battlefield, not to fight, but to confront an assassin, asking, "You orchestrated the Great Autumn Civil War, didn't you?" Fanko was taken aback by her presence. He asked suspiciously, "Are you really planning a coup?" Isabel didn't answer, coldly continuing, "You're the only one here I want to recruit. Do you still want to fight for peace?" Fanko paused, then dropped his weapon and knelt before Isabel, answering respectfully, "Yes." Seeing this, the fire demon immediately roared in outrage. "What are you doing, Fanko?" Unfortunately, he had no room to stop it, as the revolutionary army relentlessly attacked, and the assassins quickly fell into a disadvantage. At this rate, we're doomed. Meanwhile, far away, Kai suggests that Isabel seems to be done, so it's time to end this. With Kai and the revolutionaries' covert operations, Kai's group completely annihilated the Demon Lord Army's assassin unit that had tormented the Beastman Alliance. With Kai's assassin skills, he eliminates them with ease, and supplies from NRS City begin flowing safely to the front lines. With full bellies, the soldiers' spirits returned, but even with things running smoothly, Iga felt uneasy. He frowned and muttered, "Still, it's strange." The troublesome masked demons had suddenly disappeared. Midu knew what was happening, but he was forced to lie. Could they have retreated because we defeated 4 of them? Iga frowned slightly, pausing for a moment before speaking. Perhaps that's the case. Herrick, on the other hand, seemed to see right through Midu's terrible lies, and he knew Kai had already made his move. Unaware that he's been exposed, Midu continues to suggest that they should attack soon, now that everyone's spirits have been lifted. Herrick simply shakes his head, refusing. What's the rush? Midu was speechless, unable to form a coherent sentence, when someone entered from outside. It was Akira, who raised an eyebrow and asked seriously, "Forgive me, may I make a suggestion?" Hark nodded slightly. "Granted." Akira slowly began, prefacing that the commander of Fist City's army was apparently Natasha, the Water Celestial King, one of the Demon Lord's top commanders. Herrick nodded in response. "That seems to be the case. The captured demon said the same." Iga added in agreement. "So it turns out a Heavenly King is guarding this place. They weren't prominent in the previous battle." But before he could finish, Akira interrupted. "Natasha seems to specialize in covert operations rather than direct combat. The masked demons sabotaging supplies were likely her doing." He said he didn't want to give her time to plan her next move, plus there were rumors that Forrest's Leon H. was returning. Upon hearing that name, Hark and Iga's expressions immediately darkened. Iga muttered somberly, "In other words, the third prince of the demon realm, a direct descendant of the demon lord." Akira nodded slightly. "That's why I want to attack as soon as possible. If Leon Ham joins, occupying Forest will be even more difficult." These words caused Iga and Hick to fall into thought, and after a long hesitation, Iga finally spoke. "And this entire area is Leon H's territory, so it would be strange if he didn't return during this crisis. Akira is truly reliable." Seeing him like this, Akira couldn't help but laugh. Midu would become flustered as soon as she started lying, making her easy to catch. Just then, Iga spoke seriously. "All of the Demon Lord's close relatives possess boundless power. I once faced the great Prince Fogger, and I knew I couldn't win." Midu was shocked. Even Iga felt defeat was inevitable? Akira nods, saying, "We'll have to fight them eventually, but I want to take them down one by one if possible." But he couldn't bring himself to say it, and in the end, he could only agree. "I understand. We'll summon the troops immediately." Meanwhile, at Natasha's palace, she was in a state of utter panic. Natasha clutched her head and screamed, "No way! The 10 Shadow Unit members of the army were completely wiped out?" Her subordinate immediately nodded in response. "Yes." Unable to contact anyone, he visited the base in suspicion, only to find corpses. At that moment, the door burst open, followed by a loud shout, startling Natasha, who asked, "What is it?" The demon quickly explained that the enemy was pressing their attack, causing Natasha to frown and worry. If supplies arrive, that will naturally happen. Leon Hart won't be here for at least 3 days. And with that, Natasha breaks down in tears. If I say we lost a unit of darkness, I'm sure to get an earful. It's over. Seeing this, the two subordinates were troubled, one hesitantly asking, "What should we do now?" The other muttered hesitantly, "What to do? Comfort her?" But before they could act, Natasha's spirit shifted, her face contorting. "I cannot forgive them," she hissed through gritted teeth. "How dare humans and beastmen interfere with my love for Leon H. You lot, I'll kill you all." Her two subordinates panicked even more and quickly tried to calm her down. "Please, calm down." Unfortunately, Natasha had gone mad and couldn't hear a word. In a moment of frenzy, a great torrent of water appeared, beginning to wash everything away. The massive flood engulfed the castle and soon spilled out beyond its walls. After her frenzy, Natasha returned to normal, but she seemed to have no memory of what happened, muttering in confusion, "Where am I? It's flooded? What happened? It's like the crazed Natasha from before wasn't her at all." Meanwhile, outside the castle, the Demon Lord's army defends fit against the advancing Beastfolk alliance. This was a defensive strategy, unlike their previous clash on the plains, and the Beastfolk alliance launched an all-out assault, seeing it as a stalling tactic. Arasi, as always, leads the charge, his explosive fists sending earth and fire scattering. Arasi roared, "Try and keep up!" as the Narumi and Rina squads joined the fray. Their abilities are strong, making one-on-one fights no problem. Midu is the same, his sword constantly slashing, countless demons dying by his blade. Midu was suspicious, though. There wasn't a single high-ranking demon in sight. If that was the case, they could just move forward and defeat Natasha. But just then, his face suddenly went pale as a massive wave surged toward them, and those behind him panicked, crying out, "A tsunami? This is land." The demons realized it was Natasha's magic, but they didn't understand why they, as allies, were being swept away too. And just like that, the tsunami created by Natasha began to engulf everything, including Midu and the others. This magic was on a massive scale, capable of sweeping away allies and enemies alike. Midu bit her lip, her face grave, while in the distance, Kai and his group watched their battle unfold from the city walls. Kai narrowed his eyes at the tsunami and said coldly, "Now let's see what you can do." Sa glanced at him, hesitating. "Kai, don't we need to help?" Kai nodded slightly. "Indeed, they'll have to handle this themselves. Natasha's water magic isn't too powerful." The tsunami washed away all enemies and allied forces outside the castle, and even the surviving warriors inside were caught in the chaotic vortex, engaging in close combat after rising from the water. In the distance, Kai couldn't help but sigh. "That magic is terrifying." Isabel replied nonchalantly, "Natasha's ability to suppress a wide area is also formidable. Though she doesn't truly enjoy fighting, the great waters have washed over their fortress walls." Sina frowned slightly, asking, "But why did she include her own allies in the first place?" Isabel casually replies, "Perhaps she's simply raging and causing senseless chaos. Or maybe she thinks close combat would be more advantageous, given how difficult it is for humans to coordinate." Kai whispers, "A disparity in military strength isn't something that simple tactics can solve. No high-ranking demon would be able to stop the hero candidates this way." Isabel casually replies that Natasha's top subordinates, including Bright and Elsa, have all been killed by them. Furthermore, they annihilated the dark unit of the Demon Lord's army that Lon H. entrusted to Natasha, so they likely have no fighting power left. Hearing this, Kai frowned and said seriously, "Then it's only a matter of time. The Archduke is troublesome indeed, but my friends are also gradually developing their skills." Isabel glanced at him, requesting in a low voice, "Explain your pieces." Kai responded quietly, knowing she already understood, but it was fine. With that, he pointed to Arasi, introducing him first. "That loudmouth raging in the north is Arasi. His attack power is quite prominent among the hero candidates, and he's also very brave." Then Kai pointed to Rina. "The one wielding the flames of the evil eye is Naga's Rina. She has a combative personality, the type whose strength changes with her mood." Mayer interjected, unimpressed, "And she hates Kai." Ignoring her, Kai introduced another person. Hashimoto Meyer, who commands the hero candidates from behind, is a telekinetic with many applications, though her thinking is rigid. Next is the Wind user who fights while flying. Narumi is a versatile tactician, great at support, a jack of all trades but master of none. And Akira uses enhancement magic to support from the rear. He's intelligent and calm, understands Kai well, and is easily taken advantage of. And the one healing all the wounded in the back. And the tall guy protecting the rear is Ozaki Tao, whose divine protection ability allows him to turn parts of his body into steel, granting him outstanding defense. Scanning the group, Kai points to Jin and introduces her. The girl subduing multiple demons in the west is Kanja Kazin. Her dominion is unmatched against lower-level opponents. Then, his eyes drifted to the last figure in the distance. None other than Midu, he said slowly. As you can see, he's a key combat resource among the hero candidates. Kai believes Midu could reach the Heavenly King level. He has a natural talent for swordsmanship and doesn't shy away from training. Kai always held Midu in high regard, despite a few issues, the pawns he wanted to mention. Isabel frowned, asking, "How many people are there in total?" Kai slowly explained, 26. There were 40 hero candidates in total, but 14 were unfit for combat and withdrew. Isabel understood. She nodded. Even with immense power from God, it's meaningless without the right attitude for battle. She frowned, then after a moment said, "Not bad. With your cooperation, our chances of winning are increasing." Just then, Isabel's eyes caught sight of the distant castle. She mused, "Looks like Natasha is about to make another move." Kai noticed this as well, nodding slightly as he replied, "Indeed, at this rate, our soldiers will be cut down and we'll lose. We must counterattack before that happens." As if on cue, the water's surface surged once more, momentarily halting the chaotic battle. Before long, a figure appeared outside the castle, none other than Natasha. The Alliance was stunned at her appearance, while the demons were elated and Midu sensed her immense power. He immediately turned his head. Seeing Natasha, Midu pointed his sword at her and shouted, "Water King." Natasha glared at Midu, scoffing, "Hero candidate swordsman, it seems you're the core of this army." No sooner had she spoken than she summoned her magic, transforming waves of water into serpent-like forms that lunged toward Midu, who, with unwavering focus, conjured a shield to defend himself. The water snakes relentlessly battered the shield, making Midu's expression increasingly grim. But Natasha wasn't finished and attacked again. Water blades surged forward with terrifying force, shattering Midu's shield. Midu and his shield were pushed back, his brow furrowing as the ground crumbled beneath him, leaving him with nothing to grip. Thinking quickly, Midu transformed his sword into a rope, latching onto a castle pillar and launching himself into the air, creating distance between himself and Natasha. Seeing where Midu landed, Natasha muttered in displeasure, "That's my garden." And with that, she summoned a wave. Midu's feet were ensnared by the water, which then froze, trapping him in place, prompting Natasha to laugh triumphantly. "Die." No sooner had she spoken than she summoned a water blast, sending a series of raging waves toward Midu. He quickly raised his shield to defend himself, but the waves were too fierce, and Midu struggled to hold on. Before long, his feet were wounded, and blood began to seep out. Seeing this, Midu used his sword to cut through the ice binding his feet. He retreated, catching his breath, and narrowed his eyes at Midu. Natasha smirked. "You survived that attack. Not bad, but you can't move freely with those legs, can you?" Seeing this, Meyer was worried, but she was helpless. Natasha laughs maniacally. "If I crush you, I still have a chance to win." She then summons water snakes to attack. In the distance, Isabel couldn't help but mock, "Looks like your main resource is losing." Casually shrugging, Kai pouted and said, "Don't worry, he has a plan." Within the battle, Midu remained seated, but a glint of determination flickered in his eyes. And then, in an instant, Midu appeared behind Natasha, who was stunned and unable to react. And with that, Midu raised his sword high and shouted, "Sacred light that destroys demons, gather in my sword and show your brilliance." In an instant, lightning crackled around the blade in his hand. Without hesitation, Midu strikes. Water Sovereign Aqualia, her true name is Natasha Aqualia. Born as the eldest daughter of the Aqualia family, a prestigious lineage with water magic, Natasha inherited the position of one of the 4 heavenly kings, the highest-ranking commanders in the Demon Lord's army, a title passed down through generations. Currently, the Stone Gaia and Windbox families are in turmoil, struggling to choose new leaders after the loss of their predecessors, as no one is deemed worthy of the 4 heavenly kings' position. Sometimes, they have to pick someone, even if they're not up to the task. Natasha is a prime example. She was reluctantly chosen to replace the previous leader who died of a sudden illness. In other words, Natasha assumed the position of a 4 heavenly king without the ability to be one. As the head of the Aqualia family, she couldn't stand being looked down upon. Natasha specialized in enemy intelligence and covert operations, always seeking weapons beyond pure strength. Her engagement to the third prince, Leon Hart, was also a means to solidify her position. Natasha had once asked Leon Hart, "Why are you so good to me? A woman as useless as you're just a figurehead." Leon Hart then reached out and touched her cheek. He smiled sincerely and said, "Isn't it obvious? It's because I love you, Qual." Natasha was deeply moved by these words, but she could do nothing to help Leon Hart and fell by Midu's sword, sending the demons into a panic. Aquelia is dead? Impossible. Meanwhile, the Holy Kingdom rejoices. Meyer excitedly shouts that Midu has won. Ega nods in satisfaction, as expected, while Arashi grumbles in dissatisfaction, saying he could have easily executed that weak woman. Akira couldn't help but laugh, but Arashi remained calm. He didn't interfere in the fight, and with a snort, Ara said unhappily, "I had no choice. Araji asked me to do it." Back then, in the demon forest, as their conversation drew to a close, Kai left instructions and prepared to leave. Everyone looked a little troubled, but they eventually nodded in unison. As Arashi was on his way back, he suddenly heard someone calling out to him. "Ashi," Arasi asked unhappily. "What is it?" "It's Kai," he said softly. "About the upcoming fight with the Heavenly Kings, I want Midu to handle it." Arasi frowned, asking suspiciously, "Are you telling me not to fight?" Kai didn't answer right away, but glanced into the distance, and Arasi curiously followed his gaze. Kai said softly, "I want Midu to grow here. And to do that, he needs confidence." Arasi was confused, and Kai slowly explained. "Midu always hesitates because he lacks faith in his own decisions." "You understand what I mean, right?" Arasi paused, considering this. "Yes, it's troublesome, but I understand." Kai says gravely that it might be because he's been helped by allies so many times. If he can defeat a heavenly king alone, Midu will gain some confidence. Arasi frowned, asking with concern, "But what if he loses? Wouldn't that just make him even more insecure?" C asked jokingly. "Are you worried about Midu?" Arasi retorted, annoyed. "That's not what I meant. I'm just pointing out the flaws in your training plan. If he loses, he dies, and if he dies here, it will shape his worth." Hearing this, Arasi was stunned, and after a long pause, he hesitantly said, "Even so, I have no reason to do as you say." Unfazed, Kai turns and leaves, hinting at something more. He knows he carries the lives of his comrades, and Midu's growth is key to defeating the Demon Lord, isn't it? Arasi narrowed his eyes at Kai's retreating figure, clicking his tongue. Tch, so things will go his way after all. Back in reality, Midu still couldn't believe he had won. It was a close call, but he defeated a heavenly king on his own, truly growing stronger. Midu knew it was thanks to Araji's advice. Back to that night in the demon forest, Kai sought out Midu to make a proposition. "Midu, can I talk to you for a moment?" Midu hurried over to Kai, asking suspiciously, "What's going on?" "I saw you talking to Arazi earlier, but Kai coldly interrupted before you could finish. I have some advice for you. Don't hesitate. Have confidence in your decisions." Midu was stunned by this, and after a moment he sighed. "I know I'm indecisive, but how do I gain confidence?" Kai coldly stated, "For someone like you, only results will bring confidence. Defeat the 4 heavenly kings on your own." This suggestion left Midu frozen in place. But now, here he is, having actually done it. Midu intentionally attacked his own leg to lull Natasha into complacency. Normally, he wouldn't even consider it, but Midu did it because Kai told him to trust his judgment. It was a risky gamble, but it paid off. Midu's judgment was correct. Thinking this, he glanced at everyone. Then Midu raised his sword high and shouted, "The Aqualia Water Monarch has been defeated. Demon Lord's army, surrender. If you don't resist, we won't take your lives." The demons were stunned to hear this. After a moment, they lowered their weapons and surrendered, and the battle officially ended. The Holy Kingdom has won. On the walls not far away, Kai and the others witnessed this scene. Kai nodded in satisfaction, explaining that Midu tended not to follow his intuition. Mayer, surprised, asked, "What do you mean?" Kai slowly explained. He got caught up in conventional moves instead of trusting his instincts. Conventional moves can be called textbook plays. They're low risk, but easily predicted. That left Midu lagging behind in high-level psychological warfare. The battle with Saintess Leonora was clearly a match of intuition. Kai was just guessing based on Midu's power at the time, but he was right. Isabel chimed in. "I think he's taking too many risks. If she dodges that attack, it'll definitely be hopeless." Ignoring him, Kai calmly stated, "That balance is a good sign for the future. But he's doing great right now." Everyone rejoiced at Midu's victory over Natasha. Meanwhile, in a forest, a group of demons slowly moved forward, their deafening sounds irritating Lion, who sat in a carriage. He muttered in dissatisfaction, "Aqualia is dead?" His subordinate outside immediately responded, "Yes, my condolences." With a snort, Leon H. muttered in annoyance, "I see. I didn't expect that woman to be so useless even after I gave her the Demon Lord's Shadow Squad." Ugh. His words stunned his subordinates, but Leon H. didn't elaborate, saying coldly, Enough about the dead. What's more important is Isabel's strange movements. We must act as well. The Beastmen Alliance defeated Aquelia's Heavenly Kingdom and seized Fit City, securing a supply route from NRAS City through the Demon Forest to Fit City. They've finally taken a corner of the Great City, and the people of the Demon Realm are beginning to realize the crisis. Meanwhile, in the city of Forest, the Beastmen Alliance army was healing their wounds, and as Sayori tried to heal them, someone called out to her. Turning, she saw Midu approaching, a smile of praise on his face. "You're doing great. How are things?" Sayori slowly replied that the lightly wounded were discharged and overjoyed. The seriously injured are still here, but they're recovering as well. She paused as if to say something more. Before she could finish, Elia emerged, smiling. "I'm all right now." Seeing her, Midu exclaimed happily, "Amelia, thank goodness." Amelia sincerely says, "I worried you." Midu then pats Sayori's head, saying, "Thanks to Hano's constant healing spells." Hearing the praise, Zai immediately waved it off, saying, "No, this is all I could do." Amelia, unfazed, stated seriously, "I'll return to the mission tomorrow. I want to plan future strategies with Harik and Aga and Midu. I want you to join tomorrow's strategy meeting." Midu nodded slightly in response. "Yes, of course." But no sooner had he spoken than a voice echoed in his mind. "Midu, can you hear me?" It was Jin, speaking telepathically. "Araji is calling, saying we should gather at the dorms." Midu nodded slightly. "I understand. I'm leaving now." He sighed, a little startled by the voice that had suddenly appeared in his head. Seeing Midu's expression, Elia asked, a little surprised, "Is something wrong?" Midu, of course, didn't dare tell the truth, scratching his head and saying awkwardly, "It's nothing. I'm just a little distracted." Thinking he was tired, Elia patted his shoulder and suggested, "I understand. You've been fighting non-stop, so rest today." Midu quickly nodded. "I'll rest in the dorm today." Later, in the dorms, everyone had gathered, including Kai and his companions. Jin glanced at Kai before speaking. "As Araj said, I've gathered all the combat squad members." Kai nodded slightly, saying, "Very well." Then he set his teacup down and glanced at Midu. "By the way, Midu, is it true that the partnership with the Revolutionary Army has been shared with everyone?" Midu casually admits, "Yes, I've told everyone about it." Hailong nodded, and Kai swept his gaze across the others, warning them. "So I'll make this quick, but anyone who leaks information will be killed. Don't think I'll go easy on you just because we're classmates." With that, he pulled out a gun as a warning, and everyone's faces turned pale. Satoshi and Heike, witnessing Kai brandish a gun for the first time, were pale with fear, finding him terrifying and wondering how he even got a gun. Do guns even exist in this world? Asusi and Kenta glanced at Arashi for help, but were met with his cold expression. Meanwhile, some were less concerned with Kai's gun and more interested in Sina and Mayer behind him, finding them quite adorable. Sensing the tension, Narumi jumps in to defuse the situation. "Come on, who here would leak such vital information? So why gather everyone here?" Kai takes a deep breath and says in a low voice, "Regarding our next target, with the help and planning of the revolutionaries, I want to focus on the third prince, Leon H. You said he was moving with reinforcements, but with the fall of Fis, he's now holed up in the small city of Vivinie. Leon H. is likely discussing future strategies, so you want to move with a small elite force while you can, and end him with a surprise attack." Midu frowned, hesitating. There's a strategy meeting with Elia and the others tomorrow. It seems we need to direct the army." But Kai shook his head, objecting. "No, we don't need the help of allied forces in this operation. Instead, let's just extend their vacation." Akira offered without hesitation. "Then I'll take care of it because Midu's lies never end well." Everyone nodded in agreement. "That's right." Akira glanced at Kai and asked, "But I want to confirm one thing. What's our reason for targeting Leon H.?" Kai slowly explained, "The Aqualia King belongs to the Third Prince's faction, the dark unit of the Demon Lord's army. If we seize most of Fit City, it will definitely diminish his power. You and the Sina duo decided to crush Leon H. before he could rebuild his army, while Isabel feared his vast information network and wanted him dealt with swiftly." Akira nodded in understanding. "So, a convergence of interests?" Arasi, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "What will the revolutionaries do for us? Looks like they're just using us as they see fit." Kai frowned slightly and continued in a deep voice. "The revolutionaries will spread misinformation within Leon Hart's ranks to ensnare him, and we'll finish him off once he's caught in the trap." Hearing this, Arasi asked, slightly displeased, "Aren't you being a little too cautious? Are you scared? We can just crush him." Kai narrowed his eyes, saying coldly, "Those with Demon Lord blood are on a different level than the four Heavenly Kings. I believe we can win with the current hero candidates, but I'm being extremely cautious. You'll tell them the details of the operation later. Then, he began pointing to each person, naming those Kai would nominate for the army in the fight against the demons, including Midu. The second is, of course, Arashi, along with the wind god's son Narumi and the fiery fire god girl Reina, plus someone else with considerable combat power. And of course, he'll need a healer like Shiori, and finally, Akira. He's silver-tongued and a decent fighter. After announcing the team, Kai glanced at Mirai and spoke. 7 people. Hashimoto, you stay here and deceive the others. Hearing this, Meyer pouted unhappily, saying, it seems I have no choice. Seeing that Kai hadn't pointed him out yet, Jin was extremely anxious. But Akira and Narumi understood this was their maximum firepower. It was all they could come up with, and the other students couldn't keep up. Soon after, the meeting adjourned and the 3 left the dorm, only to be called back shortly after. Kai and the others stopped in their tracks and turned around. It was Jin? Kai frowned slightly, asking, "What's wrong, Kanzuki?" After a long hesitation, Jin cautiously asked, "Why won't you take me with you?" Kai, without any consideration, bluntly criticized him. "Frankly, you'd just be a burden. I can't rely on your combat abilities as they are now." These words instantly drained the color from Jin's face, and Maya anxiously spoke up, equally alarmed. "Wait, Kai. That's a little harsh, don't you think?" X chimed in, defending Jin, who had been quite proactive in the previous fight. Kai narrowed his eyes at the 3 girls before him, and after a long pause, sighed. "Let me rephrase that. Kanjaki's dominance is unbeatable against lower-level opponents. He's reliable in group battles, but higher-level enemies will overcome that with their magic power. With such limited abilities, Jin would be useless in a fight against Leon H." Jin grew more desperate with every word. "No way. Is my ability only good for hunting the weak?" Kai nodded slightly in response. "You know that, right?" But Jin was unwilling and hurriedly said, "But I want to help you." Kai sighs, saying that Jin can help him just by being a liaison between him and the class. Jay then recalls a past event and hesitantly mumbles, "I want you to trust me like before." Hearing this, Kai remained silent while Maya encouraged her, saying it would be good to come along if she wasn't a burden anymore. X also nodded in agreement. "Or you could train her like you trained me." Annoyed by their constant chatter, Kai finally snapped, "Listen, Kanzaki, if you want to be useful, here's my advice. Try communicating more with your classmates." Jay was stunned, confusion clouding her eyes as she asked, "What do you mean by that?" Kai explained slowly, "With your shared guardian telepathy, you could be a tactical commander. If you can do it, I don't mind taking the lead." Jin looked up at him, hesitantly asking, "I can direct the tactics? You mean become the leader of our class?" Kai replied calmly, "Normally it's not necessary, but in battle it could be. Only your telepathic ability can mobilize the entire class without delay. Midu is indecisive, Mirai is too rigid, and Arasi only knows brute force. So if Jin can calmly lead the class, Kai will rest easier." Hearing that he was needed, Jin happily nodded. "I understand. I will definitely meet your expectations." Seeing her reaction, Kai couldn't help but wonder why she was so eager to be his pawn. Either way, it was fine with him. Meanwhile, in Vire City, a demon knelt inside a castle, speaking cautiously. "Please allow me to speak, my lord." Leon stood before the crystal ball and commanded in a deep voice. "What is it?" The subordinate hesitated. "It's been 3 days. Why are you still in this city? Fit City has fallen. We should retreat quickly. Vi City is not suitable for a battle." Leon H. nods slightly. "I know. Then why?" The subordinate asked in confusion, understanding the desire to keep humans off Leon H's land. "But aren't we past the point of such luxuries? They need to cooperate with the other princes." But at this moment, Leon H. coldly opened his mouth. The dark units of the Demon Lord's army that were destroyed bore a special magical imprint. "I can determine the cause of death from the residual magic energy." The subordinate asked, confused, "What do you mean?" Leon chuckled softly, and after a long pause he smirked. "I'm gathering information. I can't use magic if I'm too far from the corpses of the Shadow Unit. Isabel is betraying us." The subordinate was stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. Leon ignored him, chuckling, "That assurance is all I need. Let them take Forlit City." Meanwhile, inside the crystal ball, Isabel was seen talking to someone. Meanwhile, at Kai and Isabel's rendezvous point, Isabel presents them with a vial of light blue liquid. Holding it, Kai asks in confusion, "Is this the key to defeating Leon H?" "An antidote?" Isabel nodded slightly, explaining, "We need to be sure it will be useful. Leon H wields rare poison magic. Even a scratch will spread venom through your body and kill you." Kai seems doubtful. Even with the antidote, can they endure? So, He activates his appraisal ability, taking a look at the antidote in his hand. It can only reduce or eliminate toxicity created by magic, meaning only 50%. Isabel then explains that the antidote will be effective for 10 minutes after consumption. We'll have to finish off Leon H. within that time. Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. Still concerned, Isabel cautioned that they must be extremely careful, as they don't have much of the antidote. It's only distributed in cases of allied poisoning. She outlines the plan. Revolutionary comrades within Leon Hart's unit will guide him, using misinformation spread by their allies to lure Leon Hart into a spatial magic trap, where Kai's group will await at the transfer point to finish him off. After the plan was set in motion, she asked if he had any concerns. Kai nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, I'm also selecting those capable of fighting. I'll gather them at the designated location, a blood relative of the demon lord like Isabel and the poison user Leon Hart." Little did he know how strong he was. And so everyone hastily prepared their plans, including Midu, who was training with Ega. Ega's combat skills are top-notch, and his speed is unmatched. Midu has much to learn from him. After a brief skirmish, Ega easily identifies Midu's weakness, and his sword is soon pointed at Midu's face. Not daring to be careless, he teleported behind Ega, but Ega saw it coming. He smirked and said, "I've seen that move too many times." Then he launches a sweeping kick. Startled, Midu takes a few steps back, but he's not outmatched, quickly turning his sword into a rope and wrapping it around Ega's ankle. Ega is lifted into the air, and the two somersault through the sky, exchanging blows. After a moment, they separate, and the rope around Ega's ankle quickly retracts. Ega smirked, a cumbersome technique, and its power seems diminished when used as a whip. But Midu didn't stop. A glint appeared in his eyes. Immediately, a surge of energy erupted from the sword, hurtling towards Ega. For a moment, Ega panicked, but he quickly recovered, raising his sword to defend himself. Meanwhile, Herrick silently observes their battle, his eyes filled with confusion as Midu's fighting style becomes increasingly decisive. He's become much more confident after defeating a heavenly king. As he pondered this, he heard someone call his name, Herrick, from behind, causing him to turn around. The one who came was Jin, and seeing her, Herrick asked suspiciously, "Kanzaki, what do you want?" After a moment's hesitation, Jin boldly requests, "Please, teach me tactical command." Herrick is taken aback, wondering, why the sudden interest? He narrowed his eyes at Jin, asking suspiciously, "Why the sudden interest in tactical command?" Jin replied firmly, "I want to become stronger, so I want to use advice on how to optimize my divine power." Herrick frowned in thought. Jin's divine guard made him think of sharing rather than domination. It's an ability that allows communication without words, limited only to hero candidates. Certainly, Jin's command would greatly improve team coordination. If he could tactically operate the hero squad, the army's trump card, nothing could be better. But Herrick doesn't immediately agree, asking suspiciously, "By the way, whose advice was that?" Jin hesitated, avoiding his gaze, and stammered, It was Midu." But Herrick, with his knowing eyes, was sure Jin was lying. If it were Midu, he'd want to learn together, meaning this is Kai's idea. He suspects Kai is behind the hero squad's recent strange behavior. Jane grows more anxious when Herrick doesn't respond. Herrick understands Kai's situation a little. Mentioning his name might be okay, but she was told to keep their alliance with the revolutionaries a secret. As Jine worried, Herrick responded with a smile. "Of course, we don't mind. We want you to become stronger too." Jin's spirits lifted, and she gratefully replied, "Thank you so much." Herrick actually has another goal, to cooperate sincerely in order to gain Jin's trust and hopefully control her, the one in charge of the whole class. What worries Herrick is Kai's presence, manipulating the hero squad from the shadows. Is Kai's lack of appearance after the trip to the Beastman Alliance due to distrust? Herrick knows Kai isn't the forgiving type, not after he killed the Saintess. That assessment is spot on. To earn Kai's trust, he'll likely need to seize command of the Allied forces. Across from him, Jin noticed the changing expression on Herrick's face and asked, "Herrick, is something wrong?" Herrick was startled, his face returning to normal. He shook his head, chuckling. "Oh no, sorry, I'm free today, so how about we learn about tactical command now?" "Yes, sir." She immediately agreed and followed Herrick to study. Later that night, in a small house on the outskirts, Kai was still tinkering with something, even though it was late. Kai said somberly, "I've been trying to figure out what toxins can be neutralized by detailed assessment, but the toxins in this world are completely different from those in our world. You have resistance to over 10 types of toxins, but here it's all meaningless." Hearing this, Sai hesitated. My divine power can heal the body from illness, but it takes time if it's an extremely dangerous toxin. I'm sorry I can't help everyone in time. Kai gently shook his head, reassuring him. Don't worry. You're the healer of the class. A very important role. You're a great help. Meanwhile, Mayer, who was cooking, suddenly looked up and asked, By the way, X hasn't returned yet. I wonder what happened. Hearing this, Kai muttered with some concern. She is late, and I have a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, far away from the forest, Leon Hewood, who should have been in another city, suddenly appeared, smirking. Why the surprise? Isabel and Smith, who were preparing to return, were startled to find him blocking their path. And finally, a flicker of panic crosses Isabel's eyes as she furrows her brow and mutters, What are you doing here? There's no way she'd run into Lionheart in such a remote area. Does he know about the Revolutionary Army? Seeing her so wary, Lionheart couldn't help but chuckle. Actually, something strange did happen. One of my key subordinates suddenly lied for some reason. Hearing this, Isabel realized she'd walked into a trap. Ignoring her reaction, Leon Hat summoned a toxic aura and said coldly, Curiosity led me to poison him. A poison that inflicts excruciating pain, but isn't fatal. And strangely enough, that man told him it was Isabel. She realized she'd been exposed. If she flees, information about the Revolutionary Army will spread throughout the Demon Kingdom, but she has to kill Leon Hart right here. Thinking quickly, Isabel summons her staff and, without a word, unleashes its power. Before Leon H. stood a spatial rift, but he smirked, saying, Your unique magic cuts through space, making defense impossible, which is why I've spent day and night devising ways to counter you. As Leon finished speaking, the spatial rift was consumed by dark energy. Isabel's eyes widened as it vanished. It's Leon H's poison. It can corrupt space itself, preventing it from maintaining its original form and causing it to rupture. She realizes this is high-level magic. Leon H is sensing the poison and interfering with space. She can't use spatial magic like this. At that moment, Leon H smirks and says, Isabel, you're strong. Your space magic is terrifying. That's why I've been wary of you since we were kids. He hoped it was unfounded anxiety, that his years of preparing for Isabel wouldn't be in vain. Seeing Leon H's smug expression, Isabel shouted, Even if my space magic is sealed, I can still fight. As soon as she spoke, she summoned a series of spells to attack, but they were quickly dispelled by his poison. Leon H, still superior, said arrogantly, But sadly my negative premonitions always come true. As he spoke, toxic fumes began to fill the air, and with a wave of his hand, Leon H sent them surging forward. Quickly they spread through the air, engulfing Isabel and Smith. They quickly covered their noses, holding their breath to avoid inhaling the poison or face certain death. Isabel frowned. This isn't good. You need to retreat. At the same time, Leon H continued to control the poison, shaping it into a sphere. Immediately, he hurled it, and in an instant, poisonous spikes shot out from the sphere. Isabel didn't dare to be careless and quickly activated a stone wall to block the attack. The poisonous spikes slammed into it. Before long, cracks appeared in the stone wall, and the sound of splintering stone filled Isabel and Smith with dread. Sure enough, it was engulfed by the poison and shattered into pieces. Smith covered his nose, worried, but Isabel grabbed his hand and teleported them both away. As if on cue, the poison spikes burst through the wall and flew backward. But the people were gone, leaving only a cloud of toxic gas. Leon clicked his tongue in admiration, so she could still teleport from a dimension corrupted by poison. I miscalculated. Isabel is not to be underestimated. However, he knows she can't have escaped far. To prevent information about the Revolutionary Army from leaking, she'll come here to kill him, so all Leon has to do is wait. But at that same moment, Sina, not far away, witnessed the entire battle, her expression one of shock. Moments later, near a cliffside building, a spatial rift opened, and Isabel emerged. The suffocating feeling still overwhelmed her, her face covered in sweat as Smith quickly followed. He asked worriedly, Isabel, are you all right? Isabel nodded slightly in response. Yes. Teleporting from the contaminated area exhausted a great deal of her magic, as she had overexerted herself. Smith rushed to her side, worried. It seems they've discovered the existence of the revolutionaries. But before he could finish, Isabel coldly interrupted, saying they had no choice, as their actions had been rather conspicuous lately. But Leon H doesn't trust others, so it's unlikely he'd share this information with other factions. Isabel's eyes filled with murderous intent as she muttered, We must eliminate Leon Hart as soon as possible, and his subordinates too. Meanwhile, back at Kai's camp, Kai stood at the window, awaiting Za's return, and moments later, the window opened. Sina quickly jumped in from outside, and Kai urgently asked, What happened? Sina said gravely, I followed Isabel as you instructed. She was attacked by the third prince, but she escaped with teleportation magic. After that, I don't know what happened. Mayor, who was cooking, exclaimed in surprise. So, they've discovered the existence of the Revolutionary Army. Kai, however, remains calm. He said calmly, "Even if we're hiding cleverly, we can't rule out that possibility. That's why I brought her along." Xena, do you remember Leon H. scent? Xena nodded slightly, replying, "Yes. It was a revolting scent that I could recognize from afar." Hearing that, he realized she was talking about poison. With that thought, he used Divine Guard to connect with Jin. "Kanzaki, can you hear me?" At the Holy Kingdom's camp, Jin hears a voice in his head as he sleeps and immediately jumps out of bed. "What? Haraj, this is way too alarming." She should be used to this by now, but she still gets startled sometimes. While Jin was confused, Kai requested that he gather the special ops team within 30 minutes. These words confused Jin, and when she didn't answer, Kai urged her on, saying it was an emergency. Jin finally snapped to attention, asking suspiciously, "What's going on? This isn't the time for favors, is it?" But Jin eventually used her divine protection to contact the Leonhardt subjugation team. "Can you all hear me?" Midu, who had been enjoying the night view, was startled, and the others, though occupied, were confused by Jin's voice. Arasi frowned in annoyance, looking a bit impatient. 2 hours later, in a certain forest, Isabel had gathered her revolutionary army together. Smith glanced at Isabel and asked, "Everyone's gathered, but what about contacting the hero candidates?" Isabel shook her head slightly, replying, "It's not necessary." Her cat ears must have reported the situation to Kai. During the previous battle, she saw Isabel not far away, so she believes Kai will know soon. Moreover, they know about this place, so their first thought will be to regroup. Isabel then turned to Fanko and asked, "How do you think Leon H. will act after I escape?" Fanko slowly replied, "Leon H. is cautious, so for him to act so boldly, he must see you as a threat. In that case, he might have already realized this place exists." "Exactly, you traitor." Before he could finish, a loud shout cut him off. A figure emerged silently from the forest. It was Leon H. Seeing him, Isabel's group immediately grimaced, and Leon Hat smirked, saying, "I was waiting for you to come back, but you're later than I thought. Waiting for someone?" No sooner had he spoken than a cloud of poison gas emanated from him, and the revolutionaries immediately shielded Isabel. Immediately, they produced the antidote they had prepared. They drank it all at once, Isabel included. She had prepared meticulously for this moment, a fact that made Leon Hin burst into laughter. "An antidote? So you were fully prepared to fight me." With that, he threw his head back and laughed heartily, looking extremely pleased with himself, while Isabel frowned slightly in silence. With this, she can withstand the deadly poison for 10 minutes. The hero candidates are on their own. But no sooner had she thought it than everyone around her collapsed. Isabel's eyes widened in disbelief. Leon H. smirks. "As expected, it didn't work on you. Isabel, the Dark Lord's divine guardian. Among the Demon Lord's bloodkin, you and Alice are two exceptionally strong individuals." Hearing this, Isabel's face darkens. She bit her lip and muttered, "Why has everyone already taken the antidote?" Yet they all succumbed to the poison gas. Leon H. kindly explained, "That antidote only works on deadly poisons created by high-level poison magic. Did you think I'd hand out something that could neutralize my poison? And what he just used was mid-grade poison magic. Paralysis venom. It's a paralytic agent, so no one will die." He didn't intend to kill Isabellan. Isabel questioned this with suspicion. "You didn't intend to kill us? What were you planning when you attacked me?" Before she could finish, Leonhardt coldly interrupted, "I want to control you and make a similar offer. Since you might escape again, I'll ask now. Would you like to join the revolution under my command?" He extended his hand to Isabel, as if offering a deal. Hearing this, Isabel was stunned, and seeing her reaction, Leon laughed. "Surprised? My faction is rapidly losing power, and the Shadow Unit has been completely destroyed. To become the next Demon Lord, I need new cards to play," Isabel asked, puzzled. "Shouldn't you be thinking about a deal with your allies first? Your territory is being invaded." Leon shrugged nonchalantly, retorting, "May understands, right? Frankly, humans are a nuisance, and their hero candidates and abilities are quite remarkable. Even so, he believes they don't stand a chance against the Demon Lord's bloodkin, so the country won't be destroyed if he fights seriously." Isabel frowned slightly, breaking the silence. "You're underestimating the hero candidates. They're stronger than you think, and they'll only get stronger." Leon's words ring hollow. He smirked. "You speak as if you know them so well." Isabel, however, remained silent. She began to consider that if the antidote didn't work, their chances of winning this battle were nil. Even if the hero candidates arrived in time, the truth would remain unchanged. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled, startling Isabel, and even Leon H. was confused. The two immediately looked over, seeing a group of people approaching, led by Midu, followed by others. They had come after hearing Kai's request. With their combined firepower, the battle was about to begin, and Arasi narrowed his eyes at Leon H. in the distance, his face full of fighting spirit. Seeing them, Leon H. seemed to understand something. He sneered, "Hero candidates, huh? So, you've been plotting to defeat me." Isabel shouts out a warning, "Don't get close, this space is poisoned." But Shiori and Akira activated enhancement magic and healing divine protection, summoning divine shields that enveloped the approaching hero candidates. Seeing this, Akira and Shiori were both satisfied. When they combine their power, they can neutralize mid-level or lower poison magic, and high-level poison magic can be neutralized with an antidote. At that moment, Yan activated her divine protection and quickly took command. "Now we can fight Leon H. Let's move forward according to Araji's plan." The entire Midu group is shielded. They'll be unaffected by the poison, and Isabel is immune as well. These are the only ones left who can coordinate to defeat Leon H. Isabel's subordinates have been hit with paralyzing poison. Isabel wonders if she can dispel the poison with divine blessings, which would be close to the scenario she hoped for. Leon H., not wanting his allies poisoned, attacks Isabel alone, and the power gap makes it easy. But the problem is, Leon H. is stronger than Isabel anticipated. At the same time, Leon H. is also astonished. The poison that causes paralysis has no effect. He sneers, "Are you using an antidote? What a blessing, but you think that's enough to defeat me," he said, creating a ball of poison gas. Immediately, spikes emerged around it, and the poisonous thorns shot forward with incredible force. Seeing this, Midu's eyes filled with vigilance as he quickly created a shield, blocking all the poison spikes outside. But before long, the poison spikes began to pierce the shield, and Midu's face fell. He bit his lip hard, trying to endure, but Midu's efforts were in vain. The shield soon began to crack. Leon gloats, smirking as he says, "Over there." Then a massive poison thorn hurtles toward Midu and the others. In an instant, Midu's shield shattered, leaving Jin, Shiori, and Akira, who were supporting from behind, in utter disarray. Just then, a shout rang out as Chao stepped in front of them, telling them to get behind him. But in doing so, his arm was pierced by the poison thorn. Though Chao's iron arm shatters Gaidoku, the poison seeps in and blood begins to trickle. Chao grits his teeth. "He's strong. I get it." At that moment, Midu looked at Jin and shouted, "Kanjaki!" Jin nodded in understanding. "I know." Immediately, she used Spirit Link to command the battle, sending Arashi and Narumi to attack from above. Hearing this, Narumi used her wind magic to propel herself and Arasi higher, as Arasi furiously shouted, "You don't need to tell us." Without hesitation, Narumi activated her skill, propelling Arasi forward with a gust of wind, instantly closing the distance to Leon Hart. Leon Hat is caught off guard by their incredible speed, as Arasi charges forward, yelling, "Die!" A deafening explosion erupts, smoke and fire filling the sky. Midu, caught in the blast, stumbles back, muttering, "Did they get him?" From above, Narumi sees the whole scene unfold and cries out in disbelief, "He's still standing!" Immediately, Narumi unleashed a wind blade attack, but Leon H. stood tall, completely unaffected. Leon H. smirked. "Not bad. That actually stung a little." Seeing him still standing, Arasi angrily says it's ineffective. He doesn't even have a scratch. Leon H. smirks. "I carry the blood of the Demon Lord. Don't lump me in with those ordinary demons." Isabel narrows her eyes, recognizing it as a blessing from an evil god, the Vandra family, the bloodline of the Demon Lord. In a demon society ruled by the strong, this bloodline reigns supreme. Its effect is to amplify all abilities, including durability, which explains Leon H's resilience. While Leon H is under attack, Shiori rushes to heal Gao, but Akira continues to stare at Leon H, looking uneasy. As everyone panicked, Jin's voice echoed, "Don't be afraid." Midu was startled by the sudden sound, but Jin, unconcerned, continued to reassure, "It's having some effect. Keep attacking." Arashi, displeased, scoffed, "Tch, don't order me around." With that, he launches another attack and Midu joins in. Meanwhile, Reina unleashed a torrent of fire and Narumi amplified it with wind magic from above, creating an inferno that threatened to consume everything. The Swordlight's firepower rushed towards Leon H, engulfing him but was quickly extinguished by his poisonous gas shield. Leon H scoffs. "Too bad that last attack actually hurt, so I'll be sure to defend this time." Midu's group is stronger than he thought. After all, they did defeat the three kings. In an instant, the battle fell into a stalemate, and Jin frowned in silence. Leon H was too strong, but that was no reason to back down. And so she began to command everyone. The plan would not change. Midu and I will lead the frontal assault, with Narumi and Reina in the center, and Jin, Akira, and Shiori in the rear. Cao would be responsible for defending the rear, for if the heavenly barrier were broken, it would all be over. Jin knew she couldn't hesitate any longer. She had a mission to fulfill. She reassured everyone that everything would be all right because Araji was on their side. 2 hours prior, before the battle began, everyone gathered as Kai had requested. Though summoned in the dead of night and displeased, they focused on Kai's explanation for the sake of their common goal. Once he finished, Kai glanced at them all and asked, "So, you all understand the situation?" Asasi voiced his discontent. "Hey, isn't Leon ambushing you your own fault?" Kai said nonchalantly. "Whatever the reason, Leon H. is clearly acting alone. This is the perfect opportunity to finish him. Besides, helping Isabel now could earn you some points with her. A win-win situation." Hearing this, Akira exclaimed in surprise, "Araji, don't tell me you're using the Revolutionary Army as bait." Casually shrugging, he smirked and said, "I never intended that. You've clearly considered all the possibilities." The group grew even more confused, exchanging glances in silence until Narumi finally broke the quiet. "I understand your point, Araj, but can we win? Can we face someone strong enough to crush the Revolutionary Army single-handedly?" He calmly said, "Your voice echoes through the night sky. That's a concern, Narumi. Leon H's power far surpasses ours." With that, he narrowed his eyes, looking at everyone as he seriously began, "Let me explain the plan." Kai has laid out their battle plan, and after giving instructions, he raises an eyebrow and says, "That concludes the mission briefing." Rina, hearing this, asked with doubt, "Is that really all there is to the plan?" With a nod, Kai casually stated, "Complex plans are prone to failure, even with the smallest mistake. The rest is up to you. Adapt to the situation. Midu will be in charge on the surface, and Sina will lead them to the location." Kai then glanced at Jin and suggested, "Go back to the dorm." Jin was shocked and exclaimed, "Wait, Araj, you're not letting me lead?" Kai frowned slightly, speaking with doubt. "Oh, you seem confident?" "That's right." Jin nodded reflexively, then immediately regretted it. She didn't know why she had nodded, but Kai had actually agreed. "Very well, go ahead," leaving Jin a little stunned. Kai narrowed his eyes at her, warning, "However, you can only ask for my help as a last resort, and only when absolutely necessary." Then he looked at Arasi and Midu, suggesting, "Let Kanzaki lead this time. I want him to fully utilize his leadership skills to optimize the shared divine power." Midu nodded without hesitation. "Understood," but before she could finish, Arasi interrupted, annoyed. "I don't care who's in charge. As long as the orders are logical, I'll follow them," Kai said coldly, unconcerned. "All right, we'll let Kanzaki convince us," Jin replied confidently, though he was incredibly nervous inside. "Is that really the case? Can you actually do it?" Unaware of Jin's inner turmoil, Kai continued, "By the way, Hano and Ninomiya, I've prepared anti-toxin tactics for you, just in case." Akira and Shiori were bewildered by this, and Akira exclaimed in shock, "Antidote? You must have gotten the antidote from the Revolutionary Army, right?" Kai slowly explained. "Based on my assessment, that antidote is only partially effective. It works against lethal toxins, but may not protect against other types." Shiori muttered in confusion. "But as I've said, my healing abilities need time to flush out toxins. You knew, didn't you?" Damak nodded, and Kai casually replied that if Ninomiya and Motono combined their powers, they could handle any situation, as long as the toxin was only at a moderate level. Upon hearing this, Akira and Shiori exchanged glances, exclaiming in unison, "A combination? We never even considered that." Meanwhile, Midu was endlessly impressed by his own abilities. His evaluation ability has evolved. He understands his classmates' abilities better than his own. Though he's always been by their side, Kai, unaware of this thought, continues, "This is just a guess, but if and the others fall, don't hesitate. Use the combination technique with the divine shield." Back in the present, Jin recalls Kai's words and realizes he knew this would happen, so she just needs to command everyone to attack with all their might. But the antidote only lasts for 10 minutes. And if Akira and Shiori are casting spells on so many people, they'll be using a tremendous amount of energy. Jin realizes they have no choice but to attack swiftly and decisively. But Midu and the others were already fighting with everything they had, and as Jin pondered, Midu suddenly contacted her with a telepathic link. "Kanzaki, I think I've figured it out." He says Leon Hart's fighting style leans more towards defense. He uses 2 types of defense, magical barriers and toxic corrosion. Only those two options. Midu realizes Leon H alternates between the two options because the magic barrier consumes less energy, and his attacks have been limited to continuous volleys of poison spikes. But he could also sense their strength, making them difficult to approach. After listening, Jin frowned and observed, finally saying, "It seems that way. At this rate, they're getting nowhere. Leon H is clearly stalling them. If this keeps up, they'll lose once the antidote wears off, and Akira only has about 70% of her magic reserves left. At this rate, we'll run out of magic in less than 15 minutes. The more Jin heard, the worse his expression became. She could hear them talking from this distance, but with so many voices at once, she couldn't keep track or understand anything. If only they could share information directly without her as an intermediary, things would go much smoother. Thinking this, Jin's hand clenched reflexively. In this world, the key to forming cooperation between individuals. Soon after, she extended the blessing, and Midu sensed something for a moment. He exclaimed in shock, "Wait, does that mean Kanjaki can now connect minds with people other than me?" Jin nodded slightly, replying, "It seems so. Only among your classmates, but if I point someone out, you can talk telepathically." Hearing this, Akira chuckled, "Oh, it's like chatting on an app." Narumi chimed in, "It feels like we're creating something like the internet with energy." Arasi, bombarded by voices, yells out in frustration, "Stop nagging! Shut up, all of you, it's too noisy." Jin chimes in, reminding him. Arasi is right. Group telepathy should only be used to convey essential information. Everyone heard this and acknowledged the order in unison. At that moment, Arasi charged forward with a frenzy, while Leon H unleashed a volley of poisonous thorns. Midu quickly erected a shield to block the poisonous spikes, and Leon H, startled by their movements, barely had time to react before Rina suddenly attacked. A great fire blazed, rushing toward him, its heat growing ever more intense. Leon H quickly conjures a magic shield to block Rina's flames, but Arasi is already upon him, landing a powerful blow. A massive explosion erupts, filling the air with smoke and fire. Arasi leaps away just before the blast, but his arm has turned black. Akira exclaimed in surprise, "So, if you directly touch the poison, the antidote won't work." C apologized, "Sorry, I'll try to increase its potency." With that, she healed Arasi, who stood still but grumbled with dissatisfaction. "Tch, that poison-using bastard is a real pain." Just then, Midu spoke up, warning, "Be careful, the enemy may be covering their body in poison." Arasi scoffed, "No time to be scared, we're running out of time." Just as they suspected, Leon H was covered in poison, like a walking toxic reservoir, though he was also a little unnerved. Midu's group said nothing, but suddenly combined perfectly, though it didn't matter, as their poison resistance wouldn't last forever, since Akira and Shiori would soon run out of energy to maintain it. Thinking this, Leon H smirked, "Let's see how many minutes you have left." Once the antidote and divine shields wear off, Midu's group will be killed by the poison instantly. Even with the advantage, the hero candidates are being pushed into a corner. Midu frowned as she fought. Thanks to Jin, their coordination has improved, but the situation remains dire. Akira worriedly says, "Our individual divine shields will expire in about 3 minutes, so we need to finish this quickly." Midu frowned, muttering, "Not only is there poison, but his primal power is strong too. Normal attacks can't hurt Leon hard, and strong blows are blocked." Midu, at her wit's end, finally calls out to Kai, "What are we supposed to do?" "Say it, Ara." But then, Kai's unwavering voice echoed in Midu's mind, startling him. "Midu, I believe in you." Before the war, Midu had two choices. Refuse to cooperate with the revolutionaries or betray Harik, Amelia, and Iga, who were fighting the Holy Kingdom's soldiers. In the end, Midu would betray them. Even so, the reason he agreed with Kai was because Kai thought it would increase their chances of returning to their original world. Perhaps Kai understood what he thought, but Midu didn't really want to return to his old world. In the real world, Midu's family was wealthy, with lavish meals always on the menu, but his father despised him. As a child, Midu was always rejected. Even his younger sibling would taunt him, saying he was the child of his late mother and her lover. Midu was haunted by this. In that world, he had no voice, like he was trapped in a box. Midu always prioritized his classmates' wishes, and if they wanted to return, he wanted to make it a reality. Midu fights for those who believe in him, for they make him feel his presence here is right. Midu cannot let them down. He needed to meet their expectations, but in that moment, Midu realized something. It couldn't be forced. He wants to fulfill their wishes, and with that, he tightens his grip on his sword. Without hesitation, Midu strikes down with a vengeance, unleashing a powerful surge of sword energy. Leon H's magic barrier shattered, and blood began to flow from his arm. Not daring to neglect, Leon H quickly conjures another shield. Realizing the attack power is increasing, Midu's aura has changed, and the sword light has become sharper. Leon H. couldn't help but sigh inwardly, such admirable fighting spirit. But if this continues, even with close-quarters combat, his allies' recovery won't keep up, and the poison will cripple Midu. Midu, unaware of his thoughts, continues to attack relentlessly. His sword relentlessly strikes, causing Leon H's shield to tremble slightly, and he curses inwardly. Doesn't this guy value his life? Leon H takes a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He can win by enduring the attacks. Only Midu and Arasi can land accurate hits. The others are just annoying, easily ignored by Leon H. But unbeknownst to him, Narumi had anticipated this line of thinking and quickly connected with Akira. He's probably thinking that right now. Akira, just one time is all I need. Enhance my attack power. Understood. Akira nods in understanding, and in that moment, Narumi hurls forth a wind spear. Akira tirelessly amplifies their attack power from behind, as Leon H, focused on Midu and Arashi, suddenly senses the frenzied approach of the wind needles. He couldn't react in time, and the wind sickle shattered his barrier, piercing his arm, causing blood to gush out. Leon H was forced back a few steps, and only then did he notice Narumi attacking from above. He frowned fiercely, realizing they hadn't gone all out yet. If that's the case, Leon H needs to be wary of the wind user's attacks. Narumi noticed Leon H's grim expression, but just then an enraged roar echoed, "You're full of openings, you damn poison user." No sooner said than done. Arasi attacked again, unleashing a barrage that reached Leon H in an instant. Leon H knows Arasi's attack will break through his magic shield, and despite the cost, he must erase it with the poison of a high-level magic spell. The antidote's time is running out. And as Leon H struggles against Arasi's artillery, a shout rings out, a holy light obliterating evil, startling him. Midu charged forward, sword in hand, and with a flash of steel struck a blow that Leon H barely managed to parry, the blade meeting his poisonous aura, causing his face to contort in anger. This is bad. Light magic has purifying properties, so the poison of thought isn't working. As he thinks this, Midu forces the sword down. The blade swiftly slashed Leon H's arm, leaving a cut on his wrist that gushed blood. But even so, Midu felt his opponent was too strong. He'd given it his all, but it wasn't enough. And just then, Midu's body suddenly gave out. Sensing this, Leon H smirks. It's over. The antidote's time is up. A cloud of poison now surrounds Midu. He collapses to the ground, Midu's body paralyzed, completely unable to move. Seeing this, Leon H laughs triumphantly. That was close. But this is my victory. However, as he finished speaking, Sina suddenly appeared behind him. Leon H sensed the approaching danger and was startled. Sa's sharp claws struck without warning. Leon H couldn't dodge in time and was struck. He bit his lip and cursed, "Were you hiding in the shadows this whole time?" But before he could finish, a knife pierced Leon H's chest. His eyes reflexively contracted, filled with shock as Kai was the one who struck the blow. You seized the opportunity to strike him down. Leon H. Valora, third prince of the Demon Kingdom. Gifted with an unusual talent for poison, the third prince's faction was mainly supported by merchants and low-ranking nobles, and the people feared him. He prevented fighting by spreading poison everywhere, and the army disliked him as well. Leon H's military weakness became glaringly obvious during the war with the Beastmen Alliance, and his territory was seized. Despite deploying the Shadows, the fall of Follett, along with the loss of Natasha, the Water Heavenly King, and a key figure in Leonhard's faction, proved to be a fatal blow to his decline, as merchants and lower nobles, who were the main supporters of Leonhard's faction, turned their backs on him. The people living in his territory fled to other lands, but Leon H remained calm as he fundamentally trusted no one. He only trusted in his own power, and that was his poison. The other scoundrels didn't matter anyway. It was good if they were around, and if not, so be it. The power of the Valora royal family is on another level, so as long as he survives, nothing else matters. Or so Leon H seriously thought. But Leon H was wary of the other 5 royals, the first being Isabel. His warning to be cautious was actually an indirect way of acknowledging the other royals' strength. Leon H could wipe out the Beastman allied forces on his own, which is exactly why he acted alone. But even so, Leon H has now failed. You're wounded, stabbed through the chest. Leon H coughed up blood, gritting his teeth as he cursed, "Don't mess with me." Hearing him speak surprised C, but what he pulled out next shocked him even more, a sword shrouded in poison. Leon spun around violently, swinging his sword at Kai. Kai dodged quickly, then Leon attacked Midu, but she evaded as well. Taking the opportunity, Kai caught the paralyzed Midu, and together they distanced themselves from Leon H., who, despite his injuries, still maintained his arrogant demeanor. He roared, "I am the third prince of the Demon Kingdom. There's no way trash like you can defeat me." Seeing this, Midu couldn't help but sigh. He was still alive with those wounds. His endurance was terrifying. In the distance, the others were also paralyzed on the ground, as Narumi trembled, muttering, "What do we have to do to kill him?" Arashi, utterly frustrated, snapped, "You bastard, what are you doing? You can't even kill him after I've prepared everything." But Kai remained calm, helping Midu to sit down as he casually said, "Calm down." This only fueled Arashi's dissatisfaction. He screamed, "What?" Even Leon H. was confused, his vision blurring and wavering. He clearly used magic to stop the bleeding, but his body still collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Leon, unwilling to accept it, glared at Kai, questioning him. "What's going on? What the hell did you do to me?" Calmly, Kai explains that the poison's effects are likely due to the influence of the heretic god. Hearing this, Leon Han couldn't help but laugh, scoffing with disdain. "First of all, poison doesn't work on me. I'm a poison user myself." Before Leon could finish, Kai coldly interrupted. "Even if you're immune to the poisons of this world, what about those from another?" Hearing this, Leon H. was shocked and yelled, "How is that possible? That shouldn't work on me." Kai clicked his tongue, pulled out his gun, aimed it at Leon H.'s head, and said coldly, "Too bad, but goodbye." As soon as he finished speaking, he fired, and the energy bullet quickly pierced through Leon H. Only then did Kai's brow relax. The battle was a success, but to be safe, he stood guard next to Leon H. Only when the status frame displayed deceased instead of near death was Kai relieved. Just then, Midu rose from the ground, speaking slowly. Kai turned his head at the sound. He nodded, smiling at everyone. "Mission complete. You all did great." Narumi happily replied, "I'm in the mood for a celebration." Nearby, Kwao quickly added, "The paralyzing venom is making it hard to move." Narumi, unconcerned, simply sat cross-legged on the ground. He looked at Shiori and said, "I blew away the poisonous bone layer with wind, so we should return to normal." C nodded and said, "I'll detoxify the remaining magic bit by bit." Sina then rushed to Kai's side, praising his efforts. Kai also chimed in with praise, noting her skill in distracting the enemy. Hearing this, Xena hesitated and asked, "But am I really needed?" Kai glanced at the others being healed on the other side. After a moment, he finally spoke, noting that this one far surpassed the others in raw power. "I want more, surer moves." Reacting to a surprise attack that Leon thought he'd dodged the enemy's trump card, the moment he sighed in relief became his greatest weakness, and Akira was quickly able to move again. He raised an eyebrow and smirked. "The paralyzing poison has finally worn off." Kai glanced at him, casually saying, "Thanks for responding so well to my sudden instructions." Akira couldn't help but chuckle. To be honest, I was really confused when such a serious conversation suddenly popped up. Moments earlier, as Akira and Shiori struggled to create a barrier, Kai's voice suddenly echoed, "Ninomiya, Hono, when I signal, cut the holy barrier from Midu and the others and transfer it to me and Sina." C said he wanted to lure Leon H into lowering his guard as much as possible, so he thought it was better to take the risks. Narumi was moved by this and spoke up. "Araji, indeed." Rina retorts, "Hey, you're not the one taking the risk, Suji is." Kai scoffs and asks, "So what?" Rina angrily shouts back, "So what if it isn't the answer?" Seeing the two of them argue, Midu couldn't help but laugh. Just then, Xena suddenly tugged at Kai's hand and whispered, "Hey, Kai." Hearing this, Kai glanced over, only to see Jin huddled there, sobbing. Seeing this, Kai worriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Jin lowered her head, despairingly saying, "Standing in the center, I can't do anything at all. I should be the one giving the orders." Kai sighs, reassuring him, "Don't worry. You did well for your first time. You'll get used to it." Hearing this, a light returns to Jin's eyes. Just then, another voice echoed through the forest, making Jin turn back in confusion. "It's May. She's coming out, smiling as she speaks. So, I don't have to do anything after all." Jin glanced at her, asking suspiciously, "Where have you been?" "I was creating magic to purify the poison corroding this space. I was almost done," Mayua replied casually, but Isabel cut her off. "I can sense its spirit's presence. If the space doesn't return to normal, you're planning to use spatial magic with the remaining spell." Everyone was stunned and confused, but Kai glanced at them and explained, "It's another contingency plan, so that if I fail, we can still defeat Leon H." Isabel said gratefully, "Thank you, Kai. We were saved thanks to all of you. Kai chuckled softly, then said casually, "It would be a problem if you were wiped out right after we joined forces to form an alliance. I'm definitely going to make you pay this debt back." Of course, Isabel nodded in agreement without hesitation. "If it's within our power, feel free to say whatever you want." Kai will remember this, watching Isabel intently, and asks, "What do you plan to do after this?" Isabel paused, then spoke, "We're going to the vineyard. Leon H's close associate might know about the revolutionaries. She wants to neutralize them before they flee, but Kay wonders if there's enough time." Isabel casually replied, "Perhaps. Leon H intended to pull me into his faction. If that's the case, he wouldn't leak information to other factions or the Demon King." Hearing this made Kai laugh. He joked, "That's a very optimistic way of looking at it." Yaben ignored him and continued, "We were exposed because our actions were too obvious, but it would be better if we could avoid being detected. Leon singing here alone means he's acting independently. There's no way his subordinates would let a prince act alone. Vaya must be in chaos right now." C nodded in understanding, then asked, "Understood. Do you need our help?" Isabel shook her head, replying, "It's all right. Leon H's faction doesn't have any high-ranking demons right now. Those here could easily suppress them." Speaking of which, Isabel couldn't help but sigh in resignation. "We are completely helpless against Leon H." Kai nodded in agreement. Our countermeasures simply weren't effective enough. "Next time, we must act more carefully," Isabel replied with a faint smile. "Yes, I'm still so naive after all." Ka understands that despite her incredible abilities, she's still just a 15-year-old, the leader of a revolution, and she'll face even more difficult situations. But everyone has to grow up sometime. Just then, Fan Ko rushed over. He eagerly proposed, "If it's about wiping out the remnants of the Third Prince's faction, please let me lead. I'll use my information and experience to get it done quickly." Kai narrowed his eyes at Fanko. "You know he's a member of the Demon Lord's army's dark unit. Isabel personally recruited him that day." Hearing this, Kai suggested, "Isabel, let's give him a shot." Apparently, Fanko led a revolution in one of the Demon Kingdom's cities. Isabel turned to him, a hint of doubt in her voice. "I was planning to, but why?" Kai smirked. "You're recruiting him because you want intelligent and capable people for the Revolutionary Army, right?" This made Isabel jump, and she muttered cautiously, "How did you know?" "That's a little scary." Kai indifferently shrugged and pouted. "I'm just guessing. Besides, Fanko was pretty useless in the fight against Heath, so he probably wants to do something to restore his honor." Isabel nodded slightly. "I understand. If Kai says so, then okay." With that, she turned her gaze to Fan, who was kneeling on the ground, and ordered sternly, "I give you command of the operation to wipe out the remnants of the Third Prince's faction." Seeing his business concluded, Kai turned to leave, but not before advising Isabel to learn from him. Isabel nodded slightly in response. "Yes, I understand." As night fell, Midu's group rested by a fire in the forest, and she looked up as Kai returned. Following Kai were Jin, Mare, and Sina. Midu frowned slightly and asked, "Did you finish discussing things with the Revolutionary Army?" Kai nodded slightly in response. "Did you report this to the Allied forces?" Nidu was stunned, and after a long pause, finally spoke. "I'll be found out eventually, but for now, let's stay quiet." Kai disagreed, saying calmly, "This is just for tonight. If we return to the dorms before dawn, we won't be discovered." Akira interjected, "You never know. Herrick is very perceptive." Kay frowned slightly and suggested, "If Ego or Hicks suspect anything, tell them I told you to do it. However, don't let them realize we're connected to the demons, and don't tell Elia about our relationship. That would damage the Hero Squad's reputation, because if Amelia found out, she'd be furious." Akira agreed, chuckling in response, as Kai scanned the group and said seriously, "In the near future, spread the rumor that the Third Prince has disappeared from the Demon Kingdom. Make sure the Allied Forces intelligence agents hear this as well, then have Akira advise them to move their troops." Akira nodded in agreement. "Understood." Kay continued, "Ideally, we need to occupy the Third Prince's territory for a month, but that depends on the Demon Lord's army. I'll gather information myself this time." Before he could finish, Narumi suggested they leave, as it would be dawn soon. But Arazi remained seated, taking a bite of meat as he spoke. "Hey, Araji, let me ask you something first." Kai frowned slightly, asking suspiciously, "What is it?" Arasi glared at him, questioning him in an annoyed tone. "Where did you get the poison from another world that killed Leon Hart?" Akira and Narumi were stunned by this revelation. The question everyone had been wondering about had finally been asked. Without hesitation, Kai explained, Simple. I implanted poison in his teeth. He just had to pull one and apply it to the knife, realizing Leon Hart had no resistance to otherworldly toxins. With that, Kai sighed with a hint of helplessness, but this trump card can only be used once and now it's useless. Arasi nodded in understanding, without a shred of doubt. I see. Narumi was shocked to hear this. So you all believe that? Akira too, huh? Shouldn't you all be asking why Kai would implant poison to harm himself? Jin blurts out at this moment. I see. Because Araji is an assassin. Realizing her slip, her face suddenly darkens. Midu and Rina were stunned, and even Shiori paused in her treatment of Cao. Narumi and Akira wanted the truth, but this truth was unbelievable. Realizing his slip-up, Jin apologizes, but Kai nonchalantly replies, "It's all right, I wasn't planning on hiding it, especially after mentioning the poison. My family is in the assassin business, and I've been trained as one since I was a child." Akira muttered in disbelief. "Even though you're telling such an unbelievable story," Narumi exclaimed, "because it's Araji, you've convinced us." Rina narrowed her eyes at Kai, hesitantly asking, "You're an assassin?" With a nod, Kai calmly admits, "Yes, if requested, I will kill anyone without limit." Hearing this, Rina's eyes flashed with disgust as she retorted, "Having such a repulsive person in our class makes him nothing more than a common criminal." Midu couldn't help but object. "Rina, that's not a nice thing to say. Araji has helped us a lot, and we've killed people too." Unconvinced, Ren scoffs, "A demon isn't human. I could burn 1,000 and feel nothing." Midu is stunned, muttering, "That's a bit much." Kai, however, didn't seem to mind and calmly said, "Midu, don't worry about it. Nagaz is right." With a glance at Rina and a smirk, he asked, "Is that what you tell yourself to stay sane?" "I'm just telling the truth." Just then, Shiori hesitantly spoke up. "I just want to ask one thing, okay? Do you really want to return to our original world?" Kai frowned, questioning her. "Why do you ask?" Sai slowly explains, "Because even if you return, you'll have to keep killing for your family, right?" Kai hesitated for a moment, then spoke after a long pause. He was right. The Araji family, Hano's family, was an assassin organization lurking in the shadows of society. In short, utter scum. His words shocked Shiori even more, and she asked suspiciously, "Then why?" In an instant, Kai's eyes filled with murderous intent. He stated firmly, "My plan is to kill every member of the family, so I must return to the real world." Afterward, they returned to the Fifth Princess's territory, thanks to Isabel's space warp, while Midu and the others quietly returned to the Four Dormitory before dawn. The next morning, Midu and his group greeted Herrick and the others with innocent faces, as if nothing had happened, and a few days later they received news of the third Prince Leon H's disappearance through Kai's guidance. And with Akira's advice, they moved with lightning speed, resulting in the Beastmen Alliance easily seizing Leon Hart's territory, putting King Asan Hart of the Demon Realm within striking distance. When this news reached the Holy Kingdom, the people were ecstatic, believing the Age of Demons was finally coming to an end thanks to the Hero Party. Meanwhile, the people of the Demon Kingdom lived in fear due to Leon H's disappearance and the Third Prince's loss of territory. The Beastman Alliance hasn't confirmed Leon H's death, but the situation suggests he's likely dead, shaking the Vandora royal family's faith in their invincibility, granted by the evil god. But as that premise crumbles, the people of the Demon Kingdom finally realize they are being cornered by humans and beastmen, those they long considered slaves. The Demon Lord, ruler of Vandora, assesses the dire situation. He immediately ordered his subordinates to summon all of his children. The game is over. Meanwhile, in the Fifth Princess's territory, Isabel also received Sylvester's summons and frowned as she muttered, "Father is summoning everyone?" Smith nodded slightly, replying, "Yes. He requests your immediate presence at the Demon Lord's castle. He said that because Isabel can use space magic, she needs to be there today." Hearing this, Isabel sighed in annoyance. How troublesome. Has the existence of the revolutionaries been discovered? If so, this isn't the time to show yourself. Fanko, standing nearby, spoke seriously. "In my estimation, that possibility is very low. We made sure to wipe out all remnants of the Third Prince's faction, right?" Isabel glanced at Fanko, asking, "What do you think we should do?" Fanko paused, considering the question. "I think it would be foolish to refuse the Demon Lord's orders, as that would reveal that we're trying to hide something." Smith frowned slightly, worried. What if the existence of the revolutionaries has already been discovered? Fanko said seriously, "It's highly likely they've noticed the presence of saboteurs from within, but I don't think they'll connect it to Isabel. Wen BX, one of the four heavenly kings specializing in internal intelligence, is dead, and the Demon Lord's army is in no position to focus inward. Isabel listened silently, lost in thought, before nodding and saying, I understand. If things get worse, I'll escape using spatial magic. 3 days later, in the Demon Lord's castle, within the council chambers, Demon Lord Sylvester has arrived, along with the other princes and princesses. The demon race's first prince, Fakir, finally spoke. Everyone's here at last. The second princess, Scarlet, pouted. Let's get this over with. I'm sick of seeing these people. Hearing this, Roto chuckled and said, Scarlet, must you act like that in front of father? This caused Scarlet to snap. Shut your mouth. Isabel sat there, observing everyone, thinking to herself that it had been a long time since they had all gathered like this. Not since the annual festival of evil gods, yet everyone still radiated terrifying magic as usual. At that moment, Demon Lord Sylvester spoke up. Not enough. He said he summoned another. Sylvester's words silenced everyone, though they remained skeptical. Finally, Fur couldn't help but speak up. Another one? Isn't Leon dead? He then looked towards the empty seat, not far away. Roto shook his head. Leon H. is missing. It's unknown whether he's alive or dead. Scarlet frowned, muttering, The third prince's territory has already been occupied by the enemy, hasn't it? Even if he's alive, I'll kill him myself. Fakir scoffed. I don't fear strong enemies, only stupid teammates. And you have the right to say that? Scarlet. Scarlet, enraged, gritted her teeth and retorted, If that's the case, you should be the first to die. Fakir raised an eyebrow, scoffing, implying that she thought he wasn't strong enough. Isabel sighed, wishing she could go home, as the two continued to bicker. Roto ignored them, turning to Sylvester. Father, are you referring to Alice? Isabel was immediately shocked. No way! The girl is a vessel for an evil god. Even if you bring her to a meeting like this, she wouldn't know anything. Sure enough, Sylvester pointed outside and said, Not Alice. She's here. Hearing this, everyone looked towards the door and saw a man wreathed in flames, the Fire Celestial King. Frameris. With a smirk, he said, It's rare to see the royal family gathered like this. Scarlet, seeing the figure, furrowed her brow and asked, Is that him? Fakir scoffed, muttering, Still the same scoundrel. Isabel's expression, however, suddenly darkened. Vreris is the strongest of the 4 heavenly kings, and you swore loyalty to the Demon Lord. His power is rumored to rival even the Vandora royal family. As confusion spread, Demon Lord Sylvester spoke sternly. Be seated. The meeting will begin. Understood. Fram Mary nodded slightly, heading to her seat. He coldly asked, Why have you gathered these elite members? Sylvester frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, I can't let these inferior races run rampant any longer, so I'll end it all with a single blow. Foker, puzzled, asked, What do you mean by one blow? Sylvester calmly replied that he would launch a surprise attack on the human capital and behead the Pope. Roto frowned, muttering in disbelief. The Beastman Alliance's forces are concentrated at the front, but to behead the enemy first? Foker chimed in, You mean beheading the enemy first? If that happens, the front lines will surely collapse. Flamis found it unlikely, asking, How do you plan to get there? Surely those ignorant lower beings won't ignore an attack from that distance. Sylvester casually pointed at Isabel, saying, My daughter can use spatial magic. Isabel's face immediately fell upon hearing this. She quickly retorted, That's impossible, Lord Demon King. Spatial teleportation consumes a lot of magic depending on the distance and number of people. She explained that the distance to the Holy Kingdom's capital was vast, and moving an army from one end of the capital to the other was beyond their limits. Don't worry, my daughter. The distance is indeed far, but I only need to send a small elite force to the enemy's capital. I've already prepared the magical resources for it. Isabel was stunned, unsure of what to say. She frowned slightly, lost in thought. Prepared already. With enough magic, it's theoretically possible. In the flickering candlelight, Sylvester's commanding voice echoed once more. This is a crucial mission, to turn the tide. I will not tolerate failure. I expect exceptional results from you all. That night at Isabel's castle, Kai learned about Sylvester's demon lord's attack from Isabel, exclaiming in shock, A campaign to attack the holy nation's capital? Isabel sipped her tea and calmly said, That's right. My father, the demon lord, came up with this reckless strategy, to use his spatial magic to send a small elite force to the Holy Kingdom's capital, take the Pope's head, the ruler of mankind, and destroy the command structure. Hearing this, Kai nodded in understanding. So, you're planning to strike at the head from behind. If successful, the front lines will fall into chaos, but how is such a thing even possible? Isabel frowned slightly and said sternly, Magic crystals. Do you know what those are? Kai slowly replied, A rare ore with the ability to store magical power, right? I've read about it in the documents, Isabel said with a nod. In case of emergency, the Demon King constantly poured magic power into a giant magic crystal. If the Demon King, who possessed tremendous magic power, poured magic power into the crystal every day, a vast amount of magic power would be stored. Isabel was ordered to use the magic crystal to cast spatial magic, and she had seen the crystal and the presence of magic with extremely high density. Isabel's tone turned serious as she spoke of the magic crystal, saying that theoretically, teleportation across vast distances was possible. Hearing this, Mayer asked in surprise, "Is Isabel using someone else's magic?" "I heard from my master that controlling magic is extremely difficult," but before she could finish, Isabel coldly interrupted. "Because I am the daughter of the Demon Lord, our magical attributes are quite similar. Because of our shared lineage, I can use it without difficulty." Mayer frowned, wondering if she could even return after a successful teleportation. How will she prepare the magic to return? Isabel slowly explains, "I was thinking of bringing the magic crystal with me, but it's too big, and if it's destroyed, we won't be able to return. So that's why you said you'd keep the space gate open from the start. So she can guarantee both the trip and return with just one space warp. That must be an incredibly difficult spell, right? Furthermore, there's a time limit." Isabel frowned, saying seriously, "I won't fail in using space magic, but as Mayer said, I can't avoid being limited by time." Kai frowned slightly, asking suspiciously, "How long exactly?" Isabel slowly replied, "It depends on the balance with the magical power accumulated in the magic crystal. I'm still experimenting, but I think an hour at most." Za hesitated for a moment before asking, "In such a short time, are you sure you can kill the human leader? If it's the human headquarters, security will be tight." Kai spoke before Isabel could answer. "Even with most forces at the front and the elite Holy Knights protecting the capital, ordinary troops would be repelled." Isabel nodded, saying seriously, "Of course, these aren't ordinary troops. I believe an hour is enough to turn the Holy Kingdom's capital into scorched earth." This caused Mayer to exclaim in shock, "You mean an army of hundreds, even thousands?" Isabel shook her head slightly, replying, "No, the magic crystal's power is limited. In this operation, I can only send a maximum of 15 people." Kai seemed to guess something and said in a deep voice, "With that small number, they can turn the royal capital into scorched earth, an elite demon force. The answer is clear. And of course, Isabel will participate, and the last one is the Fire Celestial King, Flameris. In addition, Isabel thinks some high-ranking demons, each of whom is a confidant of one of them, will be selected." Hearing this, Mayer cried out in horror, "Demon Lord bloodlines and a heavenly king?" Sina was equally horrified, muttering in disbelief at the strength of Leonhardt and the others, to which Isabel simply nodded. Reluctantly, he says, "Yes, at this rate, the Holy Kingdom's royal capital will surely be destroyed." Mayer panics even more, anxiously asking, "What will you do?" Kai scoffs, "I wouldn't care if the Holy Kingdom's capital was destroyed, but you're right, there would be problems. First, the Beastman Alliance's front lines would definitely be shaken. If they're attacked during that time, they could suffer heavy losses. And another thing, the Alpha Temple city near the capital must have non-combatant groups living there. If the capital is destroyed, Midu and the others won't remain calm." As Kai pondered, Isabel spoke up, "We have a cooperative relationship with the hero candidates, so we're revealing this information to you, but we also can't refuse this operation." Smith nodded in agreement, adding that such actions, especially now, could make the princess appear to be the leader of this force, prompting immediate military intervention. Shin frowned slightly, asking suspiciously, "Does it matter if we're found out at this point?" Fanko slowly opened his mouth. "Of course they'll find out eventually, because we're staging a revolution. But frankly, in this case, we don't have enough reason to refuse, since the Revolutionary Army's goal is for Isabel to take the Demon Lord's throne and bring peace to the demon realm in the future." But just then, Kai interjected, saying that if the Holy Kingdom's capital were destroyed in this operation, a statement that made Fanko pause. Ignoring him, Kai continued, saying that even though it would weaken the Beastmen Alliance, she didn't have enough reason to take such a risk. Isabel nods. "That's what we were thinking. But what do you hero candidates intend to do?" Kai pauses, then slowly replies, "I appreciate the information. Since we know this beforehand, there are some strategies we can use." But then, Kai suddenly thought of something and quickly suggested, "All right, I have a proposal for the Revolutionary Army." Isabel looked up at him intently. Kai slowly explained, "There are risks, but the rewards are great. Decide for yourself if you want to act." 3 days after the meeting between Kai and Isabel in the former territory of the third prince of the Vandora Demon Kingdom in Castigon City, Kai summoned the members of the hero team and outlined the plan to attack the Holy Kingdom's royal capital. Hearing this, Midu was shocked, and Rumi muttered fearfully, "We have to warn the non-combat team." "That's going too far." Seeing everyone's unease, Gao quickly reassured them. "Calm down. It's not like the Alpha Temple City was attacked, so the chances of our non-combatant friends being victims are low." But Rina vehemently retorted, "Even if the chances are slim, they're not zero. We're close by, and it wouldn't be strange if our classmates were working in the royal capital." Midu found it reasonable and bit his lip, saying, "Yeah, should we go back to the royal capital?" As soon as Midu finished speaking, a voice echoed from behind. "Hey, don't talk like a coward." Startled, Midu turned around. Arasi spoke up, scoffing. "If you're so worried, just send a message to your classmates. More importantly, this is quite advantageous for him. He could behead the Demon Lord." Hearing this, Mireille immediately retorted, "Are you even thinking straight? The people in the royal capital will suffer greatly." Shrugging indifferently, Arazi sneered, "We're already traitors by allying with the revolutionaries, and yet you still pretend to be on their side." Meyer was immediately confused, stammering, "But the innocent people living in the royal capital have no reason to be killed." Arasi scoffed, coldly saying, "Your ideals are ridiculous." He glanced at Midu, asking, "What about you, Midu?" Midu replied without hesitation, "I'll prioritize my classmates. I can't save everyone." This left Mireille bewildered, her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at him, but Midu spoke seriously. "But I don't think Arasi's plan is a good one either." Arasi glared at Midu, displeased. At that moment, Kai, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. "I agree with you, Midu. Isabel's space magic attack on the Demon Lord's elite forces in the capital will only last a few hours. He says if they attack during that time, they could return at the worst possible moment, catching them off guard. So it's best to prepare carefully. No matter how elite they are, their numbers are still limited." Kai believed this would be a surprise attack, but Izumin could reveal the date and time. Akira understood, nodding. "I see. If we prepare countermeasures, they'll be like moths to a flame." Kai continued, "With the help of the Revolutionary Army, we'll defeat the Demon Lord's main forces in one fell swoop. From now on, we, the hero candidates, will abandon the front lines and return to the capital of the Holy Kingdom. A few days later, in the Holy Kingdom of Dagaris, the capital city lives up to its name, bustling with people and lively commerce." Meanwhile, Kai, along with Xena and Mayer, quietly entered the capital. Mayer sighed in relief. "Finally, we're here." Even with horses, the journey felt incredibly long. Xena raised an eyebrow, amused. "Mayo, you're so weak," Mayo retorted. "Don't compare me to a beastman's stamina." Ignoring them, Kai surveyed the landscape, and after a long moment couldn't help but sigh. "Truly, this is the embodiment of peace. It's hard to believe this country was once on the brink of destruction. Honestly, the people here seem carefree." Mayer nods in agreement. "For those in the capital, the front lines must seem a world away." But Xena disagrees, retorting, "I think a little excitement isn't bad. The outcome of war won't change just because the people are in despair." Mayer remained silent at that. She glanced at Kai and asked, "Aren't you a wanted criminal in this country, Kai? Is it really okay for you to ride around like this?" Kainhat Moy chuckled. "Of course it's not okay. That's the whole problem. Even though we gathered information in the neighboring town, I didn't expect there to be almost no security at all." Hearing this, Mayer chuckled, amused that even with their dubious backgrounds, a simple bribe got them through. Shin nodded in agreement. The security was indeed lax. They had now arrived at a remote location. Kai jumped down from the carriage, his voice low but as expected. "Security will be tighter as we get closer to the center. I'll use a tavern on the outskirts as our base. Midu and the others should be arriving soon. I want to gather information about the imperial capital." Upon hearing this, Mayer frowned and asked, "Is it really worth investigating such a complacent place?" She's right. The people here are far too carefree, even though those on the front lines are facing a brutal war. C then said seriously, "There are a few things that concern me. The Holy Knight Genis, or rather, a high-ranking officer of the Demon King's cult, would be a problem if he stabbed us in the back. Meanwhile, in the city of Castigon, territory of the third prince of the demon realm, the Human and Beastman Alliance has gathered. Run was also present, reporting to everyone about the Demon Lord's attack. Amelia was shocked, asking, "An attack on the Holy Kingdom?" Run nodded slightly, replying, "Yes, intelligence gathered from our spies suggests the Demon Lord will move elite troops to the capital using spatial magic." Aaliyah was shocked, exclaiming, Could the demon lord really use such reckless tactics? Ega was skeptical, saying, I find it hard to believe, but Run has no reason to lie. At least it seems certain that such rumors are circulating among the demons. Hearing this, Run lowered her head, secretly apologizing to Ega as Sina had told her to say all of this. It was all made up. Meanwhile, Akira pondered a way to return to the capital without anyone knowing about the setup. He'd heard the groundwork was laid. The rest depended on how they led things. As they pondered, Aaliyah voiced her doubts, suggesting it was likely disinformation meant to mislead, as such secrets were beyond the knowledge of low-ranking demons. Hark disagreed, sternly countering that if it were true, with the capital's defenses weakened, it would be destroyed. Amelia found this reasonable and sighed resignedly, realizing they couldn't let that happen. Above all, if we report this, they'll definitely order us to defend the capital. Another person spoke up. You mean they'd prioritize the capital's safety over the entire front line? Is that what you're saying? Amelia scoffed. Don't twist my words. If the capital falls, the entire Holy Kingdom will be paralyzed. It's the obvious choice. Akira interjected. We have allies in the Temple City near the capital, and some are even operating within the capital itself, so staying on the front lines is unacceptable. Midu nodded in agreement. We'll return to the capital because we have the advantage of inside information and we should rest and prepare thoroughly. Aliyah frowned, hesitating to speak, but the source's reliability was questionable. Before she could finish, Herrick coldly interrupted. Midu has a point. We're not exactly in top shape to keep pushing into demon territory. Our forces aren't at their peak either, he said. The soldiers are exhausted after pacifying Leon H's territory. But his eyes were drawn to Akira. Herrick believed that with his unusual prodding and that of the others, the source was likely to Kai, meaning the information about the attack on the capital was highly credible. Thinking it over, he continued to advise. Besides, I don't think there's any point in stopping them. Elia frowned slightly and remained silent before reluctantly speaking after a moment. Indeed, if they deserted like Arasi recently, it would be a big problem, so let's have them defend the capital. Hearing this, Midu breathed a sigh of relief. Amelia continued, but we can't abandon the front lines either. We'll stay here. If the main force and hero candidates are assigned to defend, the higher-ups will be pleased. Ega nodded, suggesting, our Beastman Legion will also guard the front lines, protecting the capital of an allied nation. I'm not saying it's irrelevant, but there are people more suited for this than us. Mireille frowned in doubt. So, aside from us, most of the forces will remain on the front lines? Aliyah nodded slightly. That's how it will be. I can't deploy more troops based on unverified information. Akira thought it made sense. If the front lines fell, defeating the Demon King would become even more distant, and throwing infantry against the Demon King's blood relatives would be pointless. Elia, seeing their expressions, reassured them. Don't worry too much. However thin the defenses of the capital may be, the Knight Commander is still by the Pope's side. Midu's eyes widened in surprise. The Knight Commander? Amelia slowly explained, you're the head of the Holy Knights and the strongest person. If you and the hero candidates can't hold them back, then nothing else matters. Meanwhile, in the Dagaris Holy Kingdom's Imperial Palace, within Kichi's study, a non-combat student was reading when an uninvited guest arrived, prompting him to frown and ask, what do you want from me? Ara, it's Kai. Just as he said, he's here to gather information. Before this, Kai sought out two others who said Kai Ichi knew the most about the inner workings of the royal capital. Kai narrowed his eyes and quietly said, while we were on the front lines, you became the king's personal researcher. He scoffed, and Kiichi pouted, are you mocking me? He put down his book and said calmly, I only teach the Holy Kingdom knowledge from our world. The fastest way to make money. Kai didn't think so, coldly retorting, you didn't become a researcher just for that, did you? This made Yi-He wary. He pursed his lips, muttering, you're as unpredictable as ever, huh? Yi-He said he simply didn't like fighting, which is why he joined the non-combat team. He's researching other ways to return to the original world. Hearing this, Kai asked suspiciously, have you achieved any results? Yi-He sighed and shook his head. No. Leonora's words rang true. The only way back home was to kill the Demon King. Kai frowned and was silent for a moment before finally saying, so you've come to the same conclusion as I have. Yahi didn't answer, but instead asked a question. Did you come back just to confirm that? Kai shook his head slightly and replied, no, I have other matters to attend to. A major battle is about to break out in the capital. These words filled Yi-He with utter confusion. Kai ignored him, slowly approaching, and coldly stated, now, I'll explain in detail, and I need you to relay this to the non-combat group. But first, I want to know the internal situation of the capital. As the king's personal researcher, you figured Qi Yi would know something. Qi Yi nodded in understanding. He picked up a book from the table, and Yi stared intently at Kai, declaring, I understand why you came to me. It's about the demon god cult, isn't it? The next day at the Holy Kingdom of Darius's capital, a meeting is underway at the church headquarters. The Pope sat high above, with a crowd of people below, and the woman standing in front was Emily of the moderate faction. She asked, Is it true that the demon monarch is planning to attack the capital? The Pope sat high above, silent for a moment before finally speaking. The truth remains unclear, but it's best to be prepared. The one standing beside the Pope is Oscar. He chimed in, As a precaution, we'll have the hero candidates protect the imperial city for a while. Emily frowned, retorting coldly, Even if it's true, wouldn't you alone be enough? Oscar, the strongest knight of humanity, flatly refused. We absolutely cannot allow demons to defile this sacred place. Please understand. Emily nodded slightly, replying, I understand, Pope. I have a proposal. Jose glanced at her and said seriously, What proposal? Speak your mind. Emily chuckled softly, saying calmly, Why don't we take this opportunity to negotiate peace with the demon realm? This statement shocks everyone present, and some can't help but begin to criticize. What foolishness are you spouting? Has the pacifist faction finally lost it? Emily remained calm, responding without a hint of panic. Then why must we continue attacking the demon realm now that we've reclaimed our lands? The Pope questioned Emily. He coldly stated, To eradicate the demons is the will of the Creator God, Garrus. Demons are a vile race that opposes the Creator, and peace with them is absolutely impossible. Emily persisted, calmly stating, As the Bible teaches, I only wish for peace in the world. Emily smiled, feigning righteousness. Even if we worship different gods, if we share the same land and understand each other, shouldn't we love each other instead of hating each other? She asked. Isn't that what the Creator taught us? Broth frowned slightly, his voice low. The Bible may speak of world peace, but not one that includes those vile creatures. Oscar chimed in, adding that the pacifists' ideas were nothing but fantasies, based on the impossible premise that the demon lords would ever negotiate. Undeterred, Emily continued to preach that dialogue would lead to understanding, and that hatred and bloodshed were the marks of savages, words that seemed utterly absurd. Enough, Cardinal Emily. If you continue with this nonsense, I'll consider the entire moderate faction as traitors. Emily clicked her tongue. How unfortunate, Pope Ratsua. But she believed that one day they could understand each other. And with that, she turned and left. Ratsua remained silent, watching Emily leave as the crowd glared angrily at her retreating figure. Oscar scoffs. That woman is truly insane. Damo nods, and Rashua calmly replies, Indeed, gathering the hero candidates is by the guidance of the Creator. Emily's way of thinking goes against the will of the Creator God. Oscar then asked with sudden doubt, Why would a faction form around a woman like that? After a moment's thought, the Pope replied, Her eloquence and charisma. At first, Emily's words sound kind and benevolent, but in truth, what she says is extremely radical and unrealistic. Oscar frowned, disbelief in his eyes as the Pope continued, The moderate faction's proposals are not worth considering. Though their influence grows, it's still but a fraction of the whole. He says it's his duty as Pope to heed those who share faith in a single God. However, today's statement has gone too far. It could be seen as treason. This time, Joshua issued a warning, and Oscar, watching him intently, spoke hesitantly. Speaking of which, Your Holiness, about the demon worshippers, Joshua asked seriously, You mean those heretical humans who are bewitched by demons? What about them? Oscar solemnly replied, Their activity has become more frantic lately. They're causing chaos throughout the Holy Kingdom, forcing us to divide our forces, he said, adding that they seemed intent on weakening the defenses of the capital. It was right after they received word that the Demon King's army was attacking the imperial city. Pope Ratsua sighed, knowing that information was supposed to be confidential to avoid causing panic. Oscar nodded slightly, replying, Yes, it's possible they're getting information from the Demon Lord's army, but that's unlikely. I don't think they'd trust those heretics, so it's highly likely there's a traitor within the church. Ratsua agreed, calmly stating, I think so too. Henry, we still can't ascertain their true identities. Then he ordered Oscar to continue the investigation. Oscar accepted the order without hesitation, but then paused, furrowing his brow. What about Kai? He asked. The Pope asked with concern, Have they found him yet? Oscar shook his head. Still no leads. Hearing this, Roth subdued sighed. I understand. Don't worry about Leonora anymore. This isn't your fault. But Oscar was unconvinced. He pursed his lips and said, But your holiness, I swore to protect your daughter, so at least let me kill Kai with my own hands, the one who took Leonora's life. Oscar's eyes burned with murderous intent as the Pope solemnly declared Araji was indeed an outsider who infiltrated the hero candidate summoning. We have to find him and kill him. Oscar nodded fiercely. Yes, I will continue to investigate in parallel with the Demon Lord cult case. Meanwhile, in a dark cellar beneath the royal capital, a torch is lit, and two cloaked figures enter silently. Not only that, but there are many others inside. At this moment, one of them asked in confusion, What should we do? After a long silence, a clear female voice echoed from above. The hero candidates are returning to the capital. With their strength, they couldn't possibly stand against the fully fledged hero candidates, but during a battle with the Demon King's army, that's a different story. The one who spoke was Emily, who smirked and said, We'll stab the hero candidates in the back while they're fighting the Demon Lord's army, and with that achievement, we'll join the Demon Lord's army. At the same time, on a trail outside the imperial capital, two figures on horseback slowly approached. Midu and Akira. Seeing the scene before her, Midu excitedly exclaimed, I see it. That's the royal capital right in front of us. Akira then suggested, Midu, let's rest for a bit before entering the royal capital. Midu nodded in agreement. Yeah, Araji must have arrived ahead of us, right? Inside Ichi's house, Ichi looks up at Kai and coldly asks, It was the demon's high priest, wasn't it? Kai frowned, asking suspiciously, That reaction, you must have struggled with them, right? Ichi nodded slightly, explaining, The non-combat group has been attacked by the Demon King's followers many times. We've ordered them to never act alone, if possible. Though they're a non-combat group, they're not entirely defenseless. Most demon worshippers are amateurs, so they can handle them with divine guards for now, but many are feeling uneasy. Kai asked, Why didn't you report this to Midu and the others? Shaking his head, Yi-He sighed, I can't trouble those risking their lives on the front lines. We're in far less danger. I thought the non-combat group could handle the demon worshippers. He says that even with the Holy Kingdom's cooperation, the non-combat group couldn't trace them. Before Yi-He could finish, Kai interrupted, suggesting that demon worshippers were hiding within the Holy Kingdom itself. Caught off guard, Kai asked in surprise, What is this person's name? Yi replied slowly, Cardinal Emily of the Dagaris Church, second in power only to the Pope, and leader of the pacifist faction. Kai frowned, asking suspiciously, The moderate faction, what is that? The tree replied disdainfully, A ridiculous faction that wants to reconcile with the demons. They use sweet words on those weary of war, preaching only hollow ideals. Kai nodded slightly, understanding. It truly was the perfect cover for demon worshippers. Casually shrugging, Ichi scoffed, I thought so too and took a gamble, so Red Priest Emily is definitely guilty, possibly a high-ranking member. But the problem is, foreigners like him can't be trusted. If they act recklessly against Cardinal Emily, they could turn the entire country into an enemy. Ichi warns that it would affect the fighting at the front. That's why they couldn't act without solid proof. Hearing this, Kai thought for a moment, then spoke firmly. I'll take care of her. I want to eliminate any potential threats before the battle at the imperial capital. Yi-He stared at him in shock, exclaiming in disbelief at how easily he spoke. She's a red robe of the Dagaris Church. The security won't be lax. A smile crept across his face as Kai nonchalantly stated, Assassination is my specialty, and if I fail and get exposed, it won't implicate the hero candidates. I'm already considered a major criminal for killing the Saintess. Despite what he said, Yggdrasil hesitated, saying that even so, Red Priest Emily was just a high-ranking member and the leader was, likely, someone else. Ka narrowed his eyes, frowned, and asked, Judging by your expression, it seems you already know who it is, don't you? Nodding slightly, Keiichi declared that the leader of the Demon God Church was one of the knight captains currently in the Imperial City. I've narrowed it down to that. The next day, Midu's group, the first to arrive in the capital, went to meet the Pope. Duat narrowed his eyes at them, and after a long pause said, I've heard about the Demon King's army's attack on the capital and their unusual methods. It's hard to believe. But here, his tone suddenly shifted, adding a touch of gravity as if questioning, How reliable is that information? Midu remained unfazed, calmly replying, An attack is certain, though I have no proof. Pope Doubts frowned slightly, asking, Is this the intuition of someone who has fought on the front lines? This cannot be ignored. Oscar chimed in, adding that the hero candidate's purpose was to defeat the Demon Lord. Returning to the capital would delay that goal. So why did Midu's group return? Even though it was an order, it seems they proposed this themselves. The Pope seemed to understand something and said in a deep voice, "Are you worried about the comrades who were left behind?" "I see. There's no doubt about it. These men believe an attack is coming." "Yes, that's correct," Midu affirmed without hesitation. "Furthermore, regarding the timing of the attack, we have more detailed information than the initial report." Hearing this, Joshua's eyes narrowed as he asked suspiciously, "So, when will they strike?" Midu looked intently at the Pope and declared, "In 3 days, at night." Her words immediately darkened the mood. Later, at the Holy Knight's headquarters, Midu was assigned to meet the captains of the Knightly Order, and he introduced himself. "I am Midu, captain of the Hero Squad, also known as the 11th Knight Squadron. I look forward to working with you all." A contemptuous knight scoffed. "So, this is a hero candidate? I'm the captain of the 2nd Division, remember that." Another, scarred over his left eye, introduced himself. "I'm Free Time, captain of the 3rd Knight Squad. Thanks for your hard work," he says, returning from the front lines. A silver-haired man cheerfully greeted, "I'm Gray, captain of the 9th Knight Squad. I usually hunt down demons, but I was summoned here under emergency orders. I look forward to working with you." Next, a girl slowly introduces herself. "I'm Thaklo, captain of the 10th Knight Squad, specializing in rear support. I hope we can be of assistance." The last one is Oscar. He raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm Commander Oscar. Apologies for the little test earlier." He said he'd heard of the heroes' exploits on the front lines and hoped they would help defend the Imperial capital. Midu shook Oscar's hand, smiling. "Of course, that's why we're here." The moment Midu shook his hand, she realized the man's power was extraordinary. If the Holy Knight Commander was on the front lines, defeating the Demon King would be much easier. Even so, it's strange that the Knight Captains, who are usually stationed all over, have gathered here. Though they still doubt the information, they're ready. That shows how important the defense of the capital is. Dion, displeased, asks, "Do we really need these hero candidates?" He says their forces alone are enough to protect the capital, and the hero candidates are just dead weight. Oscar objects to this. "Don't say that, Tion. They survived deadly battles on the front lines and have grown far beyond their initial summons." Tion scoffs, unimpressed, asking what's so great about the front lines. Hearing this ignorant statement, Midu couldn't help but curse inwardly, wondering if he was really a knight captain. Sensing the situation wasn't chaotic enough, Gray suggested a spar to test his strength. "Seeing is believing, isn't it?" Dion thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. "That's fair, and of course, I don't mind." Midu spoke up, unfazed. He had no idea where that confidence came from. But Midu knew he couldn't let his guard down. Was he hiding his true strength? As he remained vigilant, Tion drew his sword, sneering, "Come on, kid, let me teach you a lesson." Midu frowned, replying seriously, "Well, if you insist." But before he could finish, Tion charged, "I'd never let you make the first move." Yet Midu easily blocks his sword. Unfazed, Tion smirks, "So you dodged my thrust, huh? Not bad." Meanwhile, Midu is surprised by how immature this guy is. Tion, on the other hand, was confident, roaring, "It's not over yet." But Midu casually raised her hand and tapped Tion on the back of the head. And just like that, he's knocked unconscious. Midu wins in bewilderment, wondering how he could be so weak. Seeing this, Gray couldn't help but burst out laughing, while Freet sighed, stating the obvious. Oscar, hearing Gray's constant laughter, reminds him with some dissatisfaction, "You're laughing too much." Gray, on the other hand, was worried and rushed over to check on him, beginning to heal his wounds. Midu, a bit confused, asks, "Sorry, but is this person really the captain of the Knights?" Ray nodded and smiled, saying that nominally he was the captain of the 2nd Division. Freet slowly explained. "After all, the 2nd Order of Knights is full of incompetence. It's just a place for rich nobles' sons." "Who knows where he's even going?" Gray scoffed. Dion is the second son of a duke, making him the highest-ranking member of the group, which is why he was chosen as the captain of the 2nd Division. Despite lacking the skills to be a captain, Midu wondered why he was so confident. Oscar slowly explained, "Well, he's just a frog in a well, knowing nothing about combat. Though saying that makes us feel a bit awkward too. We've been away from real combat for too long, so we're no different from him." Frey nodded slightly, adding, "The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Knight Orders can't leave the capital because of their mission, and fighting in our current state would be troublesome." Though it sounds serious, the three burst into laughter, as Midu silently observes, not thinking they're lying. To get to their positions, they must have gone through a lot. That evening, after leaving the castle, Midu slowly made his way back. Midu walked, lost in thought, grateful for allies he could rely on, wishing for their help on the front lines. But he hadn't gone far when his eyes narrowed. In the shadows, a group of figures surrounded him, cloaked in black, their faces hidden beneath large hoods. Midu frowned, asking suspiciously, "Who are you?" They didn't answer, but one of them frowned and asked back, "You're Midu, one of the hero candidates, right?" Midu glares at them, coldly warning, "I advise you not to attack me. I really don't like saying this, but even with your numbers, you can't win." This seemed to strike a nerve, enraging the group, and one of them quickly tried to calm his comrades. "Stay calm. He's right. He's not the same as before." Midu seized upon the key point in his words. He exclaimed in alarm, "Before? Are you followers of the Demon Lord?" "That's right. We heard you just returned from the front lines, so we'll make sure you die here." The man replied honestly, "We'll offer your head to the Demon Lord to become his subordinates." Midu, slightly surprised, asked, "Even though we've cornered the Demon Lord's army, you're still pulling this stunt?" The man replied calmly, "Many of our weak-hearted have deserted us because of you. Of course, those who lose faith will be punished by death." He said that only the loyal remained, and their actions were for the Demon Lord, his tone growing more triumphant. He smirked, saying, "You've heard the news, haven't you? The attack begins in 3 days, so we can't miss this opportunity." Midu frowned, falling silent. Had the information been leaked? He spoke coldly. "If that's what you want, I'll have to show you no mercy." Midu declares he doesn't care if they're human, as he now has his own goal. The other side laughs. "Well then, you won't ignore this, will you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, leaving Midu confused and wary as he asked, "What are you planning?" In an instant, the group brought out a female student, Tsukihiro Yuko, from the non-combat division. Seeing her, Midu cried out in alarm, "Tsukihiko!" Seeing him about to rush forward, the man warned, "Don't move or kill yourself if you don't want her dead." Hearing this, Yuko struggled even more, but was held tightly by the man behind her. The gleaming blade remained at her throat, and Midu, worried for her safety, froze. He wondered if he could save Yuko. Seeing Midu frozen, the man yelled, "Hurry up, or you know what will happen to her." Little did they know. Kai was watching from afar, gun raised and aimed at the man holding Yuko hostage. Without hesitation, Kai fired, the energy bullet piercing the man's forehead, killing him instantly as Midu teleported to Yuko and embraced her. He successfully rescued her, and the men in black were instantly thrown into a panic. Midu flew straight to Kai, set Yuko down, and anxiously asked, "Tsukihiro, are you all right?" Yuko shook her head slightly, replying, "I'm okay. Thank you, Midu." At that moment, Kai coldly suggested, "Midu, take Tsukihiro back to the dorm with you. I'll handle these guys and we'll talk later." But Midu shook his head, refusing. "No, I'll join you. I have to eliminate anyone who threatens my classmates." At that moment, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, sending shivers down their spines. Without a second thought, Kai agreed. "Understood. I'll leave this to you. Tsukihiro, let's go." Before Yuko could react, Kai scooped her up, ready to leave. But before he could even take a step, Midu suddenly spoke up. "Arag, can I ask you something?" Kai frowned slightly, muttering in confusion, "What?" Midu took a deep breath and asked somberly, "You're not using Tsukihiro as bait, are you? To lure out the devil god cultists?" Kaibu smiled, wanting to say, "You're overthinking it. Even I care about my classmates." "I believe you," Midu said, nodding without hesitation. Moments later, he vanished from the rooftop, reappearing in the center of the crowd. The sight terrified them, and before they could react, a surge of energy erupted. And then, sword beams danced through the air. Midu easily wiped them out while Kai carried Yuko back. But he still had his doubts. Their leader never showed his face, and as expected, they wouldn't reveal themselves so easily. After wiping out the Demon Lord's cult, Midu met her classmates at the dorm and slowly recounted everything. "We captured some of them and handed them over to the knights." Ichi frowned, muttering that he doubted they'd get any useful information. Even if they did find something, it would be covered up, and we'd never hear about it. Midu, unconcerned, asked worriedly, "How's Tsukihiro?" Ichi sighed. "He's putting on a brave face, but this is clearly eating away at him. He's resting in his room. Araji is probably with him." Then he apologized again. "This is my fault. Tsukihiro's kidnapper is clearly a professional. We should have relied on the combat team." Akira disagreed, quickly explaining that they were likely targeting the non-combat team, which is why he had just run to gather everyone. But a non-combat slave is missing, and Ki frowns, her tone turning serious. "It's likely she was captured by another group," he says, adding that the Demon Lord cult is clearly more active. Akira agreed, nodding in agreement, as previous attacks were likely just the work of crazed fanatics. This was a professionally planned abduction. The trigger was, before he could finish, Midu gritted his teeth and added that their return to the capital. Tree. I helplessly looked at the two and sighed. In the capital, besides me and Tsukihiro, only the non-combat team's Ano is present. The rest are working at the Alpha Temple. Midu grew angrier by the second, retorting, "At this rate, it'll be too late. Assign combat unit members as guards for the Alpha Temple group." Akira quickly replied, "Narumi is already on his way. Narumi can shroud himself in the wind, so he's the fastest." Hearing this, Midu breathed a sigh of relief. So, first things first, they have to rescue Ano. To do that, they must uproot the demon cult hiding within the capital. Yu nodded in agreement. If they didn't hurry, who knew what might happen to Ano? If they were using her as a hostage like Tsukihiro, then perhaps she was still alive. Akira watched them strategize, unable to stop himself from sighing. The Demon Lord's attack was less than 3 days away, but that wasn't even the main problem. Having to worry about threats from both inside and outside is the worst. Either way, we have to deal with the traitor in our ranks first. Meanwhile, in the women's dorm, Midu was in Yuko's room, nodding in approval. "Well done." Yuko sat curled up on the bed, not moving, and after a moment she pouted and muttered, thinking that she was finally useful to the team. Seeing that Yuko was still unhappy, Kai reassured her, "Don't worry, just get some rest." Yuko looked up at him, asking worriedly, "Araji, is Ano safe too?" Indifferently, Kai nodded and replied, "Yes, Aiko Ano is alive, and we're letting the enemy move freely for now." Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Kai's mind. "Araji, can you hear me?" Kai frowned immediately. "Is that Jin?" he thought, then immediately replied, connecting with Tsukihiro as well. Without hesitation, Jin was able to respond, "Yes, Tsukihiro's channel is..." Soon after, Yuko heard Jin's voice in her head. "Tsukihiro, can you hear me?" Yuko happily replied, "Yes, loud and clear." Long time no see. Knowing her worries, Jin tells her about Ano. "We've located Ano." Yuko was instantly relieved. "Really?" Kai suddenly asked. Before being captured by the demon cult, she contacted Kanjaki telepathically, right? Yuko nodded slightly, and he slowly explained that this allowed Kanzaki to track her down. Yuko, relieved, breathed a sigh of relief. "So, Ano is okay?" Jin immediately replied, "That's right, I can even let you hear her voice." No sooner were the words out of her mouth than Ano spoke up. Yuko was safe? Hearing her friend's voice, Yuko was overjoyed and quickly replied, "Yes, I'm fine." Ano said she was locked in a cell, but nothing had happened to her yet. Hearing this, Yuko firmly reassured him, "Don't worry, we'll come rescue you soon." Kei, who had been listening silently, finally spoke. "So, where exactly is Kanzaki Ano being held?" Jin immediately replied, "If you're linked to us telepathically, she can't be far. Actually, she's in the capital's center underground at the 3rd Night Brigade's camp." Meanwhile, Jin and the others had arrived. Hearing this, Kai immediately frowned. So, Ichi's hunch was right. One of the current night commanders in the capital is the leader of the demon cult. After a moment, Kai slowly said, "Well done, Kanzaki. In other words, the leader of the demon church is Free Time, captain of the 3rd Nightly Order." Kai then asked Jin to share this information with Midu. Jin immediately agreed, and after giving his orders, Kai spoke again. "I'll rescue Ano first. Tell Midu's squad to crush the 3rd Knights. It's the demon church's nest. Show no mercy." Meanwhile, in the underground bunker of the 3rd Nightly Order, Elvin's vice-captain asked somberly, "Isn't that right, Captain?" "This is bad. We still can't contact the demons," Freetime says, biting her lip. "Could Aqualia's death be the reason?" Emily said indifferently. "At least the information about the Demon King's attack plan has been leaked. I want to report, but I can't if I can't reach them." Elvin reported, also mentioning that Tsukihiro had been taken back. Hearing that only fueled Freetame's anger, as he thought they couldn't even handle a simple cornering plan. Emily calmly stated, "We'll ensure the identities of the captured followers remain secret. Lately, their actions have been too obvious, and people are starting to suspect. Natasha promised them that if they eliminated the hero candidates, she would turn them into demons." Emily frowned, muttering in doubt. "But is that promise still valid now that Aqualia is dead? The problem is we can't contact our informants on the demon side." Elvin added worriedly, "Even if the promise is gone, we're still loyal to the Demon Lord. That's what it means to be a follower, right?" Freet nods slightly, replying, "Yes, that's right. And if the Demon Lord's army is truly coming, we'll have the chance to meet some demons. If we eliminate the hero candidates by then, they'll acknowledge me." Elvin, suddenly worried, asked, "But the hero candidates are incredibly strong now. Only executives can barely match them. What do you plan to do?" They still haven't realized who their real enemy is. Free Time sneers, confidently adding, I still have hostages, and there's still plenty to do. Little did Free Time know, while they were plotting, the hostages' restraints had already been cut. Kai successfully infiltrated the basement and rescued Anno. Despite the heavy guard, he slaughtered them all, retrieving his blade once the deed was done. He glanced at Anno, urging her to leave quickly, but no sooner had he spoken than Kai sensed something and quickly shielded her. He stared ahead as Free Time slowly approached. He had discovered Kai. He smirked. I was just checking on the hostages, but it seems we have a rat. Kai narrowed his eyes at Friet, coldly questioning. Captain of the Third Order. So you're the leader of the Demon Lord's order. Without hesitation, Friet admits, yes, and I also know who you are, the one who killed the Saintess, correct? Hearing this, Kai clicks his tongue, reminiscing, that name brings back memories. Let me ask you something. Why are you doing this? With a smile, Freem casually replies, isn't it obvious? A world ruled by the Demon Lord cannot be stopped. Kai scoffs, of course, a pointless question. Kai stood guard in front of Ano, knife at the ready, as Freem smirked and said, I don't know how you found this place, but being caught by me is your bad luck. The Saint Killer. Hearing this, Kai subtly asks, is this really the time to worry about me? Freet, slightly bewildered, asked, what are you planning to do? But before they could finish, the ground suddenly began to shake violently, startling them. He cried out in alarm, what the hell is going on? Immediately, several torchbearers entered, and Captain Freet looked at his subordinates, urgently asking, what's going on? In a panic, they report that the 3rd Nightly Order's camp above ground is under attack by the hero candidate, news that darkens Freet's face further. He gritted his teeth, muttering, what? Seeing his reaction, C smirked. Is it really that surprising? My presence here means our information has been leaked. These words fueled Free Time's rage. He shouts in frustration, you bastard, you've made a mess of things. Kai clicks his tongue twice, smirking. Instead of arguing with me, you should hurry up and deal with those hero candidates on the surface. Now that they know about this underground location, it's the only way you'll survive. Freet's face darkened, and after a moment's hesitation, he finally charged forward in a frenzy. Who do you think you are? Hand over the girl or you're dead. Seeing this, Kai remained calm. At that moment, a rift suddenly appeared in the air. Freet was stunned as Midu appeared, his sword clashing against Freet's, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Free Time's men have all been wiped out by Midu. Kai narrows his eyes at Midu, a smirk playing on his lips. You made it just in time. Midu happily explains that Kanjaki guided them to the underground area. Kai, without a word, scoops up Ano, casually saying, I'll take Ano back first, the rest is up to you. With that, he quickly fled the bunker, prompting a panicked Freet to shout, wait! Unfortunately, Midu's sword kept him pinned, preventing any movement. Freem frowned, unnerved by the sheer power of Midu's blade. At that moment, Midu pushed Freem back, narrowing his eyes as he thought to himself, another ploy to lure the Demon Lord's cult using a hostage as bait. This is playing out exactly as Araji planned. While Midu was lost in thought, Free Time spoke. Midu, is it? Midu was slightly startled but remained silent. He glared at him, scoffing. Daring to attack the knight's camp, how bold. Midu remained silent, coldly warning, please surrender. Freem, we have proof this is the Demon Church's headquarters. Freet ignored him, scoffing. That's easily dealt with. We're more trustworthy than you outsiders. Eliminating the hero candidate is his top priority. The hostage situation is tense, but the task remains the same. He figures Elvin is holding the line above, so first he'll kill Midu and then wipe out the hero candidates. When they lost their coordination, it was all thanks to the Demon Lord, and that's when Freem made his move. Thinking this, he charged forward. Midu remained calm and collected, showing no signs of panic, while above ground, the knight soldiers lay scattered across the battlefield. Arasi is locked in a furious battle, his opponent none other than Elvin. Arasi deftly dodges Elvin's attack, then sweeps his leg in a wide arc. Elvin quickly retreated, as Arasi narrowed his eyes, scoffed, and said, At least you've got some skill, Knight Captain. Hearing this, Elvin frowned and retorted, I am Elvin, the Vice Captain of the Third Order of Knights. Are you hero candidates? Why did you destroy our camp? Arasi lazily cleaned his ear, feigning impatience. He scoffed. How should I know? I was just told to wreck the place. Elvin was bewildered by these nonchalant words. Is that even possible? Just then, Jine's voice echoed in Arasi's mind, urgently delivering a message. Araji has rescued the hostage, while Midu battles the enemy leader underground. If we jump in, we'll just get in the way. Everyone, focus on taking out the Third Order Knights on the surface. Hearing that, Arasi cracked his knuckles and coldly spoke, leaving Elvin stunned that the hostage was saved. What is this overwhelming source of magic? As he panicked, Arasi charged forward, so that means he's allowed to blow everything up, right? No sooner were his words spoken than an earth-shattering explosion erupted, forcing Elvin back. But Arasi didn't care, continuing to detonate explosions like a madman, barraging the wall with sparks until it showed signs of collapse. In moments, Arasi obliterates everything, but his eyes suddenly narrow. But before him, another great wall appears, and from within, Elvin's voice booms. That's why I wanted to avoid a direct confrontation. Arasi frowned, muttering, "Earth magic, a defensive type." Elvin smirked. "I didn't expect to have to pull this out. Looks like you guys have someone with a decent head on their shoulders." Arasi remained calm, chuckling. "Either way, you're done for. Even if you beat us, your headquarters are exposed and the base has been destroyed." But Elvin didn't care, a confident smirk on his face. "It's fine. We've prepared a backup for times like these." Arasi frowned, impatience flashing in her eyes. Meanwhile, deep underground, Emily was being escorted away, complaining, "This is a mess. Even with all my power and connections, I'm not sure I can cover this up." But no sooner had she spoken than her two escorts fell, the air thick with the stench of blood. Emily panicked instantly. Even the two soldiers didn't know how they died, now meeting their fate. The only one capable of such a silent kill is Kai, who wordlessly approaches Emily. And just like that, the knife in his hand slashed across her throat, blood gushing like rain. In just a few strokes, Kai had taken down Emily and her entire group. Beside him, Anno trembled, muttering, "Lady Emily, is she also a devil worshipper?" Kai nodded slightly, replying, "Yes, it seems she used her cardinal authority to manipulate information. But now that Emily has lost her power base, the fact that the Third Knight's barracks is a stronghold for the demon sect will soon be exposed." Anno nodded in understanding. "So, what are your thoughts on that?" Anno asked slowly. "Since joining the non-combat unit, I've been providing knowledge for the capital's infrastructure projects, as have many others in the unit. Knowledge from the modern world is revolutionary here. But what can she do without weapons?" During her time in the capital, Anno grew attached to it, wanting to make it a better place. She worked with purpose and felt fulfilled, but the upper class acted as if the slums didn't exist. Anno's plan to improve the slum's infrastructure was immediately shelved, but only Emily was enthusiastic about charitable activities. After hearing this, Kai realized the problem, nodding as he said, "It's to increase the number of demon worshippers. The more ignorant the poor are, the easier it is to brainwash them." Anno sighed in resignation. "I wanted to believe she was a good person." "There are many people grateful to Lady Emily," Kai stated calmly. "Perhaps she truly believes serving the Demon Lord is the way to save those in need." Meanwhile, back at Midu and Freet's battle, the two are still fighting fiercely, neither willing to give in. Midu thinks to himself as he fights, he anticipated it, but this guy is still strong. Freetime then smirks and says, "You think I'm on the same level as Elia and Herrick from the precedent? Don't lump me in with those naive kids." Midu frowned slightly, asking suspiciously, "With such power, why side with the Demon Lord?" Freetime scoffed, "Why do you think I'm so strong?" Midu was quickly pushed back by Free, who said coldly, "Because I've survived countless death battles. I fought far longer than you hero candidates." Hearing this, Midu asks in confusion, "Isn't it to protect this country?" "That's right." Freet nodded without hesitation. He charged forward, declaring, "Before you hero candidates showed up, this country was on the verge of Diet Fong." The Holy Kingdom suffered defeat after defeat, losing territory bit by bit, and the strength of the Holy Knights dwindled to less than half of its former glory. Freetime's comrades fell one by one as the Holy Kingdom was engulfed in the flames of war. Those stronger than Freetime disappeared, and before he knew it, he'd become the captain of the Knights. Even so, he says he's still fighting desperately. They were barely holding the line, but then a powerful figure emerged. A towering figure strides onto the battlefield. The Demon King has finally arrived. Freet thought he was just curious about the battlefield, but in reality, they had no intention of fighting. But with a mere wave of his hand, the Demon King killed the Supreme Commander. A gruesome death, his upper body completely severed. At that time, no one could defeat the Demon Lord. Like an ant challenging a human, it wasn't about swords or magic, but a difference in dimensions. With that, Freem lunged forward, attacking and screaming madly. Even so, our battle lines have been pushed back considerably. Madhu retorted, "We've defeated 3 of the 4 heavenly kings, and the front lines have even seen the Demon Kingdom's capital." Freet scoffs, coldly stating, "This war was decided from the start." Advantages and disadvantages mean nothing. Midu grows angrier, retorting that even if he sides with the Demon Lord, he'd never save humanity. Freet shakes his head, clicking his tongue, saying that by cooperating with the Demon Lord's intelligence operations and eliminating hero candidates, they'll turn us into demons and accept us as citizens of the demon realm. That was the agreement with Aqualia. The more he spoke, the more frenzied he became, his sword relentlessly attacking Midu. Under his pressure, Midu is forced back, but he calmly rises and coldly says, "I killed Aqualia, so the Holy Kingdom's intelligence operations have also been affected." Bringing it up, Freet gritted his teeth. "You hero candidates have really put us through hell." Midu narrowed his eyes, coldly asking, "Even if that covenant is still in effect, can humans really be turned into demons?" With a nonchalant shrug, Freetime smirked, "You've already seen an example. A monster researcher who was once human, now a spy for the Demon Lord's army." Hearing this, Midu's eyes widened in shock, recalling their battle with Steady when they first arrived. Seeing his reaction, Freetime grinned even more triumphantly, revealing that he had used himself as a test subject. Though just a failed demon transformation case, even after Steady's death, the research results were inherited by the Demon Lord. And finally, they successfully developed a complete pill for demon transformation. Midu listened in horror, his eyes wide with shock as Freetime gritted his teeth and continued, "We were about to receive the sample if you hero candidates hadn't killed Aqualia." No sooner had he spoken than flames erupted around Freet, instantly engulfing his sword in a blazing inferno. Narrowing his eyes at Midu, Freet spoke coldly, "You hero candidates are strong, but not as strong as me. Challenging the Demon Lord with that level of skill is just throwing your life away." Midu watched Freet's movements intently, his eyes now full of vigilance. Meanwhile, a great fire was also erupting above the basement, the attack of Arasi. Explosions echoed continuously as Elvin hid behind his protective wall, weathering Arasi's relentless attacks. Even so, only a few cracks appear. Arasi scoffs, sneering, "Impressive defense, but is that all you've got? If you hesitate, your friends will be wiped out." Just as he said, the hero candidates were now slaughtering the soldiers, their abilities making it all too easy. Arasi smirked. "I don't know what you're relying on, but if you lose here, you're done for, right?" As expected, the hero candidate task force has grown strong on the front lines. But no sooner had he spoken than Arasi rushed forward, instantly appearing before Elvin. He scoffed, "How could cowards hiding in the capital ever defeat us?" Immediately, Arasi's fist hurtled towards Elvin. Another explosion erupts, but when the smoke clears, Arasi has only struck the wall. No one is there. At the same moment, a sharp blade came hurtling towards him, but luckily Arasi reacted in time, grabbing the sword and snapping it into pieces. This sight fills Elvin with dread as the broken pieces of the sword fall to the cold ground. Arasi roared, "What can you do without a weapon?" Below the vault, Freet and his flaming sword faced off against Midu and his demon-bane blade. At the same moment, they both charged forward, quickly falling into a deadlock. With a clang, the two sharp blades collided, but Freet's sword suddenly burst into flames, causing Midu to frown in confusion. Before he could react, the flame erupted into a large spark, rushing toward him. Midu didn't dare to ignore it, quickly retreating. Seeing this, Freet scoffed, "You think I'll let you run?" He then charged forward, relentlessly swinging his sword. Freet is now engulfed in flames. Midu is shocked that a mere graze could cause such a severe burn, and that he can freely control the flames around his sword, making close combat a disadvantage. So he decides to attack from a distance. Freet leans back, dodging Midu's swordlight. He scoffs, thinking, "You think keeping your distance will be enough? My flames ride upon this blade?" Instantly, Freet unleashed a sword strike, forcing Midu to quickly conjure a shield. But the flames continued to strike, making it difficult for Midu to defend himself. He bit his lip hard, thinking, "What kind of power is this?" Just then, the sparks ignited into a blaze, and Midu's shield shattered. He was knocked back, flecks of fire clinging to him, and Freet smirked at Midu's condition. "So you sacrificed your left arm?" Just as he said, Midu's left arm was burning. Freetime chuckled. "Impressive snap decision to focus your magic on your left hand, but now you can only swing your sword with one hand. I'm also concerned about what's happening up above. It's time to end this." With that, he swung his sword again, then charged towards Midu. Grimacing, Midu had no choice but to take a gamble. Acting quickly, Midu activates his phantom skill, creating multiple copies of himself and confusing Freetime, who furrows his brow in concern, realizing it's a teleportation technique used in rapid succession. Realizing this, he stopped moving and focused on the images before him. In this situation, he should have attacked from a blind spot, so Free Time swung his sword backward. Unfortunately, it was just an illusion, and he stares in disbelief. At the same moment, Freet coughed up a mouthful of blood, a sword piercing his chest, the scent of blood quickly filling the air. Midu succeeds, and Freet is killed on the spot, bringing a satisfied smile to Midu's face. His training duels with Iga have paid off. He's truly getting stronger. Meanwhile, back above ground, Arasi and Elvin resume their battle. Having shattered Elvin's sword, Arasi is smug, as if victory is assured. But at that moment, a shocking change occurred. A sword emerged from Elvin's stone wall, sending Arasi reeling back. Elvin emerges from the rocks, a sword in hand, and smirks. "The stone has become my sword." Seeing this, Arasi impatiently cursed, "Dolilio." Then, glancing back, he coldly said, "But this ends here. The conclusion isn't even interesting anymore." Because Arasi's team has already wiped out the Third Order Knights, Kao approaches Arasi, smirking. That was unexpected. Arasi scoffs, displeased, stating that fighting this guy would only become a war of attrition, and boring battles waiting for him to run out of magic aren't his style. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Elvin muttered, "Damn it, what the hell is the captain doing down there?" Elvin was stunned, looking at her with suspicion, as Jin coldly stated, "Our leader has defeated yours." Hearing this, Elvin cried out in disbelief, "Impossible. There's no way the captain would lose to the likes of you." Just then, an apologetic voice echoed from behind. "Sorry I'm late." Elvin turned around at the sound of the voice and saw Midu carrying a corpse. Elvin's legs trembled at the sight, and his sword fell from his grasp as he muttered in disbelief, "Impossible." Dai coldly gazed at him and said sternly, "We just received reports that your backers have been eliminated. Haven't they, Lady Emily?" Elvin finally accepted the truth, and he laughed mockingly. "Ha ha ha ha. So this is what complete defeat feels like." Arasi scoffed, coldly remarking, "How foolish." He could have been useful on the front lines, but instead, he sided with the Demon Lord. As they spoke, a blood-curdling scream suddenly echoed, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Startling them, they turned to see Gray running towards them, his face aghast at the scene before him. Unbeknownst to anyone, the Third Order's base was decimated in a single night. Midu and Akira tried to explain, but Gray's eyes were drawn to something else. Free Time's corpse lying on the ground. Seeing this, Midu shouted, trying to explain, "Wait, Gray, there's a reason." But before he could finish, Gray roared, "Don't mess with me!" He then lunged forward to attack, and before Midu could react, Gray pushed him back. Gray angrily retorted that Free Time was dead and the Third Knight's barracks destroyed, leaving no room for excuses. Seeing that he wouldn't listen to reason, Arasi couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward, coldly saying, "Injured, fall back. I'll handle this." Seeing this, Akira tried to stop him, saying, "Wait, Arasi, you can't win against him." Unfortunately, Arasi didn't listen, and in a flash he lunged forward, coldly declaring, "One punch to the head will cool you down." A bang echoed as an explosion erupted. Debris flew everywhere, but when the dust settled, Oscar stood between them, stopping the attack, leaving Arasi stunned. Gray was no exception, his eyes fixed on Oscar, who held both the spear and the two men's hands firmly. He sternly urged, "Enough, calm yourselves. Both of you." With Oscar's presence, calm returned to the ruins, and they began to deal with the aftermath, collecting the bodies of the Third Order Knights. The survivors, like Elvin, were restrained, and Midu, representing the hero candidate, recounted everything to Oscar and Gray. After hearing everything, Gray realized he had been hasty. Oscar glanced at him, saying nonchalantly, "Sorry for being silent. I received Midu's report, but I didn't think you'd raid the camp." Midu awkwardly explained, "I apologize for acting on my own, but our friend was kidnapped and we didn't have time to wait. Because there were enemies inside, I didn't know where the information would leak from." Oscar nodded in agreement. "Indeed." Ray sighs, lamenting that the leader of the demon worshippers was an old comrade, a truly unfortunate turn of events. Oscar clicked his tongue in dismay. "When I received the report from Midu, I couldn't believe my ears. This is terrible. He wasn't even on my list of suspects, but as they can see, there's a demon worshipper base beneath the Third Knight's encampment." Oscar slowly explained, "According to my subordinate's investigation, Red Priestess Emily is involved." Gray exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't she the leader of the moderates? Don't tell me her entire faction is backing the demon god followers. It seems that way." Oscar sighed helplessly as Eslot arrived and spoke hesitantly. "Since the demon worshippers have been so strange lately, I thought information wasn't flowing. But if the 3rd Knights Division, responsible for defending the capital, is linked to a faction led by Emily, then concealing information would be too easy. Gray grew angrier as he listened, gritting his teeth and cursing that this was the true face of the demon god cult. No wonder they couldn't be eradicated. Midu, who was listening to them, couldn't help but interrupt. Well, we've caught the leader now. Damok nodded, and Oscar replied calmly, That's right. Cardinal Emily is lying low, but she probably can't do anything now. He also thanked Midu's team for resolving a long-standing problem for them, but then asked how Midu discovered the demon church's identity. Midu hesitated for a moment before saying, We have a friend who's very skilled in that area, and the demon church was targeting us, the hero candidates. Gray then spoke apologetically. Sorry for jumping to conclusions earlier. Midu didn't mind, shaking his head and laughing. No, I think it was a natural assumption. Gray remained silent, but noticed the burns on Midu's hands, asking suspiciously, Are those burns from fly? Midu then remembered her injuries, glancing at them before nodding. Yes. Midu says Flight's swordsmanship is so overwhelming it's hard to find an opening, causing Ray to sigh in frustration. I suppose so. He's definitely skilled. I think free time might only be second to Oscar in strength. Lot has been deep in thought and now hesitantly speaks, Where did we go wrong? Gray, seeing her worry, reassures her that worrying is pointless. Oscar, unconcerned, turned to Midu with praise. Still, his power is impressive, defeating Free Time with only a few burns. Midu nods, then firmly suggests they prepare to intercept the Demon Lord's army now that they don't have to worry about their rear. Elsewhere, in the Demon Kingdom, Floker frowns as he reads the report, muttering, Don't you think this is too much? As the prince's aide nodded, he replied, The Demon Lord is being extremely cautious. Alan chimed in. Since we're using rare magic crystals, don't you want to crush the enemy's head for good measure? With a snort, Floger tossed the documents on the table and coldly declared, Just because that fool Leon Hart was defeated, Father has become a coward. I alone am enough to deal with the Holy Kingdom's capital. Hearing this, his 2 attendants immediately advised, We understand your highness's power, but it is too dangerous for you to go alone. But as soon as he finished speaking, a surge of magical power suddenly appeared around them, frightening them. Behind Floger, a large magic circle materialized. He glared at his 2 confidants, coldly remarking, You understand my power. How could the likes of you possibly comprehend it? Seeing Foxeer's anger, the 2 quickly bowed their heads, full of apologies, but Foxeer coldly snorted, saying such impudence deserved death 10,000 times over. Then he raised his hand to crush them, but just then a voice suddenly rang out. Facker, they are valuable military assets. Stand down. It was Isabel who spoke. Stepping out of her magic space, Isabel is met with a suspicious walker, who asks, What do you want from me? Isabel coldly replied, You are Commander Fokker, leader of the Holy Kingdom's Royal Capital Assault Team, correct? Shouldn't we be discussing strategy? Isabel scoffed, coldly stating, We don't need such things. The goal is to destroy the enemy's capital, right? But before she could finish, Floker coldly barked, How tiresome. I'll wreak havoc as I please, so adapt accordingly. She excused herself, though her expression betrayed her unease. Scarlet shared the same sentiment. At this rate, they'd likely have to improvise as they go. Is it good or bad that the plan is so sloppy it's hard to deal with? Isabel has no choice but to slip away into the void. In moments, she arrived at another castle, only to be met by an unexpected figure. Isabel frowned slightly, hesitating to move forward. It was the 4th prince, Roto. He said in a low voice, Perfect timing, Isabel. Come with me for a moment. I want to finalize the plans for the raid the day after tomorrow. Isabel nodded slightly and followed Roll. As she walked, she hesitated. Sir Foser and Sir Scarlet said it wasn't necessary. Roto, as if he had expected it, smirked and said, Don't mind those 2, just leave them be. They'll cause enough trouble. With that, he drew a serrated sword, declaring with utter confidence, I will take the Pope's head. Isabel narrowed her eyes, saying nothing. The 4th prince, the strongest swordsman of the Vandora Demon Kingdom. It seems he's the one really in charge. With their business concluded, Isabel returned to her space, where Smith had been waiting. Seeing her emerge from the space, he immediately greeted her. Welcome back, Isabel. Van then spoke up. I have a message from Lord Araj. Isabel exclaimed in surprise. What is it? Smith slowly began. Proceed as planned. It seems they've finished their preparations as well. Isabel frowned slightly, remaining silent before finally whispering. An ambush perfectly set to cripple the demon army's core. I've passed on all the intel I have, but will it be enough? Fanko added worriedly. Even without Isabel, there are still 3 royal families and one of the 4 heavenly kings. No matter how prepared they are, this battle will be fierce. Smith nodded in agreement. That's right. Even killing just one of them would be good enough. Fanko paused for a moment, then hesitantly added, the ideal scenario is that both sides suffer heavy losses. Lady Isabel should keep that in mind when acting. Isabel nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. With only 1 day left until the Demon King's elite forces attacked the Holy Kingdom, Midu and the others rushed their preparations. The citizens, nearby soldiers, and personnel in the capital have been evacuated. Of course, Pope Ratsua and the high-ranking members of the church, who are the enemy's targets, have also evacuated the city. In addition, Ichi and the others in the royal capital, along with non-combat personnel, were evacuated by staring down the venomous serpent within them. Preparations proceeded smoothly. At the church, many gathered to discuss the situation, and Dion spoke first. We can't let the capital become a wasteland. Isn't there a way to move the battlefield? Akira calmly responded. Intel suggests the enemy plans to appear above the capital via spatial transfer, making it difficult to move the battlefield. Slot frowned and said, We'll have the mages deploy a defensive barrier covering the entire royal capital. Gray sighed. It's better than nothing, but the Pope and the people will be in great danger. Oscar calmly responded, Every cloud has a silver lining. The evacuation is complete. Of course, it would be better if we could lure the enemy out of the capital and engage them there. Midu immediately retorted, We may not have that luxury. We have no choice but to fight, accepting a certain amount of damage. Hearing this, Tion couldn't help but scoff. A certain amount of damage? Would you say that if it were your homeland? This taunt enraged Mireille, and she slammed the table, shouting, You people stole our homeland. What are you saying? Seeing this, Midu quickly advised, It's okay, Mireille. Oscar angrily shouts, Stop it, Tan! Are you going to fight amongst yourselves after we finally crushed the demon god cult? Tion sighs helplessly, feeling pitiful. Seeing his silence, Oscar continued, Everything so far has just been the prelude. This is the main topic of the strategy meeting. In other words, they need to decide who fights whom. Akira frowned, lost in thought. So, the time has come for him to guide them? Last night, Kai gathered everyone together. I've received intel on the enemy's strengths and weaknesses from Isabel, and I have the most accurate grasp of our military power. I'll decide the strategy, since I can use appraisal. He glanced at Akira, suggesting, Ninomiya, relay my strategy and mobilize the Holy Kingdom's army. Akira nodded slightly, but hesitated to ask, I'll try, but isn't that too unreasonable? Ignoring him, Kai firmly stated, You can do it. Just do it. Akira sighed. Isn't that a bit much? Ignoring Akira's concerns, Kai began to lay out his plan. First, Fair is the enemy's strongest force, controlling gravity magic, and Arashi is assigned to deal with him. Arashi smirked. So you finally admit I'm the strongest in our class, not Midu. Kai was speechless, sighing. It's about choosing the right person for the job. I'll admit it if you win. Then, Kai assigned Akira and Gao to another task, and they immediately accepted their orders. Next, the second princess, Scarlet, a witch who controls blood magic. To deal with her, Kai wants the commander-in-chief of the Holy Oscar Knights to handle it. Akira nodded. I'll convince them on this side. With that assurance, Kai continued his orders, next targeting the fourth prince, Yuzu, the demon country's strongest swordsman. According to Isabel, he seems to be the real ringleader, and she suggests Midu should take him out. Kai further instructed them not to give the enemies an opening, as they might quickly retreat upon realizing their target had been evacuated. And the last one is Fire Celestial King Flameris, said to be a child of fire magic and the strongest celestial king in history. Kai suggested that Gray and Slot handle him, with Zumi supporting them with her water magic. Also, there are 7 or 8 high-ranking demons. The rest of you take care of them. Finally, Kai glanced at Jin, requesting, Kanjaki, you're in command. Jin was taken aback. I'm in charge? Kai nodded, then cautioned, don't rely too much on the knights. The only real combat power we have is the captains of the knights. You say you've come up with strategies for each battle, but don't be too rigid. Adapt on the fly. As Kai finished, Midu asked suspiciously, what will you do in that case? Kai calmly replied, I'll go around and behead the enemy. Remember that in the chaos of battle, an assassin lurking in the shadows is at their strongest. Back in reality, Akira recounted Kai's entire strategy, then looked at Oscar and asked, I propose this strategy, what do you think? Before Oscar could answer, Tion scoffed in disapproval. Wasn't he a little too confident in his abilities? More importantly, there's no role for me. Gray smirks. Isn't this a reasonable deployment? The enemy is all elite. Sending weak soldiers is just a waste of life. Hearing this, Tion asks, dissatisfied, "Are you saying I'm weak?" Gray simply smiled, offering no response. Sloth then added, "That's not what I meant, but it would be better if Tion commanded from the rear." Seeing them argue, Oscar finally spoke up. "All right. I agree with Akila's strategy and urge everyone to work out the details so we can respond to any situation." As the meeting adjourned, night had fallen. Midu stood on the city wall, gazing at the moon, when Oscar suddenly appeared behind him. He finally spoke. "Sorry, the meeting ran pretty long." Midu didn't mind, shaking his head with a smile. "No, I think that's normal. After all, this is a war that will decide the fate of the nation." Oscar narrowed his eyes at Midu, hesitating for a long moment before speaking. "May I ask you something?" Midu asked, a hint of suspicion in his voice. "What is it?" Oscar asked in a low voice. "Do you know where Kai is?" Midu was taken aback, but quickly recovered, shaking his head. "No, I don't know anything. He's a hated enemy to us all, but now's not the time to think about that." Hearing this, Oscar sighed helplessly. "I was once engaged to the Saintess Leonora, and if we win this battle, I want to avenge her." Midu was stunned, unsure how to react, and could only avoid Oscar's gaze, unable to speak of Leonora's death. Oscar fell silent after speaking, his eyes filled with worry, but the silence was broken as a massive hole suddenly appeared in the sky. Midu and Oscar were immediately shocked, and Oscar exclaimed in disbelief, "A magical presence! Don't tell me it's ahead of schedule." Midu's face is grave as he watches the portal open, and in moments, the Demon Lord's army appears. As expected, Fucker, Scarlet, Roto, Heavenly King Flemmerus, and several high-ranking demons appeared. Activating such a large-scale spell left Isabel exhausted and drenched in sweat. She pursed her lips, muttering, "Coordinates are stable, and I've anchored the space beneath us." Flemmerus looked down, a smirk on his face. "So we've arrived?" Scarlet, feeling dizzy, rubbed her head and grumbled, "This is a little unpleasant." Roto calmly replied, "Perhaps it's magic sickness. A huge amount of magic was used for this spatial transfer." Meanwhile, Fokker, who was secretly observing the royal capital, finally spoke with a faint smile. "So, this is the capital of humans? Impressive for a lower species." The Demon Lord's elite forces have arrived, blanketing the capital in a dense magical aura. Arasi, who had been resting, sensed this and went outside, spotting the group and excitedly announcing, "They're here!" Seeing this, Akira cautioned, "Arasi, calm down. If we don't lure them in deeper, they might retreat." Hearing this, Arasi clicked his tongue. "They're not the type to be scared just because we're waiting for them." Mirai chimed in, advising, "It'll be bad if they realize the Pope has evacuated. In that case, the enemy will have no reason to continue their campaign." Annoyed by the nagging, Arasi impatiently says, "Got it! Shut up!" This infuriates Mirai. She snapped back, "What? I'm explaining it to you." Meanwhile, outside, Midu was starting to panic. Seeing this, Oscar reassured him, "Calm down, Midu. It's earlier than planned, but still within expectations." Midu finally regained her composure, her trembling subsiding as Oscar smiled and calmly said, "To your battle stations. I'm counting on you." "Understood." Midu nodded slightly, her eyes now filled with determination. He then turned and ran inside, while Kai, observing from the sidelines, smirked and said, "They're here." Maya hesitated. "What should we do?" Kai replied calmly, "For now, we observe. We'll provide support based on the battle situation above the capital." Roto looks down from above, sensing something amiss, and mutters with a frown, "It's eerily quiet. No sign of people on the main streets." Scarlet disagrees, calmly stating, "It's the middle of the night, so that's normal. Don't you even know humans can't see well at night?" Isabel, on the other hand, knew better. This silence is a sign that the evacuation is complete. She had worried about the earlier departure due to Fair's sudden decision, but it seems they're ready to dive into a fierce battle. And now, they've arrived at the Imperial capital, as Vimeris chimes in. "Is the enemy boss hiding in that massive castle?" Roto shook his head slightly, saying, "No, Flameries." He then pointed elsewhere, explaining, "That's the Grand Cathedral next to the Papal Church headquarters. Our main target is hiding there." Hearing this, Flameris muttered in confusion, "Isn't the boss the king? Human power structures are so damn complicated." Roto sighed, defeated. "I thought I explained this a dozen times already. Sadly, Flameris still doesn't get it." Fokker then noticed something, nonchalantly stating, "A formidable defensive barrier has been deployed." Scarlet nodded in agreement as it enveloped the entire city. Even from the rear, the city's defenses held firm, as expected. With a snort, Fokker scoffed. Firm? Don't be ridiculous. This thing can't protect anything. Flamerus understands and nods, a smirk playing on his lips as he says, leave it to me. No sooner said than done, he conjured a magic circle, and a brilliant flame erupted, striking the capital's defenses without warning. The ground within immediately shook violently, terrifying the soldiers, and in an instant the defensive barrier was burned away, revealing a massive hole. Seeing this, the holy nation's people panicked, muttering in disbelief, no way. Our barrier was broken with a single attack. Kai and the others watching from afar also witnessed this, and May couldn't help but exclaim, that's grand magic. He's using the concept of fire's combustion perfectly, Xena added. What a terrifying sight. Recognizing the magic, Sa whispered, this is the power of the fire heavenly king, Flamerus. Above, Fakir saw the opening and smirked, I'll descend upon the human capital. Vutu, I'll leave the Pope's head to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped out of the void and plummeted downwards. Scarlet watched Fur's back for a long moment, then jumped after him, hoping for some pretty decorations. Frey teleported away with a smirk. All right, I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of opponent I'll face. Seeing them like this, Roto said helplessly, then let's begin the operation. Fokker and Scarlet followed suit, and then he led the main force of the operation away. Only Isabel and 2 others remained, her role to guard the gate. But if humanity prevails, she must close this gate and provide support, ensuring Fokker and the others have no way back. Isabel's betrayal will be discovered, but she doesn't care, as long as she can kill these members. Meanwhile, Fur descended upon the deserted imperial capital, a desolate scene where he walked alone in utter silence. At that moment, Fur waved his hand, unleashing a blast of magic into the distance. With a crash, nearby buildings were reduced to rubble, but no life emerged, only desolation. Folk frowned and muttered, just as I thought, I can't sense any humans. This place is completely deserted. Has the information been leaked from somewhere? They can detect our presence. As he pondered this, his foot struck something, and he stopped dead in his tracks. Fox frowned, observing his surroundings, when suddenly the ground exploded, smoke and fire filling the air. Arashi, standing on a distant rooftop, was the one who attacked. He laughs triumphantly. You took a direct hit, you idiot. But as the smoke clears, Fokker is still standing there, unharmed. He smirked. Perfect, I'll make you talk. Seeing this, Arashi's face immediately turned grim. He gritted his teeth. You're not even scratched, you bastard? Elsewhere, Scarlet landed, facing a similar situation. Despite the ambush, she remained unconcerned, even mocking them with a playful smirk. Not bad reflexes. Blocking Scarlet's path was Oscar, who pointed his sword at her and coldly announced, Second Princess Scarlet of the Vandora Demon Kingdom, leave your head here. Meanwhile, Flameries wandered aimlessly after landing, muttering, I've lost track of Zato and the others. Flameries wandered aimlessly through the streets, only to be stopped in his tracks. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, Are you to be my opponent? Blocking his path were Gray and Sklot, and Gray spoke with a cold voice, Long time no see, Flameries. Meanwhile, at the church's castle, Rot led the high-ranking demons inside, but they were soon interrupted by a stern voice. I won't let you pass, he said, causing Rot to stop in his tracks.